In a quaint mountain village nestled in southern China, Li Zong hurriedly finished his breakfast before riding his beloved electric scooter towards the town's recycling station. Li Zong appeared rather frail, standing at 1.7 meters, yet weighing less than 50 kilograms. His face was unremarkable, and without the mole at the corner of his right mouth, he would be utterly indistinguishable in a crowd. He had arrived in this parallel world, known as Blue Star, 6 months prior, a realm that resembled an alternate Earth, where many historical developments and technological advancements diverged significantly from those on Earth. Nevertheless, the superpower in this blue star remained the United States. In his previous life, Li Zong had performed commendably in the college entrance examination, scoring 620 points and securing a place at a prestigious university. Upon graduation, he established a factory specializing in lithium battery production. However, his factory soon faced a critical issue: the lasers used for welding lithium battery connectors consistently malfunctioned. The equipment he had procured was domestically produced, and its performance was notoriously unstable, leading to an astonishingly high rework rate for the batteries. To resolve this dilemma, Li Zong sought assistance from the most advanced laser industry in the United States. Yet, he would never forget the arrogant demeanor of the president of the top laser equipment company assigned to the China region, who treated him as if he were a mere plaything. Despite Li Zong's sincere hospitality, the president erupted in anger over the absence of a drinking companion at the dining table. Even after Li Zong arranged for a companion, the president concocted a pretext to storm off, a reaction that was later understood in light of the United States' decision to sanction Chinese technology companies that very day. Although China's laser technology eventually caught up, the incident remained a thorn in Li Zong's heart. Science knows no borders, but scientists have nationalities. This truth delivered a stinging slap to Li Zong's face. He realized that being an outsider in a Western-dominated world meant that he too would face sanctions and scorn. "Son, where are you going?" Noticing her son sneaking out again, Li Zong's mother, Huang Yuzhen, rushed to the door. At 40 years old, the wear of labor had left her looking a decade older. "I'm heading to the recycling station in town," Li Zong shouted back without turning, accelerating on a scooter. Unfortunately, while the scooter was comfortable to ride, its speed was capped at a mere 25 kilometers per hour, rendering his attempts to hasten futile. "Are you going to mess around with that ridiculous handmade nuclear power station again? Can't you focus on preparing for the college entrance exam?" Huang Yuzhen yelled anxiously, believing her son's demeanor had changed ever since he fell ill during the winter break a month ago. Her sole wish was for him to concentrate on his studies, achieve good scores, and attend a reputable university, thereby justifying the years of hard work put in by both her and Li Zong's father. With that thought, Huang Yuzhen dashed after him, shouting, "You little rascal, come back. Return to your room and study." As she spoke, she seized the pestle used for grinding tea, which was as thick as an adult's arm and equally long, wielding it with an air of authority. The notion of a handmade nuclear power station was merely a ruse concocted by Li Zong to obscure his true intentions. In this world, the technological tree seemed to have taken a wrong turn, with concepts like controlled nuclear fusion never having been broached. Li Zong intended to research this project himself, thanks to a system he had bound to himself upon his rebirth. One of the rewards in the starter package was the ability to illuminate all projects related to controlled nuclear fusion within the technological tree. At that moment of binding, he resolved, "The United States reaps the world with its dollars. Then I shall harvest the United States with controlled nuclear fusion." Casting a quick glance back, he was startled by his furious mother. "Mom, I'm merely going to the recycling station to purchase something. Is this really necessary?" Huang Yuzhen, chasing behind him, shouted, "By the way, I was grinding tea earlier and happened to grab the pestle. Be obedient, and I'll return it after a while." She did not disclose the pestle's intended use, and her fierce demeanor made her appear quite intimidating. Li Zong found his mother's chase increasingly daunting as she closed the distance. In response, he pressed his hand against the hollow section of the scooter, locating a switch, and without hesitation, he activated it. This switch connected to the circuit board's wiring, and once pressed, it would dismantle the 25-kilometer speed limit designed into the circuit board. A feat accomplished after he had decoded the electric vehicle's circuit board overnight using a notebook and decoder. They say knowledge can alter destiny. The scooter surged past its limitations, accelerating to 50 kilometers per hour, creating a significant gap between him and his mother, thus altering his fate of being dragged back home. According to the system's task, he had to complete his first controlled nuclear fusion experiment within the next 2 months. Otherwise, he would be unable to illuminate the technological tree, forcing him to start all over again. Thus, even the attempts of his parents to deter him could not sway his resolve. Dad, Mom, I cannot explain myself to you, that I hope you can trust me just this once. With this thought in mind, Li Zong swiftly vanished at the road's end, leaving Huang Yuzhen fuming in frustration. Her loud outburst attracted the attention of numerous villagers, who began to whisper amongst themselves. Look, isn't that Yu Ji's wife? What trouble has her child gotten into this time? Chapter 2. The inquiry of Uncle Heir Yu Gu refers to Li Zong's father, Li Wenyu. One can discern from his name that he is a gentle man. In truth, however, he is a towering figure at 181 meters tall, with sun-darkened skin that gives him a rather intimidating appearance. The gentleness belongs solely to Li Wenyu's character, which bears no relation to his outward appearance. The murmurs among the villagers grew increasingly audible. They spoke of his supposed research into a hand-rolled nuclear power station, a term that many had never even heard before. It was assumed that the boy had perhaps damaged his intellect during an illness last month. Indeed, my daughter and Yu Gu's son are both in their final year of high school. Look at my daughter, who has chosen to live at school to prepare for the college entrance examination, unlike Yu Gu's child, who not only neglects his studies but also enjoys wandering about aimlessly. It appears your daughter is determined to secure a place at a prestigious university? Hee. She scored over 640 out of 750 in her previous mock exam. If she maintains this performance, admission to a key university is practically assured. Education transforms destinies. Sometimes I truly envy you for having such a remarkable daughter. Primarily because, like me, there is a term known as genetic inheritance. You understand? My daughter has inherited my excellent genes, which cannot be envied. What? You're out of breath just because I called you fat? Hee. As Li Wenyu returned home with a hoe over his shoulder, he overheard the villagers' discussions and the scolding from Huang Yuzhen. He approached his wife and gently inquired, "Has our son run off again?" Worn lines of age marked Li Wenyu's face. He had grown accustomed to Li Zong and Appo's secretive escapades. Yes, upon seeing her husband return, Huang Yuzhen and Appo's demeanor softened. On the way home, Li Wenyu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Ajin, let the child be. After all, in this society, the college entrance examination is not the only path. If he has passions, let him chase his dreams. As long as he succeeds in the future, that is what matters." His reasoning stemmed from several points. First, his open-minded attitude. Second, while he could not comprehend the things Li Zong had written, he sensed their impressive nature. And third, the money Li Zong had used to purchase scrap materials had all been secretly given to him by Li Wenyu. For these reasons, he held a favorable view of Li Zong and Appo's pursuits, including his research into controlled nuclear fusion. Huang Yuzhen, well aware of her husband's clandestine financial support to Li Zong, replied with exasperation, "I understand that the child may have his own aspirations. I do not wish to stifle his pursuits. However, his most pressing task right now is the college entrance examination. Why must he chase after impractical and unproductive ambitions now? Why not wait until after the exam?" She did not want to be the mother who extinguished her child's dreams, yet she felt compelled to help him find a fallback. Have you not seen how many suffer injuries in the pursuit of their dreams? Huang Yuzhen, having witnessed many who passed the entrance examination only to be unable to continue their studies due to family circumstances, fully understood this reality more than anyone else. Li Wenyu found himself at a loss for words to console his wife. After all, the topic of university remained a painful scar in her heart, one that periodically resurfaced feelings of regret and sorrow. He tentatively suggested, "Then, when our son returns, I will talk to him and encourage him to focus on preparing for the examination." Huang Yuzhen asked, "What if he still refuses?" Li Wenyu waved his hand resolutely. "Then I shall cease his allowance." Huang Yuzhen chuckled. "All right, I shall defer to your judgment." With a better plan for their son's future in mind, the couple walked along the path, exchanging laughter, their smiles radiant like the sun after a spring rain. Meanwhile, Li Zong rode his electric bike down the road, contemplating whether the money he had brought would suffice. His father had only given him 400 yuan for pocket money, and he was uncertain if he could find the materials he needed at the recycling station. The technology tree provided by the system included a design for a compact tokamak device. The most crucial component, the wiring, was already included in the system's starter pack. which contained a single-use room temperature superconducting lutetium alloy. While this material could not be produced in the real world, all other necessary materials could be sourced. Thus, Li Zong would have to scavenge for most parts of the tokamak device and assemble them to precise specifications. Initially, he had been filled with excitement upon receiving this blueprint. But now anxiety gripped him. He had spent all his pocket money on copper wire, leaving him with only a few hundred yuan. Inadequate funds made everything increasingly challenging. Now, he could only hope that the recycling station would contain the materials he required. "Hey, isn't that Xiaozong? Where are you off to?" An elderly man with a grizzled beard called out to Li Zong. This man, according to village custom, was Li Zong's Uncle Heir. "Uncle Heir, I'm heading to the recycling station to buy some things." Li Zong candidly revealed his intentions. Uncle Heir, upon hearing this, retorted unfavorably. "Your parents have raised you with great effort all these years, hoping for your success. Yet here you are, running off to the recycling station to buy things, only to disappear into the mountains afterward. What about your studies? Are you even considering the college entrance examination? Can't you be a bit more responsible and ambitious?" Faced with Uncle Heir's interrogation, Li Zong fell silent. Sometimes, silence is the best response in the face of doubt. Once he successfully conducts his experiment on controlled nuclear fusion, others will surely applaud him. Of course, the prerequisite is that he must achieve it. This thought instilled in Li Zong a sense of urgency. He was eager to prove his worth to others. Seeing Li Zong choose to remain silent rather than respond, Uncle Heir could only watch as the boy's back grew smaller in the distance, his frustration mounting as he muttered to himself about how disobedient this child was, lamenting. If only he heeded the advice of his elders, he wouldn't suffer the consequences now. Chapter 3: Completion of the Vacuum Tube Collection before the time of traversal. The ancient civilization of Huaxia successfully maintained the entire nuclear fusion process at a staggering temperature of 80 million degrees for a duration of 1,056 seconds, bringing the prospect of controlled nuclear fusion commercialization one step closer. In this parallel world, however, there exists no technology related to nuclear fusion, only a handful of concepts. Yet, Li Zong firmly believes that with the assistance of the system, Huawei will swiftly bridge the gap with Huaxia. At that juncture, he intends to wield his prowess to impress upon other nations the significance of a scientist's allegiance to their homeland. The mere thought of those individuals kneeling in reverence to Huawei in the future brings an involuntary smile to Li Zong's lips. "Hey, you again." The voice of the scrap yard owner interrupted Li Zong's daydreaming. Li Zong snapped back to reality and turned to the owner, inquiring, "Boss, have you found any of those bulky CRT televisions I asked you to keep an eye on?" The bulky television, colloquially known as a big butt TV, contains a vacuum tube with one or more electron guns inside. The principle is that the electron guns emit a beam of electrons, which strikes the inner surface of the screen, exciting the phosphorescent coating and creating an image. What Li Zong seeks is precisely this vacuum tube, which can serve as a vessel to heat deuterium and tritium within, facilitating their fusion reaction. The owner, a portly man with a scruffy beard, peered at Li Zong with his small eyes and chuckled. "We've got the big butt TVs, but were you perhaps daydreaming about some beauties? Wipe the drool off your chin." Realizing he had no drool to wipe, Li Zong awkwardly brushed his mouth. The owner, noticing, laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. You're still so innocent. Conversing with you is quite entertaining." With that, he rose from his chair, which creaked in apparent relief. Li Zong watched as the owner rummaged through a chaotic pile of household appliances in the corner of the scrapyard. "Eureka!" the owner exclaimed, panting after a brief search. Yet his breathlessness could not mask the excitement in his voice. He beckoned Li Zong, "Come over and lend a hand." Li Zong approached, and together they cleared the various appliances off the bulky TV, eventually lifting it to an open space outside the scrapyard. Li Zong flipped the television over and called out, "Boss, hand me a tool." The owner promptly provided a set of wrenches and tools, then settled onto a small stool, watching Li Zong with keen interest as he dismantled the television. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Hey, have you managed to get that nuclear power station project of yours off the ground yet?" As Li Zong worked, he replied, "It should be soon. This vacuum tube is the final piece I need to get the entire apparatus operational." Upon hearing this, the owner and Appo's face lit up with joy, his chubby hands rubbing together in delight. "Can I ask a favor? If you succeed, remember to include my name. In exchange, consider this vacuum tube a sponsorship for your project." "Absolutely," Li Zong responded with a smile. Although the vacuum tube would only fetch a meager sum if sold as scrap, the owner's belief in his success was a rare treasure. What was a name in return for such faith? The owner's joy was palpable as he reminded, "By the way, my name is Lu Fugue, don't forget it." All right, Fugue, brother. Li Zong replied, amused by the owner's ample physique, which indeed suited the name Fugue. Elated, Lu Fugue began chatting with Li Zong about various topics, their conversation flowing until Li Zong successfully extracted the vacuum tube from the television. Fugue, I must take my leave. I have other matters to attend to. After cleaning the grease from his hands with sawdust and laundry detergent, Li Zong bid farewell while clutching the vacuum tube. Take care. Lu Fugue called after him, not forgetting to remind, remember to carry my name with you. Li Zong waved back, affirming that he understood. Nada Mountain. This mountain is collectively owned by the village of Li Zong. Due to its peculiar shape resembling a certain object, it has been aptly named Nada Mountain. In reality, this so-called mountain is not high. It consists merely of two small hills, each about 20 meters in elevation. Furthermore, the soil on Nada Mountain is severely lacking in fertility, making it unsuitable for planting trees or other crops. In the past, when red bricks were still produced, a brick kiln was established within the mountain. But now that brick production has ceased, Nada Mountain has become a place of neglect. Moreover, there is scarcely any population within a 20-kilometer radius. Over time, Nada Mountain has fallen into disrepair. Carrying the salvaged vacuum tube, Li Zong took an hour to reach this place. For all the components necessary for his small nuclear fusion reactor were hidden within the abandoned kiln. Notably, he had also discreetly returned home along the way to retrieve the laptop he had initially intended to bring with him. Chapter 4. The Little Thief Yongbo Captain Luo. That child has run off to Naitu Mountain again. Again? What is he up to today? Look, Captain. It appears he has moved the items originally placed in the cave back outside. He seems intent on assembling those peculiar parts that we cannot comprehend. Indeed, he is preparing to remove all the instruments. However, this rascal seems to be shouting at the top of his lungs. What shall we do now? The middle-aged policeman, known as Captain Luo, pondered for a moment before issuing an order. Deploy several officers from the station. We must ascertain what that boy is doing. If he is engaged in any dangerous activities, we shall apprehend him on the spot. Understood, Captain Luo. When Li Zong arrived at Naitu Mountain, a scene unfolded within a certain police station. With the Qiming festival approaching, there are always those who secretly venture up the mountain to burn paper offerings, risking severe consequences. While patrolling the area with a drone, an officer spotted Li Zong behaving suspiciously on Naitu Mountain. Though uncertain of Li Zong's intentions, the patrol officer was skeptical of his actions and frequently directed the drone to monitor him from a distance. Upon witnessing Li Zong finally removing all the items from the cave, they resolved to take immediate action to prevent any potential danger. As for the footage captured by the drone, showcasing Li Zong and Apos' furious antics, it all began with a thief. Yang Bo, an unemployed drifter from the neighboring village, was a rather foolish and wicked individual. Occasionally, while engaged in nefarious deeds, he would exhibit a modicum of cleverness. Otherwise, he was as inept as a foolish pig. To encapsulate Yang Bo's life in a single phrase, he chased after craziness, meddled with fools, and squandered his time on trivial pursuits. This rather unscrupulous person happened to witness Li Zong purchasing copper wire, though he initially dismissed it. However, several days ago, after losing all his money in gambling, he recalled the incident involving Li Zong. It is said that poverty breeds cunning while wealth fosters integrity. This adage is ill-suited for good-hearted individuals, as they possess a moral compass regardless of their financial state. Yet, this saying perfectly applied to Yang Bo. He set his sights on the copper wire, employing his fleeting cunning to devise a series of schemes. For the first 2 days, Yang Bo had no idea where Li Zong had hidden the copper wire, but he knew Li Zong hailed from the neighboring village. Thus, he began loitering on his dilapidated motorcycle, and upon spotting Li Zong heading toward Naitu Mountain, he had an epiphany and sped off at top speed to reach the mountain ahead of him. 20 minutes prior, Yang Bo arrived at Naitu Mountain and indeed found the cave. Upon entering, he discovered the copper wire Li Zong had left behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the wire and fled. Strangely enough, in his previous life as a farmer, he would bellow in exhaustion after just 5 minutes of labor, struggling under the weight of a 50-pound sack. Yet, he carried 100+ pounds of copper wire down the mountain without breaking a sweat. Quickly securing the copper wire with rope, he made his escape just 5 minutes before Li Zong arrived, muttering under his breath, "Fool. Does a rural child have the capability to operate a nuclear power station? This lad is simply daydreaming. Wouldn't it be better to spend that money on drinks?" When Li Zong reached the cave, he discovered the theft of his copper wire. "Damn it! Who was the wretch that stole my copper wire?" Li Zong fumed, furious. After all, over 100 pounds of copper wire was worth more than 2,000 yuan. comprising not only his savings accumulated over the years, but also nearly 1,000 yuan sponsored by Li Zong. In an era where a meat bun costs 50 cents, 2,000 yuan represented Li Zong's hard work. Witnessing it slip away was infuriating. At that moment, a high-tech dialogue box appeared before Li Zong. The system detects that the thief Yang Bo has not yet escaped. The host can still catch up if pursued immediately. Stunned at first, Li Zong soon felt a surge of excitement. If the little thief had not gone far, it meant he could still reclaim the copper wire. However, to prevent future thefts, he would have to pay a monthly fee of 200 yuan to rent storage space from the system. Without delay, Li Zong rushed to his electric bike, starting it up and pursuing the direction Yang Bo had taken. Devious map is now navigating for you. Before him appeared a red dot and a white dot, accompanied by a web of lines. The white dot represented Li Zong, while the red dot indicated Yang Bo, with the lines representing the roads. Following the devious map's guidance, he chased after Yang Bo. Along the way, Li Zong quipped, "Why is the map named so humorously? Devious map? Does it specifically track the wicked?" Shortly after Li Zong departed, Captain Luo and 3 officers from the station arrived at Naitu Mountain. Regrettably, they were too late to catch a glimpse of Li Zong. Captain Luo had already received updates regarding the situation, as the police drone continued to monitor the area from above, leading his officers into the cave. He was taken aback to find it completely empty. This left Captain Luo bewildered. "Xiao Wu, are you certain the drone only recorded people leaving the cave?" Captain Luo inquired, picking up his phone to question the officer monitoring Naitu Mountain. "Indeed, Captain. The footage confirms that only individuals entered and exited the cave. All other equipment was left behind inside," Officer Xiao Wu responded. He then asked, "What's wrong, Captain? Did something happen inside the cave?" Chapter 5. Fate. Captain Luo was uncertain about the significance of the equipment that had vanished from the cave, including the vacuum tubes, and therefore could not ascertain the gravity of the situation. He was contemplating whether to confront Li Zong directly to inquire about his activities. However, such an approach posed a potential risk. If Li Zong were indeed engaged in espionage, Captain Luo's actions might inadvertently alert him. The most prudent course of action would be to apprehend Li Zong in person to clarify his intentions. "Captain Luo, what and Oppos is going on over there?" came Xiao Wu's voice over the phone, interrupting Captain Luo's thoughts. "Nothing," Captain Luo replied decisively. Xiao Wu, continue to monitor the boy. "We shall refrain from alarming him for the time being." "Understood, Captain. I will enhance patrols around Ada Mountain." Listening to the conversation, Captain Luo addressed the other officers. "Thank you all for your hard work. We will return to base for today. Additionally, when passing through the nearby village, please pay close attention to which village the boy belongs to. We will assign someone to keep watch there. Remember, until we ascertain whether he is friend or foe, we must avoid startling him or disrupting his life. You have followed my lead for quite some time now. My guiding principle has always been to ensure that no innocent person is wronged while not allowing a guilty one to escape." The other officers nodded in agreement, acknowledging their commitment to adhere to his orders. Captain Luo was not merely speaking. He had consistently upheld this principle throughout his career as a detective, never having wronged an innocent individual nor let a guilty party slip through his fingers. Recently, he had endured immense pressure to reopen a suspicious case, and fortunately, he had succeeded in doing so. The unfortunate news was that he had been reassigned to a township police station as a captain. Yet, Captain Luo had long since grown accustomed to such circumstances. As long as he donned the police uniform, his life would invariably be filled with struggle and complexity. Several kilometers away, Li Zong remained oblivious to the fact that he had attracted the attention of an experienced detective. He could not have anticipated that his decision to relocate the tokamak device to the outskirts for safety would raise suspicions in Captain Luo. If he had known, Li Zong might have quipped, "Brother, do you really believe this is a misunderstanding?" At present, however, Li Zong was preoccupied with more pressing matters. Having pursued the scoundrel Yang Bo on his electric scooter, it is often said that when enemies meet, there is an unmistakable tension. To Li Zong, Yang Bo's act of stealing copper wire was not merely dishonorable, it impeded the nation's progress in nuclear fusion projects and obstructed humanity's exploration of this new energy source. This assertion held weight. It is worth noting that in this parallel universe, no one had yet proposed the concept of harnessing nuclear fusion for power generation, nor had anyone introduced the tokamak device as a primitive model for nuclear fusion energy. If one were to escalate this matter, Yang Bo would warrant multiple capital punishments. Nevertheless, Li Zong had no intention of resorting to such extremes. He simply followed closely behind Yang Bo, shouting, "Hey, you thieving scoundrel up ahead, stop and return my belongings." Yang Bo's dilapidated motorcycle, much like its rider, was in disrepair. Aside from a silent horn, every part rattled noisily. He initially believed he had successfully absconded with the copper wire. However, Li Zong's bellow startled him, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the motorcycle. Upon glancing back and recognizing the gaunt figure of Li Zong in pursuit, Yang Bo's bravado surged, and he threatened, "Kid, I advise you not to meddle, just scram." Li Zong, incensed, found the audacity of Yang Bo laughable. How could he steal Li Zong's possessions and then demand that he stay out of it? Did he appear so frail or naive that he was to be bullied by such a loathsome individual? Enraged, Li Zong reached into his system space and brandished a hammer, declaring, "Did you hear me? Pull over. If you don't stop, I will smash this hammer down upon you." Yang Bo was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you trying to scare me? Wait, where did you pull that hammer from?" Li Zong retorted disdainfully, "As a science student, isn't it quite reasonable for me to carry a hammer?" Seeing that Yang Bo was about to retort, Li Zong issued a final warning. "This is your last chance. Stop now, or I will bring this hammer crashing down on you." With the copper wire worth over 2,000 yuan, Yang Bo was determined not to let his hard-won prize slip away. With a defiant grunt, he shouted back, "I don't believe you dare throw that hammer." Having said that, he turned his attention back to the motorcycle, ignoring Li Zong. "Doubt me?" A smile crept across Li Zong's lips. Yang Bo had crossed him in a previous life, nearly costing Li Zong his life. Now, in this new existence, their paths had crossed once more under such circumstances. Reflecting on his life, Li Zong often mused, "This is fate." In the next moment, a hammer arced gracefully through the air, soaring directly towards Yang Bo. Chapter 6. Bullying the innocent, the hammer traced a graceful parabolic arc, narrowly grazing Yang Bo's cheek as it flew past. This was the result of Li Zong's deliberate control. Even though Yang Bo nearly cost him his life in a previous existence, Li Zong did not resort to lethal force. This was not due to any innate benevolence. After all, he was a man who had fought his way through the business world until his 30s. Reborn with the exterior of a youth but the heart of a battle-hardened adult, he could not afford to entertain notions of leniency towards enemies. The reason he held back was that this incarnation of Li Zong aspired to enter certain national research institutions, illuminating the branches of the technological tree. To achieve this, he must not leave behind any blemishes on his record, for such stains could one day become a sword aimed at his downfall, leading to his disgrace. Of course, even though Li Zong chose to spare him, the hammer whizzing by his face still startled him greatly, causing him to instinctively veer to the side. In his attempt to regain balance on the motorcycle, he tumbled headlong into a thicket by the roadside. Li Zong chuckled at the scene, halting his electric vehicle as he approached Yang Bo. Before Yang Bo could react, Li Zong waved his hand, storing the copper wire into the system's space. Yang Bo lay there, motionless for an extended period, oblivious to his fate. Seeing this, Li Zong delivered a swift kick to Yang Bo's rear, exclaiming, "Are you dead? If not, get up." "Why are you?" Yang Bo groaned, "Ouch. My backside hurts." He rubbed at his rear, still dazed. "You're not dead, right? If you're not dead, then hurry up and get up." Li Zong kicked Yang Bo again, this time with considerable force. If the previous cry of anguish had been feigned, this one was genuine, prompting Yang Bo to leap up, revealing his face. At that moment, Li Zong could not contain his laughter, for when Yang Bo had fallen into the thicket, his face had landed squarely in a pile of what appeared to be animal excrement. Thus, when he stood, his visage was smeared with filth. "Is this what they call a dog eating excrement?" Li Zong laughed heartily. As he continued to chuckle, Yang Bo initially perceived the sticky substance on his face as merely obstructive. However, upon cleaning it off, he was horrified to discover the mess on his hands. Stunned momentarily, rage welled within him. "I'll kill you." He charged at Li Zong. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he halted, for Li Zong brandished a crowbar. This crowbar was originally intended for assembling a tokamak device, and Li Zong weighed it in his hands. "Who do you think you're threatening?" Li Zong's tone dripped with menace. Yang Bo instinctively swallowed hard. "Little brother." "No, big brother. I was just joking. I meant to say I need to clean my face." "You must have heard wrong." "Is that so?" Li Zong raised the crowbar in his hand. Yang Bo reacted by shielding his head with his arms. Yet when he opened his eyes, he found Li Zong gazing at him with a mocking smile. The crowbar pointed towards a direction. "You wanted to wash your face? There's a small pond right over there." Upon hearing Li Zong's words, Yang Bo glanced and saw that it was indeed true. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards the pond, for avenging himself against Li Zong was secondary. The priority was to cleanse his face of the filth. Such a wretched creature like Yang Bo, who was despicably rotten, was most concerned about his appearance. Although his reputation had already plummeted in the village, he still wished to maintain a semblance of dignity in the wider world. With this mindset, he reached the pond and crouched down to begin his cleansing. However, before he could make a move, Li Zong stealthily approached from behind and delivered a kick to his back. With a splash, Yang Bo plunged into the water, choking on mouthfuls of it. Coughing violently, he finally surfaced, gasping for air. Li Zong had been waiting for him to emerge, and he pointed the crowbar at Yang Bo and Appo's head, stating, "That kick was for what you owe me. Now let's discuss the matter of your theft. You took my copper wire, and now I can't find it. How do you intend to compensate me for my loss? You bastard." Yang Bo seethed. After all his efforts, he had not only failed to steal the wire, but also found himself wallowing in humiliation. Now, Li Zong had the audacity to fabricate a tale about the missing copper wire. Yang Bo glared defiantly. "Aren't you just bullying the innocent?" "Innocent?" Li Zong scoffed. "You, a thief, a gambler, a drinker, and a debauchee, dare to call yourself innocent? If you are considered innocent, then what does that make the honest farmers in our village?" Yang Bo retorted, "I not only have a rural household registration, but also a good citizen certificate. How can you say I'm not innocent?" Li Zong, uninterested in further banter with this foolish rogue, cut to the chase. "Enough with the nonsense. You and Appo's better compensate me for my loss. That copper wire, which I personally moved into that cave, is worth 3,000 yuan. You figure out how to make amends." Yang Bo protested, "Just because you claim those wires are yours, does that make them so? What evidence do you have?" Li Zong smirked. "So you admit you took the copper wire?" Chapter 7. The Revenge of Li Zong. Upon hearing the words, Yang Bo was momentarily taken aback, his breath caught in his throat. He could hardly fathom that he had inadvertently revealed the truth about taking the copper wire. Indeed, it was taking, not stealing. In Yang Bo's eyes, his actions did not constitute theft. Rather, he irrationally believed that his appropriation of the copper wire was a favor to Li Zong. Yang Bo did not perceive himself as a robber. He thought his foremost task was to transform his passivity into initiative. Thus, his mind, no larger than a fist, began to churn, and his nefarious thoughts began to surface. Suddenly, an exhilaration washed over him. However, that moment of excitement was abruptly halted as he realized with horror. "My foot." The moment he uttered that phrase, Yang Bo's body began to sink beneath the water. Bubbles erupted as he submerged. Meanwhile, Li Zong remained at the water and Appo's edge, observing the spectacle, showing no intent to rescue Yang Bo. Why was that? Surely, Li Zong could not bear to watch someone perish before his very eyes. The truth was that this drama of drowning was merely a ruse devised by Yang Bo. In a past life, Li Zong had stood at the water's edge, consumed by the fear that Yang Bo might truly drown, prompting him to seek a way to rescue him. Back then, Li Zong's parents imposed strict rules, forbidding him from swimming. Thus, he had never learned to swim and was naturally unacquainted with water. Yet, just as he was racking his brain for a means to pull Yang Bo from the water, Yang Bo had unexpectedly sprung from the depths, dragging Li Zong down with him. Had it not been for the timely intervention of a passerby from their village, one could only speculate on the tragic fate that might have befallen Li Zong. That had been Li Zong's closest encounter with death and his profound awakening to the darker facets of human nature. Without that experience, he could never have comprehended the depths of human depravity. From that moment onward, he seized every opportunity to learn to swim, fearful of a recurrence of such a situation. And now, Li Zong resolved to turn the tables. After Yang Bo sank, he awaited in vain for Li Zong to approach the shore, pondering whether Li Zong had been frightened away. As such thoughts crossed his mind, he surfaced, only to be met with Li Zong's mocking gaze. It was then that he realized his scheme had been unmasked. Yet, rather than displaying anger, Yang Bo taunted, "Kid, it seems your intellect is quite impressive. But what does that matter? Aren't you the one who was chattering with that scrap dealer about handcrafting a nuclear power station? I've disposed of your copper wire in a place where no one can find it. Tell me, are you furious?" Yang Bo's words were a calculated attempt to provoke Li Zong, believing that inciting his ire would compel Li Zong to charge at him, allowing him to exploit his swimming skills to drag Li Zong into the water and torment him. To his delight, Li Zong indeed became enraged. People often say that childhood is a time of joy and dreams are sacred. Yet, Yang Bo had cast a shadow over Li Zong's childhood, humiliating his aspirations. Previously, Li Zong had grown more composed and less prone to anger through experience, but he finally could no longer contain himself. He surged towards Yang Bo, leaping over 2 meters high, towering above him. Among the novice gifts, there existed a potion known as the Body Enhancement Elixir. This elixir not only endowed Li Zong with extraordinary physical prowess, but also allowed him to remain awake and alert for an entire month. Crucially, the system had granted him 5 vials in total. Having already consumed one, its effects had waned. However, in his quest for vengeance, Li Zong drank another vial, just as Yang Bo sank beneath the surface. Now was the moment for the potion's true power to unveil itself. With a resounding splash, Li Zong pressed his foot onto Yang Bo's head, submerging him further into the water. Caught unprepared, Yang Bo sputtered and swallowed several mouthfuls of water. Li Zong, offering no respite, pinned him underwater, preventing him from expelling the water that filled his lungs. Yang Bo felt as though his lungs were ablaze, desperately struggling against the overwhelming pressure. Yet, Li Zong held him down with relentless force, denying him any chance to escape. Time ticked by slowly. Li Zong meticulously monitored the duration, only pulling the unconscious Yang Bo from the water when he Chapter 8. Agreement reached. Evidence retained. Li Zong incessantly repeated the process of submerging Yang Bo in water, then retrieving him to awaken and interrogate him. After 3 or 4 such iterations, Yang Bo's face had become swollen from Li Zong's blows. At last, Yang Bo realized he had provoked someone beyond his capacity to confront. He began to plead for mercy. "Brother, please stop hitting my face. I was wrong. Can we just call it even?" Li Zong disregarded Yang Bo's pleas, reiterating, "I said you stole my copper wire, and now I demand compensation. Do you have any objections?" Yang Bo was on the verge of tears. "Brother, no, Daddy. Can I call you Daddy? I have no objections. Can you please let me go?" Upon hearing this, Li Zong released Yang Bo, who exhaled in relief. Yet, in the very next moment, Li Zong hurled him back into the water. Just before Yang Bo was submerged, he heard Li Zong declare, "I do not have a son like you. If my son were such a wretch, I would have set you against the wall long ago." Once again, Yang Bo found himself beneath the surface. When Li Zong fished him out again, Yang Bo surprisingly admitted his fault. "Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have stolen your copper wire. If you demand compensation, I have no objections." Clap, clap, clap. Li Zong applauded. "Remarkable. Congratulations. You've already learned to answer quickly. So, have you truly recognized your error?" Yang Bo knelt on the ground, nodding vigorously. "Yes, I realize now, brother. I was indeed wrong to harbor ill intentions towards your copper wire." Li Zong smiled. "Is that all? Is there more?" Yang Bo recalled his earlier remark that Li Zong and Appo's dream was utter nonsense, and suddenly grasped the source of Li Zong and Appo's ire. He hastily added, "Brother, your aspiration to build a nuclear power station is certainly not a whimsical fantasy. I believe you will surely succeed." Li Zong maintained his smile. "Is that it? Anything else?" Yang Bo felt tears welling up. He sensed that Li Zong was deliberately targeting him. Tentatively, he ventured, "Brother, I didn't intend to drag you down with me." Li Zong continued his inquiry, "Is that all?" This time, Yang Bo was truly on the verge of weeping. "What else, brother? Please tell me. I've committed so many wrongs that I can hardly remember them all. Have mercy and enlighten me." Li Zong chuckled. "It seems you possess some self-awareness. You admitted to numerous wrongdoings. Surely, there must be something you wish to confess." Yang Bo, kneeling and raising his right hand with 3 fingers extended, declared, "Brother, I swear I will mend my ways. I promise never to do wrong again." Li Zong shook his head. "I do not require your repentance. Whether you change or not is inconsequential to me. What I wish to discuss is the matter of compensation. The copper wire has vanished. You either find me the equivalent of over 100 pounds of copper wire, or you compensate me according to the current market value of 2,500 yuan. I will give you 1 month. If I do not receive the money by then, you will face the consequences." Li Zong was currently devoid of financial support, and any experimental endeavors seemed unattainable without funds. The 2,500 yuan would alleviate his immediate financial strain. In his past life, after committing misdeeds, Yang Bo had fled to another region to escape the aftermath, leaving Li Zong's father unable to seek justice for his son, ultimately leading to an unresolved situation. By the time Li Zong was able to seek revenge, Yang Bo had met his demise at the hands of a deranged individual named Huang Qiuxing during a gambling dispute, ending up gruesomely disposed of. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, Yang Bo's future was of little concern to Li Zong. He was singularly focused on his research path. It is well known that research is an expensive endeavor. While 2,500 yuan may not be substantial, it could enable Li Zong to procure numerous high-end device replacements from the junkyard. Upon hearing Li Zong's demand for compensation, Yang Bo felt a wave of reluctance. After all, He had already lost all his money. Had he not been financially strained, he would not have provoked Li Zong. Yet, contemplating Li Zong's formidable strength, he resigned himself to the situation. Yang Bo swore to the heavens, "Brother, rest assured, I will deliver the 2,500 yuan to you within a month. If you cannot find me then, may I meet a terrible fate." Li Zong nodded. "All I desire is the compensation you owe me. Your life or death bears no significance to me." With the matters concluded, Yang Bo tentatively asked, "Brother, may I leave now?" "Yes." Yang Bo felt as if a great weight had been lifted and scurried towards his motorcycle. Just then, Li Zong called out to him, "Let me confirm once more. Did you steal my copper wire valued at 2,500 yuan? And are you now seeking funds to compensate me?" Upon hearing this, Yang Bo sensed something amiss. However, his small mind could not pinpoint what was wrong, so he simply nodded. "Yes, brother, I stole your copper wire valued at 2,500 yuan. And now that the wire is missing, I am trying to find a way to compensate you for your loss." Li Zong waved him off. "You may go." Yang Bo quickened his pace, fearful that Li Zong would call him back. After his departure, Li Zong retrieved a button phone from the bushes. The screen displayed a recording interface. After pressing stop, Li Zong murmured, "Though I am uncertain of the utility of this evidence, it is always prudent to leave oneself an escape route." Chapter 9. Solving problems upon returning home astride his electric scooter. Li Zong was met with the sight of his parents seated in the living room, their expressions grave. The question posed above was that of his mother, Huang Yuzhen. Although his father, Li Wenyuan, wore a similarly serious countenance, it was a fleeting sternness that soon morphed into an expression of schadenfreude, anticipating his son's misfortune. "Truly, he was my biological father." Li Zong couldn't help but scoff internally. He promptly adopted a sincere demeanor and offered an apology to his mother. "I'm sorry, Mom. I shouldn't have gone out at this time. My primary focus should be on preparing for the college entrance examination. It's not that you can't go out occasionally." Huang Yuzhen replied tersely, "But your recent tendency to be gone for entire days has left both your father and me quite worried. Regarding your exam preparations, I trust you understand the importance." Li Zong recognized this as a gentle admonition from his mother. If he had any interests or aspirations, they could be pursued after the exams. "Understood. I will devote myself to my studies," he assured her, though his mind was already plotting to shift his experimental escapades to the evening. His confidence in sneaking out stemmed from a different potion provided by the system, the Cognitive Enhancement Elixir. This potion enabled Li Zong to sustain his mental acuity during prolonged study sessions, significantly boosting his learning efficiency. However, due to his already high intelligence quotient, the enhancement was limited to threefold. For those with lesser intellects, the potion could amplify efficiency tenfold, transforming a mediocre student into a top scholar in an instant. Seeing Li Zong and Appo's earnestness, Huang Yuzhen decided to let him off the hook for the moment, as she did not wish to burden him with excessive pressure before the exams. After finishing lunch, Li Zong and Appo's plan to sneak out was set for the evening, so he chose to spend the afternoon reviewing material for the entrance examination in his room. Physics. This was, without a doubt, his favorite subject. Studying physics imbued him with a sense of cosmic exploration. With his wandering thoughts momentarily reined in, he opened the examination paper. 1. A certain aircraft carrier has a runway length of 200 meters. The maximum acceleration of an aircraft gliding on the carrier is 6 ms, and the minimum speed required for takeoff is 50 ms. What is the minimum initial speed the aircraft must obtain using the catapult before gliding? A. 5 msb, 10 msc, 15 msd, 20 ms. Calculating swiftly on a scrap of paper, he noted down option B and progressed to the next question. The second question pertained to acceleration, presenting no challenge for Li Zong, who quickly selected his answer. 3. Li Zong's pace was remarkably swift, and he soon arrived at the more complex problems. As depicted in diagram A, a static dust removal device features a rectangular channel with length L, width B, and height D. The front and back panels are crafted from insulating materials, while the upper and lower panels are metallic. Diagram B illustrates the device's cross-section, with the upper and lower panels connected to a high-voltage DC power supply at 0 volts. Uniformly charged dust particles, with mass M and charge Q, enter the rectangular channel at a horizontal speed V. Upon contact with the lower panel, the negatively charged dust is neutralized and collected. By adjusting the distance d between the two panels, the collection efficiency can be altered. When dd, 64, indicating that dust within 0.64d of the lower panel can be collected, neglecting the gravitational forces acting on the dust and interactions between dust particles. The questions are as follows. 1. Calculate the magnitude of the dust acceleration in the electric field. 2. Assuming the dust on the left side of the lower panel just reaches the right edge. Express the collection efficiency and hypothesize the maximum distance between the upper and lower panels for 100 efficiency. 3. If the number of dust particles per unit volume is n, determine the relationship between the mass of dust collected per unit time m and the distance d between the panels during stable operation and graph this relationship. Solution 1. According to Newton's second law, the dust's acceleration is. With rapid strokes, he pinned down the answers, glancing at the small clock beside his desk to find that only 20 minutes had elapsed. Most of this time had been spent writing, while the contemplation process was remarkably brief. Consequently, the subsequent review of the examination paper took him only 5 minutes, completing 2 thorough checks in total. After confirming there were no errors, he proceeded to cross-reference his answers. The result, naturally, was a perfect score. Seeing such an outcome, Li Zong felt immense satisfaction with the effects of the cognitive enhancement elixir, reflecting, truly, this is a remarkable potion produced by the system. Nevertheless, he needed to channel all his energy into studying, leaving little time for reverie. He soon immersed himself in a fervent atmosphere of learning. Time flowed unnoticed, and before long, 2 hours had passed. During this period, Li Zong completed all the simulated papers from the exercise book 5-3. Upon checking his answers, he found perfect scores on each paper. Yet, instead of basking in pride, he picked up another exercise book and continued diligently working through its simulated papers. Utterly absorbed in this scholarly environment, Huang Yuzhen, witnessing her son finally focused, felt a sense of relief. She quietly placed a bowl of mung bean ice prepared for him on the table and tiptoed out of his room, gently closing the door behind her. Outside stood Li Wenyuan, his expression curious. How is he? What is our son up to? He inquired. Chapter 10. The castrated tokamak device at present. The son is immersed in the atmosphere of problem-solving, oblivious to my entrance into the room. Huang Yuzhen, recalling Li Zong's intense focus, could not help but smile. Li Wenyu joked. So? I told you our son is sensible. Are you satisfied now? What does "are you satisfied now" mean? Huang Yuzhen shot him a glare. ISN and AMP. Oppos. T at your satisfaction we and AMP. Oppos. We talking about? This woman, clearly worried about their son, is reluctant to show it. However, considering his position in the family, Li Wenyu could only nod in agreement. Ah, yes, it is my satisfaction. Huang Yuzhen pulled him outside, insisting, let us not disturb our son's studies. Li Wenyu had no choice but to follow his wife. Yet, he quietly protested along the way, but he is my son too. Huang Yuzhen retorted softly, what? Do you have any objections? Facing this life-threatening question, Li Wenyu, whose family standing was not high, quickly shook his head. No objections. Whatever you say is right. Time swiftly passed to the night. After dinner, Li Zong continued solving problems. This endeavor persisted until 11:00 and Oppo's clock. Noticing that the light in Li Zong and Oppo's room was still on, Huang Yuzhen entered. Seeing her son engrossed in his work, she interrupted his concentration. Son, it's already 11. It's time for bed. We should not tire ourselves too much. Remember to balance work and rest. Huh? Emerging from his concentrated state, Li Zong looked bewildered. What did you say, Mom? Once Huang Yuzhen reiterated her previous statement. Li Zong nodded. All right, Mom. I'll go to sleep right away. He tidied up the exercises on his desk and, under Huang Yuzhen's watchful gaze, climbed into bed. Seeing this, Huang Yuzhen felt reassured and left. However, not long after she departed, Li Zong climbed out of bed again, retrieving the exercise book he had been working on. The book contained several pages filled with formulas related to nuclear fusion reactions. For instance, the classic reaction formula for the hydrogen isotopes deuterium and tritium. 2, 1, H, 3, 1, H, 4, 2, He, 1, 0, and 17. 6 MeV. Yet, a single formula is insufficient to sustain a nuclear fusion reaction. The design principle of the tokamak device involves the first magnetic field generating electromagnetic waves that heat the deuterium and tritium gas injected into the vacuum tube, raising its temperature to a level sufficient to liberate electrons from the atomic nucleus. This process ionizes the gas, transforming it into plasma. Subsequently, this plasma is confined within the vacuum tube by a second magnetic field, continuously heated by the first magnetic field until it reaches the temperature necessary for nuclear fusion to occur. Additionally, there are formulas for measuring temperature. The materials that technology on Blue Star can produce have a melting point of 421 degrees Celsius for tetracarbon hafnium, Ta HFC. In contrast, the temperatures involved in nuclear fusion reactions start from tens of millions of degrees Celsius, making it impossible for any sensor to directly measure the temperature during the fusion process. However, we can emit laser beams at the plasma. The varying temperatures of the plasma result in differences in the frequency of the scattered light compared to the incident light, allowing us to calculate the temperature based on this discrepancy. Alternatively, we can detect the electromagnetic waves emitted by electrons moving within the magnetic field to ascertain their frequency. With the frequency, we can derive the speed of the electrons, subsequently allowing us to estimate the temperature. In order to monitor these phenomena in real time using software and instruments in the future, Li Zong recognized the necessity of familiarizing himself with and calculating these formulas in advance. He had already been processing these formulas since his rebirth. Tonight was merely a reiteration of verification. Since Huang Yuzhen had interrupted his calculations, Li Zong decided to feign rest in accordance with his mother's wishes. Believing her son was already asleep, Huang Yuzhen initiated her plan. After waiting for about 10 minutes, she quietly exited the room. Observing that the lights in her parents' and Appo's room were off, she stealthily circumvented their room and arrived at the spot where her small electric scooter was parked. Although the original key had been confiscated by Huang Yuzhen, it posed no problem. Li Zong had secretly made a duplicate months ago. Moreover, he had tampered with the alarm system of the scooter. By pressing a hidden button beneath the seat, the alarm would instantly fall silent, preventing theft. Mounting the scooter and inserting the secretly duplicated key, Li Zong glanced back cautiously. Akin to a thief, the lights in his parents' room remained unlit, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Few it seems Mom and Dad are truly asleep, and Haven T noticed my escape. However, it was not a suitable place to linger. He pushed the scooter to a corner hidden from his parents' view and switched on the headlights, setting off towards Nada Mountain. Half an hour later, Li Zong arrived at Nada Mountain. Tonight, he would assemble the components of the tokamak device, piecing them together into modules. This assembly involved the integration and coordination of tens of thousands of parts. During the assembly process, considerations of tolerances and fits are necessary. In simple terms, each part has a dimensional range requirement, with maximum and minimum limits. This is known as tolerance. This concept is fundamentally rooted in mechanical engineering. This was merely a castrated version provided by the system, with many critical components being one-time use items supplied by the system, rendered useless after a single use. A genuine nuclear fusion reactor comprises over 1 million parts, and merely assembling them constitutes a monumental undertaking. Chapter 11. Returning to school. As the assembly commenced, Li Zong maximized the potential of the 2 enhancement potions, methodically following the blueprints provided by the system. He meticulously polished various components using files and sandpaper. Once the dimensions of the parts met the assembly requirements, he carefully fitted them together. Fortunately, having consumed the 2 enhancement potions endowed Li Zong with an extraordinary tactile sensitivity. Much like the skilled craftsman depicted in documentaries, he could ascertain the suitability of a piece merely by handling it. Time slipped away unnoticed. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the alarm rang. Li Zong paused his assembly work, having completed the assembly of 800 components. Coming to his senses, he murmured, "It's time. I must leave." Huang Yuzhen, his mother, typically rose around 6 o'clock. If he returned after 5:30, she would certainly discover his escapade. Therefore, it was prudent to return early, avoiding unnecessary explanations. Upon riding his small electric scooter back home, dawn had begun to break. Li Zong hurriedly plugged in the charger for the scooter. Another reason for returning by 5 was to allow half an hour for charging. With the modifications Li Zong had made, the scooter's charging efficiency and safety had significantly improved. A mere half hour was sufficient to replenish half the battery, just the amount he had consumed. Entering the house quietly, he passed his parents' room and finally made it to his own. He sighed with relief and collapsed onto his bed, eyes closed, pretending to sleep while waiting for his mother to wake him. Although his eyes were shut, his mind replayed the assembly process, pondering if he had overlooked anything. It was crucial to adhere to the stringent requirements for the assembly of nuclear fusion reactor components. A single misassembled part could lead to dire consequences. Lost in thought for an indeterminate time, he was jolted back to reality when Huang Yuzhen knocked on the door. "Son, are you awake?" Li Zong feigned awakening. His mother continued from outside, "Breakfast is ready. Please eat while it's still warm. I have work to do." Li Zong mumbled, "Got it, Mom." He glanced at the clock. It was 6:30. Time to rise and tackle his studies. After a brief wash and enjoying breakfast, Li Zong retreated to his room to review his materials, whether genuinely studying or merely putting on a facade for his parents. He understood the importance of displaying a diligent attitude. Thus, he swiftly immersed himself in an atmosphere of learning. When one is engrossed in an endeavor, time often eludes perception. Li Zong was called by his parents twice during the day, pulling him from his concentration, once for lunch and again for dinner, which was scheduled for 5:00 and Oppos clock. The Sunday passed swiftly, and after dinner, it was time for him to return to school. As he boarded the minibus heading to the county, he caught sight of his father bidding him farewell at the station. In his heart, he silently vowed, "Dad and Mom, in my previous life, I allowed you little time to enjoy life before I abruptly departed due to an accident. In this life, I shall ensure you revel in comfort until the end of your days." School life was somewhat monotonous. Having traversed the path of life once, Li Zong felt this acutely, often drifting off during class and being called out by the teacher. Nevertheless, he skillfully justified his distractions, claiming, "I was pondering this question, which seems familiar from another set of papers, although the method of solving it differs from yours." Of course, such evasion required a certain level of competence. Li Zong's prowess lay in articulating the distinct methods he had inscribed on the blackboard. Some solutions ventured beyond the syllabus, earning him reprimands from the teacher, while others were indeed content from the high school curriculum, albeit simplified by Li Zong, leading to commendations. However, he had little interest in such praise, having outgrown the desire for validation from his educators. The moments between classes were his favorite, as they allowed him to calculate complex formulas and draft incomprehensible diagrams that eluded his peers. Even back in the student dormitory, Li Zong would often stay up late, concealing himself under the covers with a desk lamp illuminating his calculations and sketches. During summer, the blankets were not too heavy, allowing the light to seep through, which inevitably attracted the ire of the dorm supervisor. "Room 103, it's already 11:30. Why is the light still on? This isn't how one should study." Chaos would ensue as the supervisor entered, prompting those still studying under the covers to swiftly extinguish their lamps. The supervisor's intentions were not to punish, but merely to issue a warning. However, those who persisted in defiance would find their lamps confiscated, requiring them to retrieve their belongings from the disciplinary office on Friday afternoon. Li Zong had mastered the art of tactical retreat, adhering to the principle of retreating when pressed, disrupting the enemy, striking when they were weary, and pursuing when they retreated. To date, he had never lost a lamp. At the sound of the supervisor's voice, he would extinguish the light, and, once the dorm fell silent in slumber, stealthily assemble small components in the restroom. Chapter 12. The eccentricity of Li Ziming. A week had elapsed since Li Zong returned home, and on the very night of his arrival, he stealthily slipped out once more to assemble the large components atop Naitu Mountain. As per the current progress, he had successfully assembled over 4,000 parts. The limited space in the school restroom and his inability to scale the walls restricted him to assembling merely over 3,000 parts during the 5 days spent at school. Back at home, however, Li Zong unleashed his full potential, assembling the components with remarkable efficiency. By daybreak, the count had surged to 5,413 parts. Consistently returning home at 5 o'clock, he repeated his previous endeavors. As night fell, Li Zong again ventured to Naitu Mountain, and by dawn, his progress had climbed to 6,251 parts. After returning to school a week later, he had reached 9,444 parts, leaving only 805 parts remaining to complete the entire truncated tokamak device. On the day he returned home, Li Wenyong and Huang Yuzhen could discern a palpable excitement on their son's face. "Son, did you perform exceptionally well on the last mock exam?" Li Wenyong inquired. While savoring his favorite pickled vegetables with intestines, Li Zong replied with a smile, "Indeed, I did quite well. I scored over 650 points out of a total of 750. In truth, the more accurate score hovered around 730, as he had doodled diagrams on the foreign language and Chinese composition sections." Hearing this, Li Wenyong expressed his delight, incessantly adding more food to Li Zong's bowl. "Maintain this momentum and continue your diligent studies." Huang Yuzhen shot her husband an exasperated glance and retorted, "What kind of father are you? Isn't the child working hard enough already?" She then turned to Li Zong. "Son, disregard your father's words. With only a little over a month until the college entrance examination, you should take this time to relax. Don't spend all your time studying. Make sure to unwind and enjoy yourself, understood?" Li Zong wiped the grease from his mouth with a napkin and replied, "Mom, I thought you would urge me to study even harder." Huang Yuzhen playfully scolded, "You mischievous boy, even a cow requires rest. Just look at the families in our village that raise cattle. Their cows are treated splendidly and grow quite plump." Li Zong chuckled, "Indeed, my mother is the best mother in the world." Huang Yuzhen placed a generous piece of pig's trotter into his bowl, urging, "Hurry and eat." Once Li Zong finished the pig's trotter, he set down his utensils, exclaiming, "Mom, I'm full. I'm going out for a stroll." Huang Yuzhen warned, "You may relax. But please don't become overly engrossed in building that handmade nuclear power plant. I've done my research. It takes many years from construction to operational use. Even if you wish to pursue it, there will be ample time in the future." Clearly, she had done her homework for her son's dreams. At the very least, Huang Yuzhen could write out and explain the nuclear fission reaction equations used in nuclear power plants. One must wonder how many mothers in the world could achieve such a feat. Li Zong felt a warm glow in his heart. Realizing his mother was concerned that his focus on the tokamak device might impact his college entrance examination, he simply nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand, Mom. I'm just going for a walk." After Li Zong left, Huang Yuzhen murmured, "I hope he truly understands." Li Wenyong, curious, asked, "Did you discover something?" Huang Yuzhen replied, "The day before yesterday, I encountered Uncle Ingio from the village. He mentioned seeing Li Zong riding his electric bike back from outside the village around 5 in the morning. That mischievous boy must have left early to avoid us." Li Wenyong said, "Didn't you say anything to the child?" Huang Yuzhen shook her head. "Let it be, for now. I just wanted to maintain this positive mindset for the college entrance examination. If I bring it to light, it will only distress him further." Li Wenyong nodded. "I see. I hadn't thought of that. You're quite perceptive." He gave her a thumbs up. Huang Yuzhen laughed. "Hurry and finish your meal. I need to wash the dishes afterward." Li Wenyong quickened his eating pace, while Huang Yuzhen gazed out the door, lost in thought. "I hope he can figure it out himself." As Li Zong strolled through the village, he reflected on his mother's words and fully grasped the underlying meaning, leaving him both amused and baffled. Had he been discovered? Was it the old man he encountered on the road, Uncle Ingio? Regardless, he thought, he would soon complete the tokamak device, and once that was done, he would organize his materials and return to being the well-behaved child. With this thought, Li Zong felt a sense of relief and continued his leisurely stroll. Along the way, he encountered several villagers out for a walk. Some greeted Li Zong, eagerly inquiring if he had eaten enough. With a smile, Li Zong responded and reciprocated the question. This was a typical rural exchange. While some interactions were pleasant, others were less so. For instance, Li Ziming, who previously had a falling out with Li Wenyong over water usage, would greet Li Zong with a sarcastic remark, "Oh, isn't this the soft-handed boyish child? So, have you managed to craft your handmade nuclear power plant yet?" By now, nearly everyone in the village was aware of the smoke screen Li Zong had thrown up. Even some of the younger children would run up and ask, "Brother Li Zong, what is a nuclear power plant? Can you eat it?" Li Zong would smile and reply, "You can't eat a nuclear power plant. It's used for generating electricity. Would you like some candy? Brother Li Zong will buy you some." Then, amidst the cheers of the children, he would head to the local shop to purchase sweets for them. Chapter 13, the final component in response to Li Ziming's mockery. Li Zong opted for the most straightforward approach. He shouted into Li Ziming's home, and whinnying, "My uncle Ziming just told me he hid his secret stash of money in his shoes, under the bed, in the legs of the iron bed, behind the useless light switch, and inside the wall clock. If you search those places, you are sure to find the money." Why did Li Zong know about these hiding spots? Because Li Wenyu had taken his secret stash from those very places. As soon as Li Zong's words fell, Li Ziming and Appo's expression changed drastically. Shortly thereafter, a roaring voice echoed from within the house. "Li Ziming, did you not promise me that you would and Appo's hide any secret money? You heartless one, have you already forgotten what you just said?" Upon hearing that shout, Li Ziming's face turned grim. It was all over. All his painstakingly saved secret money was about to be confiscated. Seizing the opportunity, Li Zong slipped away, concealing his accomplishments and name. Returning to his room, Li Zong chose to reference the blueprints. With the plan now reduced to its final segment, he aimed to meticulously control every detail, ensuring that the nuclear fusion experiment would succeed in one go. Of course, to Huang Yuzhen, it appeared as though her son was merely cross-referencing answers in a workbook, as many of Li Zong's blueprints were nestled amid the exercises. As the night deepened, prompted by Huang Yuzhen's reminder, Li Zong pretended to sleep once more. However, this time he resisted the urge to leave until around 12:30, having just received a lecture from his mother, knowing he could not risk venturing out at 11:30. Upon arriving at Nada Mountain, The clock struck 1. This time, instead of hastily assembling parts, Li Zong wrapped copper wire around the metallic materials to create coil windings. The coil was the most crucial tool for generating a magnetic field, so Li Zong approached the winding with utmost care, striving to adhere strictly to the previously calculated formulas, ensuring the number of turns in the coil aligned precisely with the computed results. As the hour reached 5 o'clock, the coil winding was complete, and Li Zong rode his electric scooter back home. When the following night descended, he again took advantage of the deep darkness to return to Nada Mountain. Only one last component remained. Encouraging himself, Li Zong commenced the assembly of the final part. This segment was the most intricate, involving the connection of wires and other operations. The wires were superconductors operating at normal temperature and pressure. Such wires were undeniably cutting-edge technology. The current technological level of Blue Star could not manufacture such a thing. It could be said that if Li Zong were to discard this segment of wire, it would likely incite a frenzy among scientists on Blue Star. However, this item was single-use, hence its research value paled in comparison to its practical utility. As the clock struck 5 again, Li Zong did not rush home immediately, but continued to assemble the parts. Time marched on until it was 6:00 and Oppo's clock, and still, he had no intention of returning home. As the entire tokamak device was nearing completion, at 6:05, 6:10, 6:15, Li Zong remained engrossed in the assembly process. Meanwhile, Huang Yuzhen, upon waking, instinctively approached Li Zong's room to knock on the door. After knocking for quite some time without response, she sensed something was amiss and gently pushed the door open. Naturally, Li Zong was not in his room. However, he left behind a small note. "Mom, if you see that I and Oppos am not at home today, please do not worry. I have gone to conduct the final phase of my experiment. If today's experiment is successful, everything will settle down, and I can focus on preparing for the college entrance examination." Upon reading the note, Huang Yuzhen and Oppos' face bore no expression. After a long pause, she sighed. "Well, if this is what you enjoy, then go ahead. I hope you truly can achieve what you have said, so you can prepare for the college entrance examination with peace of mind after today." Folding the note, Huang Yuzhen proceeded to prepare breakfast for 3, as per her usual routine. Regardless of what Li Zong intended to do or when he wished to return, this would always be his home. As a mother, Huang Yuzhen focused solely on her responsibilities, wishing only for her son and husband to return home to a warm meal. At the police station, when 8 o'clock arrived, Captain Luo arrived as usual to roll call. After completing the attendance, he set off to conduct inspections. Originally, he could have taken the day off, but Captain Luo was a workaholic. The thought of staying home to sip tea and tend to birds or fish was more unbearable than death itself. With Officer Wu, who was responsible for drone reconnaissance, on leave that day, Captain Luo entered the room where the drones were stored and took control of one to launch it. Watching the images flash by on the drone screen, he muttered to himself, this area had previously been planted with illegal crops. After they were removed, it seems the offenders recognized their mistake. They certainly haven't planted those hazardous plants again. Good. This area had once been a gathering place for gambling in Pingdong town. The dangers of gambling were well known. How many families had been ruined by it? Now, it seemed they had realized their folly and ceased their gatherings. Excellent. After observing several more images, Captain Luo suddenly thought of Li Zong. He had not heard from Officer Wu regarding that boy recently. What could he be up to now? With that thought, Captain Luo piloted drone number 1 back to the police station and promptly deployed drone number 2 for further reconnaissance. When the drone reached Nada Mountain, Captain Luo's keen eye immediately spotted an electric scooter hidden behind a small hill. That boy, he has ventured out again? Driven by curiosity, Captain Luo maneuvered the drone back to the station while hurrying in his police car towards Nada Mountain. In the back and forth, a significant amount of time had already been lost. Chapter 14. The occurrence of nuclear fusion at 9:00 and amp, Oppos, clock, within the confines of the kiln. The modified tokamak device was fully assembled. Li Zong connected various instruments to the computer and initiated the software system. Beep beep. Facial recognition successful. Voice capture successful. User identity confirmed. Li Zong, you may disable the identity verification option for the software or set it to perform periodic verifications. This software is open source. Open source implies that all the source code of the software does not employ any encryption measures used by commercially available software, with only the developer's information being obscured. Thus, he opted for a verification every 3 months. All set, the software will verify your identity again in 3 months. Welcome to the Zero Nuclear Fusion Data Monitoring software. Upon entering the software interface, Li Zong was greeted by a multitude of data tables, encompassing parameters such as input voltage, reactor output voltage, magnetic field strength, reactor temperature, and cleanliness detection, among others. Naturally, prior to the reactor's activation, the data within these tables remained absent. At this juncture, Captain Luo was still en route. While Li Zong clicked on the trial operation option in the software, the process of nuclear fusion necessitates the initial generation of a magnetic field to heat the gas, ionizing it into plasma, followed by the confinement of the plasma using the magnetic field. Such a magnetic field cannot be conjured from thin air. Thus, a device capable of converting electricity into a magnetic field is essential. This device requires a power source, one that can provide a substantial and continuous supply. A transformer is then employed to elevate the voltage to achieve the magnetic field strength requisite for nuclear fusion, electromagnetic induction. Li Zong could not merely tap into civilian electricity. Fortunately, the system facilitated a solution to this dilemma. Trial operation commencing, power supply is active. As this message appeared on the screen, a one-time small nuclear fusion reactor commenced operations, its blue light illuminating. This reactor is comparable to the arc reactor from Iron Man, albeit Li Zong's version is scaled up to the size of a gas canister. Power voltage is rising. Power voltage has stabilized. Connecting electromagnetic wave capture system. System connection completed. Connecting temperature monitoring system. System connection completed. Connecting. System connection completed. Connecting reactor cleanliness system. Shall we commence cleaning of the reactor's interior? Li Zong selected the affirmative option. Cleaning system operational. Cleaning system complete. Fuel residue from this session. 0. Other impurities detected. 0. Congratulations, the cleanliness of the vacuum chamber is impeccable. You may proceed with the experiment. Upon seeing this, Li Zong retrieved 2 gas canisters from the system's storage. These canisters held the nuclear fusion fuels deuterium and tritium, dispensed by the system. He connected the gas lines to the vacuum chamber, opening the valves of the canisters, detecting fuel entering the vacuum chamber, assessing fuel purity. Congratulations, the fuel purity is 99.999999999999999. Upon witnessing this purity level, Li Zong was slightly taken aback. Achieving such purity in any material is exceedingly challenging, with the highest purity typically approaching but never reaching 100. Each additional 9 after the decimal point signifies a leap in technology, indicative of more refined material processing capabilities. The trial operation continued. Li Zong introduced a load, the various electrical appliances he typically used, to the reactor's output terminal. Load connected successfully. Current performance of the load is intact. Trial operation concluded. You may choose to commence the official operation of the nuclear fusion reactor. Li Zong pressed the start button. Instantly, the colorless gas within the canister was introduced into the vacuum chamber, and the blue light atop the power supply brightened further. Power output is increasing. Electromagnetic waves are commencing to heat the nuclear fuel. Nuclear fuel has entirely transformed into plasma. As this prompt materialized, Li Zong observed the previously colorless gas within the vacuum chamber morph into a vibrant purple-pink plasma. This plasma represented the state of the hydrogen isotopes, deuterium and tritium. The heating process continued, with Li Zong fixated on the temperature monitoring table, tracking the data fluctuations. 1 million degrees Celsius, 1 million degrees Celsius, 2 million degrees Celsius. The temperature within the vacuum chamber consistently ascended, and under the full power output of the small nuclear fusion reactor, this ascent was remarkably rapid. Soon, the temperature approached the threshold of 9 million degrees Celsius. 10 million degrees Celsius, nuclear fusion reaction commencing, neutrons in activation state. As the monitoring software displayed this temperature, wondrous changes began to unfold within the vacuum chamber. It illuminated. The original purple-red gas emitted a radiant glow. Li Zong donned the protective goggles he had prepared beforehand to shield his eyes from potential burns. Neutron flow control in progress. Neutron flow control successful. Nuclear fusion process sustains. Input power supply has been disconnected from certain circuits. This process pertains to regulating the pathway through which nuclear fuel enters the vacuum chamber, rather than directly controlling the neutrons. By managing this pathway, one can effectively maintain the temperature within the vacuum chamber, allowing the nuclear fuel to undergo continuous fusion, eliminating the need for external magnetic fields to further heat the plasma. Thus, the essence of controllable nuclear fusion is realized. Chapter 15, Mushroom Cloud and Silver Bracelet, Load Circuit Trial Run. Load circuit operation successful. Current output voltage, 1 volt. Adjusting voltage. Voltage adjustment failed. Anomaly detected in vacuum container. Warning. Radiation levels exceed threshold. The inner wall of the vacuum container will melt in 10 seconds. It is well known that heat propagates in our lives through 3 fundamental methods: conduction, convection, and radiation. Heat conduction is exemplified by the heating of water in an iron pot over a flame, while convection can be observed in the rising air around boiling water. As for heat radiation, a simple illustration would be sunlight. Sunlight, as a form of thermal radiation, heats any object it strikes, raising its temperature. Presently, Li Zong encounters the consequences of light waves generated by nuclear fusion, which have heated the inner walls of the vacuum container. He had anticipated this outcome thus. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly disconnected the data cable from his laptop. Embracing the laptop, he turned and fled. After 10 seconds, Li Zong had escaped the confines of the cave, covering a distance of 200 meters. This was a testament to the effects of the body-enhancing serum. At that very moment, the vacuum container within the cave began to melt. As the melting commenced, the external atmospheric pressure caused a surge of gases to rush into the vacuum container. Upon contact with the extremely high-temperature plasma, these gas molecules also began to transfer heat, rapidly heating up. The plasma, once confined by magnetic fields, began to destabilize, rendering the magnetic fields incapable of restraining it. Consequently, the volume of the intensely heated plasma began to expand at a pace surpassing that of ignited gunpowder. An explosion ensued. Everything in the vicinity was subjected to the plasma's extreme temperatures, melting upon contact with the cave. Initially, this obstruction lasted only a few seconds before dissipating completely. A considerable amount of sand and rock melted, cascading down and forming glimmering remnants. The thinnest part of the cave ceiling succumbed first, vanishing entirely. High-temperature gases began to convect upward through the newly formed breach. In this fleeting interval of approximately 10 seconds, Li Zong seized the opportunity to flee several hundred more meters. In the distance, he spotted Captain Luo racing towards him from a kilometer away. Li Zong could only shout, "Run!" Detection of excessive thermal radiation near the host. The system will regulate thermal radiation in the vicinity. Before Li Zong appeared a technologically advanced electronic screen. The system had been safeguarding him all along. Without such protection, a mere human could not possibly withstand the radiation emanating from a nuclear fusion reaction at such proximity. It is worth noting that this radiation could even melt glass. How could a human body endure such exposure? Not only had he observed, but he had also recorded the entire process with his laptop. Captain Luo, initially bewildered by the sight of Li Zong sprinting with a laptop, presumed he was engaged in illicit activities. It was only when he heard Li Zong's urgent plea to run that he sensed something was amiss. Without pondering why Li Zong was fleeing for his life, his instincts as a seasoned investigator kicked in, prompting him to turn and dash away, glancing back periodically to ensure Li Zong was not escaping. He soon witnessed a mushroom cloud formed of vapor, dust, and other materials, towering approximately 30 meters high and 5 meters wide. Its sheer presence testified to its formidable power and destructive capacity. Indeed, the devastation wrought by the mushroom cloud was astounding, having melted not only the entirety of the cave but also the ground within a 200-meter radius to a depth of 10 centimeters. Captain Luo, standing a kilometer away, was shielded from the mushroom cloud's reach due to the system's intervention. Nevertheless, he could not suppress his astonishment, his mouth agape. At that moment, a single thought consumed him. What on earth is this child doing? The impact of the mushroom cloud left him profoundly shaken, far more than any textbook or monochromatic footage could convey. As for Li Zong, he gazed apprehensively at the mushroom cloud behind him. Fortunately, he had run fast enough to avoid being at the epicenter of the nuclear fusion explosion, although the system offered him a degree of safety. He pondered the risk of it malfunctioning and ceasing to provide protection. Simultaneously, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. The initial experiment of controllable nuclear fusion had proven successful, yielding a result akin to that of a hydrogen bomb. The magnitude of the explosion, in its own right, seemed almost artistic. With this thought, even the searing heat wave that enveloped him felt akin to a sauna experience. He envisioned a future where research could pivot towards materials capable of withstanding high temperatures and radiation. Only then would the project of controllable nuclear fusion truly progress. However, he recognized that the ensuing tasks were beyond the capabilities of a single student. Despite having access to a technological tree system, securing research funding remained an unavoidable challenge. As Li Zong contemplated how to procure funding for his research, a pair of gleaming silver steel bracelets clamped around his wrists. I suspect you are engaging in clandestine destructive activities and may pose a potential threat. Therefore, you are under arrest and must accompany me to the station. Captain Luo declared impassively. Li Zong stared at Captain Luo in astonishment. Chapter 16. Dialogue at the police station. The phrase confess for leniency, resist for severity emblazoned on the banner left Li Zong somewhat bewildered. How could he have been apprehended so inexplicably and taken to an interrogation room? This was utterly unacceptable. His emotions were a tumultuous blend, prompting an expletive to escape his lips. Captain Luo, the head of the criminal investigation team, entered the room holding a notebook and a pen. I am Luo Yonghua, the captain here. Now, tell me, what were you doing? Having seen the words on that banner, you must understand their significance, he stated, gesturing towards the banner. Could I make a call home first to assure my parents? They are waiting for me to return for dinner, Li Zong ventured cautiously. Captain Luo, with a stern expression, replied, do not attempt to negotiate. If you clarify the situation, then returning home will be a possibility. Very well, Li Zong conceded. He pointed at the computer. What I am about to share is crucial. I hope you can maintain utmost confidentiality, and it is imperative that you safeguard the information on that computer. Additionally, I need to operate it. In response, Captain Luo donned the gloves requisite for criminal investigations. You speak, and I will handle the operation. Reluctantly, Li Zong realized he was perceived as a potential threat. He recounted his prior experiments with nuclear fusion in a cave, while guiding Captain Luo to access the videos stored on the computer. His willingness to share was rooted in their past interactions, despite the world shifting around them. Li Zong had previously assessed Captain Luo's character during their brief encounter on the way to the station, confirming the integrity he had once known. In order to keep the matter of controlled nuclear fusion under wraps, Li Zong embellished the significance of the information, hoping it would prompt Captain Luo to silence any involved parties. After absorbing the details, Captain Luo stared at the video, rendered speechless. He pondered the enormity of what he had just learned. Should he trust Li Zong's claims? Intuition suggested that the young man's words bore truth, yet his youth was disconcerting. Experts capable of creating hydrogen bombs were typically seasoned individuals, not a high school student who appeared not yet 18. This was not merely about a hydrogen bomb. It was about controlling such a formidable weapon for human utility, specifically for power generation. This revelation was a staggering notion for Captain Luo to grapple with. Li Zong remained silent, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the banner. This was his first encounter with law enforcement in 2 lifetimes. Life, he mused, was indeed full of surprises. He estimated the time, wondering if his mother was beginning to worry and whether his parents had dined without him. He needed to devise a prompt escape plan. Meanwhile, Huang Yuzhen handed Li Zong's note to Li Wenin, who expressed unwavering faith in his son's success. As for mealtime, he believed their child, now grown, would not starve himself. Thus, he felt no pressure as he shared breakfast with his wife. If Li Zong were aware, he might exclaim, truly, blood is thicker than water. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Captain Luo finally articulated his conclusion. Your reasoning appears coherent and persuasive. For now, I shall tentatively accept your assertions as truth. Li Zong, prepared for this outcome, nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your understanding. Captain Luo inquired. What do you wish for me to do? You have divulged such a significant secret to a stranger, surely, even a police officer would not inspire such trust. After all, in any large group, there are bound to be a few bad apples. Your choice to confide in me suggests either prior knowledge of my character or a desire to bind our fates together. I wish to comprehend your intentions. Captain Luo, a seasoned investigator, discerned Li Zong's subtle motivations. No longer viewing him as a mere child, he regarded him as a mature individual shaped by the trials of society. Your child has achieved controlled nuclear fusion? A rural youth, entering a police station for the first time, appears as comfortable as if returning home. Devoid of any anxiety or fear, Li Zong acknowledged Captain Luo's keen insight. My requests are straightforward. Firstly, I ask for the cave to be secured, preventing outsiders from intruding. Secondly, I seek to access an internal submission channel at the National Academy of Sciences. I wish to submit my research findings through this pathway to bypass certain review processes, thus saving considerable time. I can ensure the first, Captain Luo replied with a nod. However, regarding the second, his voice trailed off, confusion evident. Such a vital research project would typically garner significant attention from the Academy. Why would you wish to expedite the process? Li Zong smiled. Because I am preparing for the college entrance examination this year. With these experimental results, I could secure a direct admission. Captain Luo gazed at Li Zong, astonished. You truly are just a high school student? Chapter 17. Clan meeting indeed, without a doubt, Li Zong remarked, spreading his hands. Moreover, Captain Luo, it would be wise for you to inform the outside world that I crafted explosives or perhaps concocted a nuclear bomb, leading to the obliteration of Nada Mountain. This will allow me to remain in the detention center for approximately 15 days. He added, oh, and Captain Luo, it would be prudent to make a copy of today's law enforcement video and, if possible, erase the original footage, as I may require your testimony in the future. Were this a criminal speaking thus before Captain Luo, he would likely have retorted, are you attempting to instruct me on my duties? Yet, Captain Luo considered Li Zong to be a rare prodigy, and prodigies are often afforded certain privileges. Thus, he dismissed Li Zong's nearly commanding demeanor and nodded, saying, very well, your plan is already quite impeccable, and we can maintain the utmost confidentiality regarding this matter. However, are you certain you wish to remain in the detention center? Will your parents not be concerned for you? Li Zong leaned back in his chair with a tactical nonchalance and replied with a smile. That is precisely why I require your assistance in explaining the situation to my parents. You've seen my identification card, Captain Luo. The address listed is indeed my family home. Additionally, could you kindly bring along some of my exercise books? I need to prepare diligently for the college entrance examination. Captain Luo refrained from unnecessary chatter and promptly exited the interrogation room. He first secured the door as per Li Zong's request, allowing him to use a USB drive to copy the necessary materials. Subsequently, Captain Luo proceeded to the monitoring room, where he duplicated the footage from the interrogation room before deleting the original files. Once these tasks were completed, he drove to Li Zong's residence. Naturally, he had purchased breakfast for Li Zong along the way. Greetings, I am the head of the criminal investigation team from the local police station. I am here to discuss certain matters with you, Captain Luo stated directly, summarizing Li Zong and Oppo's earlier statements while omitting details regarding controlled nuclear fusion. Merely mentioning that Li Zong had accidentally detonated the mountain while tinkering with a nuclear power station. Huang Yuzhen and Li Wenyong, the couple, were disinterested in the other details. Their sole concern was whether their child would acquire a criminal record from this detention. Captain Luo reassured them, rest assured, detention will not result in any record. It is primarily aimed at educational purposes. Huang Yuzhen and Li Wenyong breathed a sigh of relief. That is good to hear, they replied. Captain Luo continued, of course. Should you wish, you may pay a certain fine to have your child released, especially since he is on the verge of the college entrance examination, correct? He felt compelled to mention this, as Li Zong was a valuable asset. Should anything untoward happen to him while detained, it would be a significant liability. Thus, it was preferable for him to return home. Unexpectedly, Li Wenyong posed an unrelated question, Captain Luo. May I inquire if the food and sleeping arrangements in the detention center are satisfactory? Captain Luo nodded. We will ensure your child is held separately, so his accommodations will be adequate. Huang Yuzhen asked, can I bring him meals? Captain Luo affirmed, yes. At this juncture, he paused, a startling thought emerging in his mind. Surely, they did not wish for their child to remain in the detention center? Huang Yuzhen shook her head. No parent would desire for their child to be confined there. We simply wish for him to eat well and sleep comfortably during this time. That is a relief. Captain Luo remarked, reassured that they did not intend for their child to stay in the detention center. After all, their child had not committed any crime, and the feeling of lost freedom might be unbearable for him. Thus, the situation was rather delicate. After clarifying matters, Captain Luo requested Li Wenyong to guide him to the village elder, while Huang Yuzhen would gather Li Zong's study materials for him to take back to the police station later. The village elder, or village chief, governed Li Zong's village, which operated on a clan-based system, having been unified for generations. If traced back through the family tree, it could be noted that a scholar named Li, fleeing turmoil during the late Tang dynasty, settled in the south and established roots there. The discussion with the village elder primarily revolved around compensation issues. Nada Mountain was collectively owned by Li Zong's village, and now that Li Zong had inadvertently destroyed it, the village would undoubtedly seek an explanation. The village elder, a venerable man in his 70s, asked after hearing Captain Luo's account, is it a good or bad thing that the boy blew up the mountain? Captain Luo held great respect for the esteemed elder and responded gently, while it may not be immediately apparent what the boy's achievements will amount to in the long run, it will undoubtedly benefit your village, perhaps even a dragon might emerge from it. Upon hearing this, the village elder began to contemplate, realizing that if it was indeed a positive development, then the issue of compensation was moot. After all, the boy was a member of their village, if compensation were necessary. It could simply be deducted from the village's earnings. Wouldn't you agree, Captain Luo? Captain Luo nodded in agreement. That seems reasonable. Then there's nothing more to discuss. However, since you represent the state, I cannot unilaterally decide this matter. I will convene a clan meeting, and I would appreciate your attendance as an observer. Hearing this, Captain Luo quickly rose, saying, Not at all. My presence is merely to gauge the village's stance. Chapter 18. The clan meeting convened. The village elder has summoned a clan meeting. What is the purpose? It seems to pertain to the situation at Nada Mountain. What has happened there? Does anyone know? I do. As I rode in that direction, I noticed a cloud resembling a mushroom rising from Nada Mountain. Initially, I thought it was the legendary auspicious sign from the heavens. It was until later that I recalled the infamous mushroom clouds from the 2 bombs dropped on the Radish Head Nation. I believe they were called Little Boy and Fat Man. The footage of that explosion remains vivid in my memory. Are you referring to the mushroom cloud? Yes. What transpired afterward? Upon arriving at Nada Mountain, I discovered that the peak had vanished. The brick kiln that once stood there had been completely leveled, leaving behind only a small mound. The mountain now stands at merely 5 meters high. Furthermore, the facilities used in the nuclear fusion reactor were all melted down by the intense heat, ultimately merging into a massive heap of debris. The villagers fell silent, attentively listening to the elder. According to Captain Luo, the explosion at Nada Mountain was caused by the child of the Li Zong family. The purpose of this meeting is to determine whether the Li family should compensate the entire village. Here beside me is Captain Luo, who will serve as a witness. After the elder's words, some villagers argued for compensation, asserting that the destroyed property belonged to the entire village, not just one household. Others questioned whether the boy truly constructed a nuclear power station. If that were the case, wouldn't it be a boon for the village to have a new source of electricity? The discussion quickly devolved into chaos. Silence. The elder rapped his pipe, directing his attention to Li Zong. You speak. Li Zong had prepared to compensate the village. He withdrew a portion of his savings and placed it on the altar in the ancestral hall. Esteemed villagers, this incident was instigated by my son, regardless of the circumstances. As his father, I bear responsibility. Therefore, if compensation is required, I will comply. He gestured towards the 2 stacks of cash on the altar. Here lies 20,000 yuan. After setting aside the funds for my child's education, this is all I can offer. How can you only compensate this paltry sum? Shouted Li Ziming, who held a grudge against Li Zong. That was Nada Mountain we lost. Isn't there a saying that a mountain of gold and silver is not worth as much as green waters and lush mountains? In my view, your family's entire fortune should be put forth in compensation. Upon hearing Li Ziming's words, some villagers expressed their discontent. Li Ziming, you have gone too far. Denying a child education equates to cutting off their future. You have no deep-seated enmity with the Li family. Is such a demand truly necessary? Indeed, the education of our children is paramount. Those who have ventured beyond our village have worked tirelessly to establish a school, inviting esteemed teachers to educate our youths, all for the betterment of our community. Of course, there were those who sided with Li Ziming, reveling in the discord. The scene erupted into further chaos. Silence. The elder struck his pipe once more, glancing at Captain Luo. Captain Luo nodded in agreement and spoke, Esteemed villagers. I was the captain of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team before being assigned here to maintain order. I support your call for compensation, as the law is clear. However, he shifted his tone. We are all members of the same village. Let us not act with absolute severity. We must leave room for others. After Captain Luo concluded, the elder continued, we are all part of the same community. If you press young Yu to surrender all his family and Appos' wealth, have you considered that if this child could generate such immense power under such modest conditions, what might his future hold? The elder and Appos' words quelled the villagers and Appos' fervor. Indeed, Li Zong is merely 17. If he can create such a disturbance at this age, what might he achieve in the future? Today, he can cause an explosion. Tomorrow he might sink the entire island of Radish Head. The villagers, who harbored a disdain for Radish Head, mused that if the island were indeed sunk, many souls resting in the village graveyard might finally find peace. Elder, you are the most esteemed and sensible person in our village. What is your decision? We shall heed your counsel. At that moment, a man in a suit rose to speak. His name was Li Zong, who had once smuggled himself to Hong Kong before its return, amassing considerable wealth there. Li Zong had contributed to the village and Appos' school and road constructions. Thus his words carried weight. As for compensation, That sum was insignificant to him. He stood to speak not out of concern for the money, but for the potential of Li Zong. At just 17, he has already made such a significant impact. I believe investing in Li Zong could yield tremendous benefits for our village in the future. Moreover, we are all from the same village, tracing our lineage back to a common ancestor in the Tang dynasty. Why should we allow petty profits to tarnish our bonds? Li Jinsheng's perspective was commendable. He sought to prevent discord among villagers over trivial matters. Chapter 19. Through resolution, Li Jinsheng spent a substantial amount of time away from the village, for he was, after all, primarily a businessman, often preoccupied with ventures outside. Recently, he returned to his hometown for some matters, and, upon noticing a clan meeting convened in the village, he made his way over to utter a few words. His remarks held considerable weight, for after he expressed his stance, many villagers fell silent. Li Jinsheng turned his gaze towards Li Ziming, asking, "Ziming, I inquire of you, if you are resolute in permitting brother you to withdraw all of your family and appos as savings for compensation, are you not concerned that the child from brother Yu's family may indeed become a remarkable individual in the future? What nonsense is this?" Li Ziming retorted with dissatisfaction. "We have yet to see any signs of success. How can you ascertain that child will amount to anything?" Li Jinsheng replied, "What if, in fact, brother Yu and appos as child is already quite accomplished?" With a firm voice, Li Ziming declared, "Then I would naturally not impose difficulties upon Li Wenyul. Moreover, if that child truly achieves success, I would even lend support during his university years." Li Jinsheng then handed Li Ziming a photograph taken at Nada Mountain. Upon seeing the image, which depicted only half of Nada Mountain, Li Ziming was taken aback, swallowing hard and murmuring, "Guai Gui, does it truly possess such power? I had thought those fellows were merely boasting." Li Jinsheng chuckled. "What are your thoughts now?" Li Ziming nodded. "I admit that I harbor personal grudges against Li Wenyul's family, wishing for them to be destitute. However, if that child truly excels, it would not only benefit the village but also provide advantages for our family, and I am not one to be short-sighted." Hearing this, Li Ziming and appos' wife tugged at her husband and whispered, "Li Ziming, how can you make decisions regarding our family and appos' finances so casually?" Li Ziming snapped, "Silence. If Li Wenyul and appos' child shines brightly, then when we step out, others will inquire, and appos, you are from XX village? That individual from your village is truly impressive, and appos, tell me, what have we labored for our entire lives, if not for such glory before others?" Li Ziming and appos' wife, having envisioned his words, felt a sense of longing but remained anxious. "But what about the money?" "Enough. I am well aware of my own thoughts," Li Ziming interrupted. "No matter how much we earn in our lifetimes, we cannot reach the heights of Li Jinsheng. Yet, even someone as affluent as him, how many people truly recognize him?" His wife fell silent, sheepishly closing her mouth. The villagers, upon hearing Li Ziming and appos' words, erupted in praise, exclaiming, "Well said. A successful individual will undoubtedly elevate everyone around them. Li Ziming, you usually seem so muddled. How come today you are so insightful? This is not characteristic of you." Li Ziming rolled his eyes at them. "Go away. Go play. Is it because I kicked your family's cow last month that you still hold a grudge?" Unconvinced, the other retorted, "Do you not know where your foot landed? That was a fine beast. Recite it back to me. That was a fine beast. Do you understand? If it can't give birth to calves anymore, who will bear that loss? Will you compensate me?" Li Ziming defiantly exclaimed, "What? Am I to disassemble my own parts and affix them to your cow? Besides, I lack such parts." The other, incensed, pointed at Li Ziming but found no words. The crowd erupted in laughter. Such was the essence of the clan culture in Li Zong village. In daily life, villagers would often engage in minor disputes among themselves. Yet when matters escalated to encompass the entire village or clan, they united against a common adversary. The village upheld family laws and regulations passed down since the late Tang dynasty, with several tenets still recognized today. The first decree: any villager who commits a transgression, upon being judged by a clan vote as a traitor, may be traced back 5 generations in the family tree and subsequently removed from it. The second decree: should a villager err, leading to a determination of treachery by clan vote, their ancestral graves may be exhumed, and the remains disposed of into the river for the fish. What say you, fellow villagers? What are your opinions? The village elder, hearing Li Ziming's words, expressed satisfaction as he leaned on his smoking pipe, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "We have no objections." The villagers rose in unison. "Very well. It is settled. the village elder announced, standing up. He then looked towards the interior of the ancestral hall. Within were numerous ancestral tablets, alongside a portrait of an esteemed teacher. Before the ancestors and the respected teacher, since the matter had been agreed upon, no one could retract their words. Should anyone dare to go back on their word, they would be dealt with according to the clan's laws. In unison, the villagers declared, "We agree. All right, it is settled. You may disperse." The village elder waved his hand, sending the villagers on their way. At that moment, Li Jinsheng approached Li Wenyul and his wife, stating, "Your child excels in studies. He is bound to achieve great things in the future." Li Wenyul replied, Xiaozong is merely a tad brighter than other children. However, since you, Boss Jinsheng, have said so, I shall take your words to heart." Pride radiated from his face, for with a promising son, he envisioned the day he would boast at the village entrance, regaling others with tales of Li Zong and Appos' brilliance. Chapter 20, Computer Technology. Starting from the basics of programming, Li Zong found himself momentarily unconcerned with how the village would react to his actions, as he was fully immersed in the realm of computer programming. Upon completing the system and Appos' deployment tasks, he unlocked a new branch of the technology tree. Strangely, the newly unlocked content pertained to computer technology. This branch branched out into numerous subfields, representing various aspects of the technology, such as computer principles, programming, and manufacturing. Initially puzzled by the focus on computer technology, Li Zong soon realized that the previous controlled nuclear fusion experiment had not been entirely successful. A true controlled nuclear fusion experiment necessitated the assistance of computers for data calculations. The remarkable computational capacity of his laptop was largely thanks to the software provided by the system, which optimized its capabilities. Furthermore, with the system's support, even a modest second-hand computer could briefly overclock to perform extensive calculations, currently lacking a superior computer and advanced software. Li Zong endeavored to learn a programming language from the technology tree using his outdated machine. If he could find compatible support libraries, he might even develop artificial intelligence software using this programming language. The thought of creating artificial intelligence software was exhilarating. He reminisced about the world he had left behind, where many so-called artificial intelligences had emerged. However, those applications were merely algorithms adept at utilizing search engines to compile results through logical relationships, lacking the crucial element of self-learning. Only artificial intelligences endowed with the ability to learn autonomously could truly be considered intelligent, rather than mere software composed of countless lines of code. Would he need to begin by redesigning a programming language from the support libraries? Li Zong, a former student in automation engineering with several computer-related courses, possessed an exceptional capacity for learning. Although he had relinquished much of his prior knowledge, reacquiring his understanding of computer science would not pose a significant challenge. He recalled 4 programming languages: C, Java, and E language. Without hesitation, Li Zong chose to revisit the fundamentals of C language and embarked on the journey of relearning. After grasping a portion of the material he had previously studied, he swiftly commenced coding on his antiquated laptop. However, as he wrote, memories of the past surfaced. E language, a programming language that allowed for complete coding in Chinese, was conspicuously absent in this world. Had that prominent figure not emerged in this realm known as Blue Star? Should he wait until he had reacquired sufficient knowledge to attempt to recreate this esteemed E language? Li Zong found this idea plausible. Of course, it was said that the initial version of the Chinese programming language contained an astounding 700,000 lines of code, representing a colossal undertaking that he could only optimize during his available time. If he could employ the advanced programming language provided by the system to enhance it, perhaps he could propel Chinese programming languages onto the global stage. Nevertheless, he recognized that such aspirations could not be realized overnight. After all, Chinese was regarded as one of the most challenging languages to learn, primarily due to its linguistic environment. He decided to set aside those thoughts and refocus on his studies, delving back into the knowledge he had once acquired. Unbeknownst to him, the notion of replicating a Chinese programming language that arose today would later inspire individuals worldwide to embark on the journey of learning Chinese. Captain Luo returned to the police station with the villagers and Appos' deliberations, lunch, and Li Zong and Appos' examination paper. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Li Zong and Appos' fingers flying across the laptop and Appos' keyboard. "What are you up to?" Captain Luo inquired, opening the interrogation room door and placing the examination paper and lunch on the table before leaning closer to Li Zong. Following the events of the day, even Captain Luo himself was unaware of how he had unconsciously begun to engage with the 17-year-old as if he were a friend. By the time he realized it, he found himself deeply enchanted by Li Zong and Apos' influence. "Studying," Li Zong exclaimed, lifting his gaze to see the lunch laid out before him. He handed Captain Luo a USB drive, saying, "Here, Captain Luo. This contains the material I sent to the National Research Institute. There's a lot of content, so it may require multiple transmissions." With that, he grabbed the lunch and devoured it hungrily. Captain Luo promptly accepted the USB drive and glanced at the laptop's display, asking, "This should be code, right? Are you learning programming?" "Indeed," Li Zong replied vaguely. Captain Luo looked at him in astonishment, realizing, "I just now noticed that you seem to know quite a bit. You weren't learning this since the womb, were you?" Li Zong smiled. A morsel of pork from his meal still lodged between his teeth. "Well, Captain Luo, you might as well consider me a genius." Captain Luo nodded in acknowledgement. "I believe that geniuses exist in the world, but your level of talent seems almost otherworldly." Chapter 21. The reappearance of Yang Bo. Li Zong was uncertain whether Yang Bo was truly a nefarious character. All he knew was that he had been exceedingly busy of late. From the most rudimentary hello world to the development of simple games, he was gradually reacquainting himself with knowledge he had long forgotten. Thus, 15 days slipped by. During this time, Li Wenyong and Huang Yuzhen visited him once, and upon seeing Li Zong thriving, they felt a sense of relief. Li Wenyong had also taken a leave of absence from school, explaining that their child needed to study at home. The homeroom teacher had assured them, "There is no issue with your child and Apos' leave. If you have time, you may take him out for a change of scenery." With the college entrance examination looming less than a month away, let him enjoy some leisure time to ease his mind. Li Wenyong readily agreed. After arranging the leave, Huang Yuzhen even discussed with Li Wenyong the possibility of keeping Li Zong confined in the police station, reasoning that such confinement would prevent him from wandering aimlessly. "Li Zong, thank you." However, they were concerned that this might adversely affect his mindset for the upcoming examination, so they ultimately decided against it. It is noteworthy that Li Zong was held in solitary confinement at the detention center, with Captain Luo specifically instructing that he not be disturbed. This piqued the curiosity of the officers, who would often approach him during mealtime to subtly inquire about his situation. The director of the detention center even speculated whether Li Zong might be Captain Luo and Apos' illegitimate child. Nevertheless, Li Zong adeptly deflected their inquiries with various topics of conversation. By the time Li Zong was released, the officers had collectively deemed him a little fox. Upon stepping out of the detention center, Li Zong's eyes immediately fell upon Captain Luo's vehicle awaiting him. As he approached the car with a smile, an unexpected scenario unfolded. The troublesome Yang Bo, that despicable individual, had also appeared at the entrance of the detention center. Spotting Li Zong, he hastily called out, "Brother, brother, brother, what brings you here?" Li Zong regarded Yang Bo with disdain, having no desire to engage with such a person. "I am here to collect my money," Yang Bo exclaimed, pulling out a wad of crisp bills from his pocket. "Look, brother, here is the 2,000 yuan you requested." Li Zong accepted the money and was about to dismiss Yang Bo when Captain Luo approached. "What is happening here?" he inquired. Having perceived Yang Bo as an unsavory character and concerned for Li Zong and Apos' well-being, Li Zong tucked the money away and replied nonchalantly, "It and Apos' nothing, Captain Luo. Just someone who owed me money, and he has returned it." Captain Luo nodded, deciding not to press further, and prepared to take Li Zong home. However, the nefarious Yang Bo had other ideas. "Captain Luo, you are Captain Luo, right? I've seen you around the city before. Help me, Captain Luo." His loud outburst drew the attention of both Captain Luo and Li Zong, as well as the officers within the detention center. "What is going on?" Captain Luo asked, frowning. Yang Bo pointed at Li Zong. "That little brat next to you has poisoned me, leaving me in a state of torment. He possesses the antidote, but he uses it to blackmail me for 2,000 yuan every month, threatening my life if I fail to pay." At this point, Yang Bo broke into tears, lamenting, "That 2,000 yuan is my hard-earned money. I know I was a villain in the past, but Haven Tea, I turned over a new leaf? Does a person not deserve a chance for redemption?" This scheme of poison and antidote was something Yang Bo had recently encountered in a martial arts novel, and he felt a sense of pride in his cleverness. Captain Luo, recognizing Yang Bo and Apos' lackluster performance, struggled to suppress a laugh, though his professional training kept his expression stern. "Is this true?" he asked Li Zong, his eyes subtly conveying the message. "I can tell this person is lying. Why did you entangle yourself with him?" In response, Li Zong, with a sense of resignation, retrieved his phone and showed Captain Luo the video he had recorded earlier. After Captain Luo viewed the footage, Li Zong added, "I had my suspicions about him and wanted to keep evidence, lest I be wrongfully accused later. I never anticipated the evidence would come in handy so soon." Yang Bo began to sense the precariousness of his situation. Were these two conspirators working together? What should he do? Escape? The thought raced through Yang Bo's mind. Yet, upon noticing Captain Luo's hand resting at his waist, he faltered. If memory served him correctly in those crime dramas, a hand on the waist signified possession of a firearm. Yang Bo dared not flee under the threat of a gun, so he stood frozen in place, drenched in cold sweat despite the summer heat, feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. After reviewing the video, Captain Luo addressed Li Zong. "So, someone is falsely accusing you. And you wish to know how to handle this accuser?" As he spoke, he lowered his hand from his waist, revealing a walkie-talkie. Chapter 22. The beginning of the college entrance examination. "Whatever. I have no interest in such petty individuals," Li Zong remarked casually. However, he subsequently added, "This young Bo often engages in nefarious activities. I believe he must have accumulated quite a criminal record. If thoroughly investigated, it would likely amount to a commendable achievement." Captain Luo, upon hearing this, understood what needed to be done. He summoned the warden of the detention center via the intercom. After a discussion, the authorities dispatched officers to escort Yang Bo to the police station for interrogation. During the subsequent trial of Yang Bo, his past transgressions were unveiled. This Yang Bo not only watched helplessly as his elderly mother starved to death in bed, but he also committed over 100 crimes, including theft and even homicide. Ultimately, Yang Bo was sentenced to life imprisonment. In the vehicle, Captain Luo broached the subject of the submission. "I couldn't locate the internal submission channel at the National Academy of Sciences, so I could only submit it through the public channel. I also included both our contact details. If my phone is unreachable, they may contact you directly." Li Zong nodded in appreciation, expressing his gratitude to Captain Luo. "You and Oppos, re-welcome." The two engaged in casual conversation until they arrived at the village. As Li Zong exited the vehicle, he thanked Captain Luo and returned home. "Son, you're back?" Huang Yuzhen noticed Li Zong's return, her face brightening with a smile. As a mother, it was impossible for her not to worry about her son residing in a detention center. Now that he was safe, a weight had been lifted from her heart. "It's almost lunchtime. What would you like to eat?" "Mom, no rush? Please hold on to this 2,000 yuan for me," Li Zong said, handing his mother the money he had received from Yang Bo, explaining its origin. "Yang Bo," Huang Yuzhen expressed concern. "That person is notorious for being a villain in these parts. What if he retaliates against you?" "There and Oppos. That's nothing to worry about," Li Zong replied with a nonchalant smile. "Captain Luo will keep a close eye on him. After all, Yang Bo is a notorious criminal, while Captain Luo is a principled individual who cannot tolerate wrongdoing. Now that Yang Bo has crossed paths with Captain Luo, it is akin to a malevolent spirit encountering the King of Hell." "Is that so?" Huang Yuzhen remained apprehensive. "I hope so. Our family lives an honest life. It is best to avoid provoking such individuals." "All right, I will heed your advice," Li Zong replied obediently. After exchanging a few more words, he returned to his room to study. He diligently followed a routine of studying, eating, sleeping, and occasionally researching programming. During the countdown to the college entrance examination, he upheld his promise, repeating these tasks daily without venturing out for leisure. Even when Huang Yuzhen and her husband, Li Wenyu, encouraged him to take a break, Li Zong merely took a symbolic stroll. However, he made a point to visit the village shrine to pay respects to his ancestors and the portrait of the educator. To the villagers, ancestors were the progenitors of their lineage, while educators were the ones who liberated them from invaders. Both held equal significance without distinction. As time swiftly passed, the day of the college entrance examination arrived. Across the nation, tension mounted on June 6th, with official arrangements deployed to every examination venue. On June 7th, the first day of the examination, Li Zong gathered his stationery and entered the examination hall after passing through security checks. The first subject was Chinese. As per his habit, he immediately scanned the entire paper, ensuring there were no missing pages, before glancing at the essay prompt. The essay topic was neighboring you. You and I are neighbors. Mutually dependent. You can be tangible or intangible. Neighbors are unavoidable, yet choices can be made. Please relate your life experiences and feelings to write an essay titled Neighboring You. Minimum 800 words. Oh, it's a prompt essay? He mused, recognizing it as a topic previously encountered. Although it had been examined before, he understood that he could not simply replicate a perfect essay. If two identical perfect essays were discovered, it would not only pose legal risks but also embroil him in the turmoil of plagiarism, a troublesome predicament. Thus, Li Zong resolved to write his own. As he worked on the preceding questions, he contemplated how to approach the essay. Time flew by, and after an hour and a half, he completed the essay. He chose to draw from the story of Mincius and Apo's mother moving 3 times, illustrating the profound impact a conducive learning environment can have on a child. As for the final score, that was beyond his control. The Chinese examination concluded, and the afternoon brought the mathematics test. Mathematics was comparatively easier for Li Zong. He completed all the problems within an hour and utilized the remaining time to sketch some design diagrams. After 2.5 hours, Li Zong exited the examination hall and was greeted by his father, Li Wenyu. "Son, shall we take a stroll?" Li Wenyu inquired, not asking about the exam results. Knowing that the outcome would reveal itself in due time, it was essential to focus on the future rather than dwell on the past. "No, I'm tired. Let's head home." "Dad," Li Zong replied thoughtfully. Chapter 23, Methods of Making Money, June 8th. The second day of the college entrance examination. The morning subject was comprehensive science, and Li Zong had chosen the science track, thus taking the science exam. Interestingly, his name seems to have an inexplicable connection with the sciences. Physics, biology, and chemistry were not particularly daunting for Li Zong, as he had already tackled this paper once before his rebirth, making it a familiar endeavor. The current college entrance examination has undergone reforms in recent years. The author has chosen to adhere to the format from my time. Once the science exam concluded, only the foreign language subject remained. In the afternoon, Li Zong stared blankly at the foreign language paper in his hands. He pondered, falling behind invites punishment, and the repercussions of such punishment have persisted for over a century. Even today, citizens of Huagua must take examinations in their own language. And many aspects of production rely on their machinery. Some, with a twisted sense of pride, even flaunt their ability to speak a few words in a foreign tongue, believing themselves superior to others. We must strive for self-improvement. Regardless, I have been reborn into this world, and I shall demonstrate to foreigners the remarkable prowess of Huagua's technology. The road ahead may be long and arduous, but as my teacher once said, may the youth cast off their lethargy and ascend. Ignoring the words of those who wallow in despair, those capable of action should act, those able to speak should voice their thoughts. Even a firefly, with its modest light, can illuminate the darkness. There is no need to await a grand flame. Change begins with the path beneath our feet. Moreover, I have already conceived something that could alter Huagua's standing. All that remains is to propel Huagua to surpass others in the realm of science. With these thoughts in mind, Li Zong began to write. His command of English was not lacking. In his previous life, he had been compelled by circumstance to learn the language, and through diligent practice, he became fluent, able to converse effortlessly with foreigners. It is hard to fathom the transformation he underwent from his initial aversion to English to achieving such proficiency. Nevertheless, he never lost sight of his original intent. Time slipped away, and soon Li Zong completed the foreign language paper. With nothing else to occupy him, he resumed sketching incomprehensible diagrams on a scrap of paper. He only ceased this activity after submitting his exam. Exiting the examination hall, Li Wenyu approached him, eager to pose a question he had been longing to ask. "Son, how do you feel about your performance?" "Not bad, Dad. I believe I should have no problem getting into a prestigious university in the country." "Is that so?" Upon hearing Li Zong and Apo's response, Li Wenyu and Apo's face lit up with joy. Indeed, Li Zong nodded. In truth, his assessment was somewhat conservative. If his estimations were accurate, he expected a score of at least 700. However, the actual result would only be known once the scores were released. After all, the essay question had always been Li Zong's weak spot. "Do you have any plans for where to go afterward?" Li Wenyu tossed a motorcycle helmet to Li Zong. "Now that you've finished your exam, let us go have some fun." Li Zong pondered for a moment before replying, "Dad, I don't want to play. Just take me to one place." "Oh, where to?" Li Wenyu inquired curiously. Li Zong responded, "The new industrial park in the county. I need to find someone there." The industrial park was conveniently located on their route home, and Li Wenyu had no objections. 20 minutes later, father and son arrived at their destination. Li Zong dismounted and hung the helmet on the bike, asking Dad, "Do you want to come in and take a look?" Li Wenyu shook his head. "No, I don't understand anything about this. I wouldn't want to complicate things for you." Li Zong nodded in understanding. "All right, You can find a place to wait here. We'll head home directly once I'm done. Sounds good, Li Wenyong readily agreed. Li Zong sought out a company that specialized in the production of adult products. He chose this company because the initial capital for his previous venture had been earned there. During his graduation project, he had designed an electronic product, a doll capable of automatic heating and sound, simulating human body temperature, which he believed would be immensely popular among a certain demographic. He had even utilized his rudimentary programming skills to create this product. Now, facing a lack of necessary funds, Li Zong's first thought was to approach this company. The designs he had sketched earlier were related to circuit boards. Once the design was complete, a specialized company could mass produce it. Yet, he wondered if the personnel in this company were the same as in his previous life, and whether they faced similar challenges. With a slight sense of apprehension, Li Zong announced himself at the reception desk, explaining his intention to propose a project collaboration. The receptionist, noting Li Zong's humble attire yet articulate demeanor, found it difficult to ascertain his identity. With a dazed expression, she called the company's owner, only to regret her decision moments later. You need not fear that your boss will reprimand you. In fact, I believe he may commend you instead, Li Zong said with a confident smile. Is that so? Although Li Zong's appearance was rather ordinary, his confident smile proved infectious enough to reassure the receptionist. Then I shall wait here for the praise. Li Zong nodded. It will certainly happen. Remember to treat me to a meal then. However, events did not unfold as Li Zong had anticipated. The owner of this company was not someone he had known in his previous life. Different individuals possess different temperaments, and before long, Li Zong found himself unceremoniously dismissed. The receptionist also bore the brunt of the owner's ire. How could you let just anyone in? And you called me here, not realizing my time is valuable? The receptionist, unable to retort, could only cast a look of grievance and sorrow at Li Zong. Stepping out of the company, Li Zong muttered a curse. Looks like this method of making money won't work. Yet, he remained undeterred, thinking he must devise another strategy to earn money. However, his knowledge of local information was still quite limited. Prior to embarking on his entrepreneurial journey, he had scarcely familiarized himself with the available options for feasible financial ventures. Son, what's wrong? You look like you've just been thrown out. Li Wenyong, squatting on the ground and smoking, hurriedly stood up upon seeing Li Zong and asked with concern. Chapter 24, Li Zong recounted the events of the past briefly. Upon hearing this, Li Wenyong did not express concern over Li Zong's potential failure. Rather, he inquired, Son, have you personally tried this sort of thing? Li Zong found himself at a loss for words. Observing his son and Appo's hesitation, Li Wenyong could only reflect, it seems my child has grown up. After all, tomorrow marks your 18th birthday. Once today passes, you will officially be an adult. There are indeed certain experiences that a young man ought to embrace as he matures. Li Zong felt it best to remain silent, as any explanation might only complicate matters further. Seeing his son's reticence, Li Wenyong chuckled. It's all right. Every man must evolve. He began reminiscing about the past. Back in the day, Sister Tsueyun was quite the beauty in our village. Whenever our group of young men laid eyes on her, our faces would flush with embarrassment. I remember one winter solstice when she personally handed me a box of dumplings, and the other boys were green with envy. Li Zong listened quietly, but suddenly declared, Dad, I'm going to tell Mom about today. Li Wenyong's expression shifted dramatically. You little rascal. After I entrusted you with my secret stash, is this how you repay me? Clearly, Huang Yuzhen had exerted considerable psychological pressure on him. Li Zong laughed. Dad, I and Appo's, am just joking. But please promise me that today and Appo's events will go unmentioned. Li Wenyong grumbled. Fine, you cheeky lad. I say a few words to you, and you seem displeased. Thus, the father and son tacitly agreed to keep today's happenings under wraps. As Li Zong rode home on his motorcycle, he contemplated how to earn his first pot of gold. It was now 2012, and he recalled numerous ideas for making money. But he was determined to pursue them himself rather than share them. With over 2 months free from classes ahead of him, he had ample time to strategize ways to accumulate wealth, so there was no rush wait. An idea struck him. Class. He remembered a software he had used during his studies that interfaced with the academic management system, allowing student schedules and teacher information to be imported. Upon arriving home, Li Zong hastily set aside all his belongings and retreated to his room to research. To his surprise, a search on Baidu revealed that such software did not exist in the market. Realizing the potential for profit, Li Zong felt assured in his entrepreneurial aspirations. He planned to develop this software and incorporate features he had observed in his previous life, subsequently packaging it for sale, which should fetch a handsome price. Although it might be somewhat exhausting, if his controlled nuclear fusion project did not garner attention from the National Academy of Sciences, he would need to shift his research focus. The proceeds from the software sale would suffice to fund simple research projects or continue his entrepreneurial journey. Li Zong was not rigid in his thinking. He believed that those engaged in scientific endeavors should enjoy a quality lifestyle. After all, pursuing research was already demanding, and he did not wish to let the mundane concerns of daily life stifle his scientific passion. With this resolution in mind, he resumed his programming studies. This time, he did not rely on any enhancement substances, resulting in a slower learning pace. After a while, Huang Yuzhen called Li Zong for dinner. At the dining table, she asked the most pressing question, "Son, how do you think you did on your exams?" Li Zong repeated what he had told Li Wenhong earlier, bringing joy to both his parents. After finishing their meal and taking a shower, Li Zong retreated to his room to continue his programming studies. On June 9th, the 20th day of the lunar month, it was Li Zong and Appo's birthday. He rose early, eagerly awaiting Huang Yuzhen to prepare boiled duck eggs for him. In their village, it was customary not to eat cake on one's birthday. Once the duck eggs were ready, Huang Yuzhen arranged 10 of them on the table, wishing, "May our child Li Zong's life be as perfect and fulfilling as these 10 eggs." Li Wenhong echoed her sentiments. Together, the couple exclaimed, "Son, happy 18th birthday." Li Zong felt a warmth in his heart and joyfully responded, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." The family shared a harmonious breakfast. Just as Li Zong intended to return to his room to delve into programming, he heard a voice calling from outside. "Is Li Zong home? Is he there?" Upon recognizing the voice, Li Zong immediately knew who had arrived, the girl who had scored over 640 in the earlier mock exam. "Auntie, is Li Zong at home?" the girl inquired as she entered. Huang Yuzhen smiled. Yes, Ro girl, it and Appo's. It's been a while since you came to visit Li Zong." The girl beamed. "I was busy preparing for the college entrance examination. Now that it's over, I came to find Li Zong." "Auntie, where is he?" Huang Yuzhen pointed to Li Zong's room. "That boy went straight to his room after breakfast. Who knows what strange things he is researching lately." "Thank you, Auntie," the girl said, politely acknowledging her before gracefully making her way toward Li Zong's room. Upon hearing her approach, Li Zong quickly hid in his wardrobe. He admitted to feeling a bit intimidated by the woman named Li Jiaro. After all, she had been his playmate since childhood and also his first love in his past life. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that she possessed a strong desire for control. It was precisely because of his romantic history with Li Jiaro that Li Zong developed a fear of relationships, and he had not dated anyone since their breakup. Of course, Li Jiaro remained oblivious to the reasons behind his lack of subsequent relationships. It was as if both were waiting to see who would find a partner first so that they could mock each other like children. "Li Zong, are you in there?" Li Jiaro knocked on the door. Receiving no response, she called out, "If no one is inside, I'm coming in." With that, she pushed open the door and stepped into the room, peering through the crack in the wardrobe. Li Zong observed that Li Jiaro was as enchanting as in his previous life, her unadorned face exuding the allure of a classical beauty from the Jiangnan region. Her proportions were quite harmonious, though perhaps the only aspect that stood out was her ample bust. Certainly, A.D. Cup. Chapter 25. Li Jiao's dream strangely. Didn't Auntie mention that Li Zong was inside the room? Where could he be? Li Jiao, unable to find Li Zong's figure, stood before the desk murmuring to herself. However, she did not leave the room immediately. Instead, she gazed intently at the design blueprints laid out on the desk. She then picked up a fountain pen that rested beside the drawings. The pen still retained a hint of warmth, a remnant of body heat. Considering that Huang Yuzhen had mentioned that the family had just finished breakfast not long ago, Li Jiao thought to herself, "Today is Li Zong's birthday, and according to tradition, duck eggs should be served. Moreover, Li Zong has a particular fondness for those rich, oily duck eggs, savoring each one slowly. Thus, it must have been more than 15 minutes since breakfast had concluded. 15 minutes have passed, yet the pen still bears warmth?" Li Jiao surmised that perhaps Li Zong was still within the room, prompting her eyes to begin scanning the area. Concealed within the wardrobe, Li Zong, upon witnessing Li Jiao lift the pen, silently cursed his unfortunate predicament, instinctively shrinking deeper into the closet. What he feared most about Li Jiao was her astute attention to detail. She possessed an innate ability to deduce the essence of a situation from the simplest clues. A natural talent for detective work. It was easy to imagine how tormenting it must have been for the former Li Zong to date such an observant woman. There were times when even the faintest scent left from an encounter with another woman could be detected by her keen senses. As Li Jiao slowly approached the wardrobe, "Li Zong, aside from fervently praying, "Please do not see me," attempted to communicate with the system. System, could you provide me with an item that would allow me to evade this woman? This system is a technology tree system. Matters unrelated to scientific research are beyond its purview. Upon hearing this, Li Zong pleaded, "I beg you, system, if I cannot avoid this woman, it could be perilous for me. This system does not handle emotional matters. Please resolve your emotional dilemmas on your own." However, after delivering this information, the system unexpectedly displayed several phone numbers. XXXXXXXXXXX. This is the local Civil Affairs Bureau and Oppo's contact. You may call them for inquiries regarding marriage certificates. XXXXXXXXXXX. This is the city's emotional hotline. If you have questions related to relationships, you may contact them for assistance. XXX. This is the emergency services number. If you feel threatened, you can call for help. Upon witnessing this, Li Zong's jaw dropped. This system is truly ruthless. It even provided the numbers for emergency services and mental health institutions. No. Li Zong retorted to the system, "I have no intention of obtaining a marriage certificate with Li Jiao. That thought has never crossed my mind. You're slandering me. If you dislike it, why not simply refuse?" Li Zong felt a surge of indignation. Refusing is exactly what he intended to do. Meanwhile, standing before the wardrobe, Li Jiao suddenly spoke. "Li Zong, I know you may not wish to see me right now, but I must tell you something." She sighed and recounted a peculiar dream. "Recently, I had a dream where we were together. In the beginning, every day was filled with joy. During our time at school, we were a couple admired by many. This blissful existence continued until just before our graduation. After graduating, you in my dream expressed a desire to start a business, to create a life of your own. At first, I supported you, but then my friend, having heard about your ambitions, warned me, a man with wealth can change if you cannot keep him in check. He will eventually leave you. For reasons I cannot fathom, I chose to heed her words and resorted to the methods I learned as a detective to surveil your life. Eventually, you in my dream seemed unable to endure such a life and decided to break up with me. On the day we parted, I believed my friend's words to be true. You had changed after acquiring wealth, and there was someone else in your heart. Through my investigative work, I encountered various individuals, further solidifying my belief that all men are like this. Until one day, I learned that after our breakup, you had not sought out another woman. That day, I was elated, for I realized my friend was wrong, and so was I. I guessed that there remained a place for me in your heart. Yet, I feared to reach out to confirm my suspicions, terrified that you truly no longer cared for me. This existence in the dream seemed to stretch over many years. Then one day, I was struck with the news of your death." As she spoke, tears streamed down Li Jiao and Oppo's cheeks, her hand resting over her heart. "Upon hearing this news, I dropped everything and desperately searched for you, convincing myself that the news could not be true. But, Li Jiao sobbed, her voice catching as she continued, "But the news was real. In my dream, I saw your lifeless body." I know speaking such words is ominous. Yet the vividness of the dream was so profound that it left me believing you had truly departed from this world. Upon waking, I secretly called home. And when I learned that you were still out there, tinkering with something at a makeshift nuclear power station, do you have any idea how overjoyed I was? At least in reality, I could see you once more. Isn't that a stroke of luck? Li Zong, if you are there, please speak to me. Do not ignore me. I promise I will not intrude upon your personal space again. Will you? Really? Li Zong, unable to restrain himself, ventured a question from within the wardrobe. Chapter 26. Embarrassing matters. If what Li Jiao claimed were true, and she would no longer interfere in his personal space, then she would indeed be the perfect girlfriend. Thus, Li Zong could not help but inquire, "Is that true?" However, the moment he uttered the question, he regretted it. Regardless of whether Li Jiao's previous statements were genuine or not, during the time they were together, she had been gentle. This gentleness merely soured the moment they stepped outside the school gates. During their breakup period, many inmates learned that a witch had joined the criminal police team, delighting in tormenting offenders. Li Zong held little aversion to the notion of punishing criminals. He believed that certain offenders, like human traffickers, were no longer deserving of being regarded as human. Moreover, he was confident that Li Jiao exercised restraint and would not cause any undue trouble. What truly irked Li Zong was her relentless gaze that made him feel suffocated. Yet now, upon hearing her words, he pondered whether she had truly fallen prey to her friend's malicious gossip. Turning to Li Jiao, upon hearing Li Zong's voice, her expression brightened, transforming her tears into a smile. "Li Zong, how wonderful! You are indeed here," she exclaimed, placing her hand on the wardrobe door, ready to open it. However, the instant she touched the door, she withdrew her hand and softly said, "Li Zong, I promised not to intrude on your personal space again. So, if you wish to hide in the wardrobe, I won't disturb you. You can come out whenever you feel like it. Or if you prefer, we can just talk from there." Creak. Hearing Li Jiaro's response, Li Zong emerged from the wardrobe. He stood tall, scrutinizing her with furrowed brows. The woman before him appeared somewhat more mature compared to her past self at this age. However, maturity was of little concern to Li Zong. What truly mattered was that, in contrast to their previous life, Li Jiaro seemed to exude a gentler demeanor. Is what you said about the dreams true?" After much hesitation, Li Zong finally posed the question, harboring doubts that perhaps Li Jiaro had also experienced rebirth alongside him. Li Jiaro nodded affirmatively. "Of course it's true. Since the new year, I've been intermittently having this dream. Each time I wake up, I question whether I truly experienced those events. But then I think it must be impossible. I am only 18 this year, just 2.5 months older than you. How could I have gone through such things? Therefore, I am certain it is merely a dream." "Imperial Jade Liquor," Li Zong suddenly interjected. 880 for a cup. Li Jiaro completed the line, then puzzled, added, "Isn't that a line from a skit? Why are you reciting lines with me?" Upon hearing this, Li Zong smacked his forehead in realization, thinking, "Darn it, I got it wrong. That S meant for dealing with traitors, not our own." Noticing his reaction, Li Jiaro asked with concern, "Li Zong, what S wrong?" She then placed her hand on his forehead, perplexed. "You don't have a fever, do you?" Allowing her to rest her hand on his forehead, Li Zong did not stop her. He was contemplating how to verify that Li Jiaro was not reborn with him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With a mischievous grin, he asked, "Li Jiaro, do you remember when we first played poker?" "Playing poker?" Li Jiaro responded innocently. "Are you referring to do di zhu or blackjack?" "Not that kind of poker." Li Zong considered his words carefully, finally settling on a more appropriate phrase. "I mean, when we were both undressed, lying on a bed, engaging in some activities that could lead to the birth of a baby." At this description, Li Jiaro's face flushed crimson. Stammering, she replied, I never did anything like that with you?" Li Zong was taken aback by her reaction. It became clear that she had indeed been dreaming, and that her dreams likely lacked certain inappropriate content. After all, it would be quite unhealthy for a girl to constantly dream of such matters. Yet, Li Jiaro's rosy complexion suggested she was not suffering from any harm. At this juncture, Li Zong could finally relax. She was certainly not the witch from his past life reborn alongside him. Not only was she not the witch, but her peculiar dreams had seemingly softened her character, which was a blessing for Li Zong. Nonetheless, he decided to remain cautious. The witch was known for her cunning tricks. He resolved to conduct one final test, and if she exhibited no signs of abnormality, he would accept her. With this thought, Li Zong swiftly approached and cupped Li Jiaro's face in his hands. "You." Before Li Jiaro could utter a word, she felt her lips pressed against something soft. Happiness arrived too suddenly. Li Jiaro was momentarily taken aback. Once she processed that Li Zong had kissed her, her face turned an even deeper shade of red, leaving her utterly flustered. Approximately a minute later, Li Zong released her, and he could now be fairly certain that this Li Jiaro was not the reborn witch. For the witch would have responded with greater fervor upon being kissed. It was an instinctive reaction, unrelated to anything else. Perhaps, as Li Jiaro had suggested, it was due to love being so intense that it led to excessive concern. Chapter 27. The Kiss of Salted Duck Egg. When Li Zong released her, Li Jiaro stared blankly at him, rendered speechless. In her dreams, they had shared some intimate moments, though those memories were hazy. Yet now, the sensation of their lips meeting felt strikingly real, with a lingering taste reminiscent of salted duck eggs. Wait, what is this salted duck egg nonsense? Li Jiaro suddenly pondered. She had heard that others' first kisses were flavored with oranges or lychees, but why did hers taste like a salted duck egg? As her cheeks flushed deeper, the sight of Li Zong's faint smile caused her to gasp and instinctively push him away, fleeing from the room. Dear girl, why the haste? Huang Yuzhen, who was sorting vegetables in the courtyard, noticed the hurried Li Jiaro. Auntie, I must go. I'll visit again when I have time. Li Jiaro, utterly flustered, wished to make her escape. Hey girl, Huang Yuzhen called out, sensing something was amiss as she witnessed Li Jiaro's panicked departure. At that moment, Li Zong emerged from the room with a smile. Mom, has Li Jiaro left? Huang Yuzhen squinted at her son, responding to his inquiry. Is there something on my face? Li Zong asked, touching his cheeks. Huang Yuzhen remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on him. Then she chuckled. I see. Jiao is a good child. You mustn't take advantage of her, understand? Realizing his mother had seen through everything, Li Zong assured her, if Li Jiao and I are truly compatible, I shall never let her down. Huang Yuzhen's face lit up with joy upon hearing her son's words. Good. A girl as wonderful as her. If you were to disappoint her, not only would her parents object, but your father and I would as well. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of curiosity. Son, tell me, how far have you and Jiao progressed? Can I expect to hold my grandchild in the coming years? Indeed, curiosity is a fundamental trait of humanity. Li Zong could only smile helplessly. What are you talking about? I've merely confirmed our relationship. Oh, I see. Huang Yuzhen replied, slightly disappointed. Your father and I had you when we were around 20. You must step up and let us hold our grandchild sooner. Let us not rush, Li Zong deflected, trying to evade the topic. Upon returning to his room, he recalled Li Jiao's bashful demeanor and burst into laughter. Although she claimed she would no longer exhibit an almost pathological possessiveness towards him, her shy nature remained unchanged. He decided to set the matter aside and immersed himself back into his studies, for to him, love was not the entirety of life. This continued until dinner. After finishing his meal, Li Zong prepared to take a stroll when he encountered Li Jiao at his doorstep. She held a gift box and smiled. Li Zong. Happy birthday. This is a present for you. Noticing her flushed cheeks, Li Zong inquired, what's inside? Just open it and see, she replied, dropping the gift before hastily retreating, having spotted Li Wenyu emerging from the house. Who is that? Li Wenyu approached Li Zong, observing. Isn't she from the Li family, the 17th? Li Zong replied with a smile. It's a gift she brought for me. Li Wenyu's curiosity ignited. So, son, what's going on between you two? Dad. Li Zong looked at his father, exasperated. Why are you just as nosy as mom? Your mother and I are merely concerned for you, and eager to hold our grandchild soon. Li Zong sighed. Your reasoning mirrors mom's. But I just turned 18. How can I be expected to have a grandchild so soon? Didn't you see the village committee's notice stating, fewer births for a happier life? Moreover, late marriages and childbearing are beneficial for both genders. Rubbish. Li Wenyu retorted. When your mother was pregnant with you, we were both just 20. Yet you turn out just fine. You know, in the village, when they teach boys, they say, look at Li Zong, and for girls, they say, look at Li Jiao. You two are the brightest kids in the village. Who can claim that late marriage will produce less intelligent children? Li Zong reflected and found truth in his father's words. He and Li Jiao were, in fact, the most envied children in the village, resulting in few willing to befriend them. However, this changed significantly after middle school, as Li Zong frequently tutored younger peers, helping them improve academically. Many parents in the village expressed their gratitude towards him, which is why he had substantial support whenever he faced difficulties. Seeing that Li Zong had no rebuttal, Li Wenyu's spirits soared. He patted Li Zong on the shoulder and cautioned, I've heard that nowadays, it's tough for men to find wives. And a girl like the one from the Li family will surely become quite sought after. You better act fast, or someone else might swoop in first. Chapter 28. The two scholars. When the dawn of the following day broke, Li Zong resumed his studies in programming. It is often said that the journey of scientific research is mundane and tedious. However, Li Zong held a contrary view. He perceived that the exploration of programming unveiled to him a portal to an alternate realm within computer science, evoking an oddly profound sensation. This reverie reminded him of a film titled The Matrix. Is this world truly crafted by a mysterious entity? Referring to such a creator as the Maker seems most fitting. Herein lies a contemplation of the relationship between humanity and existence, straddling the realm of philosophy. Or, should this world indeed reach such a digital zenith? With artificial intelligence advancing at breakneck speed, might there come a day when these intelligences, akin to those depicted in the film, fabricate a virtual domain, subsequently integrating the consciousness of all humankind into this fabricated reality? It is no wonder that Li Zong harbored such musings, fueled by an insatiable curiosity regarding his own rebirth and the origins of the system he encountered. Yet, in contrast to the existence of a maker, Li Zong was more inclined to believe that this so-called maker is, in fact, a higher civilization. This civilization possesses mastery over advanced dimensions of space and technology, with humanity's current scientific prowess insufficient to uncover their existence. The path of science, the more one delves into it, the more one realizes the insignificance of being human. Li Zong sighed. Yet, it is precisely this allure of the unknown that beckons those of us who dare to explore, is it not? With this thought, he was invigorated, and thus resumed his studies. Time flew by, and soon it was the eve of the examination results. During this interval, Li Zong's life remained largely unchanged. The only notable shift was that Li Jiao would occasionally seek Li Zong for conversation. While Li Zong immersed himself in his studies, Li Jiao would find a chair nearby, gazing at him with a look of adoration. When Li Zong was not studying, she would suggest outings together. Their favorite pastime was to stroll hand in hand along the paths of the fields or amidst the blossoms, reveling in the beauty of the setting sun. Notably, Li Zong's previous submission regarding controlled nuclear fusion seemed to have vanished into the void, garnering no response. Yet, Li Zong felt no disappointment over this reality. After all, the concept of controlled nuclear fusion was exceedingly novel. Had it been proposed by an authority, it might have attracted attention. But as a notion put forth by an unknown individual, it would test the discernment and capabilities of the reviewers. This applies universally, both domestically and abroad. Success is not a matter of chance, but rather a certainty, wherein connections, perspective, and ability are paramount. There will always be those who, lacking in vision and skill, miss golden opportunities. On this particular day, Li Zong and Li Jiao ventured to the village and Appo's rice fields, strolling along the ridges, hand in hand, while listening to Jay Chou's rice aroma. In dreams, you also have a fondness for this song, don't you? Li Jiao laughed. Li Zong responded with a smile. Indeed. It reminds me of my childhood. I feel the same. Li Jiao brushed her hair, tousled by the wind. Tomorrow, the examination results will be released. How do you think you fared? Li Zong paused for a moment before saying, I believe I should score over 700. Li Jiao seemed unfazed by this assertion and merely inquired, have you thought about which university you wish to attend? I suppose I'll be attending the Science and Technology University in Province Y, Li Zong replied casually. This institution was where he had studied in his past life, and he held a certain fondness for it. Then I will accompany you to that university. Li Jiao's eyes sparkled with delight, radiating warmth as she looked at Li Zong. All right, it's settled then. Li Zong took hold of Li Jiao's hand once more. The two lovers gazed into each other's eyes, their expressions brimming with tenderness. This moment, if captured, might transform into a breathtaking painting. June 25th marked the day the examination results were unveiled. Unlike the palpable tension felt by Huang Yuzhen and Li Wenyor, Li Zong appeared self-assured. However, when the results were revealed, a twinge of disappointment crept in. My total score is 728, with only 132 in Chinese. It seems my essay did not align with the examiner's preferences. I estimate I lost about 10 points on that alone. The remaining 8 must have been deducted from reading comprehension questions. Li Zong gazed at his Chinese score, rendered speechless. As for the additional 4 points, they were deducted from the foreign language section, also stemming from essay evaluation. In stark contrast to Li Zong's dissatisfaction, Huang Yuzhen and Li Wenyor were momentarily stunned. Then incredulously exclaimed, 728 points. What is the total possible score? 750 points. Li Zong replied, somewhat irately. What? 750 points? Li Wenyor and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. Trembling as he stammered, then, does that mean? Li Zong flashed a mischievous grin. Dad, this score likely positions me as the science laureate. Huang Yuzhen's voice began to quiver. Laureate. Ah. Her incredulous scream pierced the air. Meanwhile, in the home of Li Shiqi, upon hearing her daughter utter the words arts laureate, Li Shiqi began to tremble, unable to suppress a shrill, groundhog-like cry. Ah. Chapter 29. The genealogy of the single opening. The matter regarding the science prodigy was swiftly confirmed to be true. However, what was unexpected was the literary prodigy, Li Jiao. By the following day, individuals from the city, county, and even the town had gathered. They came to bestow blessings upon Li Zong and Li Jiao, accompanied by rewards. Entrepreneurs from the community also offered their accolades to the distinguished students from their hometown. Notably, within Li Zong's village, there was another prominent figure, Li Jincheng, who was exceedingly generous with his rewards, issuing a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan to each individual. In total, Li Zong and Li Jiao received rewards amounting to 1 million yuan apiece. In addition to the cash, they were each granted a suite valued at 800,000 yuan. Li Zong and Appo's village, known as Shadow Village, was now referred to as Shuangyuan Village. Villagers, when encountering acquaintances from neighboring villages, would often receive compliments. Aren't and Appo's to you from that Shuangyuan village? How remarkable that your village produced both a literary and a science prodigy. When will our village have a prodigy of its own? The people of Shadow Village would humbly reply, it is merely the good fortune of our village. Even Li Ziming, who harbored personal grievances against Li Wenyang, displayed a more subdued demeanor in the presence of the Li Wenyang family. After all, Li Zong had indeed brought them honor. On June 28th, Li Jiaro visited Li Zong's home and inquired while gazing at the computer screen, "Li Zong, have you decided which school to apply for?" As we previously discussed, why Province University of Science and Technology? Li Zong replied with a smile. "Then I shall also apply to the same school as per our agreement," Li Jiaro said. "Indeed," Li Zong responded. After completing their applications, they returned to their previous state of life. However, tranquility and ordinariness were not destined for them, as a significant event was already in the making. During the clan meeting, the village elder solemnly held an ancient book in his hands and stated gravely, 1,000 years ago, our ancestors fled here to escape the chaos of war, establishing their roots in this land. For a millennium, our forebears have yearned for but one thing: to fulfill the will of our ancestors by producing a remarkable individual who would bring glory to our lineage and ensure that our village is remembered by all in the land of Huaxia, remembered for its exceptional people. Unfortunately, for 1,000 years, our village has not produced anyone of the caliber of our ancestors, not even a single Jinshi. In modern times, aside from merchants, no one in our village has achieved recognition in any other fields. Thus, we have brought shame upon our ancestors." Upon hearing these words, many elders bowed their heads in shame. They indeed felt they had disgraced their ancestors and had nothing to say. Today, however, I am filled with joy, for our village has produced 2 prodigies. Though the significance of today's prodigies may not compare to those of ancient times, they are nonetheless prodigies. They stand as the top scorers among 600,000 candidates in Y province. In terms of numbers, our prodigies even surpass those of ancient times. Therefore, I now propose that Li Wenyang and Li Shiqi each be granted a separate page in the genealogy. With that, I have concluded my speech. Who is in favor, and who is against? As soon as the village elder finished, all the villagers cast their votes in favor. As the elder stated, this was a matter of great honor, and there was no reason for anyone to oppose it. When this decision was passed, Li Wenyang and Li Shiqi walked lightly to the ancestral hall's altar, where they inscribed their names on their respective pages in the genealogy using a brush. Beside Li Wenyang and Appo's name, he wrote wife Huang Yuzhen, son Li Zong. And similarly for Li Shiqi. Traditionally, Huang Yuzhen's name would not have been written, and merely Huang clan would suffice. However, influenced by the ideology of equality for all during the tumultuous times, Shadow Village set an example during the liberation of women, allowing women's names to appear in the genealogy. After the matter of the separate pages was concluded, Huang Yuzhen gazed at her name in the genealogy, overwhelmed with emotion, and wept. For her, the honor of having her husband recognized in the genealogy was already significant, let alone having her name inscribed. All of this was made possible by her son Li Zong, prompting her to embrace him in tears. Li Wenyang and Li Zong comforted her throughout. Meanwhile, Li Jiaro's parents exhibited similar sentiments. Observing this harmonious scene, the village elder smiled and proclaimed, "From this moment forth, the clan meeting will host a grand banquet for 3 days before the watchtower, celebrating the emergence of 2 prodigies from Shadow Village." Upon hearing this announcement, the villagers erupted in cheers. "Hooray! How wonderful! Oh, the watchtower, a remnant from the era of strife, was constructed by the villagers as a symbol of resistance against invaders, still bearing the scars of battle." At this moment, Li Zong took the microphone from the village elder. "After discussions between Jiaro and myself, we have decided to allocate 200,000 yuan from our rewards to establish a scholarship to encourage the outstanding students in our village." As he spoke, he took Li Jiaro's hand beside him. Chapter 30. New tasks from the system. Upon hearing the announcement made by Li Zong, the villagers were somewhat taken aback. The 2 individuals held scholarship funds in their hands. If they were to withdraw 200,000, would they subsequently find themselves in financial straits? Li Zong, however, smiled and reassured everyone, stating, "Do not be surprised. This is the result of discussions between Jiaro and me. We have also consulted our parents, who fully support our decision." Li Shiqi observed the hand that Li Zong held with his daughter and expressed his astonishment. He turned to his wife and asked, "Has our daughter started dating that young man?" His wife nodded yes. "Almost the entire village is aware of this, are you not?" Hearing this, Li Shiqi's earlier excitement vanished, replaced by a sense of worry. Noticing her husband's change in demeanor, his wife quickly inquired, "Shiqi, what troubles you? Do you have something on your mind?" Li Shiqi shook his head. "It's nothing. We can discuss it after the clan meeting." He had already made up his mind to have a serious conversation with his daughter later that evening. Li Zong addressed the crowd. Everyone, Jaro and I have decided to allocate this sum of money to convey a message to all the children in the village. Regardless of the achievements we may attain in the future, we must never forget our roots and that we are all from Xiaodo village. His words were met with enthusiastic applause from the villagers. Li Zong, amidst their eager gazes, exited the ancestral hall. Later that night, upon returning home, Li Jaro was summoned to the living room by her parents. Her younger brother, peeking in, retreated to his room after being scolded by their parents. I do not approve of your relationship with that young man, Li Shiqi stated bluntly. Li Jaro frowned and retorted, Dad, are you being superficial? Do you think Li Zong isn't promising simply because he hasn't achieved anything yet? Or do you still regard his family background as a reason to dismiss him? This remark incensed Li Shiqi. What nonsense. Look at how the villagers regard your father. Have I ever looked down on anyone due to their family background? Li Jaro questioned. Then what is your reason? Li Shiqi replied. I do not deny that he is indeed talented. He has even developed a hand-crank nuclear power plant. Yet, according to my research, there are hardly a few individuals in the whole of Hua country who have accomplished such feats at his age. Li Jaro was further perplexed. If you acknowledge that Li Zong is an exceptional man, then you have even less reason to oppose this. I know he is exceptional, but knowing this, why oppose? Are you afraid that your daughter is not good enough and will be abandoned by Li Zong? Li Shiqi's tone softened. My dear daughter, while he is indeed remarkable, you are my daughter, and I understand your excellence even better. But what kind of experiments is he conducting? These are nuclear tests. Do you realize the fate that befalls those involved in such endeavors? Are you not afraid that he might one day be obliterated due to a nuclear experiment? Li Jaro nearly laughed in disbelief. Dad, do you still think we are living in Hua country decades ago? Our nation provides ample protection for its scientists. Even if the country did not offer protection, do you really believe Li Zong would neglect his own safety during experiments? This series of questions left Li Shiqi momentarily speechless. The gap in understanding was evident. Those not engaged in research might not comprehend that modern scientists don various protective gear before conducting experiments. With advancements in science, many tragedies that occurred when the nation was impoverished can now be avoided. Realizing it was time to educate her father, Li Jaro retrieved the family computer and began searching for information on nuclear fusion power stations, patiently explaining the details to him. As the night deepened, Li Shiqi gradually began to dispel some of his concerns. In the following days, aside from attending village gatherings, Li Zong devoted his time to studying at home. As Li Shiqi noted, there are always top scholars each year. However, a scientist capable of transforming the technological landscape of Hua country is a rarity that has not been seen in nearly a century. Li Zong aspired to become such a figure, and thus he could not afford to relax, dedicating every moment to his studies. To aid his efforts, he resorted to the potions provided by the system. Yet, to Li Zong's disappointment, the long-awaited response regarding the controllable nuclear fusion experiment had yet to arrive. He could only reflect. It appears that Hua country and Oppo's technological advancement still faces numerous bottlenecks. My ideas may not be readily understood by all. Faced with this situation, he resolved to intensify his studies. To elevate the overall technological level of the nation, time became an invaluable resource. Thus, over the course of a month, Li Zong exhausted all the potions provided by the system. Just as he began to worry about the lack of these potions, the system issued a new task. System task issued. Develop a software application that will gain popularity in the market. Reward 1. Brain Function Enhancement Potion X10. Reward 2. Physical Fitness Enhancement Potion X10. Upon seeing this task, Li Zong and Oppo's expression brightened with joy. Wonderful. Oh, how I adore you, dear system. You have provided me with a pillow just when I was yearning for sleep. You truly are my timely savior. Unbeknownst to Li Zong, someone was already preparing to apply for supercomputer access at the Supercomputing Center, armed with a wealth of data and various formulas. A monumental event that would shake the scientific community of Hua country was about to unfold. Chapter 31. Purchasing a computer. The entire software comprises approximately 50,000 lines of code. Given Li Zong's impressive typing speed, he could complete this task within 20 days without the aid of any system-generated solutions. After all, many segments of code are fundamentally repetitive, differing only in the parameters invoked. However, just as Li Zong embarked on writing the program, he encountered his first hurdle. Faced with a blue screen and a series of white English prompts, he felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Fortunately, it was not during the coding process that the blue screen appeared. and he had saved his previous work before invoking the small program. Otherwise, he might have smashed that second-hand computer in frustration. After rebooting the computer, Li Zong refrained from immediately reopening the programming software. Instead, a thought struck him. It was time to purchase a new computer. With this in mind, he exited the room and approached Huang Yuzhen, articulating his intent. Mom, I need to visit the electronics market in the city to buy a new computer. My current one is perpetually malfunctioning, making me want to destroy it. Buying a computer, are we? Huang Yuzhen inquired directly. How much do you need? Li Zong pondered for a moment. If he was to buy, it ought to be of good quality. Otherwise, he would continue to face frustrations. And as his computer studies progressed, he would inevitably require a machine capable of handling more complex programs. Thus, he replied, around 20,000 yuan. I plan to purchase an Alienware computer, as I will be using it frequently, and a durable device will save me trouble. Huang Yuzhen hesitated briefly, but ultimately responded, all right. Wait here, I and AMP, Oppos, LL get you my bank card. Most of the scholarships and funds Li Zong had received were in cash or checks, and he had not found the time to deposit this money into a bank account, so he entrusted his parents with the task. Once the funds were deposited, he had little need for them, leaving the money idle in the account. Now that he required funds, Huang Yuzhen suggested, why not withdraw the money from the bank card and transfer it to your own account? You can take out all your scholarships. There and Oppos, there's no need to leave any for your father and me. Sure, Li Zong agreed, but he still intended to reserve a portion of the funds for emergencies. After all, Huang Yuzhen and Li Wenyu had nearly exhausted their savings, with only about 60,000 remaining, for of which had been initially earmarked for Li Zong's tuition fees. As for whether his parents would object, after all, that money was his scholarship, and he had the right to manage it. By the way, when Huang Yuzhen handed the bank card to Li Zong, she also shared her thoughts. Since you are dating Jiao, and it's a rare occasion for you to go out shopping, why not take her along? It would be a great opportunity for the two of you to bond. I heard that hotels require an ID, so don't forget to bring yours. As she spoke, she raised an eyebrow at Li Zong. Mom, I know, Li Zong muttered, slightly annoyed. Are you really that eager to hold your grandchild? Huang Yuzhen immediately retorted, what do you mean by eager? Good girls are hard to find these days. Many of them have such high standards. Haven't you heard that the number of unmarried women of a certain age is increasing? You and Oppos, VE finally met a good girl like Jiao. You should seize the opportunity before someone else catches her eye. Just make sure you don't come crying to your mother later. All right, I can't argue with you. Li Zong conceded as he made a hasty exit. Huang Yuzhen was articulate, often leaving Li Zong speechless. Due to generational differences in perspective, many matters were perceived by the older generation as inherently superior. Once he escaped the house, Li Zong took a deep breath. Wow, Mom's words are becoming increasingly formidable. I've never seen her so eloquent before my rebirth. She has me, a high-achieving student, at a loss for words. Yet, a smile graced his face. After all, in his previous life, he was so engrossed in his entrepreneurial pursuits that he scarcely spent time with his parents. When he finally slowed down, he realized his father had aged significantly, and his mother and Oppos' passing had left him yearning to fulfill his filial duties, unsure of where to begin. The most dreadful reality is the regret of wanting to care for one's parents but finding them no longer present. A sorrow profound enough to pierce the heart of any adult. Now, given a second chance at life, Li Zong felt a sense of obligation to compensate for the love that was once lacking. Arriving at Jiao's doorstep, Li Zong began his wait. He had already conveyed the details of his trip to the electronics market through WeChat, so he merely needed to wait. After all, he understood that girls typically take time to prepare before heading out. However, the first person to appear before him was not Jiao, but rather Li Shiqi. Li Shiqi regarded the boy who was courting his daughter with a disapproving glare and remarked, "Oh, young man, where do you plan to take my daughter? I hear she got ready quickly after receiving your message. It seems you two are going out." Considering Li Shiqi's sardonic tone and reflecting on Jiao's prior explanations, Li Zong recognized that, although his future father-in-law had been persuaded by Jiao, he still harbored reservations about him. Nevertheless, he chose to overlook Li Shiqi and Oppos' snide remarks and replied with a smile, "Uncle, I and Oppos am inviting Jiao to accompany me to the electronics market in the city to purchase a more expensive computer." Chapter 32, An Unexpected Encounter. Captain Li, humph. Li Shiqi let out a dissatisfied snort. If you want to buy a computer, then buy a computer. Though I have accepted you. You are not allowed to bully my daughter or engage in any further actions before marriage. Do you understand? Li Zong nodded repeatedly. Yes, uncle, I understand. However, he silently murmured in his heart, Uncle, if I truly do take things further, can you really stop me? That and Oppos, that's more like it. The anger within Li Shiqi eased somewhat. Yet he still found Li Zong quite displeasing, prompting him to snort again. This cold snort caught the attention of the well-dressed Li Jiaro. She pouted and said, Dad, are you criticizing Li Zong again? Upon seeing his daughter, Li Shiqi's expression softened immediately. My dear daughter, I am not criticizing your precious boyfriend. I merely advised him to be cautious on the road and pay attention to safety. You can ask that kid. Li Zong, feeling helpless, replied, Yes, uncle. You are absolutely right. After saying that, he took Li Jiaro's hand and urged, Let's hurry. The taxi is waiting. If we don't leave soon, the driver will get angry. Li Jiaro guessed what was on his mind and remained silent, allowing him to lead her away. Watching the two depart, the reluctant Li Shiqi still reminded them, Be careful on the road and stay safe. Understood. Li Zong and Li Jiaro replied in unison. In-city electronics market. Although the economy of in-city ranks among the lowest in Y province, the electronics market here offers a variety of goods comparable to that of a provincial capital. At the very least, the Alienware computer he desired had a dedicated store here. Moreover, the model he wanted was priced at 2,888 yuan. And there was no shortage of stock. After purchasing the computer, Li Zong requested the store staff to package it securely for temporary storage. The next order of business was to accompany Li Jiaro for a leisurely stroll. Hand in hand, they made their way to the food street adjacent to the electronics market. Li Zong, do you know? In my dreams, what I longed for most was to stroll down this food street with you again, just like we did in college. Hand in hand. However, in those dreams, I never received that opportunity. Instead, I was met with the tragic news of your passing. As she spoke, Li Jiaro and Oppos' expression visibly dimmed. At that moment, Li Zong playfully gave her a light tap on the head. Li Jiaro pouted, covering her forehead. Damn it, Li Zong. You're serious. That hurt. Hey, watch your words. What kind of ominous talk is that? Look at me, I and Oppos am perfectly fine. We will have plenty of chances to revisit this food street in the future. Whenever you wish to come, I will be by your side. Upon hearing his words, Li Jiaro's tears transformed into a smile, her previously bared teeth retreating. She softly replied, Yes, I want to come here often with you. This place holds our memories. Seeing this, Li Zong affectionately rubbed the spot where he had playfully tapped her. Does it hurt? Li Jiaro gritted her teeth and asked, Does it hurt or not? Li Zong chuckled heartily. Of course it hurts. You deserved it for uttering such ominous words while sleeping. Li Jiaro bared her teeth again. Li Zong, I swear I will bite you. Ha ha. Li Zong laughed and dodged her playful attack. The young couple engaged in light-hearted banter. After sampling a majority of the delicacies from the food street, Li Jiaro expressed her desire to watch a movie. Naturally, Li Zong had no objections. Prior to their outing, he had checked his phone and discovered that the release date for Iron Man 2 in this world had been inexplicably moved to the summer. There were still numerous showings available. Li Zong thought perhaps he could reminisce about the film he had watched in his past life. However, he was unexpectedly met with a familiar face upon arriving at the cinema. It was this very acquaintance who had set in motion a significant event that would reverberate through the scientific community in Huagua. Captain Luo? Li Zong called out to the figure ahead, having noticed a person accompanying a 15 or 16-year-old child who closely resembled Captain Luo. Yet, due to the throngs of people in the cinema, he could only catch a fleeting glimpse. Captain Luo had originally planned to bring his child, who was in the first year of high school, to the movies. Possessing keen hearing, he immediately turned upon hearing his name called. Upon recognizing Li Zong, a smile broke through his previously stoic demeanor. Li Zong approached Captain Luo with Li Jiaro's hand in his own. Captain Luo, this is my girlfriend, Li Jiaro. Captain Luo nodded in acknowledgement. I know you both. You two are quite the celebrities in N-City, having produced the top scorers in both arts and sciences from the same village. Frankly, I was astonished when I first heard the news. He then introduced his son. This is my son, Luo Changhong, who is in his first year of high school. It was evident that Captain Luo's son was more interested in the movie posters than in Li Zong and Li Jiaro, offering only a brief greeting before diverting his attention. Captain Luo, not wishing to linger on the matter, lowered his voice and asked, Kid, have you received any news or responses regarding that thing yet? No, Li Zong replied, aware that Captain Luo was referring to the materials for the controllable nuclear fusion experiment. However, he himself had not received any correspondence, leaving him quite puzzled. Chapter 33. Starting a company? I have an inkling that this matter may not be as straightforward as it seems. Captain Luo furrowed his brow. Li Zong, unaware of what he had detected, could only inquire, "Are you suggesting that someone has embezzled my academic achievements?" Captain Luo replied, "Currently, there is no evidence to indicate that anyone has misappropriated anything, but I will keep an eye on it for you." "All right, thank you, Captain Luo," Li Zong smiled. "The movie is about to begin. I need to go buy tickets," Captain Luo remarked, then departed with his son. Li Jiaro gazed at Captain Luo's retreating figure and asked, "Is he a police officer?" "Yes," Li Zong affirmed. "Is he reliable?" Li Jiaro inquired. Li Zong chuckled. "Rest assured, he is undoubtedly the most dependable officer we have encountered." Recalling something, Li Jiaro added, "I remember now. Although in my dream I was reassigned to the Jiangnan region as a detective, I frequently heard news about him. He truly is a rare and commendable officer." Li Zong took Li Jiaro and Amp, Apos, S hand, saying, "Come on, let and Amp, Apos, let's go watch the movie. We shall temporarily set aside other matters." "Okay," she replied. The tickets they purchased were for Iron Man. However, within this film, Iron Man's source of energy was a gem, lacking the arc reactor entirely. As they watched, Li Zong discreetly pecked Li Jiaro on the cheek. Startled, Li Jiaro's face flushed crimson as she softly exclaimed, "Stop it, there are so many people here. How embarrassing." Li Zong grinned mischievously. "So many people? Would you like to turn around and see what they are doing?" Confused, Li Jiaro turned her head, only to exclaim in astonishment as her cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red. It turned out that the couple sitting behind them had already begun to nibble on each other's lips. She even noticed some girls in nearby seats bowing their heads. Li Jiaro seemed to recall a similar scene from her dreams, and thus understood immediately. She quietly remarked, "Aren't these people afraid of embarrassment?" Li Zong chuckled. "What is there to fear? It's pitch dark here. No one can see anyone. But what if someone walks by them?" Li Jiaro retorted. "They can just cover up with their coats," Li Zong replied. Upon exiting the cinema, Li Jiaro and Apos' face remained flushed. Although she had technically lived a second life in her dreams and possessed another set of memories, some experiences are only truly profound when lived firsthand. Suddenly, Li Jiaro called out, "Li Zong." "Yes?" He looked at her quizzically, unsure of why she had summoned him. "What do you think about me starting a company in the future?" Li Jiaro expressed her thoughts, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Inspired by the Iron Man film, she wondered why she could not, like the female protagonist, establish a company to support Li Zong. Li Jiaro believed Li Zong to be a research prodigy akin to Stark, and as such, she felt it was her duty to prepare everything for him, clearing obstacles from his path and ensuring that financial matters would not hinder him. "Aren't you going to be a detective anymore?" Li Zong inquired curiously. In her past life, Li Jiaro had chosen to switch from the humanities to the sciences out of curiosity and interest, ultimately taking every course related to being a detective. Her excellent grades allowed her to fulfill her wish of joining the detective squad after graduation. Since her dreams had replicated that life experience, why not utilize it? Li Jiaro responded with a smile, "No, being a detective doesn't and Amp, Apos, suit me. Every time I faced the bodies from murder cases, I felt the world was so dark. Even though some say this is a survivor's bias, and I only encountered the darkness of murder cases, I still cannot convince myself internally. Therefore, since my dream self has already experienced such an unbearable time, I see no reason to relive it." This was her genuine sentiment, and it weighed heavily in her decision. Another significant reason, of course, was Li Zong. After pondering for a moment, Li Zong said, "If you have made up your mind, then go ahead. As long as you believe you won't regret it later. Then it's settled. Let us go. I'm hungry for some millet dumplings." As she spoke, Li Jiaro took Li Zong's hand and hurried toward the food street. As dusk settled, Li Zong returned to the village with a plethora of snacks and a computer. Just before reaching home, Li Jiaro unexpectedly pecked him on the cheek, her face flushed. "Li Zong, thank you. I had a wonderful time today," she said, then hurried away. Seemingly shy about her actions, Li Zong chuckled to himself, touching the remnants of her kiss on his face, amused by her bashfulness. Upon returning home, Huang Yuzhen approached, taking the snacks from Li Zong's hands. "Son, how did your time with Jiaro go today?" She was less concerned about the computer's cost, as that was merely a material possession. What mattered more was whether her daughter-in-law had found a suitable match. "Mom, I've told you I'm still young. Please don't rush me," Li Zong replied, rolling his eyes. Parents can be so anxious about these things. Marriage and children? He was only 18. Moreover, one must not rush such matters. If one is too eager, it might frighten the girl away. You know how shy Jiaro is. Finally, Li Zong's words persuaded Huang Yuzhen. She nodded. You're right, son. Jiaro is indeed quite shy. Chapter 34. The Big Shot on the morning of August 21st. Li Zong was forcibly dragged from his room by Huang Yuzhen. Son, hurry. Those people are looking for you again. Those people referred to the admissions offices of Kodo University and Shuemu University. They had already visited once or twice about a month prior. Li Zong, I trust you are aware of our purpose here. Shuemu University ranks first in the nation, and no other institution possesses greater research advantages than we do. Many authors of academic papers in our country hail from our esteemed university. Hence I extend this invitation once more for you to study at Shuemu University, announced the slender, bespectacled deputy director of the admissions office, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. In contrast, the representative from Kyoto University was a portly middle-aged man who, upon hearing the slender man and Appo's words, became irate and retorted, Chung Zhugan, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that Kyoto University is inferior to Shuemu University? The nickname Zhugan was indeed fitting. The slender man provocatively responded, What's wrong, you fatso? Do you believe Kyoto University surpasses Shuemu University? The stout man, unwilling to concede, replied, Indeed, Shuemu University may have more research funding than Kyoto University, but in terms of academic standing, we are undoubtedly on par. Although the stout man was aware of the truth in the slender man's statement, he continued to bluster in front of Li Zong, all in an effort to win him over. Shall we consult the data right here for you to see, Li Zong? Challenged the slender man. Come at me. I fear no one. The stout man retorted defiantly. Could you both please stop arguing? Li Zong interjected, feeling a headache coming on. He had clearly expressed that he would not be leaving the south to study in the north, yet these two seemed oblivious to his resolve. The stout and slender men turned their heads away from each other, refusing to acknowledge one another. Li Zong, you must come to Kyoto University. A student of your caliber can only thrive at our institution. That's nonsense. Li Zong, ignore him and come to Shuemu University, the pinnacle of higher education in Huagua. Zhugan, are you looking for trouble? Shouted the stout man. Fatso, you are the one looking for trouble. And so they resumed their quarrel. Li Zong watched the spectacle, deciding it best not to intervene. Huang Yuzhen, however, was beaming at the scene. Her son was being courted by the nation's top 2 universities. What an honor. This was a scenario she never could have imagined, and she pinched Li Zong's arm excitedly. Ouch. Why are you pinching me, Mom? He exclaimed, bewildered. Nothing. Just a bit nervous, she replied with a laugh. Li Zong thought to himself, if you're nervous, pinch yourself. Nevertheless, his comment managed to halt the bickering between the stout and slender men, both now gazing at Li Zong in anticipation of his decision. Seeing this, Li Zong hastily declared, Gentlemen, to be frank, both Kyoto University and Shuemu University are simply too far from home. Moreover, I have a suite in the capital of Y province. So I regret to inform you that I have no reason to forsake such excellent conditions for either university. I can only express my gratitude for your kind invitations. Upon hearing Li Zong's decision, both men felt a wave of disappointment. However, the choice of where to study ultimately lay with Li Zong alone. Even his parents had no authority to make that decision for him. Realizing the firmness of his stance, the two men abandoned their attempts to persuade him. Despite their disappointment, they maintained a facade of cordiality. After some pleasantries, they took their leave. Li Zong intended to return to his room to continue coding, but was unexpectedly approached by Captain Luo. Captain Luo, what brings you here? Noticing Li Zong's surprise, Captain Luo chuckled. What, am I not welcome? Li Zong shook his head. How could that be? Your visit brings honor to my home. Captain Luo jested. You rascal. Have you learned to sweet talk while I've been away? Li Zong grinned. However, it was evident that Captain Luo had come with a purpose. He gestured to Li Zong to follow him. Instantly understanding the cue, Li Zong said to Huang Yuzhen, Mom, please prepare some refreshments for Captain Luo. I need to speak with him. All right, Huang Yuzhen responded, rising to leave the room. Once Huang Yuzhen departed, Captain Luo said, Come with me. There is a significant figure who wishes to meet you. A significant figure? Who is it? Although puzzled about the identity of this big shot, Li Zong followed Captain Luo. They exited the house and approached a van, the majority of its windows drawn with curtains, obscuring the occupants inside. Upon entering the vehicle, Li Zong finally saw the person within and understood why Captain Luo referred to him as a significant figure. Sitting inside was an elderly man, approximately 80 years of age, who greeted Li Zong with a warm smile. Li Zong gasped softly, Old man Wen? Chapter 35, Tears of the Elder Wen Chuangxin. the esteemed chief nuclear power engineer of Huagua and an academician of the National Academy of Sciences, was the architect behind the nation's first nuclear-powered submarine. Remarkably, this venerable figure's father was also a man of great significance, having led Huagua's inaugural peasant revolution. Ultimately, he was apprehended by reactionaries, enduring torment with unwavering fortitude, and tragically met his demise in their custody. It is fair to say that the Wen family has long been a pillar of the nation, embodying loyalty and valor. Crucially, Wen Chuanxin and Li Zong hail from the same hometown. From an early age, Li Zong was immersed in tales of Wen and his father, which fostered a deep respect that persisted even after his rebirth. Upon first laying eyes on Wen, Li Zong was overwhelmed with excitement. "Elder Wen, are you visiting your hometown?" he inquired eagerly. With a gentle smile, Wen replied, "Yes, I have returned home to visit family." Accompanying Wen were guards of an exceptionally high rank. Not far off, an inconspicuous van was stationed, within which sat active duty soldiers, each wearing a serious expression as they monitored Wen's vehicle, hands clasped tightly around their firearms. Others were strategically dispersed, their eyes keenly observing the surroundings. "May I ask how you came to be here?" Li Zong inquired cautiously. Wen pointed to Captain Luo, who was at the wheel. "This young man was previously in charge of securing my residence, so we are acquainted. During my visit home, I fortuitously encountered him, and he spoke highly of you and your endeavors." Li Zong's mind began to formulate plans. Wen's face lit up with enthusiasm. "I visited that cave dwelling. You are remarkable, not only for proposing a theory on controllable nuclear fusion, but also for constructing a model of a fusion power station. When I saw that video, my heart raced with excitement. Our hometown has been silent for so long, and now we have someone capable of leading the forefront of global physics." Wen was first and foremost a person, before being a scientist. His identity imbued him with a profound affection for his homeland, filled with hope. How could he not be elated upon learning that a pioneering scientist had emerged from his native soil? With a tone of inquiry, Wen began to discuss the controllable nuclear fusion experiment. Li Zong humbly declined, saying, "Elder Wen, I cannot claim to be an expert. I merely stumbled upon an idea that compelled me to pursue this experiment. There is still much about the materials that I have yet to grasp." No one was concerned. His primary interest lay in Li Zong himself. If Li Zong could propose an experiment on controllable nuclear fusion, he must surely possess a clear understanding of the necessary formulas and theories. Thus, Wen resumed the dialogue with a spirit of inquiry. Unable to refuse, Li Zong shared the knowledge he had acquired from his studies. "The principle of this experiment fundamentally hinges on the notion of control. My design was predicated upon this concept. However, I am acutely aware that, despite our current technological advancements, while we can manipulate the trajectories of electrons and atomic nuclei, neutrons remain beyond our control. This is due to neutrons being electrically neutral, in contrast to electrons, which bear a negative charge, and atomic nuclei, which are positively charged. Hence, I shifted my focus to whether we could control the fuel. With that thought in mind, the next step was to conceptualize the experiment. The discussion lasted approximately half an hour. During this time, Huang Yuzhen sought out Li Zong but was promptly escorted away by Captain Luo, who also brought forth Li Zong's laptop to aid in the explanations. "Wonderful, wonderful," Wen exclaimed as he concluded. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, he suddenly found himself choking and began to cough. Li Zong quickly rushed to support the elder, gently patting his back. "Elder Wen, please do not become too agitated. Let us take a moment to collect ourselves." After about 5 minutes, Wen regained his composure and gazed at Li Zong with fervor. "We, the people of Huagua, now possess a technology that stands at the forefront of the world. I am truly delighted. Each time I witness Western nations imposing technological embargoes upon us, I am compelled to reflect on whether I am deserving of my position. After all, I occupy this role without having made any advancements in technology to surpass the West, and that realization fills me with shame." As he spoke, a look of remorse shadowed Wen's face. Li Zong, however, responded with a smile, "Elder Wen, you and your predecessors have been continuously redefining the limits of our nation's technology each year. Moreover, even if there have been no recent innovations in our technology, it is not the fault of the older generation, but rather ours as the youth." Li Zong sighed. "Without your contributions and those of your predecessors, we would not have a stable environment in which to pursue the latest scientific projects. Without your sacrifices, we might have found ourselves in a position akin to that of Japan or South Korea, stripped of sovereignty, our cutting-edge technology seized and weaponized by our overlords. In such a scenario, our Huaxia nation would truly find itself in a state of despair. Thus, even if you and your predecessors have not continued to innovate. The foundational soil you have cultivated is of utmost importance to us, the younger generation. The weapons you and your predecessors developed serve as a means to measure the expanse of our nation as territory. It is precisely through your and your predecessors' efforts that we have defended our land and upheld our sovereignty. Upon hearing this, one was suddenly overcome with tears, a testament to the depth of his emotions. Chapter 36. Infiltrating the server. After listening to Li Zong's impassioned speech, Old One felt as though a scientific star was rising in his hometown. The future of China and Oppo's scientific community was secure. We are not alone. With heartfelt sentiment, Old One realized that Li Zong was indeed the one who proposed the concept of controllable nuclear fusion and put it into practice. Young Li, did you submit all the materials on controllable nuclear fusion to the National Academy of Sciences 3 months ago? Old One asked with a serious expression. Li Zong glanced at Captain Luo, who turned back and nodded. Yes, Old One. To be precise, today marks exactly 3 months and 1 day. I assisted young Li in submitting the materials using a civilian account. Old One's expression grew increasingly grave. Can you access that email account and show me the submission record? Li Zong handed his notebook to Captain Luo, who logged into the civilian account. What is happening? Captain Luo exclaimed as the email indicated an incorrect password. Assuming he had mistyped, he continued to input the password, but regrettably, each attempt revealed that the account did not exist. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Someone must have deleted my account data. Humph, Old One declared angrily. This is an attempt to conceal the truth and claim this achievement for themselves. He immediately asserted, Young Li, I will assist you in resolving this matter. Just as he finished speaking, his phone, which he had kept in his pocket, rang. The screen displayed a single line. Someone in our country has achieved controllable nuclear fusion. The Academy is convening all nuclear physicists for a meeting at 5:00 and Oppo's clock this afternoon. Upon reading the message, Old One and Oppo's fury intensified. These individuals were utterly audacious. They had already appropriated young Li's research findings and intended to finalize their claims today. He turned to Li Zong and said, Young Li, you must accompany me to uncover who dares to usurp the achievements of a civilian scientist. Without hesitation, Li Zong agreed. The news ignited a profound indignation within him. After investing his entire fortune into this experiment, someone was attempting to seize the fruits of his labor. Furthermore, they had even deleted the email account used by Captain Luo for the submission. Such a presence within China's scientific community was nothing short of a scourge. This menace must be eradicated. After receiving Old One's invitation, he briefly informed Huang Yuzhen before boarding Old One's vehicle, and they set off for the military airport. Meanwhile, Huang Yuzhen stood at the village entrance, anxiously watching as several vehicles vanished from sight. She prayed, I hope nothing serious has happened. Child, please return safely. Due to the gravity of the situation, Old One exercised his authority to have a military transport aircraft on standby at a southern military base. By the time Li Zong and the others arrived, it was already noon. They wasted no time at the military base and swiftly boarded the aircraft, heading towards the capital. This journey would last 3.5 hours, and they were scheduled to arrive at a military base in the capital at 3:30 in the afternoon. From where they would then take military vehicles to the National Research Institute. Despite being on a military transport aircraft for the first time, Li Zong found no joy in the experience. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. Taking a deep breath, he communicated with the system. My research findings have been stolen, and all traces have been erased. However, traces on the internet cannot simply be deleted. Can you assist me? The system seemed to recognize the seriousness of the situation and readily granted Li Zong a certain level of access. Permission for top-tier hacking technology beyond Blue Star technology has been granted. The host may commence operations. Excellent. Li Zong felt a surge of relief. Quickly connecting his computer to the aircraft and Oppo's network to begin his crucial task. His objective was to infiltrate the server of a domestic company and locate the database log files. This would enable him to recover the deleted account and all associated data. As Captain Luo looked on in astonishment, Li Zong's fingers flew across the keyboard with remarkable speed. Even surprising Old One. There were no dramatic confrontations or protracted battles. Instead, it was a swift and decisive maneuver. Employing a special method, Li Zong disguised himself in casing, allowing him to bypass the company's firewall undetected. Once through the firewall, he entered the company's server. Faced with a bewildering array of data and code on the screen, he contemplated his next steps. Many large companies have multiple servers, making it challenging to pinpoint the specific location of a designated user's data. I must devise a strategy to locate the user and Oppo's data in the shortest possible time. Analyzing the database logs proved cumbersome. Was there a more efficient approach? Despite deep in thought, Li Zong and Oppo's fingers did not cease their movement. He continued coding, further disguising himself as an internal IP of the company. Thus, even if he deleted or restored a user and Oppo's data, it would go unnoticed by the company personnel. Chapter 37. National Research Institute. Why did Li Zong, despite possessing hacking skills that surpassed the technology of Blue Star, still opt for disguise to elude the scrutiny of server administrators? It is essential to note that Li Zong's research data had been deliberately erased. Currently, he remains uncertain whether that individual is still monitoring the account's data. If so, even with his formidable skills, it would be impossible for Li Zong to restore the data unnoticed. After all, one who can effortlessly delete database records within another's company is certainly no ordinary person. Not long after, Li Zong, having camouflaged himself, discovered the log files within the company's database. This log file documented the creation, restoration, and deletion records of hundreds of thousands of accounts. Though laborious, it posed no insurmountable challenge for Li Zong. He swiftly crafted a web-scraping software on his computer to capture the key characteristics of a specific account's data. However, internet companies are highly sensitive to such scraping software, thus Li Zong needed to disguise his program obfuscated to prevent the company's security system from detecting its presence, allowing the software to infiltrate successfully. 10 minutes later, a web scraper capable of bypassing the security system was completed. Li Zong pressed enter, officially accessing and analyzing the log file within the company and Oppo's database. He began attempting to circumvent the security verification system, successfully bypassing the security system. He commenced scanning the log file. Detecting the beginning of the log file, the content was being captured. Observing the rapid white code flashing across the screen, both Wen Lao and Captain Luo wore expressions of astonishment. Shaoli, have you hacked into Fading and Oppo's database? Captain Luo, having previously apprehended hacking groups, possessed a basic understanding of such technical terms. Indeed, replied Li Zong without looking up. Remarkable, Wen Lao exclaimed. Reflecting on the formidable defenses of Fading, a giant in the domestic internet sector, he understood just how stringent their database protection was. Apart from national departments, no company boasted defenses as robust as theirs. Yet, Li Zong had managed to infiltrate it. In Wen Lao's mind, Li Zong's stature rose significantly. Such a talent was indeed a treasure for Huagua. Thus, this time, even at the cost of his own reputation, he was determined to ensure that this young man could reclaim the research results. Wen Lao, possessing a heart of gold, was willing to pay any price for the advancement of Huagua's technological prowess. He was now contemplating Li Zong and Oppo's chances of winning should he confront the individual who had stolen others and Oppo's research. The adversary had even managed to persuade Fading to delete personal account data, indicating meticulousness and extensive reach. However, the identity of this individual remained to be uncovered. Wen Lao wasted no time, continuing his earlier endeavors, contacting colleagues and friends to ascertain who proposed the recent controllable nuclear fusion experiment. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory. As hours passed in their respective pursuits, the airplane was mere minutes away from landing at a military base in Kyoto. Found it. Just before the plane touched down, Li Zong located the code segment for Captain Luo's email, containing all the information related to that account. However, he refrained from restoring the account data immediately and instead looked towards Wen Lao. Wen Lao, I have found the account data and can restore it at any time. Shall I proceed with the restoration now? Upon hearing Li Zong's question, Wen Lao pondered for a moment before replying. No rush. Let's assess the situation on site first. Li Zong nodded in agreement. After the plane landed, Li Zong and Wen Lao, along with their party, disembarked. Surrounding them was a contingent of armed soldiers awaiting Wen Lao and Oppo's arrival, tasked with ensuring his safety to the National Research Institute. Upon seeing Wen Lao, all the soldiers saluted him with genuine respect. Such a man, who had dedicated his life to the nation, was deserving of their utmost protection. Wen Lao, with a serious expression, returned the salute. Gazing at Wen Lao and Oppo's countenance deepened Li Zong and Oppo's admiration for him. He thought, Wen Lao is truly a national treasure of Huagua. With that sentiment, Li Zong entered the military vehicle designated for their escort, heading towards the National Research Institute. Thanks to the coordination of local traffic authorities, their journey was smooth. taking merely 50 minutes to traverse from the military base to the institute's entrance. As Li Zong watched the ceaseless flow of vehicles from the car, he mused, had it not been for the traffic police clearing the way, we might not have arrived at the National Research Institute in such a short time. The traffic was indeed quite congested. This was inevitable, considering the adversary had chosen to announce the controllable nuclear fusion project at 5 in the afternoon. Right before the end of the workday, perhaps anticipating the ensuing traffic chaos. However, Li Zong could not decipher the adversary and Oppo's intentions at that moment. The National Research Institute soon came into view. Unlike the institute from his previous world, the one Li Zong found himself in had its offices situated within a traditional courtyard. Surrounded by modern buildings brimming with technological advancements, all heavily guarded by armed soldiers, suggesting that those high-tech edifices were also affiliated with the National Research Institute. Chapter 38. He Ruixing, a 32-year-old doctoral graduate in physics, is a figure shrouded in dubious accomplishments. The integrity of his academic credentials is severely compromised, as a significant portion of his published research has been obtained through nefarious means. He has resorted to a myriad of tactics, manipulation, bribery, coercion, and intimidation to pilfer the work of others. Nonetheless, He Ruixing possesses a certain intellectual acumen. After appropriating the scholarly contributions of his peers, he has managed to present them during his thesis defense with such aplomb that one might mistake him for the original author. Born into a prosperous business family, his household commands considerable wealth, with the combined market valuation of several publicly listed companies exceeding 100 billion, primarily in the coal industry. In a world where many challenges can be circumvented with monetary influence, He Ruixing has navigated his unscrupulous endeavors with remarkable ease, managing to evade repercussions until now. Several months ago, He Ruixing encountered a pivotal moment in his life. He was accepted as a disciple by a venerable academician from a national research institute. The circumstances surrounding this mentorship were rather fortuitous. The academician's granddaughter fell gravely ill, necessitating a rare medicinal herb, a 500-year-old mountain ginseng. Given the severe environmental degradation on Blue Star, such ancient specimens were virtually non-existent, with any that remained being hoarded for dire emergencies. The academician, having devoted his life to the nation and his research, was visibly aged by the distress of his granddaughter's suffering. He Ruixing, ever the opportunist, caught wind of this situation and seized the moment, revealing that his family possessed a ginseng of over 500 years. Following some negotiations, the academician expressed a willingness to purchase the herb. However, He Ruixing, driven by ulterior motives, declined monetary compensation and instead proposed that the academician accept him as a pupil. The desperate grandfather, yearning to aid his granddaughter, readily acquiesced. On the day of his apprenticeship, He Ruixing was elated, earning accolades from his family. After some time, while organizing materials at the Research Institute, he stumbled upon an email from a grassroots organization, intriguingly titled Nuclear Fusion. Initially dismissive, he pondered the audacity of private individuals jesting about such a complex subject, unaware that the process of constructing hydrogen bombs was not meant for the uninitiated. His curiosity piqued. He Ruixing opened the email. After a brief perusal of around 10 minutes, he became convinced of the feasibility of the experiments concerning controlled nuclear fusion, although he recognized the need for a thorough analysis. That afternoon, he meticulously backed up the information contained in the email and subsequently deleted it from his inbox. Employing clandestine methods, he discreetly removed the data from the office. He then enlisted a group of approximately 50 individuals, investing a month of their time in researching the project. They ultimately concluded that while controlled nuclear fusion might be achievable, a crucial component remained elusive. The formulas required computation from a supercomputing center's advanced systems. He Ruixing, maintaining a cautious approach to his dealings, evidenced by his ability to evade consequences despite his extensive plagiarism, promptly arranged for verification of the software intended for monitoring the controlled nuclear fusion experiments. After nearly 10 days of analysis, the results confirmed that the software was entirely open source, devoid of any hidden mechanisms that could transmit information externally. Elated by this finding, He Ruixing's next course of action was to leverage the academician's name to request access to the supercomputing center's resources, specifically seeking substantial computational power. Unbeknownst to He Ruixing and the analysts, a critical segment of code mysteriously vanished during the decompilation process. The academician had previously inquired about this matter, to which He Ruixing humbly replied that he had developed a conceptual approach to the nuclear fusion experiment 6 months earlier, and after extensive research and analysis, he believed the experiment was viable, pending final validation. The academician, pleased with He Ruixing and Appo's earnestness and diligence, regarded him as a potential successor to his legacy. After offering a few words of encouragement, the academician made arrangements with the supercomputing center on He Ruixing's behalf. With the academician's matters settled, He Ruixing was left with two final tasks to realize his ambitions of appropriating the controlled nuclear fusion experiment's findings. The first task involved meticulously erasing all records from the submission email account. The second entailed identifying the individual responsible for the experiment and employing measures to ensure their silence. The first task was easily accomplished, as He Ruixing had connections within Fading Corporation, allowing him to eradicate the Cinder and Appo's account information effortlessly. The second task, however, he planned to resolve through financial means. Nevertheless, should the individual prove uncooperative, He Ruixing was prepared to resort to more sinister methods, understanding that silence could be assured only through the most permanent of solutions. Chapter 39. The ingenious he devised. What He Ruixing did not anticipate was that, despite employing numerous tactics, he could not ascertain the identity of the individual responsible for sending the email and orchestrating the entire controllable nuclear fusion experiment. Could it be that someone utilized an unknown anonymous method to transmit this information to me? He Ruixing, inherently cautious, instinctively sensed something amiss and felt a twinge of fear regarding the potential exposure of his actions. Yet, the insatiable greed within him ultimately prevailed. If he were to seize this scientific achievement, he would gain not only fame, but also the rights to the project, which would yield substantial benefits for the He family, thereby advancing their business endeavors. In a conference room at the National Research Institute, the space was filled with individuals, predominantly elderly gentlemen. These were national treasures of Huagua, wielding significant influence in the realm of scientific research. Their gathering today was to witness the birth of the controllable nuclear fusion project. He Ruixing stood at the podium, brimming with enthusiasm. Today, my mentor and I have summoned you all here to unveil a groundbreaking scientific project, aptly named Controllable Nuclear Fusion. Upon his declaration, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Controllable nuclear fusion? There have been no reports of scientists undertaking such an experiment. Could this be the first proposal from Huagua? It appears to be an inaugural initiative. Does this signify that our nation's research is poised to ascend to the pinnacle of global innovation? The faces of the academicians sparkled with excitement. However, some maintained a measured perspective regarding the project. Is this endeavor genuine? It must be. For the esteemed student of Elder Fong would not resort to such trickery. If indeed authentic, this would position Huagua at the forefront of scientific advancement. Moreover, it represents a clean energy source akin to that of the sun. I find myself eager. Should Huagua succeed in this pursuit, we would possess an inexhaustible energy source, potentially subjugating other nations. Observing the elderly academicians and Appo's expressions of exhilaration and their animated exchanges, He Ruixing and Appo's smile widened. He could already envision the accolades that awaited him. Clearing his throat, he garnered the attention of the assembly. The esteemed scholars, recognizing his intent to speak, graciously quieted down. Respected predecessors and esteemed academicians, although this idea emerged serendipitously, I have nonetheless dedicated at least 6 months to preparing and validating the feasibility of this experiment through empirical evidence. I stand before you to affirm that this experiment can withstand rigorous scientific scrutiny. Once again, the audience erupted with enthusiasm. Is this truly verifiable? Elder Fong and Appo's student is indeed remarkable. Congratulations to Elder Fong. Elder Fong beamed with joy. For a man who devoted his life to scientific pursuits, nothing could bring him greater happiness than witnessing the promising future of Huagua's research. Now, let us delve into the specifics of the controllable nuclear fusion project Elder Fong proposed. His excitement palpable. The opportunity to witness cutting-edge technology invigorated him. He continued, after we examine the experiment, we must promptly evaluate this project. Should the assessment yield favorable results, I shall petition the government for research funding to secure its official endorsement. Indeed, we must strive for early approval and aim to overshadow the arrogance of Western nations. Voiced one of the academicians. I stand in support. Echoed another. The assembly of scholars did not contest Elder Fong and Appo's remarks, as they all shared a common aspiration for the advancement of national scientific research. All eyes turned toward He Ruixing, anticipating that he would bring honor to Huagua. At that moment, Elder Fong kindly encouraged, Young He, it is now your turn to elucidate the particulars of controllable nuclear fusion to our esteemed academicians. He Ruixing nodded, certainly. Esteemed mentor, With that, he grasped a remote control and activated the PowerPoint presentation. The screen in the conference room illuminated with a series of formulas. Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence with the equations. This first formula pertains to the reaction between the hydrogen isotopes deuterium and tritium. He directed his laser pointer toward the large screen, where the formula appeared. 2, 1, H, 3, 1, H, 4, 2, He, 1, 0, N17. 6 MeV. Many in the room recognized and understood this formula, as it represents the fusion reaction occurring during a hydrogen bomb explosion. What I intend to convey is how we can utilize this formula to elucidate the underlying principles and subsequently apply these principles in our research of controllable nuclear fusion. He Ruisheng spoke with confidence, introducing concepts that were relatively straightforward before transitioning to more complex topics. To effectively govern the nuclear fusion reaction, a pivotal device is necessary, which I shall name the He device. As he concluded, an illustration of a tokamak device appeared on the screen. Although Li Ruisheng was aware that this apparatus was originally termed a tokamak, he had resolved to appropriate this scientific achievement for his own gain. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when the conference room door swung open, and an irate voice pierced the air. "Ah, what an audacious He device! What a shameless thief and scoundrel!" Chapter 40 Confrontation. The deceptive Li Ruisheng Wen Lao was initially outside the conference room, listening to Li Ruisheng's words. Upon hearing Li Ruisheng and Apos' intention to name the tokamak device after himself, in honor of Li Zong and Apos' research achievements, his fury compelled him to burst through the conference room door. The sight of Wen Lao and Apos' wrath sent a wave of panic through Li Ruisheng, who instinctively feared that his actions had been uncovered. However, upon reflection, he reassured himself that if he firmly maintained that this was his own proposal and experimentation, others would have no grounds to challenge him. Moreover, he had prepared himself for various contingencies. Thus, his expression transitioned from alarm to calm, musing, "Old fool, have you come to question me because someone has tipped you off? Yet, without substantial evidence, how do you intend to dismantle this project?" Li Ruisheng was convinced that this project was unrelated to Wen Lao. After all, had it been so, Wen Lao could have raised it directly within the National Academy of Sciences, rather than resorting to a civilian submission email. He feigned a demeanor of trepidation, exclaiming, "What? What do you mean, Wen Lao? I do not comprehend at all." "You do not understand?" Wen Lao retorted, nearly amused by Li Ruisheng and Apos' shamelessness. Li Ruisheng persisted in his act of fearfulness, insisting, "I truly do not understand." The attending academicians began to murmur among themselves, speculating whether Wen Lao had uncovered something significant. "Are you suggesting that this controlled nuclear fusion project is fraudulent?" No. I believe the project is genuine, but it appears Li Ruisheng has pilfered it from others." "Plagiarism? That is a crime. Such conduct is utterly intolerable in our National Research Institute." Elder Fong, a man of resolute character, felt his countenance darken as he overheard the hushed conversations of his peers. If Li Ruisheng had indeed stolen someone else's research, it would tarnish his own reputation irreparably. In a fit of rage, Elder Fong slammed his hand on the conference table, producing a resounding thud. "Li Ruisheng, explain yourself. What is the truth of this matter?" The fury of his mentor finally instilled a genuine sense of apprehension in Li Ruisheng. Yet, he clenched his teeth and replied, "Teacher, I fail to grasp what Wen Lao is insinuating. This is unequivocally my research. I do not understand why I am being labeled a plagiarist." As he spoke, his agitation grew. "This is slander and defamation." He pointed accusingly at Wen Lao, declaring, "If you cannot provide me with an explanation, then I shall, with all my might, demand one from the nation and from you, Wen Lao." He had resolved to retaliate. If Wen Lao intended to make his life difficult, Li Ruisheng would ensure that Wen Lao experienced the bite of a cornered dog. Observing Li Ruisheng's defiant stance, Wen Lao couldn't help but chuckle. "Demand an explanation from me? On what grounds? Because your family operates a coal business in the coal capital? Or due to your ill-gotten research findings?" As the chief engineer of the National Nuclear Power Project, Wen Lao felt no fear of a mere coal company, especially when he was in the right. "Since you allege that I have stolen someone else's research, where is your evidence?" Li Ruisheng retorted, his bravado waning as he sensed the gravity of the situation. Wen Lao and Apos' unwavering confidence raised doubts in Li Ruisheng and Apos' mind about whether he had indeed been discovered, and whether Wen Lao possessed all the information regarding the project and Li Ruisheng's covert activities. "Evidence?" A disdainful smile crossed Wen Lao and Apos' face. He gestured toward the large screen, asking, "Do you dare to open the software for the controlled nuclear fusion experiment?" He continued, "Do you recall what transpired during Li Zong and Appo's initial experiment? At that time, upon first using the software, an identity verification prompt appeared. Following verification, Li Zong set a condition, re-verify in 3 months. Now, 3 months had elapsed since that first experiment. Instinctively, He Ruixing wished to avoid opening the software, searching for an excuse to decline. Yet, when Lao offered no reprieve, stating, "If you intend to concoct some excuse like my controlled nuclear fusion experiment has no software, I advise you to abandon that notion. My presence here today signifies that I am fully aware of the situation. Any refusal on your part will be futile. If you adamantly refuse to open it, I will stake my entire reputation to insist on inspecting your computer." Faced with Wen Lao's unwavering stance, He Ruixing felt a chill run down his spine. What unnerved him further were the gazes of the academicians present, filled with skepticism, confusion, and scorn. Even his own mentor, Elder Fong, regarded him with a questioning look. He Ruixing began to tremble, uncertain of how to respond. His mind raced with thoughts. My computer is offline. How could that old man know that software was on it? How did he find out? I had tidied up every loose end. How could he have discovered anything? His mind was in disarray, overwhelmed with resentment toward Wen Lao. He could not fathom how the contents of his computer had been compromised. In truth, it all traced back to that morning when He Ruixing had opened the software to confirm its functionality. However, that very confirmation was the greatest problem of all. Chapter 41. The stubborn duck. Every laptop possesses the capability to connect to wireless networks. However, it is not merely a matter of establishing a connection. A specific software known as a driver is essential for this purpose. He Ruixing, being financially well off, could easily find a way to remove the wireless network card driver from his computer. He thought he had meticulously planned everything and believed that by eliminating the wireless card, he would be secure. This, however, led to the covert installation of the wireless network card driver by the code that had vanished, which controlled the entire computer. When Li Zong and the others arrived at the National Academy of Sciences, Li Zong received a link on his mobile phone. This link contained a video of He Ruixing seated at his computer, laughing heartily. "Ha! Now this controllable nuclear fusion is mine. Once today and Appo's meeting passes, I will have the detection software for the nuclear fusion experiment encrypted, ensuring that no one can seize my glory." The timestamp on the video indicated it was 6:00 and Appo's clock in the morning, well before the 3-month identity verification period had expired. After all, Li Zong had commenced the nuclear fusion experiment around 8 that morning, while He Ruixing was still engaged in final assembly at 6. He Ruixing was an exceedingly cautious individual. Even at 6 o'clock that morning, he would deliberately check his computer for any issues. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the missing segment of code was the core of the software, a genuine artificial intelligence code added by the mysterious entity known as the system. Now, confronted by Elder Wen's inquiries, He Ruixing was too fearful to speak, uncertain of where he had gone wrong. Though he felt as if he had lifted a stone only to crush his own foot, he had no choice but to feign bravado, stating, "Elder One, I am unaware of the controllable nuclear fusion experiment software you refer to, nor do I understand why you have come to confront me today. Is it because of a grudge from over a decade ago with my teacher that you have come here to sabotage the release of the nuclear fusion project?" He could not afford to concede. Admitting defeat would have dire consequences. It was well known that Elder Wen and Elder Fong had a long-standing feud from over a decade ago, a grudge that had yet to be resolved. He Ruixing seized upon this point, attempting to resist and turn the tables, suggesting that Elder Wen's accusations were merely personal vendetta. But who was Elder Wen? He had experienced far more than He Ruixing could imagine and was not easily deceived by his ploys. Thus, Elder Wen resolved to seek another avenue to counter He Ruixing. With a smile, he retorted, "You claim that I am asking you to open the controllable nuclear fusion experiment software out of personal vengeance due to a decade-old grudge with Elder Fong? Let me clarify. Though Elder Fong may be as stubborn as a rock in a cesspit, his contributions to our nation are indisputable. I, Wen Chuangxin, would not stoop so low as to malign someone who has made remarkable contributions to our scientific endeavors over a mere personal dispute. And did you know? Despite our ideological differences, Elder Fong and I occasionally share drinks in private. You may have investigated our backgrounds, but these hidden details are beyond your reach. Do not presume that your wealth grants you the freedom to act as you please." At this point, He Ruixing's heart sank, sensing impending doom. He glanced at Elder Fong, wishing to inquire, "Teacher, is what he says true?" But Elder Fong and Appo's furious glare made it clear that Elder Wen spoke the truth. He Ruixing was suddenly engulfed in fear. and his only intention was to stubbornly claim the research results of the controllable nuclear fusion project as his own. He believed that as long as he did not open the monitoring software for the nuclear fusion experiment, Elderwin would be unable to uncover further evidence against him. Confident in his ability to have disposed of any incriminating evidence, he declared, "Elderwin, I am merely an insignificant individual. I fail to understand why you have chosen to target me. I shall only say this: produce evidence that I have plagiarized others and Oppo's research." With a sinister smile, he continued, "If you cannot provide evidence, I shall stake my family's entire fortune to ensure you suffer a loss." Hearing this, the assembled academicians shook their heads in disapproval. Through He Ruishing and Oppo's words, they discerned his character. Regardless of whether he had indeed plagiarized, his demeanor alone was enough to cast doubt upon his integrity. Such a person, lacking in character, infiltrating the National Academy of Sciences would undoubtedly harm the scientific community of our nation. The academicians would never permit such an individual to enter the prestigious institution. He Ruishing was well aware of this truth. However, the prospect of being exposed as a thief, rather than being barred from the academy, seemed a lesser evil. Any rational individual would understand the choice to be made. He Ruishing cast a challenging glance at Elderwin and Oppo's frail figure, his eyes conveying a message. "Old man, if you have the proof, present it. If not, let us settle this in court." Alas, it seems he would not weep until he faced the grave. Elderwin sighed and shook his head. He then opened the conference room door and called out, "Xiao Luo, please come in." Chapter 42, Overcome with Excitement. Captain Luo entered the conference room, cradling Li Zong's laptop in his hands. Following closely behind him was a staff member from the National Research Institute, also bearing a laptop. Upon seeing Captain Luo, He Ruishing's expression was one of disdain. However, when he noticed the accompanying staff member, he sensed something was amiss. This individual was a colleague with whom he had collaborated for some time, tasked with evaluating and accepting civil scientific research projects. If the owner of the controllable nuclear fusion project had come in for a confrontation, what role did the staff member from the National Research Institute play? Elderwin observed the panic that crossed He Ruishing's face. A smirk of contempt flickered across the elder's visage as he addressed Captain Luo. "Xiao Luo, since the shameless thief seeks evidence, why not present him with what he desires?" Upon hearing Elderwin and Oppo's words, Captain Luo nodded, then opened the laptop and logged into his personal email. He projected the screen onto the large display and introduced, "Esteemed academicians, this is my personal email account that I regularly use. However, today, I discovered that not only was my data deleted, but the entire account was removed from Fading Company's database, leaving me utterly perplexed." Captain Luo chuckled, continuing, "Eventually, I realized that this email contained a message related to the controllable nuclear fusion project. The recipient was none other than the submission email of the National Research Institute. Clearly, someone wished to conceal the fact that I had previously sent information regarding the controllable nuclear fusion project to the National Research Institute using this email, resorting to some underhanded means to erase my account data. But, at this point, Captain Luo adopted a serious demeanor, fixing a steely gaze on He Ruishing. This individual likely never anticipated that we have a top-notch hacker on our side who stealthily infiltrated Fading Company's database and restored my email account data. While his actions may skirt the edges of legality, I trust that the esteemed academicians can comprehend the necessity of such measures. After all, Fading Company can arbitrarily manipulate our accounts, deleting them at will, without regard for the valuable assets contained within." As he spoke, Captain Luo raised his voice. "Should foreign forces have colluded with the executives of Fading Company to specifically monitor our National Research Institute submission email, I urge you to consider the potential consequences of such actions." This was the crux of his argument: to first characterize Fading Company's capricious handling of user account data, then lead the esteemed academicians to contemplate future implications. The academicians were not naive. They were seasoned individuals with decades of experience. Upon hearing Captain Luo's account, they began to reflect earnestly. Gradually, the expressions of more and more academicians grew grim. They could naturally deduce that Captain Luo's assertions were not far-fetched. Although scientific research in Huahua primarily relied on the National Research Institute, numerous civil research projects also held significant weight, representing a formidable force. The thought that civil research might be compromised with the aid of Fading Company incited outrage among the academicians. Witnessing the anger etched on the faces of the academicians, Captain Luo exhaled in relief. His intention in delivering this speech was, in fact, to exonerate Li Zong, preventing anyone from using this incident as ammunition against him in the future. Of course, his words were not mere alarmism. The act of deleting Captain Luo's account data alone was enough to highlight the perilous implications of Fading Company's authoritarian policies. Addressing Fading Company would be a matter for another day. Captain Luo intended to proceed methodically. Ladies and gentlemen, not only has my account data been restored, but we have also retrieved the email that He Ruixing deleted from the National Research Institute's civil submission inbox. I invite you to examine this email, which will undoubtedly confirm that He Ruixing is indeed a brazen thief. With that, Captain Luo gestured to the staff member from the National Research Institute. The staff member nodded and projected the computer screen onto the large display. Sure enough, a solitary email lay quietly in the inbox, an email that Captain Luo had sent from his account. The staff member then opened the email, revealing an abundance of attachments, so extensive that the entire email could not contain them all. Captain Luo had even financed an upgrade to the email and Oppo's storage capacity. As the email was opened, the esteemed academicians were presented with all documents pertaining to the controllable nuclear fusion project. The contents included not only data but also videos and various software. The staff member first played the video, which showcased Li Zong recording the controllable nuclear fusion experiment on his computer. The audio synchronized with the computer's alerts. 10 million degrees Celsius, nuclear fusion reaction initiating, neutrons in activation state. The purple-red gas emitted a brilliant light, and Li Zong's voice resonated. It's glowing. Neutron flow control in progress. Neutron flow control successful. Nuclear fusion process maintained. Input power disconnected from certain circuits. Load circuit trial operation. Load circuit operational success. Current output voltage, 1 volt. Upon hearing the successful operation of the load circuit and the voltage output, all the academicians sprang to their feet in exhilaration. Chapter 43. Shaoli, please come in. Is it true that this experiment has succeeded? The controlled nuclear fusion experiment has triumphed. This is a monumental event for the scientific community of Huagua. The academicians and Oppo's initial joy was fleeting, as their expressions quickly soured. With Captain Luo having substantiated that He Ruixing is indeed the unscrupulous thief, the allegations of He Ruixing and Oppo's plagiarism of the controlled nuclear fusion project were now irrefutable. To pilfer such an illustrious achievement, what depths of moral depravity must He Ruixing possess? This scoundrel cannot be allowed to escape unscathed. Both Academician Wu and Academician Lu declared simultaneously. Soon, an increasing chorus of academicians began to voice their indignation, vehemently denouncing He Ruixing. Thud. He Ruixing, realizing his fate was sealed, collapsed to the ground in terror. Suddenly, as if a taut string had snapped, he began to laugh uncontrollably. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. His laughter grew increasingly frenzied until it resembled madness. What are you laughing at? Elderwin bellowed. He Ruixing, having surrendered to his fate, retorted, I laugh at you pitiful old fools. Here you are, condemning me, utterly unaware that the entire scientific community of Huagua is in disarray. He rose, pointing an accusatory finger at the assembled academicians, scolding, you elders merely languish on your laurels, consuming your accolades while your successors lack any commendable research projects. Furthermore, how many among your progeny can claim to be untainted? Plagiarism is not a crime I alone commit. By what right do you accuse me? The academicians frowned at his words, reflecting on whether their successors truly were as inadequate as He Ruixing suggested. This was precisely the reaction He Ruixing desired, a villain's preemptive strike to extricate himself from blame. Yet, it was evident he was overreaching. Elderwin stepped forward, jabbing a finger at He Ruixing's nose as he chastised. While we possess the means to uncover the transgressions of others, you, an unrepentant thief, attempt to divert the topic. He Ruixing began to retaliate. I am diverting the topic? Have you considered that since the trend of Oppo's, buying rather than creating Oppo's, took hold, how many genuine achievements have we made in research? He continued vehemently. You old folks, so fond of hierarchy, have stifled the aspirations of many ambitious researchers, forcing them to look abroad, joining foreign endeavors to advance science. Do you dare claim that the current state of Huagua's scientific community bears no relation to your actions? Are you not merely waiting to perish on your past glories? His voice crescendoed into a roar. Yet Elderwin silenced him with a simple rebuttal that quelled his arrogance. Then, what research accomplishments do you, a shameless thief, possess to criticize those who have contributed to our nation? Faced with Elderwin and Oppo's inquiry, He Ruixing fell silent. He could not even claim to have produced original research. His papers were merely plagiarized. The existing technological barriers were not so easily surmountable. Elderwin scoffed, thus, you devoid of any substantial research contributions, possess no right to disparage those who have devoted their lives to the advancement of Huagua's science. In those arduous times, they instilled pride in the hearts of our people. Are you blind to their accomplishments? Who do you think allowed your family and Appo's coal mine to thrive? Who ensured the security of your family's exports? Who enabled your family's enterprises to flourish, compelling foreign parties to honor their contracts? It was they. Elderwin gestured to the assembled academicians, his voice laced with fury. They provided your family with a secure environment, safe routes, and reliable payment channels. Without them, dare you engage in business abroad? Would they not seize your goods and detain your people? They fear Huagua and Appo's strength and technology, not the hollow reputation of your family. If not for their silent sacrifices, Huagua would not stand tall today. Thud. Confronted by Elderwin and Appo's scathing rebuke, Hiruashing sank to the ground once more, his face ashen. Unable to utter a single retort, the truth of Elder One and Appo's words resonated within him. Without the support of Huagua, his family was nothing. The burgeoning strength of Huagua was due to the very academicians present, yet Hiruashing remained undeterred. Unable to tarnish the elders, he turned his ire towards the youth. With a sudden twist of his thoughts, he erupted into manic laughter once again. Ha ha ha. Even if you old geezers have countless accolades, what does it matter? The younger generation of Huagua lacks any capable figures. Today's youth in the scientific community are solely focused on quick profits, devoid of the commitment to engage in genuine research. Is this not the legacy you, the soon-to-be-buried elders, have bequeathed? Elderwin felt a wave of amusement wash over him. You claim the youth lack capable figures? Indeed. Hiruashing retorted defiantly. The young scientists have become ineffectual. The trajectory of Huagua and Appo's scientific research is destined for decline. Elderwin dismissed Hiruashing's provocations and stood tall, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce a young man, the head of the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Project." With that, Elderwin turned towards the entrance of the conference room. "Shall please come in?" Chapter 44, Conclusive Evidence to Speak Frankly. There are certain issues raised by Hiruashing that must be confronted. For instance, the rampant problem of plagiarism and the prevailing notion that purchasing is preferable to creating. If these two issues remain unresolved, the future of scientific research in our nation will indeed lag far behind that of other countries. Initially, the mentality of preferring to buy rather than create could be attributed to a specific trader, but as time progressed, it became a systemic problem that permeated from the top down. Should a catastrophe occur, every flake of snow along this path, from national enterprises to private businesses, would bear guilt. Li Zong was acutely aware of the challenges he faced. Upon entering the conference room, he fixed his gaze on Hiruashing. The other academicians, upon seeing Li Zong, expressed their astonishment. Is this the individual who proposed controllable nuclear fusion and put it into practice for power generation? He is so young. Is he still a mere youth? What of youth? It is precisely during this whimsical age that those unscathed by the harshness of society possess an indomitable spirit. How splendid it is that the scientific community of our nation has promising successors. We are not alone in our quest. Suddenly, chaos erupted as an elder scholar, Old Lu, collapsed. Doctor! Quickly, summon a physician." Old Lu had fainted at the sight of Li Zong's youth. Amidst the commotion, a doctor was hastily brought in to attend to him. Meanwhile, Li Zong remained resolutely focused on Hiruashing, and with a fierce declaration, he exclaimed, "You are nothing but trash. A vile, shameless thief. It is individuals like you who have plunged the entire scientific community of our nation into disarray." A recollection surged within him. In the world prior to his rebirth, there existed another traitor named Hiruashing, who had stolen crucial research data from the nation to sell to Country A. When that news broke, Li Zong had lamented the existence of such despicable beings. Little did he expect that in this new life, he would encounter another individual bearing the same name, who was equally contemptible. Hiruashing erupted into laughter. Disregarding Li Zong and Appo's invective, and addressed Old One. "You old fool. Bringing forth such a young lad is merely a ploy to monopolize this research achievement, is it not? At his age, he likely hasn't even attended university. How could he possibly engage in research on controllable nuclear fusion? Even finding someone with a computer would be more prudent than selecting this inexperienced youth." Old Win, upon hearing Hiruashing's specious arguments, chuckled and said, "Young Li, this shameless thief dares to question you. Prove him wrong." Li Zong responded with a smile, "Certainly, Old One." With that, he confidently approached the podium. Old Lu had regained consciousness, redirecting the attention of the academicians back to Li Zong. "Step aside." Li Zong moved closer to Hiruashing, his tone menacing. "What? What did you say? Do you know who I am? Do you understand my status? He Ruixing gazed at Li Zong in disbelief, astonished that a boy from a poor family would dare to offend him. Will you leave or not? Li Zong narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within. And if I do not? He Ruixing defiantly retorted. Li Zong coldly scoffed before delivering a swift kick to He Ruixing. Though the kick was not enhanced by any physical augmentation, He Ruixing was caught completely off guard and fell to the ground. Ouch! He Ruixing attempted to rise. But Li Zong simply stated, Captain Luo. Captain Luo immediately understood and placed his foot firmly on He Ruixing, admonishing, Behave yourself. I have dealt with countless criminals like you in my lifetime. I trust you wouldn't wish to experience my methods firsthand. You are a policeman? He Ruixing exclaimed in shock. Indeed, I am a policeman, Captain Luo replied with a derisive smile. Recently, I sent a wealthy scion like you to the shooting range with irrefutable evidence. Would you care to discover the flavor of peanuts as he did? Though He Ruixing was still seething with anger, he dared not make another move. The focus of the academicians had shifted entirely to Li Zong, who had now connected He Ruixing's computer to the large screen. With a smile, he addressed the assembly, esteemed academicians. I dare to address you as grandfathers. What you are witnessing now is the software for controllable nuclear fusion. Li Zong opened a previously concealed file, launching the main program. Beep. Beep. Facial recognition successful, voice capture successful, confirming user's identity. Li Zong, detection of other identities of thieves. Would you like to retrieve footage of their usage of the computer? Retrieve. As the command was executed, He Ruixing's loathsome visage appeared on the computer screen. A gasp resonated through the assembly. This He Ruixing is indeed nothing but a thief. Having plagiarized others' research achievements, the most crucial evidence had now been presented. Old Fong, who had taken He Ruixing as his disciple, trembled as he stood. Bring me my cane. I shall strike down this ungrateful disciple. Nearby academicians urged him, Calm down, Old Fong, calm down. It is not worth getting agitated over someone like this. Chapter 45, The Fate of He Ruixing. After much discourse, the esteemed academicians finally managed to persuade Elder Fong. He Ruixing was now restrained by two soldiers summoned by Elder Wen. Approaching He Wen delivered a resounding slap, the sharp sound resonating in the air, accompanied by a stinging pain that ignited a profound resentment within He, his gaze seething with unspoken malice. Observing this, Wen shook his head, remarking, I had hoped you might possess some profound insights, yet it appears that your underlying jealousy has led you astray. I am not jealous, He Ruixing retorted, howling like a rabid dog. With an air of disdain, Wen replied, Indeed, you are not jealous. He then turned to Li Zong, kindly suggesting, Young Li, you shall elucidate all matters pertaining to controllable nuclear fusion to our esteemed colleagues. Upon hearing this, he shouted in desperation, No. Controllable nuclear fusion is mine. No one can take it from me. Wen furrowed his brow and instructed the two soldiers, Take him away, keep a vigilant watch, confiscate his phone. And no one is permitted to visit him without my explicit command, or they shall be deemed guilty of treason. The soldiers saluted, affirming their orders. Prior to entering the meeting room, they had signed a confidentiality agreement, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Not only the soldiers, but also Captain Luo, Li Zong, and Elder Wen himself had received authorization from the National Assembly of Hua and had signed similar agreements. It was clear that Wen and Apos' actions had officially categorized the controllable nuclear fusion project as a state secret. He Ruixing was dragged away like a lifeless dog, placing his last hope in Elder Fong. Master, save me. Have you forgotten that I healed your granddaughter? Upon hearing this, Fong's heart, which had already grown cold, turned icy as he struggled to catch his breath. After all, who would feel good receiving such ingratitude from a disciple? Yet, Fong was a man who distinguished between gratitude and grievance. Despite everything, he had saved his granddaughter and Apos' life, leaving Fong torn in his decision. Wen discerned Fong and Apos' predicament and approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Leave this matter to me. Fong, faced with an old comrade of decades, fell silent, deciding to relinquish his involvement. Wen then addressed the gathered academicians, stating, Ladies and gentlemen, the likes of He Ruixing are detrimental to the advancement of our scientific community. He has often misused his family and Apos' wealth and influence to commit wrongdoings, and such a lineage is undoubtedly suspect. Therefore, I propose that upon exiting this conference room, we unite to suppress all enterprises belonging to the He family. What do you think? Agreed. Wen and Apos' proposal received unanimous support from the assembled academicians. Of course, some may have feigned agreement, seeking to benefit from the turmoil, but such nuances were inconsequential as long as they achieved the goal of dismantling He Ruisheng and his family. One, fully cognizant of this, declared, "Since everyone consents, let us proceed with this plan after we exit." Regarding He Ruisheng's past favors to Elder Fong, let us ensure that a portion of his family's assets remain intact for their survival, thereby allowing Elder Fong to repay his debt of gratitude. And granting all of you a small favor from this old fellow, wouldn't you agree? Laughter erupted among the academicians upon hearing Wen's proposal. It appeared that Elder Fong had once again been outfoxed by the cunning one. Surprisingly, Fong felt no displeasure. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. If he were unable to repay He Ruisheng's debt, it would weigh heavily on his conscience for the rest of his days. Upon hearing the exchange among Wen and the academicians, He Ruisheng's face drained of color. He now realized that not only was he doomed, but his family was also destined for ruin. This outcome was sufficiently despairing. Awaiting him was the judgment of the highest court. With so many academicians present, he faced a minimum sentence of life imprisonment, or so Li Zong believed. In reality, during the subsequent trial, in accordance with the laws of Hua and the influence of the academicians present, He Ruisheng, the shameless thief, was sentenced to death with immediate execution. His family was swiftly crushed by rival clans, declaring bankruptcy within mere months. After all, He Ruisheng had offended too many academicians. Returning to the matter at hand, Elder Fong suddenly stood and bowed to Li Zong. "Young Li, my wayward disciple has committed such acts that nearly robbed you of your hard work. I find it impossible to accept this, and I owe you my sincerest apologies." Li Zong quickly stepped aside, saying, "Elder Fong, there is no need for your apology. These wrongdoings were He Ruisheng's alone. Even the world's most esteemed scientists could not fathom his true nature, could they? Therefore, it is He Ruisheng who should be apologizing, not you." Hearing this, Fong felt somewhat comforted and resumed his seat. Just then, a notification from the software chimed again. You may opt to disable identity verification for the software or set it to prompt periodic verification. "Let us not set it for now," replied Li Zong. "Understood. The software has now been configured to cease reminders regarding identity verification, and you may revisit this setting within the software interface," came the response. Chapter 46. The second and third generations of controlled nuclear fusion with the identity verification set up. Li Zong began his report. "Esteemed academicians, let us first view the complete video, after which I will elaborate on the fundamental concepts of controlled nuclear fusion." With that, he activated the previously prepared video, starting from the beginning. The academicians fell silent, engrossed in the presentation. Once the video concluded, while the audience was still savoring its content, Li Zong continued, "Now that we have finished the video, I shall reintroduce the conditions and principles that led to the inception of this project. When my microwave oven malfunctioned, I was summoned to repair it, and an idea struck me. If microwaves can be used to heat food, can they not also be employed to heat other gases? Alternatively, can electromagnetic waves be utilized to elevate the temperature of gases, considering that microwaves are but a form of electromagnetic radiation? If we establish a condition wherein we emit electromagnetic waves within a container, could we potentially achieve the goal of heating gases indefinitely? However, we must ponder, what purpose would gas, theoretically capable of infinite heating, serve?" Upon hearing the phrase "the detonation of a hydrogen bomb requires exceedingly high temperatures," the concept of controlled nuclear fusion experiments began to crystallize in my mind. To render my controlled nuclear fusion project less astonishing upon presentation, I felt compelled to fabricate a narrative. For inspiration is sometimes essential in scientific endeavors, much like the tale of benzene, which emerged from a researcher's dream of a serpent consuming its own tail. This narrative naturally resonated with the academicians, who understood the pivotal role of inspiration in scientific inquiry. Hence, as Li Zong elucidated his ideas, the faces of the academicians radiated enthusiasm. Li Zong continued, "However, we acknowledge that gases expand upon heating and can also conduct temperature. Therefore, if we utilize isotopes of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium as fuel for controlled nuclear fusion, we must consider the issues of gas expansion and temperature conduction. Thus, a vacuum chamber becomes indispensable, as it not only eliminates the interference of gas impurities, but also reduces the gas's expansion coefficient. Additionally, when the gas is heated to the point where electrons can escape atomic bonds, it transforms into plasma. With the loss of electrons, the plasma becomes positively charged. Consequently, I introduced a confining magnetic field to the vacuum chamber to contain the expanding plasma. This is a simple yet effective concept. Once the idea was established, the next step involved the experimental design. Li Zong proceeded to articulate the design process of the controlled nuclear fusion experiment. When discussing the materials for the experiment, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. As a child from a rural background, I lacked financial resources, so the materials I procured were largely subpar equipment and supplies. Consequently, the controlled nuclear fusion experiment lasted only a few seconds before the materials began to melt under extreme temperatures. Observing Li Zong's discomfort, the academicians offered benevolent smiles. Old Wen praised, "Behold, this is the future of our scientific community." Young Li, in the absence of funds, has managed to assemble equipment for conducting controlled nuclear fusion experiments from scrap materials. Is this not the very spirit we, as scientists, should aspire to? Creating opportunities where none exist, just as our nation did decades ago when we faced poverty and technological isolation from the West. Old Wen's words resonated deeply. Most of the academicians present had traversed similar hardships and could empathize with his sentiments. Little did they know, Li Zong had an auxiliary system at his disposal. Had he relied solely on his own abilities to conduct the experiment, he confidently believed he would not measure up to the esteemed academicians present. Thus, instead of basking in pride, Li Zong and Apos' respect for them only deepened. Old Wen kindly encouraged Li Zong, "Please continue and analyze how this project should evolve in the future, as well as the potential challenges we may encounter." Li Zong nodded and stated, "In the future, we will continue to delve into nuclear fusion reactions between the isotopes deuterium and tritium, but this is not our ultimate goal. Once we resolve the material challenges, we may explore a novel nuclear fuel that is abundantly distributed throughout the cosmos. I believe some may have already guessed what this nuclear fuel is." Old Wen, struck by inspiration, inquired, "Are you referring to an isotope of helium?" Li Zong nodded, smiling. "Indeed, it is helium-3, which is predicted to be plentiful on the moon. The fusion reaction using tritium and helium-3 as fuel I shall designate as the second generation of controlled nuclear fusion, whereas helium-3 to helium-3 will represent the third generation. The third generation of controlled nuclear fusion is our ultimate aspiration. At that juncture, we shall be able to harvest nearly infinite energy from the cosmos." A wave of excitement surged through the academicians as they rose in unison. If Li Zong's vision of third-generation controlled nuclear fusion were to materialize, humanity would no longer need to fret over fuel resources, and we could finally bid farewell to oil. Chapter 47. The proposal of the chairman clearing his throat. Li Zong addressed the excited academicians, "Esteemed colleagues, our current focus for the controlled nuclear fusion project must predominantly lie in the realm of material research. I trust you have all viewed the recordings from the cameras I set up. The ultimate failure of the experiment stemmed from the material's inability to withstand the intense electromagnetic radiation and resultant high temperatures, which directly caused the melting of the vacuum chamber. As the gases within expanded due to the heat, the entire controlled nuclear fusion facility was ultimately destroyed." In addition, Li Zong elaborated on several intricate details of the experiment. Recognizing that these esteemed scholars would not be easily misled, thus, precision was paramount. Having conveyed this information, he fell silent. As the academicians processed Li Zong's statements, an elderly gentleman, approximately 60 years of age, entered the conference room, holding numerous documents. This gentleman was the chairman, a figure Li Zong had seen on television multiple times. Upon the chairman's arrival, Li Zong felt a surge of excitement and wished to greet him. However, the chairman merely smiled gently, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, before taking a seat beside Old Wen and handing him the documents. Old Wen accepted the papers with a smile, remaining otherwise quiet. The cover of the documents bore the words "Confidential Personnel Non-Disclosure Agreement." This was a request made by Old Wen through the chairman to the National Security Department. The two elders had communicated via a secure line aboard a military transport aircraft. Upon learning about the controlled nuclear fusion project, the chairman decided to visit personally. After listening to Li Zong and Apos' thorough analysis in the adjacent conference room, he found the project to be exceptionally promising and felt compelled to meet its proponent. Yet, the youthfulness of Li Zong exceeded the chairman and Apos' expectations in his view. A person of such tender years ought to still be immersed in the ivory tower of academia. Thus, upon first encountering Li Zong, the chairman inwardly mused, "A prodigy has emerged in our homeland." 30 minutes elapsed as Li Zong elucidated the formulas employed in the controlled nuclear fusion project, based on data analyses from the supercomputing center, culminating the meeting. Subsequently, the chairman took the stage to share his insights, After listening to young Li's experimental report and the accounts of the thief he ruishing, an idea has suddenly struck me. Esteemed seniors, you are the pillars of our nation, the backbone of our scientific community, and I would like to solicit your opinions on this notion. The academicians attentively leaned in. The chairman, visibly pained, continued, I have heard he Ruishing's previous statements. Although I am not a member of the scientific community, I am aware of the prevailing atmosphere within it. Some graduate and doctoral students find their research accomplishments appropriated by their mentors, their hard work becoming the fruits of another's labor, relegating them to the role of mere laborers, subjected to their mentor's exploitation. In such an environment, one can only imagine the sentiments of those truly dedicated to research. This trend is detrimental, while it may currently be a mere thought. It is precisely such perverse influences that have rendered our nation and Oppos's scientific endeavors stagnant, devoid of fresh blood and inspiring ideas. Prolonged inaction will inevitably lead to decline. Our nation and Oppos's research will falter. Thus, I propose that we must promptly address this pernicious trend, extinguishing its roots before they can take hold. From this day forth, let us take multifaceted action to rectify the unethical practices in our scientific community, restoring a clean and minimally disruptive research environment for our scientists. Only through such measures can we prevent our researchers from becoming disillusioned with the national scientific landscape, compelling them to seek opportunities elsewhere. The chairman's words resonated with several academicians. Witnessing individuals like Li Zong presenting scholarly achievements so brazenly within a national research institute sparked profound concern for the future of the scientific community in our country. Conversely, some academicians worried that significant changes might trigger undesirable repercussions. However, out of respect for Li Zong's presence, they refrained from voicing these concerns, lest they dampen the young man and Oppos's enthusiasm. In truth, Li Zong remained indifferent to the potential reforms within the scientific community. His focus lay on mastering the knowledge within his technological framework. How others chose to enact change was their prerogative. The intricacies of politics were far too convoluted for his taste. What Li Zong could do was integrate the knowledge from the technological tree and guide genuinely committed researchers towards deeper explorations. Understanding the apprehensions of the academicians, the chairman proposed, I shall collaborate with you, esteemed seniors, to explore and devise a reasonable and feasible plan for reforming our nation's scientific community. That is all I wish to convey. I invite you to ponder any viable proposals during your return. With the chairman's remarks concluded, Oldwin produced the confidentiality agreements, stating, Gentlemen, it is time to sign the non-disclosure agreements. Today's meeting bears significant importance. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the academicians approached Oldwin and dutifully signed the agreements. With that, the proceedings reached a temporary conclusion. Chapter 48. The investment in controllable nuclear fusion upon exiting the conference room. Li Zong found himself following Elderwin and the chairman of the committee. However, he was unable to extricate himself from their company, as the academicians were exceedingly enthusiastic, all eager to take him as their disciple. Once the crowd of scholars dispersed, the chairman turned to Li Zong and remarked with a smile, You, my young friend, have now acquired the enviable capital that evokes both admiration and envy, as it is no small feat to have so many esteemed academicians vying to take you under their wing. Elderwin then scrutinized Li Zong and Oppos's youthful visage with a serious expression and inquired, Young Li, have you truly made up your mind to take me as your master? Li Zong nodded affirmatively. In both his previous life and this rebirth, Elderwin remained the figure Li Zong revered the most. Growing up, he had been immersed in tales of Elderwin and his father, fostering a natural admiration for them both. However, Elderwin harbored some concerns regarding the prospect of taking Li Zong as his disciple. Young Li, he cautioned, your remarkable talent lies in your boundless imagination. However, once you become my disciple, you may find yourself tasked with certain projects and research initiatives. I worry that such obligations might confine your future development, restricting your potential. He continued, one can have many teachers throughout life, yet a master is singular. Should you choose to honor me as your mentor, know that the act of apprenticeship signifies a commitment to inherit my legacy, furthering my research endeavors. Is this a future you can embrace? Listening to Elderwin, Li Zong felt a wave of inner conflict. To be candid, Elderwin's primary research focus was on nuclear-powered submarines, a domain that Li Zong found somewhat unfamiliar. His true interest lay in the realms of artificial intelligence, robotics, and armored technology. Given the finite nature of one and Oppos's energy, he was uncertain whether he could devote himself adequately to Elderwin and Oppos's projects. Noticing Li Zong and Apos' hesitation, Elder One offered reassurance. There and Apos' no rush. If I recall correctly, you just began university this year, having topped the provincial entrance examinations, correct? Yes, Li Zong affirmed with a nod. The chairman interjected with a sigh. Impressive. Balancing research projects with academic pursuits and still achieving the highest scores in the province. Such a prodigious talent is truly rare. Elder One concurred. Indeed. Young Li is a remarkable genius, which is why I hesitate to hinder his growth in other areas. He then turned to Li Zong. My advice is this. Complete your undergraduate studies first, and as you pursue your graduate degree, contemplate your research interests and directions. During this time, we may establish a laboratory and reactor for controllable nuclear fusion in the South. You will be needed to apply theoretical knowledge to guide the researchers there. If, by then, you determine a desire to specialize in controllable nuclear fusion, I shall petition the National Research Institute Committee to formally confer upon you the title of professor, allowing you to devote yourself fully to this field. Thank you, Elder One. I find this path quite appealing. Li Zong, initially unclear about his future, suddenly felt a sense of clarity after hearing Elder One and Apos' words. Regarding the formal conferment of the professorship, it was decided on the transport aircraft that Elder One, the chairman, and the National Research Institute Committee would discreetly award Li Zong a 5 million yuan technology contribution prize, along with the title of professor, complete with its associated benefits and allowances. The discretion was necessary as the project on controllable nuclear fusion required stringent confidentiality and could not be publicly disclosed. However, Li Zong had another question. He turned to Elder One and asked, Elder One, how much does the state plan to invest in the controllable nuclear fusion project? The allocation of research funding was an inevitable concern for any researcher. Elder One gestured for the chairman to respond. The chairman stated, the specific funding will require further assessment. But conservatively, we anticipate an initial investment of 20 billion yuan for the construction of nuclear power plants, with gradual increases in funding thereafter. Ultimately, the total investment will depend on detailed calculations. If we base it on the standards of a medium-sized nuclear fission power plant, it is estimated that the state will invest over 100 billion yuan in this project. Upon hearing this figure, Li Zong recognized that the investment in controllable nuclear fusion by the Huagua government was comparable to that of his previous world. He mused, indeed, high-tech endeavors are notoriously costly. This figure is truly staggering. Elder One, overhearing Li Zong and Apos' reflection, chuckled and retorted, you managed to achieve what others can only accomplish with thousands of millions in funding. And you claim to be astonished? We, the older generation, are the ones whose hearts are racing at the thought. Li Zong chuckled as well, thinking to himself, those room-temperature superconducting materials are truly the real deal. Without them, the initial experimental process would not have gone so smoothly. After departing from the National Research Institute, the chairman, burdened with pressing matters, left ahead of them. As dusk descended, Elder One inquired, Young Li, do you wish to spend the night at my home? Or would you prefer to find a hotel? Li Zong contemplated for a moment before responding, thank you, Elder One. I think it would be best for me to find a hotel for the night, as it is quite late, and I would not want to impose upon you. Elder One nodded, very well, we will assign 2 soldiers to ensure your safety. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek their assistance. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 tall, sturdy soldiers approached Elder One. He instructed them, Young Li is a treasure of our nation. His safety is paramount. If you observe anyone attempting to harm him, you are authorized to take lethal action if necessary. The soldiers saluted respectfully, accepting their charge. Chapter 49. Welcome to Huai Province University of Science and Technology. The second day had arrived. In the afternoon, he returned home. Li Zong still did not venture out for leisure. Instead, he was engrossed in programming at home. It is worth mentioning that Old One, concerned for Li Zong's safety, ultimately conferred with the head of the council and arranged for 2 special forces soldiers to serve as his bodyguards. Old One informed Li Zong about this arrangement, clarifying that the soldiers would remain concealed among the crowd and would only intervene should Li Zong's safety be compromised. Li Zong had no objections, as his significance to the nation had transformed. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day of enrollment arrived. Li Zong and Li Jiaro took a regular bus to Huai Province University of Science and Technology for registration. Interestingly, there were 2 seemingly ordinary individuals on the bus, but Li Zong was aware of their true identities as the soldiers assigned to protect him. Subsequently, these 2 special forces soldiers opened a breakfast stall at the entrance of Li Zong's school, serving rice rolls. Their craftsmanship, reasonable prices, and generous portions quickly endeared them to many students. Li Zong remarked, "Indeed, they are worthy of being special forces. Their survival skills in both combat and civilian life are exceptional." Back to the main narrative, upon arriving at the university, Li Jiaro and Li Zong were obliged to part ways temporarily, as their respective senior students led them to their enrollments. "Junior, are you the top scorer from this year's college entrance examination in Y Province?" A senior sister asked curiously after greeting Li Zong. "Yes," was Li Zong's curt response, as he was not well acquainted with her. The senior sister, undeterred by his aloofness, enthusiastically exclaimed, "It really is you. Our admissions office had actually given up on recruiting you." "Do you know why?" Li Zong casually replied, "Is it because last year and Oppos, as top scorers were snatched up by Shuimu and Jingdu universities?" The senior sister sighed, "Indeed. After all, Shuimu and Jingdu possess the best resources in the nation, and many top scorers find it hard to refuse such offers. Moreover, our principal has a peculiar preference for students ranked between 5th and 10th, even showing a fondness for the 10th position, believing that true talent emerges from such ranks." Li Zong merely smiled at this. The culture of Y Province University of Science and Technology was reminiscent of his past life. The principal's eccentricities remained unchanged. Naturally, the principal believed that the pressure on top scorers was immense, and if their mental fortitude was not robust enough, they might fade into obscurity. If there truly was a top scorer capable of achieving remarkable success, who would dare to reject them? Having lived 2 lives, Li Zong was keenly aware of this reality. The senior sister, oblivious to Li Zong and Oppos' reflections, continued, "Junior, let me tell you." She rambled on, introducing Li Zong to the university and Oppos' offerings, buildings, and even popular dating spots for students. Li Zong listened attentively, fully engaged. However, this exchange was short-lived. The arrival of a competent middle-aged man wearing glasses silenced the senior sister. "You are this year's top scorer from Y Province, Li Zong?" The man inquired with a smile. "Yes, I am Li Zong," he responded with a grin. Upon hearing this, the man introduced himself. "I am Lu Dingong, the secretary of the principal's office. Our principal wishes to meet you." "All right," Li Zong nodded. Prior to this, Old One had already briefed him, ensuring that some information would be discreetly communicated to the university. While details regarding the controllable nuclear fusion project were confidential, he could share that he had produced a significant scientific achievement worthy of national attention, having been covertly granted a special position. This way, even if someone sought to investigate, they would find nothing of value. Because this phone call originated from Old One, it was sufficient to warrant the principal's attention. On the very first day of school, the principal was eager to meet this young man who had captured Old One's interest. Secretary Lu smiled as he said, "Let us proceed to meet the principal. As for your luggage, I will have someone deliver it to your dormitory shortly." Li Zong did not decline and followed Secretary Lu to the car, placing his belongings in the vehicle. Before entering, he politely addressed the senior sister. "Thank you for guiding me. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." The senior sister, left in astonishment, had many questions she longed to ask Li Zong. After all, she had never heard of anyone being received by the principal on the very first day of school. Yet, after much hesitation, she simply said, "All right, Junior, take care." She understood that some matters were beyond her reach. The car arrived at the principal's office building, and Secretary Lu escorted Li Zong into the principal's office, arranging for someone to transport Li Zong's luggage to the faculty dormitory. Indeed, the university had prepared a single dormitory for Li Zong among the faculty accommodations, as exceptional talents are often afforded certain privileges, a sentiment widely acknowledged, albeit with some dissenters who begrudge such advantages. The principal, Lu Yuanhai, a robust elder in his 60s, greeted Li Zong with a warm smile, saying, "Welcome to Y Province University of Science and Technology, Li Zong." Chapter 50. Communication with the principal. Li Zong and Lu Yuanhai sat opposite each other. Although Lu Yuanhai had reached the age of 60, his hair remained a deep black, and he spoke with both enthusiasm and vigor. With a warm demeanor, he inquired, "Li Zong, I have been informed by academician one about your situation. He mentioned that you are currently receiving the stipend for a professorial title. After consideration, the school has arranged for you a single room in the faculty dormitory. Do you have any other requests?" After pondering for a moment, Li Zong replied, "Principal, during my time at the university, I may wish to proactively apply for a research project in a particular direction. I would like to inquire how much research funding I could secure without a supervising professor." Upon hearing this question, Lu Yuanhai furrowed his brow. realizing that it was somewhat inappropriate for a student to discuss such matters directly with him. However, recalling that Li Zong seemed to possess a national project and that academician had even facilitated the matter, Lu Yuanhai felt reassured. After careful consideration, he responded, "If you have a research topic in mind, please inform me before submission, and I will assist in overseeing the project review. If your proposal indeed holds significant potential, as the principal, I would not hesitate to leverage my position to secure additional funding for you." Li Zong smiled. "Then I must thank you, principal." Lu Yuanhai waved his hand. "There is no need for thanks. If your project can impress me, it is a testament to your own capabilities. And the funding is rightfully yours. If your proposal lacks merit, even if you were my own grandson, I would not be inclined to take risks on your behalf. It simply would not be worth it." Li Zong understood that Lu Yuanhai was a scholar of great integrity, famously known for refusing to offer his own grandson any undue advantages. After concluding their serious discussion, the atmosphere became much more amicable. Lu Yuanhai shared amusing anecdotes from the school, while Li Zong recounted experiences from his previous life and some effective reforms. He spoke eloquently before Lu Yuanhai. "In my view, the international ranking of a university is not as paramount as it is often perceived, as long as the university can produce commendable research outcomes. International talents will naturally be drawn to us, even without active recruitment efforts. Of course, with your extensive experience in academia, you likely have a clearer perspective than I do. However, the essence of my message is simple. We should prioritize our own students and refrain from excessively favoring international students. At the very least, they should be required to apply for scholarships on their own, rather than acting like parasites, flaunting the scholarships provided by our nation and feeling superior." Lu Yuanhai frowned at this remark, questioning, "You seem quite knowledgeable about university affairs, despite not having attended one yet?" Li Zong shook his head. "It is not my knowledge, but rather the information available online. Some individuals have already boasted about their scholarships, claiming it is a gift from our nation, and they consider themselves esteemed guests. There are even some who assert they are the true masters of this country. Is that so?" Lu Yuanhai, as the principal, typically did not concern himself with online matters and was unaware of what Li Zong was referring to. When the nation established standards for admitting international students, it had indeed considered the financial difficulties some faced, leading to certain subsidies. The vice principal was primarily responsible for international student affairs, and Lu Yuanhai decided he would investigate further. "If what you say is true, I shall consider convening a meeting to address such issues. When did our country come to be ruled by foreigners? I am still the principal. The policies established by the nation were sound. However, some individuals often took the kindness shown to them for granted and made excessive demands. Even during the implementation of policies, there were always those who distorted well-intentioned initiatives, completely altering their original intent." Li Zong felt he had spoken enough. Delving deeper was beyond his concern, and he had no desire to meddle. If the university truly disappointed him, he could always withdraw. Observing Lu Yuanhai and Appo's reaction, Li Zong felt quite positively about him. It appeared that Lu Yuanhai genuinely was unaware of such issues, suggesting that the environment within the school would likely improve significantly in the near future, which reassured Li Zong. With this thought in mind, Li Zong was more than willing to engage Lu Yuanhai further. By the time their conversation concluded, it was already noon. Lu Yuanhai smiled and remarked, "Li, it is hard to believe you are merely 18 years old. After our conversation today, I feel as if I have been speaking with a peer. You have greatly surprised me." Li Zong smiled but remained silent. If one accounted for his previous life, he was indeed over 50, making him somewhat contemporaneous with Lu Yuanhai. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuanhai extended an invitation to Li Zong. "It is now mealtime. Would you like to join me at the faculty cafeteria to see what the teachers are dining on?" Li Zong nodded. "Since the principal has invited me, I must respectfully comply. To be honest, I have always been curious about the dining arrangements for the faculty." Lu Yuanhai smiled mysteriously. "You will find out soon enough." In truth, Li Zong already knew that the meals at the faculty cafeteria were not as palatable as those in the student cafeteria, which is why many teachers often chose to eat among the students. Chapter 51. Uncle Zhong, the tycoon. The two strolled through the streets, where Li Jiaro, a stunning beauty, attracted countless glances. In contrast, Li Zong, with his ordinary appearance and modest attire from street vendors, became the subject of whispered discussions. "Look at that fellow. He has a girlfriend despite his average looks. Why is it that I, being so handsome, remain single?" One bystander mused. "Perhaps you should also don some street vendor attire. After all, the fashion in our province, is quite intriguing." Those who sport flip-flops and tank tops are often presumed to be tycoons or influential figures. Ah, you make a compelling point. I shall procure the ensemble you mentioned, the other replied. Li Zong chuckled, shaking his head, pondering how yet another youth had been led astray. To truly pull off such a tycoon look, one must be of a certain age, perhaps an older gentleman or a grandfather, wielding a hefty bunch of keys. Youngsters ought to stick to the classic combination of t-shirts and shorts. Moreover, the affluent individuals in Y province typically frequent specific establishments, first and foremost. A highly regarded local rice noodle shop, preferably an old establishment, secondly, tea houses. If one were to invite a Y province native out for spicy hot pot in the evening, they might express concerns about it being too heating or insist on a clear broth. However, should one suggest meeting for morning tea around 8 or 9, they would arise early and indulge until 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Before long, Li Zong encountered a group of individuals dressed in flip-flops and tank tops, brandishing an impressive collection of keys. He was on a quest to rent a secluded space for his future studio, a place where he could cultivate ideas to support Li Jiaro and Oppo's entrepreneurial aspirations. The pedestrian street of Shangxiaji brimmed with memories for Li Zong and Li Jiaro. They reminisced about their past visits, where even without purchasing anything, the mere presence of each other made the bustling street a scene of unparalleled beauty. Hand in hand, they navigated through stalls and shops, accumulating various snacks, though Li Jiaro remained unsatisfied with the clothing on offer. Why don't we commission a couple of matching outfits? Li Zong suggested suddenly. Although custom-made clothing came at a higher price, the choice of fabric and perfect fit were worth it. Most importantly, it represented their bond. Li Jiaro readily agreed, assured by their financial stability. Li Zong had even set aside funds to build a small villa back in his hometown. They made their way to a place that offered custom clothing. After measuring his dimensions, Li Zong chose the most comfortable fabrics. Li Jiaro deliberated for some time, ultimately deciding on 3 distinct styles for each of them, totaling a hefty sum of 100,000 yuan. Li Zong paid without hesitation, unlike protagonists in mindless novels who, upon acquiring wealth, clung to a life of austerity. He believed in enhancing his quality of life. After all, research was an intellectually demanding endeavor. If one and Oppo's living standards diminished, what purpose would the pursuit of knowledge serve? Having purchased the garments, Li Zong inquired with the shop owner about available rental spaces in more secluded areas for his studio. The owner recommended a landlord known as Uncle Zhong. An hour later, Li Zong met Uncle Zhong, a quintessential tycoon of Y province, clad in flip-flops, a tank top, and jingling keys. Young man, are you looking to rent a shop? Uncle Zhong greeted with a warm smile, appearing both kind-hearted and remarkably ordinary. Had Li Zong not known in advance that Uncle Zhong was the landlord, he would never have imagined such a seemingly humble man possessing considerable wealth, as he owned a significant number of storefronts and several rental properties. Yes, Uncle Zhong. I am seeking to rent a shop and would like to know if there are any available in more secluded locations. A space the size of a car repair shop would suffice. If such shops are unavailable, I would consider a garage in an old community, provided it can accommodate a security door, Li Zong stated. After a brief contemplation, Uncle Zhong replied, I do have a garage that meets your criteria, though it may be a bit distant. Would you be amenable to that? How far? Li Zong inquired. Approximately a 20-minute drive from here, Uncle Zhong explained. 20 minutes is not too far. Are there any houses available for rent in that area? Li Zong continued. Indeed, an entire building belongs to me. Are you renting to reside with this lovely lady? Uncle Zhong asked. Li Zong nodded with a smile. Yes, as our university prohibits cohabitation of the opposite sexes in dormitories, even among faculty. Uncle Zhong then asked, will you be going there together, or would you like me to escort you? Li Zong glanced at Li Jiaro, allowing her to decide. Initially shy, Li Jiaro replied, then we would appreciate your assistance, Uncle Zhong. Chapter 52, Completion of Studio Location leased 20 minutes later. Uncle Zhong arrived at the destination accompanied by Li Zong and Li Jiaro. They found themselves in an urban village within the capital of Y province. Before them stood Uncle Zhong's self-built 5-story building, with a car repair shop labeled for transfer on the ground floor. Uncle Zhong, possessing a sharp mind, thought to himself that the repair shop could also serve as a parking space, effectively functioning as a garage. Thus, bringing Li Zong here seemed entirely reasonable. At first, Li Zong was taken aback by Uncle Zhong and Oppo's maneuvering. However, upon further inspection, he found himself rather pleased with this so-called garage, as everything inside had already been cleared out, leaving only the vacant structure and the sign outside. This meant there would be no additional transfer fees to pay. The two began to discuss the rent. Uncle Zhang stated, "Young man, since you are genuinely interested in renting this space, I will not deceive you. The rent is 2,700 per month, and we can sign the lease immediately." He extended a few fingers. Li Zong grasped Uncle Zhang's hand, forcefully pushing 2 fingers down while saying, "Uncle Zhang, I am still young. Are you truly willing to burden me with such a hefty sum? This 200 is hard-earned." Uncle Zhang exerted pressure with his hand and replied, "Young man, I spoke with old Lu, who runs a tailor shop, and he mentioned you as one of his customers. How could you afford custom clothing from him without a solid income? Their services start at several thousand, so 2,700 is non-negotiable." Li Zong grinned slyly. "Uncle Zhang, those clothes are for interviews at major companies after graduation. If I don't present myself well, what will happen during the interview?" Uncle Zhang pondered this for a moment, realizing the logic behind it, but then caught himself. This young man could only be 18 or 19, just starting university. How could he possibly be interviewing so soon? Moreover, both he and the young lady beside him seemed oddly familiar. Li Zong thought to himself that Uncle Zhang was indeed a cunning fox and responded with a smile. "Uncle Zhang, my face is quite common, while my girlfriend resembles a celebrity. It's only natural that you feel a sense of familiarity. But if my girlfriend were truly a star, do you think we would be haggling over 200? Uncle Zhang recoiled slightly, freeing his hand. "Young man, do not deceive an old man. Those who trick their elders are not good children." Thus, the two engaged in a spirited negotiation for nearly 2 hours, until they were parched and nearly ready to quarrel, finally settling on a price of 2,500 per month, with utilities billed separately. Li Jiaro watched them with a smile, enjoying their banter. After the discussions concluded, Uncle Zhang realized he had been outmaneuvered, but could not help but admire Li Zong. "You, young man, are quite impressive. I am well known in this area for my business acumen, and few manage to gain an advantage over me. You are among the rare exceptions, and I find myself appreciating you." Li Zong blushed modestly. "You flatter me, Uncle Zhang." Uncle Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of your feigned modesty. Today, I am in high spirits. Do you have any plans this afternoon? Would you care to join me for tea?" Li Zong glanced at Li Jiaro, who nodded. "Sure. I haven't tea at afternoon tea in ages." Thus, Uncle Zhang drove his second-hand car, purchased for a mere 100,000, to a nearby tea house with Li Zong and Li Jiaro in tow. Once at the tea house, Li Zong began sharing stories from his past life, leaving Uncle Zhang astonished, unable to comprehend how an 18 or 19-year-old could possess the shrewdness of a seasoned veteran. He engaged in lively conversation with Li Zong, while Li Jiaro observed, sensing that Li Zong shared her own dreams of the future. As their conversation flowed, Li Zong inquired, "Uncle Zhang, do you know of any affordable places for custom furniture, or where I could procure computers at a reasonable price?" He needed to set up a studio, making both computers and furniture essential. In this information age, computers were of utmost importance. Uncle Zhang replied, "Yes, I can provide you with a few addresses. Just visit them at your convenience." He promptly sent Li Zong several addresses and contact numbers via his phone, to which Li Zong expressed his gratitude. Their afternoon tea lasted from 3 in the afternoon until 6:30 in the evening. Had it not been for a phone call from Uncle Zhang and Appo's wife, he might have continued until 11 or midnight. Notably, Li Zong observed the watch on Uncle Zhang and Appo's wrist, which had once served as a token of affection, revealing Uncle Zhang's enduring love for his wife, evident in how he responded to her call and wore the watch for over 20 years. Later, Li Zong and Li Jiaro took a taxi back to their school. "Jiaro, military training starts tomorrow. Are you planning to attend?" Li Zong asked as they strolled through the campus. Li Jiaro leaned her head against Li Zong's shoulder and replied softly, "I actually don't want to go. It sounds quite dull." "What about you?" Li Zong tousled her hair. "I find it boring as well. So I plan to skip the training tomorrow to finalize the studio arrangements. That way, you can utilize the products made in my studio for your future company." Li Jiaro smiled sweetly. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Chapter 53. Skipping military training and studio preparations in an effort to better evade military training. Li Zong shared a significant piece of information with Principal Lu Yuanhai. "Principal, I once accompanied Elder Wen to Kyoto, where a grave incident occurred. Consequently, those esteemed elders have resolved to implement reforms within the academic community, and I suspect they will commence their inquiries with research papers." Upon receiving this news while engrossed in a book at home, Lu Yuanhai, who had been reading late into the evening, was suddenly unable to remain seated. He quickly responded, "How confident are you about this?" Li Zong replied, 80%. This probability was specifically verified with Elderwin. Understood. Thank you, Li, Lu Yuanhai acknowledged. Every institution of higher learning likely harbors individuals with questionable academic integrity, including some of the nation's premier universities such as Hubei Province University of Science and Technology and Shuimu University. If the higher authorities decide to act, Hubei Province University is bound to find itself in a precarious position once the revelations come to light. Lu Yuanhai, being a meticulous individual, would never condone such behavior. It was precisely because Li Zong understood Lu Yuanhai and Appo's character that he chose to disclose this information. In exchange, he successfully secured the privilege for himself and Li Jiao to skip military training. When Lu Yuanhai heard this request, he chuckled helplessly. So your motive for sharing this information with me is to avoid military training? Is it for a date with your little girlfriend? Li Zong clarified. It and Appo's not exactly a date. We have some funds and intend to explore an industry for potential entrepreneurial ventures. This is merely a preliminary market investigation. Very well. I'll inform your counselor. Enjoy your date, Lu Yuanhai conceded. Market investigation, Li Zong insisted. Yes, a market investigation. After ending the call, Lu Yuanhai set his plans into motion. The following day, Li Zong disregarded any potential uproar Lu Yuanhai would create at school and arranged to have breakfast with Li Jiao at a military personnel's breakfast shop. Jiao, I've taken care of everything at school, so we can skip military training starting today. Upon hearing this, Li Jiao beamed with delight. All right. I'll follow your lead. If there were matters Li Zong wished to share, he would do so directly. Conversely, those he chose to withhold would yield no results even under duress. As expected, Li Zong then exclaimed, You'll never guess who I spoke to about this, our principal. Li Jiao and Appo's eyes sparkled with admiration. My boyfriend is truly remarkable. Indeed, I agree. Li Zong indulged in a rare moment of self-admiration. After all, what man wouldn't he want to impress his significant other? Following breakfast, Li Zong and Li Jiao departed. Before leaving, he discreetly informed the two military personnel present about their destination. Without hesitation, one of the soldiers followed closely behind, ensuring Li Zong and Appo's safety. Upon arriving at the computer market, Li Zong began selecting computers. He deemed the quality of the machines for his studio unnecessary for high performance and had specific configuration requirements. Thus, he opted for 10 assembled computers. The total expenditure amounted to 50,000 yuan, which he promptly paid, instructing the vendor to deliver the computers to the location rented from Uncle Zhang the previous day. With the computers procured, it was time for furniture. Li Zong and Li Jiao proceeded to the furniture market, where he directly communicated his needs to a shop owner. I would like to custom order some furniture. Do you provide this service? The owner nodded, certainly. Would you like me to come over, or shall I wait for you to give me an address? Li Zong proposed that they go together, intending to also oversee the delivery of the computers. The owner readily agreed and sent an employee to drive them to the rented space. Upon arrival, the furniture store manager remarked, Are you planning to set up an internet CAF? Li Zong paused for a moment before responding. Yes, I do like tables similar to those in internet CAFs, along with 5 or 6 chairs. However, this isn't for an internet CAF, it's for a startup studio. The manager raised an eyebrow. ISN and Appo's that essentially the same thing? Li Zong merely shrugged off the comment and gestured for the manager to proceed with the work. After meticulously measuring and discussing requirements, the manager departed. Not long after the furniture store manager left, the delivery person arrived with the computers. Li Zong directed him to place the computers in an upstairs room of the space rented from Uncle Zhang, an apartment consisting of a living room and 1 bedroom, with a monthly rent of 1,000 yuan. Despite the modest size, the rent was considered quite high. Li Zong understood, for even in a city's urban village, elevated rents were commonplace in provincial capitals. With the computer arrangement settled, Li Zong found no pressing matters to attend to. He took Li Jiao's hand, and they settled onto the sofa in their rented apartment. Wrapping his arm around her waist, he inquired, Jiao, we can stay here or at the Zhuang Yuan house. Where would you prefer? Li Jiao, her cheeks flushed, replied, I'm fine with either location, but since you've established a studio here, let us leave the Zhuang Yuan house for now or consider selling it. Chapter 54. Graphene. The matter of selling the graphene could be addressed later. For now, we find ourselves in no shortage of funds. Moreover, if you wish to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, the scholar and Appo's residence could indeed serve as collateral for a bank loan, providing the necessary capital to get started. After all, We currently lack both experience and a solid foundation. After listening to Li Zong and Apos' words, Li Jiaro replied, Have you considered which industry would be most advantageous for our entrepreneurial endeavors? Upon hearing this, Li Zong fell into contemplation. The software industry is notoriously complex, fraught with unscrupulous capitalists prone to plagiarism. At present, he lacks the confidence and strength to engage in direct competition. Li Jiaro suggested, Then let us forego software and delve into some tangible industries. Li Zong replied, Currently, I possess no research achievements, which renders me hesitant in every endeavor. If I had research results in hand, we could commence immediately. What about batteries? Li Jiaro proposed. In her dreams, Li Zong was involved in the lithium battery industry. Thus she brought forth this idea. Li Zong smiled. Batteries are certainly a viable option, but we must conduct thorough industry research. After his rebirth, Li Zong had perused some basic materials. The lithium battery sector in this world is not easily penetrable, as its development is quite advanced, and the market share is nearly saturated. He recalled Captain Luo and Apos' drone, which employed the latest lithium battery technology and boasted a flight duration of an hour and a half, a stark contrast to the 55 minutes of the most advanced drones in his previous life. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Graphene. Li Jiaro tilted her head in confusion. What is graphene? With a smile, Li Zong explained, Graphene is essentially a form of graphite, differing in that graphite consists of layers, while graphene is a single layer. Li Jiaro, adorably cocking her head, admitted, I don't quite understand. I think I've heard of it, but I'm not very familiar with it. In truth, even though she had studied criminal investigation in her past life, her focus had not been on scientific research. Her studies in chemistry and biology were merely to qualify for the police force, leaving her little time to explore the trending field of graphene materials. She had only heard of various businesses exploiting the graphene label to defraud consumers, reminiscent of previous scams involving quantum reading devices, nano-water cups, dark matter shampoo, and gravitational wave washing machines, mere tactics cloaked in high-tech allure aimed at deception. The most notorious graphene scam involved graphene-infused underwear, a blatant ruse targeting the gullible. Li Jiaro recalled seeing police raids on businesses employing similar scams in her dreams. As for the real world, the technological landscape here diverges significantly from that of her previous life. No one has yet discovered a straightforward method to extract graphene from graphite. After all, materials science often hinges on serendipity, a prime example being gunpowder, which was inadvertently created by alchemists. Upon hearing Li Jiaro's confusion, Li Zong patiently elaborated. The pencils we commonly use are made of graphite. However, they are prone to breaking under pressure, leading people to perceive graphite as fragile. Yet scientists have discovered that graphite is composed of stacked layers of single-layer graphene, which is a new material formed by tightly packed carbon atoms in a two-dimensional honeycomb lattice. Graphene exhibits remarkable optical, electrical, and mechanical properties, holding significant potential in materials science, micro-nanoprocessing, energy, biomedicine, and drug delivery, and is regarded as a revolutionary material for the future. Coincidentally, no one in the world has yet mastered the technique to separate single-layer graphene from graphite. But I possess this knowledge. Thus, developing a method for the industrial-scale production of graphene at a reduced cost presents a promising avenue for us. Perhaps one day, people from other countries will seek to procure vast quantities of graphene from us. Li Zong's understanding extends beyond a mere tape-tearing technique. He possesses a systematic method for industrial preparation as outlined in the technological framework. After all, the system's technological tree indicates that if humanity is to explore space in the future, we will be reliant on graphene and its exceptional attributes. After absorbing Li Zong's words, Li Jiaro felt a spark of excitement. If she and Li Zong were to establish a company together, and it were to become a sought-after entity worldwide in the future, that sensation would surely be exhilarating. Thus, Li Jiaro resolved, Li Zong, let us pursue this path in graphene. Indeed, Li Zong replied, affectionately ruffling her hair and, in a moment of distraction, planting a kiss on her cheek, causing her to blush deeply. Observing her shyness, Li Zong chuckled heartily. Though they had shared many experiences in their past life, he found the current dynamic with Li Jiaro, like that of first love, to be far more desirable than the mere transactional nature of their previous encounters. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, I truly adore this side of you. Li Jiaro and Apos' face flushed an even deeper hue, and she playfully aimed a punch at Li Zong. However, he had anticipated her move and nimbly evaded her playful assault with a laugh. Little did the citizens of Huagua and the world at large realize that a company poised to become a titan in the technological industry was about to take root in this humble rented space. Chapter 55. The Gossip of Tang Huanhuan after a brief moment of tenderness between Li Jiaro and Li Zong. The latter devoted some time to assist Li Jiaro in clearing the remaining debris from the shop. Once they concluded their tidy-up, the hour was still early, prompting Li Zong to take Li Jiaro for a stroll through the streets. Meanwhile, at Y Province University of Science and Technology, in the school's conference room, Lu Yuanhai sat at the head of the table, his expression grave as he addressed the assembled administrative staff. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware of the purpose of today and Oppo's meeting, which is to rectify the prevailing atmosphere within our institution. Specifically, we will be addressing issues of plagiarism and academic misconduct. As he spoke, a sardonic smile crept across Lu Yuanhai and Oppo's face. You are all familiar with the figure of Daji, are you not? Historically, she played a pivotal role in the downfall of King Xin and the Shang dynasty. Rising from his seat, he continued, I lack the authority and influence to sway decisions from above. However, I founded Y Province University of Science and Technology and have witnessed its transformation from nothingness to a well-equipped institution with a growing faculty. To me, this university is akin to my own child, and I will not permit anyone to tarnish its reputation or use individual misdeeds as a target for attack. With a resounding thud, Lu Yuanhai slammed his hand upon the conference table. I am resolute in my decision to investigate instances of academic fraud and misconduct thoroughly, regardless of the perpetrators and Oppo's identities or backgrounds. We shall pursue this matter with unwavering determination. A palpable silence enveloped the room as the administrative staff absorbed his words. After delivering his address, Lu Yuanhai returned to his seat, gesturing to the others. Now, let us discuss the specifics of our arrangements. Unbeknownst to Li Zong, his earlier remarks would lead to numerous students having their papers returned during the plagiarism check. Had he been aware, he might have cheerfully remarked, I have ignited the flames that will consume that incompetent Jai. Returning to Li Zong and Li Jiaro, their hands intertwined as they completed their shopping. Night had fallen, and they took a taxi back to campus. By chance, they encountered Li Jiaro's roommate. Li Jiaro, is this your boyfriend? A tall, slender girl approached, her sparkling eyes radiating curiosity. Li Jiaro nodded, introducing them. Yes, this is my boyfriend, Li Zong. Pointing to the tall girl, she added, this is my roommate, Tang Huanhuan. Li Zong greeted her with a smile. Hello, I am Jiaro's boyfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, Tang Huanhuan replied. Yet, she soon felt something was amiss. Repeating the name Li Zong in her mind, she suddenly gasped, You are that science prodigy, Li Zong? Li Zong smiled and nodded. Tang Huanhuan's eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced back and forth between him and Li Jiaro before letting out a shrill scream. The top students in both arts and sciences this year are a couple. This is huge news. Thus, Tang Huanhuan's curiosity was ignited. When did you two start dating? What are you talking about? Li Jiaro playfully punched Tang Huanhuan and Oppo's arm. We have known each other since childhood. Ah, come on. Tang Huanhuan feigned disdain. You're not shy, are you? Look at you, throwing punches like that. I am not shy. Which eye of yours saw that? Li Jiaro retorted. Both of my eyes saw it. I'm curious. You two childhood sweethearts, when did you solidify your relationship? And how did it happen? Did Li Zong arrive on a rainbow to declare his feelings? The very thought of that day made Li Jiaro and Oppo's cheeks flush crimson, recalling how Li Zong had kissed her unexpectedly. Noticing the change in her expression, Tang Huanhuan elbowed her playfully. Come on, spill the details. How did you two become an item? Did he pin you against the wall and say, Woman, come be my girlfriend? Li Zong nearly burst into laughter at Tang Huanhuan's words. It seemed she had watched too many romance novels, recycling the most cliché tropes. Goodness, you are so nosy today, Li Jiaro exclaimed, delivering another playful punch. Feigning injury, Tang Huanhuan clutched her chest dramatically. You would strike your best friend for a man? How tragic. Seeing her exaggerated antics, Li Jiaro couldn't help but laugh. All right, your acting is horrendous. If the opportunity arises, I will share the story with you. Tang Huanhuan's face lit up with excitement. Then it settled. I want to learn your ways of capturing a man's heart, so I can bring a boyfriend home soon. Chapter 56. Successful software development and a business proposal after bidding farewell to Tang Huanhuan. Li Zong and Li Jiaro returned to their respective dormitories. He had previously inquired if she would like to rent an apartment off campus. But Li Jiaro shook her head and replied, No need. I have a very favorable impression of Tang Huanhuan in my dreams. She is the only one with whom I resonate and who does not indulge in gossip. Therefore, I wish to experience what it feels like to live with such a sister. As for the others, it's best to maintain a distance. Hearing her words, Li Zong understood that she wished to distance herself from that peculiar friend, one whose worldview was astonishingly unconventional. Well, if you find living with them uncomfortable, would you like me to help you apply for a double room? Li Zong suggested, causing Li Jiao's eyes to light up. Is that possible? I attempted to apply but was told by the school that I could only apply for a double room on my own, without bringing someone else along. Li Zong nodded confidently. Who do you think I am? If I say it and oppose as possible, then it certainly is. Although, the application process may take some time. Li Jiao playfully poked his cheek and said, then I shall rely on you, my omnipotent boyfriend. After a quick peck, she dashed away. Li Zong watched her retreating figure, touched his cheek, and smiled softly. This little sprite, while no longer as bothersome as in my previous life, has become all the more affectionate and whimsical. Not long after, Li Zong returned to his single dormitory. Immediately upon his arrival, he opened his computer and resumed software development. The research and development of the software for the system task was nearing completion. Now, he needed to conduct comprehensive bug testing and optimize the functionalities. At 2 o'clock in the morning, he shut down his computer, took a shower, and lay in bed, contemplating his future plans. What if I license this core software to the school for free, allowing them to profit from it? In research-related projects, one cannot overlook the importance of patents. However, software lacks patents, instead falling under copyright law. If the school were to hold the copyright, not only could it generate revenue, but it would also enhance the school and Oppo's reputation. It seemed evident that this arrangement would be mutually beneficial for both the school and Li Zong. Moreover, he had already prepared the code for subsequent versions, enabling him to continuously update the software without consuming too much time. This would create a temporal gap for potential imitators, granting the school a competitive edge in the market. Thus, by completing the system task, he could also earn some money. This venture appeared exceedingly advantageous. Excellent. Let's proceed with this plan. Tomorrow, I shall take my laptop to meet with the principal. Li Zong had no qualms about pursuing profit. There is no rule stating that researchers must be those who toil endlessly in laboratories. If their remuneration improves and their quality of life elevates, it is likely that more individuals will be drawn to research, thus fostering a wealth of talent. Such a positive atmosphere is commendable. As previously stated, Li Zong was not a person of ill intent, possessing extraordinary technology yet living in hardship, and always considering donating any research achievements. Would this not dishearten other researchers? It is unreasonable to expect others to contribute without offering them due rewards. Such an attitude would only breed resentment and alienation. As those who pursue research are not naive, they can easily discern when someone is merely painting grand illusions. Furthermore, if everyone solely focused on contribution, it would mirror the actions of Zhigung in the story of Zhigung and Oppo's redemption, ultimately leading to a reluctance to engage in research altogether. Researchers are individuals first and researchers second. One should not expect lofty ideals from human nature, nor should one regard it as despicable. The following day, Li Zong sent a message to Li Jiao, informing her that he had business with the principal, and he took his laptop to find Liu Yuhai. Upon seeing Li Zong carrying a laptop, Liu Yuhai expressed his bewilderment. Li, what brings you here so early with your computer? Li Zong replied with a smile, I am here to discuss a business proposal with the principal. With that, he awakened the standby screen and showcased the course schedule software to the principal. In the midst of Liu Yuhai and Oppo's astonished gaze, Li Zong elucidated the software's advantages and its operational commercial model. After hearing Li Zong's analysis, Liu Yuhai's eyes widened, and he asked, Did you conceive all of this? Indeed. Li Zong affirmed with a smile, Not only is the business model my creation, but I also designed this software during the summer break. Remarkable, Liu Yuhai exclaimed. I initially thought you were merely a newly adult child with limited life experience and no work background. I never anticipated that just 2 days into the new semester, you would present me with such a grand surprise. You are truly akin to a seasoned veteran who has navigated the complexities of society for years. Liu Yuhai was not particularly surprised by Li Zong and Oppo's software development capabilities. He understood that if Li Zong had not demonstrated such prowess in scientific research, Wen Lao would not have valued him as a young talent. Li Zong simply responded to Liu Yuhai's praise with a calm, Thank you for the compliment, Principal. Chapter 57. The classroom. Following the finalization of the cooperative intentions, the subsequent phase involved detailed negotiations concerning the intricacies of the project. The The school designated a dedicated individual to handle these matters, who engaged in consultations with Li Zong. Once the negotiations concluded, the clock had already struck noon. Lu Yuanhai extended an invitation to Li Zong for a meal, but Li Zong declined, explaining, "Principal, I am urgently heading to a law firm to draft a contract. I am afraid I cannot join you for lunch." Afterward, he added with a smile, "Another day, I will host you. Let us go out and enjoy a hearty meal outside. After all, dining here in the school cafeteria for too long might make one crave the flavors of the outside world. Wouldn't you agree?" Li Zong did not criticize the cafeteria's fare but merely suggested sampling external cuisine, an indication of his different outlook from that of pure researchers. Hearing this, Lu Yuanhai burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Then I'll look forward to your invitation, shall we?" Having settled the matters on their side, Li Zong took Li Jiaro and proceeded to the city center. They located a modestly reputed law firm and entrusted them with the task, drafting the software licensing agreement for the course schedule application. The firm assured them the contract would be ready within 3 days. 3 days later, on the morning of the 4th day, Li Zong received a call from the law firm, informing him that the contract had been drafted. Upon receiving this news, Li Zong arranged to meet with the school's external affairs officer at a nearby CAF to sign the agreement. They agreed on the time and place, and Li Zong, accompanied by Li Jiaro, arrived promptly. Soon after, the lawyers and school representatives arrived one after another. After signing the contract and exchanging a handshake, the partnership was officially inaugurated. At that moment, Li Zong received a system notification and a panel materialized before him. "Congratulations. The host has completed the task, and Oppos, develop a software that will be well received in the market, and Oppos, reward 1. 10 brain enhancement potions, reward 2. 10 physical fitness potions. Congratulations. The host has completed the additional task, and Oppos, sell the software in possession, and Oppos, reward 1. 10 brain enhancement potions, reward 2. 10 physical fitness potions." Li Zong, what's wrong? Observing him in a daze, Li Jiaro tugged at his sleeve. He shook his head and replied, "I was merely pondering how long it might take us to accumulate enough initial capital." Li Jiaro smiled gently. "There's no rush. After all, we are still students. Aren't we?" Li Zong returned her smile. "That's true, we are still students. But some matters are best addressed early to ensure peace of mind." Henceforth, he dedicated himself entirely to mastering the technologies related to the mass production of graphene. "Once our company could secure funding, perhaps through bank loans, I could even consider developing patent-protected products to use as collateral. The path ahead is riddled with options, and all hinges on the moment when I possess tangible scientific achievements." Li Jiaro clenched her small fist resolutely. "In the meantime, I'll do my best to learn more about entrepreneurship and company management." Li Zong gently ruffled her hair, and she beamed with a sweet smile. After spending some time outdoors, the pair returned to their academic institution. Upon returning to his dormitory, Li Zong immediately consumed a bottle of each potion, continuing his relentless pursuit of knowledge. Over the next 10 days, during daylight hours, he and Li Jiaro explored familiar locations to rekindle old memories, while at night, he secluded himself in his dorm to absorb and internalize new knowledge. Soon, military training concluded, and classes commenced. His major remained electrical engineering and automation, consistent with his previous life. Consequently, his first class was on computer applications. These subjects posed no challenge to Li Zong, who chose to focus inwardly during the lesson, tuning out the lecturer's words entirely. It was worth noting that he did not encounter any of his close friends from his past life within this class, a minor regret lingering in his heart. Due to his seating arrangement, separated from his classmates, the instructor immediately noticed this seemingly aloof student. The teacher pointed at Li Zong and remarked, "That student. Don't get distracted during class. I and Oppos am talking to you." Li Zong remained lost in thought, oblivious to the teacher's words. Suddenly, a small piece of chalk dropped onto his desk, interrupting his reverie. "What happened?" Li Zong stood up, bewildered, and asked. The teacher, visibly irritated, was perplexed by Li Zong's seemingly guilty demeanor, yet, upon closer inspection, he found the student oddly familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Although he kept up with current news, he mostly skimmed headlines and paid little attention to individual students. His main interest was financial news related to stocks, not personal details. Not remembering the student was no big deal. The teacher merely wanted the students to focus during lessons, so he asked a few questions. "What is your name? Do you know where we are in the lesson? Do you understand what the teacher is saying?" Honestly, such considerate teachers, who truly care for their students, are increasingly rare. Most university courses are unregulated, unlike high school, where teachers often actively seek out students for performance-related discussions. Chapter 58. The thrill of showing off. Credits in academic courses are generally divided into classroom performance and final examination scores, with the latter holding the greatest weight. Typically, classroom performance serves merely as a supplementary factor. Falling short in credits may result in failing a course. However, failing a course does not pose a severe issue, as one can simply retake it in the following semester. Yet, consistently failing throughout 4 years of university may lead to delayed graduation or even expulsion. The instructor teaching the course on computer applications to Li Zong is quite invested in his students. In Li Zong and Appo's previous life, this teacher imparted a wealth of knowledge to him. Therefore, Li Zong decided to deliver a small shock to his teacher. A smile crept across his lips as he began to speak eloquently. First, allow me to introduce myself. Today's lesson is. He recited the content from the textbook verbatim, showing no signs of stopping. As he continued, both the teacher and his classmates listened in astonishment, their jaws dropping wider with each passing moment. When the first class bell rang, Li Zong did not pause. He continued, regarding the issues of encoding, one's complement, and Appo's complement. The knowledge we require actually stems from previous binary concepts. As he spoke, he ascended to the podium, graciously accepting the black marker from the teacher and began to illustrate on the whiteboard. Observing this, the teacher decided against interrupting. Meanwhile, some classmates, desperately needing a restroom break, held on until they could no longer resist, as the excitement of the lesson surpassed all expectations. It was not until the second bell rang that the teacher abruptly returned to reality. Startled, he struggled to find words, stammering praises. Excellent. Excellent. This student, Li Zong, is remarkable. You have memorized all the key points. Such an approach is commendable. After these words, the teacher inquired, so, Li Zong, do you know how to apply the knowledge you've just presented? Li Zong nodded, of course, but class is now over. I will bring my computer to the next class to demonstrate its applications. The teacher remained unaware of the impending spectacle that awaited him and his students. Yet, he smiled with satisfaction. Very well, in the next class, Li Zong will demonstrate the application of computer knowledge. As he spoke Li Zong's name, a recollection struck him. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the classmates began to murmur, "Oh my, Li Zong? I remember this guy was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. He actually came to our school?" To be honest, I was taken aback as well. Initially, I did not recognize him until memories of the news following the exam resurfaced, confirming that Li Zong was indeed the name of the top scorer. So, we have a genius among us. A super genius, no less. Speaking of which, wouldn't it be too much pressure to be in the same class as a genius? Calm down. After all, a genius is meant to be admired from afar. I never imagined standing shoulder to shoulder with one. A bit of ambition wouldn't hurt, right? The students' discussions did not escape the teacher's notice. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. This top scorer had just memorized the textbook content, and now he was set to demonstrate applications, truly a prodigy. However, the teacher's thoughts soon turned to worry. If Li Zong had already mastered this course, he might have little left to impart, which could be disheartening. Ignoring the reactions of the teacher and classmates, Li Zong exited the classroom, met by a sea of admiring gazes. In a remarkably short time, the news spread, and all the freshmen were aware that a scholarly titan had joined their ranks. Some girls, including Tang Huan, expressed an intense curiosity about Li Zong. She tugged at Li Jiaro's hand, grinning, "Jiaro, your boyfriend is amazing. It's only the first day of class, and he has already made a name for himself." Li Jiaro maintained her composure. "If he weren't amazing, would he still be my boyfriend?" Tang Huan readily agreed. "True, after all. You are also a top scorer from Y province, albeit in the arts. Our Jiaro is a scholar too." Li Jiaro chuckled. "Whether I'm a scholar or not is debatable, but I do know you promised to treat me to dinner." Tang Huan replied playfully, "Dinner is fine. What's wrong with treating you to satisfy my curiosity?" With a smile, Li Jiaro quickly led her to the cafeteria as Li Zong had messaged earlier, stating he would wait for her there. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, many recognized Li Zong, with the title of top scorer and his impressive classroom performance. He swiftly became a figure of intrigue on the school forums. Such prominent figures are typically the subjects of fervent discussions among students during their leisure time. Li Zong, however, remained unfazed, focusing on his own pursuits. Yet, It was true that indulging in the thrill of showing off while acquiring knowledge was undeniably enjoyable. He even secretly anticipated an encounter with a fool who might challenge him, only to be disappointed. Until he had settled the bill for 3 meals. No one approached him for a confrontation, leaving Li Zong with a tinge of disappointment. Chapter 59. A contest of programming skills in the afternoon, with no classes scheduled. Li Zong took his laptop and accompanied Li Jiaro to the studio. In her dreams, Li Jiaro was not particularly fond of engaging with news related to stocks, fearing that her entry into the market would render her susceptible to being exploited like a chive. Thus, her reading of economics literature was merely a means to acquire the knowledge necessary for becoming a competent business manager. Indeed, she firmly believed in the adage, entrust professional matters to professionals. Consequently, her understanding of company management was superficial, sufficient enough to prevent her from being deceived. The cornerstone of a company's operation rests in its finances. When a company's financial situation becomes chaotic, it invariably signals the presence of numerous underlying issues. The day passed quietly, and upon returning to school, Li Zong and Li Jiaro drew astonished glances from their peers. Is that really Li Zong? It appears so. He is the top scorer in this year's provincial college entrance examination. He is truly an academic prodigy. As they overheard such remarks, Li Jiaro felt a swell of pride. After all, Li Zong was her boyfriend. Why does the person beside Li Zong look so familiar? What's wrong? Did you discover something? That appears to be this year's arts top scorer, Li Jiaro, renowned as the belle of our cohort. My heavens, are they together? It seems so. I cannot accept this. Why have these two exceptional individuals paired off? I was planning to pursue our belle. Is this fate conspiring against us? Cough, to be honest, my friend. Even if Li Jiaro were not with Li Zong, she likely wouldn't look your way. Why ask that? Cough, just take a look in the mirror, and you'll understand. Damn it, I'll make you pay for that. Upon hearing the conversations of passers-by, smiles illuminated the faces of Li Zong and Li Jiaro. Li Zong remarked, Dear Belle, I appreciate your companionship. Li Jiaro softly replied, Oh, esteemed scholar, must we limit our expressions of gratitude to mere words? Surely. A gesture is warranted? Li Zong nodded. Of course, a gesture it shall be. With that, he produced a bamboo copter from his pocket and handed it to Li Jiaro, saying, Here, this is the bamboo copter from our childhood, as seen in and Oppos, Doraemon, and Oppos. With it, you shall soar. This little trinket was something Li Zong had stealthily acquired, while Li Jiaro was momentarily distracted. Li Jiaro joyfully accepted the bamboo copter, though she teased, at our age. Isn't this a tad childish? With a flourish, Li Zong conjured another bamboo copter from his pocket and playfully asked, Would you care to indulge in a bit of childishness with me? Li Jiaro responded softly. They then ventured into the dimly lit grove. Sitting on the grass as they adorned each other's heads with the bamboo copters, they exchanged knowing smiles and simultaneously exclaimed, Oh, how childish you are. This was soon followed by peals of laughter. After their playful antics, Li Zong escorted Li Jiaro back to her dormitory. He then resumed his studies, diligently working on his laptop. The next day arrived swiftly, filled with a full schedule of classes. By coincidence, the first 2 periods were dedicated to computer applications. True to their arrangement, Li Zong brought his laptop to class. As the bell rang, he connected his laptop to the projector and commenced explaining the practical applications of the concepts from their textbooks. Let us now delve into the essence of coding and teaching others. Li Zong was also revisiting his own knowledge. As he articulated key points, he would contemplate beforehand, striving to convey them in a more accessible manner for the comprehension of all. The effectiveness of his teaching was evident, as most students in the class were utterly captivated. However, midway through the lesson, a student posed a question. A tall, slender boy with glasses introduced himself. Hello, Li Zong, I am baiting. He then proceeded to voice his inquiry. I understand you have previously studied programming, correct? Li Zong thought to himself, here it comes. Someone is finally challenging me. He nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have studied programming before. Upon hearing this, baiting declared, Since you have studied it, you cannot be deemed a genius. I am unconvinced. I wish to compete with you. Compete in what? Li Zong raised an eyebrow. In programming. Specifically, we will use C language to see who can implement the same function more swiftly and with simpler code, baiting asserted. Who possesses the simpler code? Li Zong felt confident in his abilities. After all, the textbooks he possessed were provided by the system, which could hardly be surpassed by other materials. However, competing against a fellow student seemed less enticing. Li Zong hoped for a contest that would elevate his reputation. attracting more individuals to gather around him, thereby inspiring them to pursue more advanced knowledge. At that moment, the system issued a task. Ding! A challenge to the host's abilities has been detected, prompting a new task. Engage in a programming competition with when baiting and decisively outclass him. Reward 1. Brain Function Enhancement Potion X5. Reward 2. Physical Fitness Enhancement Potion X5. Upon viewing this task, Li Zong promptly accepted when baiting and amp. Oppo's challenge without hesitation. Chapter 60. The contest. Upon witnessing the system and amp. Oppo's reward, Li Zong immediately addressed Wen Bai Ding, declaring, "Very well, I accept your challenge." The teacher not only consented but also expressed enthusiastic support. He smiled at both Li Zong and Wen Bai Ding, nodding in acknowledgement before proclaiming, "I wholeheartedly approve of your contest, and I shall offer an incentive. One of you is certain to emerge victorious, and the winner shall enjoy a meal on me. The loser, too, will be treated to a meal, but must subsequently invite the victor to dine once more. The venue will be the cafeteria. What do you think?" Both Li Zong and Wen Bai Ding nodded in unison, affirming, "We agree with your proposal, teacher." The teacher waved his hand, encouraging them to commence. "You may begin now. How shall you compete?" Noticing that his opponent was well prepared, Li Zong inquired with a smile. Wen Bai Ding confidently responded, "I excel particularly in algorithms. However, since we are pressed for time today, let us engage in a simpler task, creating a miniature Tetris game, shall we?" Li Zong agreed. "Sounds good." Wen Bai Ding added, "I request the teacher and Oppo's assistance in overseeing my efforts." The teacher readily complied, taking a position beside Wen Bai Ding to observe his actions. With a call to commence from the teacher, both Li Zong and Wen Bai Ding began to write their code. The classroom was filled with the rhythmic clattering of keystrokes as they typed rapidly, lines of code materializing on their programming software. Li Zong's classmates observed as he defined header files, soon becoming dazzled by the sheer volume of code that unfolded. In contrast, Wen Bai Ding's pace was slightly slower. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. For a programmer, speed is not paramount. What truly matters is the soundness of the program's logic, its resilience to testing and scrutiny. If it fails during debugging, the code becomes mere meaningless characters, utterly incapable of executing a program. Having engaged in programming since middle school, Wen Bai Ding possessed the confidence that came with experience. Yet, Li Zong had the advantage of a system. Thus, regardless of how thrilling the contest might be, it could not alter the inevitable outcome of Wen Bai Ding's defeat. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. Well, Li Zong and Oppo's dexterity appears to surpass Wen Bai Ding and Oppo's by leaps and bounds. Do you think Wen Bai Ding can win? I'm not sure. I've never dabbled in programming, but I'm more curious about how Li Zong developed such swift finger skills. It's simple. 18 years of being single can do wonders. But I've been single for 19 years. That's because you haven't diligently honed a specific skill. What skill? When we return to the dormitory, I'll show you something intriguing that will clarify what I mean. Hey, your grin is rather mischievous. You're not suggesting you'll teach me how to flirt, are you? Get lost. Li Zong overheard the students' chatter, but chose to remain focused on his programming. Undeterred by the outcome, which he already anticipated, Wen Bai Ding would surely lose. This was a mark of respect towards his opponent, and he believed that Wen Bai Ding would come to understand his earnest dedication. As time slipped away, the first class concluded. Yet, Li Zong and Wen Bai Ding continued their intense contest. During this time, one student, unable to contain himself, excused himself to the restroom. Upon returning, he found the classroom bustling with unfamiliar faces. He approached and overheard them discussing, "Is that the person whose fingers dance across the keyboard as if conjuring illusions, Li Zong?" "Indeed. I've seen his photograph on the school forum. It's unmistakably him." "Wow, Li Zong is quite handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend?" "Wang Huahua. Spare us your infatuation. I've heard that Li Zong's girlfriend is our campus belle. Is that true? How reliable is this information?" "Absolutely credible. It's insider gossip from Li Jiaro, the campus belle's confidant." "What a pity. I was hoping for a serendipitous encounter with Li Zong." Such were the musings of the female students, while the male students commented, "Incredible. Li Zong's typing speed is truly astounding. But is he coding at such speed without issues? As long as he has a plan in mind, rapid coding poses no problem. Why do you ask?" "I was just pondering whether his keyboard might be malfunctioning. You know, our club could really use funds, so we devised a plan to handle all electrical repairs on campus." "You're quite the entrepreneur. However, it seems Li Zong's laptop is brand new. He likely has no need for repairs. We'll just have to wait and see." Li Zong was immersed in the coding process. In truth, he had already crafted the framework for the Tetris game, totaling over 1,000 lines of code. Yet, to enhance the game with additional features, such as a scoring system, he continued typing. He aspired to make his Tetris game not only more enjoyable but also richer in content. Chapter 61. Test results. As the second class was nearing its conclusion, Li Zong and Wen Baiding simultaneously halted their respective tasks. Observing their synchronized pause, the teacher inquired, "Have you both completed your programming?" Li Zong and Wen Baiding nodded in unison. "Very well. Since both of your programs are finished, we shall now proceed to evaluate the results." At this juncture, the teacher and Appo's tone shifted. "However, I must confess that I am quite an old man, and such games are the domain of youth. I myself do not indulge in them. Thus, I will leave the evaluation of gameplay to the students." With that, the teacher scanned the classroom. "Now, we invite 2 students to come forth and test the Tetris game created by Li Zong and Wen Baiding. Who among you would like to give it a try?" "I will. I volunteer." One student eagerly raised his hand. Soon after, a majority of the class enthusiastically followed suit. "Teacher, pick me. I want to see what my classmates have devised." A few students had already gathered around Li Zong and Wen Baiding, peering at their screens. The atmosphere in the classroom was electric, with excitement palpable among the students. The teacher looked on with satisfaction, reflecting, "This is the vitality that youth should possess." He extended his hand, gesturing towards 2 students. "All right. The 2 individuals I have called upon may now come forward to experience the Tetris game developed by Li Zong and Wen Baiding." Disappointment washed over those who were not selected, their spirits visibly deflated. The teacher, however, smiled and reassured them, "Do not be disheartened, those not chosen. You may freely observe and explore within the classroom. If you can glean even a morsel of knowledge from Li Zong and Wen Baiding, that shall be the greatest reward of this lesson." "Yay!" The unselected students cheered. "Thank you, teacher. You are so kind." The teacher waved his hand, signaling the 2 chosen students to begin. Li Zong and Wen Baiding had made space for the eager onlookers, who now surrounded them. Naturally, due to Li Zong's status as this year's top science student, he garnered a bit more attention. "Li Zong, when did you start learning programming?" asked one student. "In high school, I suppose," Li Zong replied. He initially intended to mention this past summer, but reconsidered, realizing that revealing his status as a top scorer might be disheartening to others. Thus, he opted for a vague reference, as the summer did indeed form a part of his high school experience. Upon hearing high school, another student queried, "But what about your studies?" As science students, even if we do not need to memorize vast amounts of information, we must still practice solving problems, right? How else can we master the application of various formulas? After a moment and Appo's contemplation, Li Zong responded, "I typically dedicate several hours each day to practicing programming. As for problem solving, once I and Appo's grasp the concepts in the textbooks. Tackling problems allows me to simultaneously understand and memorize them, does it not? This applies to both formulas and principles. Is that so?" Another student inquired. Li Zong nodded affirmatively, silently adding, "After all, as long as I have my hands, it is quite comprehensible." "What subject do you spend the most time on?" asked the first student again. "Foreign languages, I suppose," Li Zong sighed. "In truth, it is my least favorite subject. The communication habits of foreigners differ vastly from ours, and I find foreign languages to be the most tedious of all. Yet, as you all know, it is unavoidable, whether we are writing papers or conducting research. We must engage with foreign literature. Without it, we would lack fundamental knowledge of various experiments and their principles. Therefore, I urge you all, while you still have ample time, to put in the effort to enhance your foreign language skills. Otherwise, you may discover the stark deficiency of your knowledge when the time comes to utilize it." Upon hearing Li Zong's words, several students fell silent. Aside from a few who had crafted their career plans and compelled themselves to learn foreign languages, eventually growing fond of them, most students held little affection for the subject. After all, mastering a foreign language demands extensive memorization, and many struggle to find the time to dedicate to it. Naturally, there are exceptions. Some individuals possess a natural aptitude for languages, requiring minimal time to delve into the intricacies of learning them. These individuals excel with ease and are inherently suited for such endeavors. Conversely, some exhibit an excessive admiration for foreign cultures, almost wishing to renounce their own heritage. Wow, this game is genuinely enjoyable. I haven't played Tetris in years. I always thought it was childish, but today, I have been pleasantly surprised. Just as the students were deep in thought, this exclamation broke the contemplative silence. Chapter 62. The teacher declares victory. The student who gasped in astonishment appeared as though they had stumbled upon a treasure, their face alight with joy as they stared at the laptop screen. Meanwhile, the classmates who gathered around Li Zong and Wen Baiding lifted their heads to gaze at the projection screen. It soon became evident that Li Zong and Appo's version of Tetris offered a greater level of engagement. In contrast, Wen Baiding and Appo's creation, although it included a pause system, lacked the code for level continuation, rendering his game somewhat more rudimentary. Observing the game that his classmates were engrossed in, Wen Baiding realized he had fallen short in this aspect of design. He then candidly remarked, "Li Zong, I concede. You are indeed more skilled than I." Both spent an equal amount of time crafting their Tetris minigames, which left Wen Baiding feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, rather than dwelling on victory or defeat, he found himself intrigued by the programming behind Li Zong and Appo's game. "May I inquire, Li Zong, how much memory does your game consume once completed? What kind of code did you employ?" Li Zong, initially lost in thought about the delayed reward from the system for Wen Baiding and Appo's admission of defeat, instinctively replied, "Are you interested in learning? I can teach you." Almost immediately, he regretted his words, realizing that as a fellow student, such a statement could inadvertently wound someone with a strong sense of pride. He mused, if my words have indeed hurt Wen Baiding, perhaps I should find a way to distance myself from such individuals. After all, he is lost, and I have little tolerance for those who cannot handle defeat. With this thought in mind, Li Zong turned to Wen Baiding. To his surprise, he found not discomfort but excitement illuminating Wen Baiding's face. "Really? Li Zong, are you truly willing to teach me programming?" Li Zong was pleased with Wen Baiding and Appo's enthusiasm and responded with a smile, "Of course. As long as you are willing to learn, I will gladly teach you." "Thank you, Li Zong," Wen Baiding said earnestly, expressing his gratitude. "There's no need to mention it," Li Zong replied casually. The teacher, observing this exchange, nodded approvingly. If all students could emulate Wen Baiding's eagerness to learn from those with greater knowledge, rather than clinging to the notion that a fellow student should not instruct them, education would become simpler and infinitely more enjoyable. The ancient wisdom of humbling oneself to ask questions holds true, as Confucius stated that in a group of 3, one can always find a teacher among them. Such individuals as Wen Baiding are indeed well-suited for research, are they not? A scientist who loses their childlike curiosity and becomes consumed by arrogance and prejudice, believing that those beneath them lack insight, will inevitably contribute to the decline of the scientific community under such a pervasive atmosphere. Lost in contemplation, the teacher finally addressed the class. "While Wen Baiding has graciously conceded to Li Zong, we must still verify the rules established at the beginning of this competition for fairness." After the teacher spoke, the student engrossed in Li Zong's game reluctantly left their seat. The teacher glanced over the game and, with a sudden spark of inspiration, selected the option to copy the program as he closed it. "Li Zong, I find your program intriguing and would like to examine the code behind your game. Would it be possible for me to copy the source code onto a USB drive?" His reasoning, however, was slightly flawed. Curiosity about the code was one thing, but the desire to play the game was the true motivation. Of course, Li Zong nodded in agreement. He had included Chinese annotations in his game's code precisely to ensure it was comprehensible to all. To him, the Tetris mini program was trivial. The thought process behind the code was paramount. After the teacher finished copying the program, he glanced at the size of Li Zong's code and gained a sense of understanding. He then moved to Wen Baiding's computer to inspect his programming software interface. "Wen Baiding, your habit of leaving comprehensible Chinese annotations while coding is commendable. This practice will undoubtedly aid you in locating areas that may require modification in the future. When we complete a program, if too much time passes, we may easily forget the details, making annotations essential for future reference. As students of electrical engineering and automation, remember this crucial point." Nodding in agreement, the students absorbed the teacher's words. The teacher then checked the memory size of Wen Baiding's program before announcing the results. Li Zong's program occupies approximately 10 kilobytes more memory than Wen Baiding's. However, Li Zong's game encompasses a richer array of features. Therefore, I declare that Li Zong is the winner of this contest. Upon hearing the teacher's declaration, the students exhibited no surprise. Instead, they erupted into cheers. After all, a remarkable talent had emerged from their class, and everyone felt a sense of pride. Li Zong observed his classmates and Appo's exuberance with a calm demeanor, embodying a serene detachment. This display of humility greatly impressed the teacher, who felt even more satisfied with Li Zong. Not boastful nor complacent, he faced victory with a modest attitude, a truly admirable character. Chapter 63. The imbalance of gender ratio in schools. After class, the students were still discussing the recent competition. Undoubtedly, Li Zong was more popular than Wen Baiding. However, there were still quite a few students gathered around Wen Baiding. Student A, Wen Baiding, you mentioned that you started learning programming in middle school. What motivated you to pursue this skill at that time? Wen Baiding, it was driven by interest, I suppose. At that time, the resources I found were related to programming, and I couldn't locate any material pertaining to hacking, so I had no choice but to begin with programming. Student B, how much time did you dedicate daily to studying this knowledge? Wen Baiding, in middle school, I devoted a significant amount of time to learning programming-related material. But that changed in high school, as the college entrance examination became my priority. At this point, he cast a gaze filled with admiration towards Li Zong. Li Zong is truly impressive. Not only did he achieve the top score in science across the province during high school, but I cannot compare to him. Students A and B sighed in unison. Indeed, Li Zong is remarkable. Meanwhile, Li Zong was sharing his insights with the students around him. When learning programming, the first essential element is the right material, specifically textbooks. This computer application textbook, while covering programming-related concepts, primarily discusses the most fundamental knowledge. As you progress, you will come to understand what objects, pointers, arrays, and algorithms are. Of course, the objects I speak of are not the romantic partners we often refer to, nor the paper figures or anime characters that come to mind. They are encapsulations formed by data and its operations, modules that describe objective entities within the system, and the fundamental units that compose the system. The students chuckled at his words, finding Li Zong somewhat humorous. Once their laughter subsided, Li Zong continued, "You may find some of these concepts unfamiliar or difficult to grasp, which is perfectly fine. I merely wish to inform you of potential challenges you may encounter in your journey of studying computer science. For instance, the concepts of pointers and arrays combine to form terms like pointer arrays and arrays of pointers. It took me considerable time to comprehend the meanings of these terms." Li Zong's advice stemmed from his previous life experiences in programming, articulated from the perspective of an ordinary individual, thus benefiting all. He concluded, "So, for those aspiring to learn programming, it is crucial to familiarize yourself with the challenges and foundational knowledge in advance. Understanding these complexities beforehand will ease your subsequent studies. Do not wait until you are halfway through to grasp these concepts. Doing so may lead to frustration and a tendency to retreat, wasting precious time." Understood. Thank you. Li Zong. His sincere words could guide many students away from potential pitfalls, garnering genuine appreciation from them. "No need for thanks," Li Zong waved dismissively. "I am simply sharing the insights of someone who has been there." Once he finished speaking, the other students engaged him in some gossip. "Li Zong, do you have a girlfriend?" one of the few girls in the class inquired. The gender ratio at Y Province University of Science and Technology is 0.35, 0.65, resulting in many majors lacking any female students. In Li Zong's class of 30, only 4 were girls, making them treasures within the classroom. However, for Li Zong, the presence of girls in the class had no bearing on him. He had no intention of engaging in any flirtation, as he lacked the time and inclination. Thus, he replied directly to the inquisitive girl, "I already have a girlfriend." Upon hearing this, the girl displayed a look of disappointment. "Oh, Li Zong, you found a girlfriend so quickly? Who is she? Can you tell me? I want to compete fairly." "She is," Li Zong began, but before he could finish, he spotted a familiar figure waving at him. A genuine smile spread across his face as he approached the familiar figure. Before departing, he said to the girl, "She is the one waving over there. Well, my girlfriend has come to find me, so I won't keep you any longer." As he arrived beside Li Jiaro, Li Zong smiled and remarked, "I recall you had no classes this morning, correct?" "Yes," Li Jiaro nodded. "I had no classes this morning, so I came to see our brilliant Li Zong showcase his talents." With a sigh, she continued, "It seems our talented Li Zong is quite popular with the girls. Look at how the girls in your class seem to wish their eyes were glued to your back, unable to take their gaze off you." With a playful thump, Li Zong gently tapped Li Jiaro and Apos' head and laughed. "Are you feeling jealous?" Li Jiaro rolled her eyes. "If I were to feel jealous of all the girls who admire my talented Li Zong, I'd never have to eat again. Jealousy would fill me up." "Good to know you're not jealous," Li Zong chuckled as he ruffled Li Jiaro's hair. "Since you have no classes now, why not join me for a higher mathematics course? After all, you seem to be quite bored." "Sure." Li Jiaro tidied her hair, revealing her bright smile. I want to witness our talented Li Zong in action. Chapter 64. The mathematics teacher's doubt. Mathematics was an indispensable subject for science students. In Li Zong's hands was the textbook titled Advanced Mathematics 2. The first lesson was rather uneventful, as the book began with fundamental concepts such as functions and gradually progressed in complexity. However, by the second class, the focus shifted significantly. The textbook delved into limits and sequences. Upon returning from the restroom, Li Zong distinctly noticed a more solemn expression on the teacher's face during the lecture. The teacher projected prepared slides onto a large screen and, pointing at the content, began explaining the definition of the limit of a sequence, xn. How then should we comprehend the following statement? First, we must. The teacher spoke eloquently from the podium. Meanwhile, Li Zong flipped open the university physics textbook he had received from the principal and absorbed its contents swiftly. Li Jiaro, on the other hand, gazed at Li Zong's profile like an infatuated admirer, almost drooling. Hey, that student. The teacher's tone turned stern as he addressed the girl resting her head on the desk in the back row. Unsurprisingly, he had noticed Li Jiaro. Are you the one I'm calling? She asked, pointing to herself. Yes, you, the teacher affirmed with a strict tone. What is your name? Do you realize this is a class? Please refrain from bringing bad habits here. Later, provide your student ID. Your classroom conduct will influence your grade. Li Jiaro glanced helplessly at Li Zong, who pretended not to hear, inwardly chuckling. Haha, silly girl, you weren't paying attention and now the teacher has called you out. His smirk was evident, a detail not lost on those close to him. Quietly, Li Jiaro pinched his arm and explained to the teacher, I'm a liberal arts student. Since I have no classes during the third and fourth periods, I'm just auditing. I don't understand the math content, and I don't have the textbook. Li Zong's smile deepened, anticipating Li Jiaro's impending predicament. Indeed, the math teacher did not excuse her simply because she was a liberal arts student. In a stern reprimand, he said, what of it if you're a liberal arts student? Does that mean you cannot study mathematics? I am criticizing your attitude, which is unrelated to your academic track. If your learning approach is not earnest, even liberal arts students 1T gain much in class. Li Jiaro, chastened, lowered her head obediently. Yet, upon seeing the grin lingering at the corner of Li Zong's mouth, she was instantly vexed. In retaliation, she pointed at Li Zong and said, Teacher, this student isn't paying attention either. He is looking at books from other subjects. Though aware that Li Zong was confident and not actually studying math, she merely sought to have him stand with her. Damn, Li Jiaro is retaliating again, Li Zong mused, recalling their childhood when they frequently teased each other, finding endless amusement in their playful exchanges. Perhaps their affection had blossomed from those early days. The teacher then turned to Li Zong and inquired, Are you also auditing the class? Reluctantly, Li Zong stood and replied, No, teacher, I belong to this class. The teacher, puzzled, asked, Then why are you reading books from other subjects? Li Zong nodded in acknowledgement. Show me what you're reading, the teacher commanded. Reluctantly, Li Zong held up the university physics textbook. The classmates, initially eager onlookers, were struck with admiration. Wow, this math teacher is clearly strict. Yet Li Zong dares to read physics in his class? He must be mad. No kidding. Remember how he was caught doing something else during computer applications class? Yeah, that led to that memorable contest between them. Do you think he'll astonish the teacher this time? I bet a pack of spicy snacks he will. I'll raise that to 3 packs. Make it 5. I'm sure he has it in him. Their whispered bets were promptly silenced by the teacher's stern call for quiet. The room fell so silent that even the faintest sound could be heard. Rather than reproaching Li Zong with accusations of disrespect, the teacher asked, What is your name, and why are you reading university physics in my class? Do you think my instruction is inadequate, or do you have another reason? Li Zong shook his head and replied, I do not believe you are incapable of teaching. On the contrary, I hold great respect for you. However, I have already mastered the material in this textbook and prefer not to engage in redundant study. Chapter 65. Mathematical Problems. Li Zong and Amp. Oppo's words caused the mathematics teacher and Amp. Oppo's expression to darken. Did he imply that attending his mathematics class was merely a waste of time? However, since Li Zong claimed to have thoroughly grasped the knowledge in the textbook, the teacher decided to test him. He began to write on the whiteboard with a black marker. Li Zong understood that the teacher was about to quiz him and took the situation more seriously. Meanwhile, the other students continuously glanced back and forth between the teacher and Li Zong. Prove f, x, y, x2y, x4y2, x2y20, 0, x2y20, which is discontinuous at the origin 0, 0. This was a limit problem. After writing the question, the teacher looked at Li Zong and said, "Since you have thoroughly understood the textbook knowledge, come up and solve this problem." "Very well," Li Zong replied confidently as he approached the podium, took the black marker from the teacher, and began to work on the problem. Answer: since lim. x0. Although this problem appeared challenging, the steps to solve it were not overly complex once one knew how to approach it. Li Zong quickly wrote down the answer and then looked at the teacher. "Teacher, is my answer correct?" The teacher, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded slightly. "Your answer is acceptable. I shall pose another question." As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Li Zong. Li Zong returned the black marker to the teacher. After receiving the black marker, the teacher began to contemplate what question to present next while erasing the whiteboard. Once the board was clear, he wrote down the next problem. Calculate the total differential of the function ux sin yz. Upon seeing this question, Li Zong pondered briefly before starting to write. Ux sin yz. Uyxz cos yz. Uzxy cos yz. Therefore, do sine yz. Dx xz cosine yz. Dyxy cosine yz doesn't. After completing his work, he looked back at the teacher, his gaze inquiring if his answer was correct. The teacher once again nodded without emotion. "Your answer is correct. I will continue to ask more questions." Internally, however, he felt a hint of surprise. After all, it had only been a short time since the school year began, and Li Zong had already mastered the concepts of differentiation, indicating that he had put considerable effort into mathematics. At this moment, the teacher's attitude began to soften. He felt inclined to ask just one more question. After taking the black marker back from Li Zong, the teacher wrote the final question beside the previous one. Find the equation of the tangent plane to the sphere x2, y2, z2 14 at the point 1, 2, 3. As soon as Li Zong saw this question, his mind began to work, and he took the black marker from the teacher once more to write. Solution: let f, x, y, z, x2, y2, z2 to 14, then fx2x, fy2y, fz2z. The corresponding normal vector to the tangent plane is in fx, fy, fz, 1, 2, 3. Substituting 1, 2, 3 gives the normal vector 2, 4, 6. Thus, the equation of the tangent plane is 2, x, 1, 4, y, 2, 6, z3, 0, or x2, y3, z, 14, 0. Perfectly correct, exclaimed the teacher with a hint of joy in his voice upon seeing Li Zong's completed answer. A student like Li Zong, if nurtured properly, could certainly achieve commendable success in mathematics. However, potential success did not guarantee achievement, for the teacher remained uncertain whether Li Zong was merely a rote learner or possessed genuine analytical abilities. If it were the latter, the teacher felt he had stumbled upon a gem. Thus, he decided to assess Li Zong and Apos' logical reasoning skills. "Student, what is your name?" The teacher and Apos' tone softened considerably, his usual sternness dissipating. "Li Zong," the student replied, unaware of the teacher's intentions. "Li Zong, do you have any insights regarding the conjectures proposed by mathematicians around the world?" Upon hearing this, Li Zong began to contemplate. In his previous life, he would have never paid heed to such conjectures, like the famous Goldbach conjecture. Yet, coincidentally, he had borrowed a book from the library a few days ago that discussed mathematical conjectures, some of which remained unsolved in this world. Therefore, the teacher and Apos' question struck a chord. Noticing Li Zong and Apos' silence, the teacher assumed he had never contemplated such mathematical conjectures and reassured him. "Li Zong, it is perfectly fine if you have not encountered these problems. I do not expect all students to grapple with the challenging questions that mathematicians face. After all, these issues may still be too daunting for you at this stage." "No," Li Zong suddenly interjected. "You misunderstand, teacher. I have indeed pondered some mathematical conjectures independently. I was just contemplating how to articulate my previous thoughts." "Oh." The teacher's expression changed noticeably, excitement bubbling within him. He restrained his eagerness and said, "Then please share your thoughts with me. No, demonstrate the conjecture you have in mind." "Certainly." Li Zong smiled as he erased the problems from the whiteboard. Chapter 66. The paper proving a mathematical conjecture Li Zong began inscribed on the whiteboard, articulating the conjecture regarding prime numbers within the framework of numeral representation solely utilizing one. A notion presented in the esteemed work Unsolved Problems in Number Theory by Canadian mathematician Richard K. Guy. He then cast a glance at his mathematics teacher, inquiring, "Sir, as a scholar of mathematics, you must be familiar with this conjecture, correct?" The mathematics teacher, visibly stirred, nodded vigorously upon hearing Li Zong's words. Li Zong proceeded to delve into calculations and analyses, deriving results from formulas. He remarked during the derivation, "It is said that numerous mathematicians have previously validated this conjecture within the realm of prime numbers below 300 million. After extensive contemplation and research, I have discovered a counterexample to this conjecture. I have identified the numerical counterexample. However, I shall require the scientific calculator on the computer for further calculations." At this juncture, Li Zong turned to Li Jiaro, who promptly understood and cheerfully retrieved his backpack to the podium. Li Zong extracted his notebook, activated the scientific calculator, and entered the optimized formula, commencing calculations. The final outcome revealed 3539,42783. With unwavering confidence, Li Zong declared, "Thus, when P equals 3539,42783, the formula is rendered invalid." The mathematics teacher, now brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Genius! Li Zong, you are nothing short of a prodigy. The resolution to a century-old dilemma has been unveiled." Laughter erupted from the teacher, who became increasingly animated. Meanwhile, the classmates displayed a spectrum of bewilderment. Those less inclined towards mathematics pondered, "What is this? How is it resolved so easily? What exactly is this solution, and why have I never encountered it before? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here?" Conversely, those captivated by mathematics found themselves in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Wait, what about the process? I demand to see the process. This derivation appears too hasty. I crave a more intricate derivation." The diverse reactions of the class were duly noted by Li Jiaro, who gazed at Li Zong with starry-eyed admiration. In this moment, she felt a swell of pride for him. The mathematics teacher regarded Li Zong with satisfaction in his eyes. Suddenly recalling something, he addressed Li Zong, studently. "Your discovery today is unparalleled globally. I wish to assist you in publishing this mathematical achievement in a journal. What do you think?" Li Zong nodded, replying, "That sounds great. Sir, please assist me in the publication." The teacher, pleased, affirmed, "Since you are prepared to submit this work in paper format, the next step is to document the detailed proof steps and data. I shall help you organize it and format it for submission." Li Zong replied, "All right. I will take some time to prepare this paper. When it is ready, I will inform you." The teacher responded, "At that time, I will list you as the first author, and I shall merely be the second author, as it seems I am benefiting from your brilliance." A hint of embarrassment crossed the teacher's face as he said this. After all, he was a meticulous and somewhat rigid individual, and the notion of leveraging a student and Oppos' work was a bit uncomfortable for him. Li Zong smiled, "Sir, your contributions to my paper are significant. If any formatting errors arise, your timely corrections would be invaluable. So please, do not feel hesitant, comfortably accept the second authorship." The mathematics teacher acknowledged the reasonableness of Li Zong's words, dismissing his own reservations. "Please expedite the organization of the paper's materials. I will strive to submit your findings as soon as possible." After concluding their discussion on the paper, the mathematics teacher addressed the class. "Today, the formulas and data written by Li Zong on the board must remain confidential, as this achievement belongs solely to him. Understood?" The class responded in unison, "Understood, sir." Li Zong, however, remained unconcerned about the possibility of his classmates leaking information. For him, the mathematical achievement was merely an embellishment. His aspirations lay beyond the realm of mathematics. Yet, the teacher, feeling anxious, hastily contacted someone. When the individual arrived, he brought with him dozens of documents bearing a confidentiality agreement. After Li Zong, the teacher, and Li Jiaro all signed the agreement, the mathematics teacher finally felt at ease. "Well, I have kept you for 20 minutes. Class is now dismissed," the teacher announced, glancing at the time. Li Zong gathered his laptop and took Li Jiaro to the cafeteria. Along the way, classmates occasionally remarked, "Li Zong is truly impressive." Indeed, not only is he adept at programming, but his mathematical prowess is remarkable, having solved a conjectural problem. After today, our Li Zong will surely be recognized throughout the school. By the way, whatever happened to that guy who lost to me in spicy strips? Come here. You can't back out of today's wager. Fine, I can take the loss. Hey, have any of you noticed how familiar that girl next to Li Zong looks? ISN and Oppos, Tishia's girlfriend? Familiar? I feel like I've seen Li Zong's girlfriend somewhere before. Oh, I remember now. Li Zong's girlfriend seems to be this year's liberal arts top scorer. Chapter 67. The bumblebee flutters around the flower. Oh my heavens. I can only say that Li Zong truly lives up to his reputation. Even in his quest for a girlfriend, he has chosen a fellow academic prodigy, a top scorer in the humanities after the college entrance examination. How enviable. It leaves me feeling quite sour. Indeed, I share this sentiment of envy. It is one thing for Li Zong to excel himself. But why must he also find a girlfriend who is equally brilliant? As the focal point of this discussion, Li Zong and Li Jiaro strolled hand in hand, their faces adorned with an inexplicable smile. Li Jiaro remarked, "Li Zong, our great talent, listen closely. Your classmates are all envious of you." Li Zong, unfazed, responded, "Let them be envious. They will have plenty of time to admire me in the future. Today's events are merely an appetizer. You know very well that your boyfriend is simply the best, the most formidable man in the world." "Oh, when did you become so vain?" Li Jiaro teased. Li Zong, taking her hand, began to run, calling out to their classmates behind them, "See you all this afternoon. If you have time, let an oppos play league together. I'm an exceptional jungler." The classmates left behind fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, someone asked, "Are we now being force-fed dog food?" Indeed. From the moment we began following Li Zong, we found ourselves inundated with his romantic displays. Goodness, I'm full. How about you all? We are also quite full. Let us go. I no longer wish to head to the cafeteria. Let us return and play some games. All right, I'll take the bottom lane. I'm excellent at support. I want to play AD. When Li Zong and Li Jiaro arrived at the cafeteria, they naturally drew attention. After all, both were top scorers in the college entrance examination and now a couple, making them quite the topic of conversation. As discussions on the school forum intensified, more and more people began to recognize Li Zong, the esteemed figure. Consequently, while queuing for food, countless individuals greeted both Li Zong and Li Jiaro. Li Zong graciously reciprocated their enthusiasm, feeling as if the muscles in his face were frozen in a smile by the time he received his meal. Observing Li Zong's incessant face rubbing, Li Jiaro couldn't help but laugh. Our great talent is surely feeling the warmth of the crowd now. Do you realize that sometimes too much enthusiasm from others might not be a good thing? Huh? Laughing at me, are you? Seeing Li Jiaro's delight in the spectacle, Li Zong felt a surge of annoyance. If you keep laughing, I shall punish you. Li Jiaro, far from being a delicate flower, provocatively inquired, "Oh? How does our illustrious Li Zong plan to punish me?" "I will spank you," Li Zong whispered conspiratorially. "You rogue." Li Jiaro and Amp, Oppos, cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. "How can you say that? Hey, you're my girlfriend. How can that make me a rogue?" Li Zong had long since developed a thick skin and was unfazed by the label. "I'm ignoring you." Li Jiaro turned her head away, focusing intently on her meal. Li Zong shrugged, returning to his own food, yet he took care to select some of Li Jiaro and Amp, Oppos, favorite dishes, placing them onto her plate, saying, "Eat more, eat more. The fatter and healthier you are, the more our village will say you are a good catch when you come to visit." "Bah," Li Jiaro spat teasingly. Yet she obediently finished every morsel of her favorite dishes. The flavors were tangy, but for some inexplicable reason, they transformed into a delightful sweetness upon entering her mouth. Li Jiaro felt as if she were intoxicated by this sweetness, reminiscent of the days she had longed for day and night, desiring nothing more than to return to such moments. Now that she was back in such blissful days, she realized she must cherish them even more. After finishing their meal, they had no other plans. Li Zong had classes in the afternoon, while Li Jiaro needed to research in the library. Thus, they temporarily parted ways. Later that afternoon, while attending another teacher and Oppos' class on university physics, Li Zong was unexpectedly not called upon, thwarting his desire to showcase his brilliance. Much to the disappointment of his classmates eager for entertainment, the two quiet afternoon classes passed uneventfully. Li Zong made his way to the library, where he found Li Jiaro. Amidst the astonished gazes of the boys surrounding her, he took her hand and led her away. Once outside the library, Li Zong chuckled. "It seems our Li Jiaro is quite the popular figure here at school. Look at all these buzzing bees flocking around you." Upon hearing this, Li Jiaro playfully pouted. "I can't help it. I can't just shoo them away, so please don't be angry. My heart only belongs to you." On watching her act coy, Li Zong felt goosebumps rise all over him. "Please, don't do that. It's too much for me to bear." Hee hee. Li Jiaro mischievously stuck out her tongue. "So our great talent can't resist a beautiful girl's charms?" "Indeed, indeed," Li Zong replied helplessly. "Our stunning beauty is so captivating and delicate that even a deity would struggle to resist her charms, and I am but a mere mortal, unable to withstand it." "Well, you have a sweet tongue." This beauty has decided to reward you. Li Jiaro beamed with delight. What reward? Li Zong and Appo's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he began to assess Li Jiaro and Appo's figure. In response, Li Jiaro wrapped her arms around herself. Chapter 68. Understanding Li Jiao. Instantly Li Zong brought Li Jiao to their destination, the driving school near the school. Over the past several days, he had been going out with Li Jiao daily and realized that not having a car made their outings quite inconvenient, prompting him to decide to obtain his driver and Appo's license. They arrived at the office of the driving school, and Li Zong knocked on the door. Come in. A robust voice emanated from within. Upon hearing this, Li Zong entered with Li Jiao. Inside sat a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, clad in a black tank top, his physique brimming with explosive muscles. This man was Lu Fong, the founder of the driving school. Li Zong greeted him, saying, Hello, Principal Lu. I am the student introduced by Principal Lu Yuanhai. Upon hearing Lu Yuanhai and Appo's name, Lu Fong lifted his head from a pile of documents and, with curiosity, asked, Oh, are you the student named Li Zong introduced by my Uncle Hai? Lu Fong referred to Lu Yuanhai as Uncle Hai, though they were not related. This term was merely a way of fostering closeness, a method often employed in social interactions. In this world, it is evident that if one possesses sufficient strength, capability, or status, others will seek to curry favor. Li Zong nodded affirmatively. Lu Fong scrutinized him with curiosity, murmuring, There doesn't seem to be anything extraordinary about him. Uncle Hai seems quite invested in this young man. What did you say? Li Zong inquired, not catching Lu Fong's previous comment. Nothing. Lu Fong shook his head, and then rose from behind the desk to approach Li Zong. Extending his powerful hand, he smiled. Li Zong, welcome to our driving school. Li Zong reciprocated the handshake and introduced, This is my girlfriend, Li Jiao. We both wish to obtain our driver's licenses here. Lu Fong nodded at Li Jiao, smiling, Hello. Hello, she replied. Lu Fong then asked, The matter of the licenses is no problem. I assure you I will expedite the process. Have either of you driven before? Would you like to practice a bit here? No, thank you, Principal Lu. We are both quite familiar with driving. Li Zong declined directly. Having been a small company owner in his previous life, he was certainly capable of affording and operating a vehicle. As for Li Jiao, being a detective, it was imperative for her to know how to drive. Very well, please fill out your information and settle the payment. I guarantee you will receive your licenses within a month, Lu Fong stated, pulling out 2 forms from the desk. After Li Zong and Li Jiao completed the paperwork, Lu Fong collected the documents and said warmly, If either of you wish to experience driving, feel free to come by any time. I will arrange it promptly. All right. If we wish to try, we will come back, Li Zong replied, taking Li Jiao's hand. We have things to attend to this afternoon. So we won't end Appo's trouble you any further, Principal Lu. Very well, take care. Lu Fong bid them farewell as he escorted them to the door of the driving school. Pondering the nature of the relationship between Li Zong and Lu Yuanhai. After leaving the driving school, Li Zong and Li Jiao, armed with their documents, made their way to the vehicle management office. According to standard procedure, purchasing and registering a car in the provincial capital of Y province typically required a lottery draw. However, Lu Yuanhai and Appo's secretary had already given Li Zong a heads up, so he could proceed directly with the paperwork without waiting. This was the advantage of having connections. Li Zong saw no reason to refuse such privileges, believing that as long as he remained deserving of them, he could enjoy them without guilt. The process for obtaining the license plates was swift. Within an hour or two, they had secured their plates, and it was now 3:00 and Appo's clock in the afternoon. With time still on their hands, the couple took a taxi to a 4S dealership to select a car they liked. Ultimately, they chose 2 domestic vehicles, one black, selected by Li Zong, and one red, chosen by Li Jiao. The total price for both cars amounted to 324,130 yuan, which Li Zong paid without hesitation, arranging to pick them up next month. Thus, their primary business was concluded. As the clock struck 5:23, Li Zong asked, Where shall we go next? While affectionately ruffling Li Jiao's hair. Shall we return to school or continue exploring? Li Jiao playfully pinched his waist, suggesting, Since we're already out, let us wander around. How about catching a movie? All right. Li Zong grinned. There seems to be a new art film out. Perhaps we could indulge in some artistic cinema for a change. But before the film, let us grab a meal. Li Jiao readily agreed to his proposal. Upon exiting the cinema, Li Zong expressed his discontent, exclaiming, Damn it, that art film was indeed unwatchable. I feel as though we wasted our money on those tickets. Li Jiao nodded in agreement, saying, yes, it was quite disappointing. Yet, strangely enough, despite its shortcomings, many people still seem to enjoy watching it. With a playful grin, Li Zong leaned closer to Li Jiao and quipped, "Can you guess why they came to watch the movie? They're definitely on dates inside the theater, engaging in activities they wouldn't and oppose normally dare to do, given the ambience. Wouldn't you agree?" Li Jiao instantly understood. Chapter 69. Return to the village. Another fortnight has slipped by. Li Zong has obtained his driver's license and purchased a car. He sent a photograph of the vehicle, taken at the dealership, to his father, inquiring, "Dad, do you like the color of this car? If you do, I shall buy one for you as well." Li Wenyang advised, "You need not purchase a car. Remember, the money I previously awarded you is not to be squandered. It is intended as your seed capital for future endeavors." Li Zong chuckled, "Dad, I have initiated a research project at school, which has now been submitted to the national authorities. I received a reward of 5 million, so I am quite financially secure." Upon hearing this news, Li Wenyang glanced at Huang Yuzhen, who was also listening intently. After a moment of processing the shocking revelation, Huang Yuzhen snatched the phone, asking, "Son, is what you said true?" "Indeed," Li Zong affirmed with a nod. Li Wenyang sighed, "Our son has truly achieved greatness." Huang Yuzhen added, "If you intend to buy a car for your father, I support that. This way, should we need to travel far, we won't end oppose, till you have to rush to the town for transportation. Having a car will make everything more convenient. However, do not purchase anything excessively expensive, understand?" Li Zong replied, "The cost is of little concern as long as my father is pleased. There is no need for you to persuade me. I have other research projects lined up that will provide ample opportunities to earn money." After a brief silence, Huang Yuzhen conceded, "Very well. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not press further." After hanging up, Li Wenyang endured a lecture from his wife, ultimately assuring her, "I will only consider vehicles priced below 100,000. Li Zong selected a weekend to return home with Li Jiao. His home is nearly 300 kilometers from the school, necessitating a journey on the highway. As a novice driver, it is imperative to have someone with at least 1 year of driving experience accompany him on the expressway, a regulation he must adhere to given the recent issuance of his license. However, having driven for many years in his previous life, he felt no need to follow such protocols rigidly. To this end, he devised a plan to have Li Jiao slightly alter her appearance to appear more mature, resembling an older sister. With her naturally attractive features and shapely figure, a touch of light makeup transformed her into a stunning beauty. This way, even if they encountered law enforcement, they would have nothing to fear. After a seamless 4-hour drive, they arrived back in the village. The moment they stepped out of the car, their arrival captured the attention of numerous villagers. "Isn't that Li Zong, the son of Yuzi? How did he return in a car? Li Zong, did you buy this vehicle?" The speaker, according to familial hierarchy, was Li Zong and Amp, Apos, S third uncle. With politeness, Li Zong replied, "Yes, uncle, I purchased this car with my own funds. I received a reward of 500,000 for a research project I submitted at school." He mentioned 500,000 as many in the village harbor a mindset of fearing that relatives might face hardships or, conversely, become overly affluent. Li Zong chose to withhold the full extent of his situation to prevent any ill-minded individuals from approaching him or his parents for financial assistance. However, he would not hesitate to help those genuinely in need of funds for urgent matters or entrepreneurial ventures. His concern lay with those who wished to take advantage of his family's generosity. "Impressive," his uncle remarked, expressing admiration. "I always believed you had potential, which is why I spoke highly of you at the clan meeting. It seems my judgment was indeed correct." Li Zong smiled shyly and gestured to Li Jiao. She understood immediately, retrieving some fruit from the car and offering it to his uncle. "Here, uncle, please enjoy some fruit." His uncle accepted the offering, teasing, "Jiao, have you already considered yourself as this boy's future wife? It seems your relationship is progressing nicely." Li Jiao's face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "Uncle, please do not tease me." Laughter erupted from his uncle. "There is nothing to be ashamed of. Although you both are quite young for this society. If Li Zong were to marry you this year, I would have no objections. After all, you have grown up together, and your bond is likely stronger than most. Such childhood sweethearts are often the envy of many." Feeling flustered, Li Jiao quickly excused herself. "I must return home now. You two take your time to chat." Watching her flee, his uncle began to jest with Li Zong. "So, when do you plan to settle down with Jiao? I am eager to celebrate your wedding." Faced with the pressure of marriage, Li Zong felt a bit helpless. His parents and the villagers alike eagerly anticipated his early matrimony and the arrival of children. Do not worry, uncle, I am committed to Jiaro alone. Once we are older, we can consider marriage, and I will certainly invite you to the celebration. Of course, we must first wait until after university, as the school has regulations stating that male students must be at least 22 years old to marry. Chapter 70. Is Jiaro home? Having finally extricated himself from the entanglements of his third uncle, Li Zong returned home, carrying fruits he had purchased for his parents. At that moment, Huang Yuzhen stood by the door, craning her neck to peer outside, seemingly awaiting someone. Witnessing this scene, Li Zong was reminded of a poignant poem, the thread in a loving mother and amp, Apos, hand, stitching the clothes of her wandering child, sewn tightly for the journey. Fearing his delayed return, when Huang Yuzhen caught sight of Li Zong, her face broke into the most genuine smile, and she came forward, exclaiming, I thought I saw a girl pass by just now, and her silhouette bore a resemblance to Jiaro. So, you truly brought her home with you. Li Zong handed the fruits to his mother and, with a grin, playfully asked, Mom, were you surprised to see me return without a word? Surprised? Not at all. Huang Yuzhen replied as she accepted the fruits, feigning annoyance. You could have at least informed me before coming home. I haven and amp, Apos, tea prepared enough food for an extra person. Have you eaten yet? Are you hungry? Li Zong patted his stomach and laughed, just in time. I and amp, Apos, am quite hungry. I and amp, Apos, LL go fetch some eggs and vegetables. You can cook some rice noodles for me. All right, hurry back, she urged. Sure thing, I'll be back shortly. Li Zong replied before dashing off to the nearby convenience store. The store owner greeted him warmly. ISN and Apos. This Li Zong? How does it feel to be back from university? Care to have a chat? Li Zong shook his head, declining. Not today, Uncle A. Rin. I just got home and haven and Apos. Eaten yet? I'm just here to grab a few things. As he swiftly selected his items, the owner inquired, Did you come back with someone, or take the bus? Li Zong responded, I bought my own car. I drove back. The owner was taken aback. You bought a car? That's impressive. Li Zong smiled silently. The owner continued. You and Apos, VE really made something of yourself. It's gratifying to see your parents finally reap the rewards of their hard work. I can only imagine how broad their smiles must be now. What kind of car did you get, if you Don and Apos? Mind me asking. After paying, Li Zong replied. A domestic model, priced just over 150,000. Not too expensive, yet not cheap either. It seems you and amp, Apos, VE, truly succeeded, the owner remarked with admiration. After bidding farewell, Li Zong returned home. By the time he arrived, Huang Yuzhen had already fried the eggs and was about to add the rice noodles. This dish of egg rice noodles had been a staple for Li Zong since childhood, brimming with nostalgia. Once the meal was ready, Li Zong eagerly dug in. Huang Yuzhen playfully scolded, You're all grown up, yet still eat so hastily? Delicious, was all he managed to say as he continued to savor his meal. Enjoy it. But slow down. Huang Yuzhen observed him with a smile, filled with maternal affection. Once Li Zong had finished, Huang Yuzhen could hardly contain her curiosity. Son, did you drive your girlfriend home? How far have you two progressed? Before Li Zong could respond, she pressed on. And where did you park the car? Li Zong answered each question. Mom, my car is parked under the large banyan tree not far from our house. In this scorching heat, leaving it exposed to the sun for too long would make it smell quite unpleasant. As for Jiaro, she is not yet your daughter-in-law. So please refrain from spreading such rumors. We must protect her reputation. Huang Yuzhen laughed and scolded, You cheeky boy. Who in the village doesn't know that you two are together now? Are you trying to play tricks on your mother? Rising from her seat, she declared. I want to pry into your relationship with Jiaro, but first, take me to see your new car. Reluctantly, Li Zong complied. After inspecting the vehicle, Huang Yuzhen expressed her satisfaction, noting the ample space within. In rural areas, practicality reigns supreme, with durability and size being paramount in purchasing decisions. When your father returns, he will surely be pleased to see your new car. Should we celebrate tonight? Huang Yuzhen pondered aloud. To this, Li Zong simply replied, Sure. Enthused, Huang Yuzhen began to contemplate what dishes to prepare for their celebration. Seizing the opportunity, Li Zong slipped away, meandering to Jiaro's doorstep. After a moment's contemplation, he returned to the convenience store to purchase a pack of cigarettes that Jiaro's father favored. Upon his arrival at Jiaro's home, he stood at the entrance and called out, Ahem, is anyone home? Though he had just sent a message confirming Jiaro and her father were indeed present. He feigned ignorance. Soon, Jiaro's father, Li Shiqi emerged from the house. Upon recognizing Li Zong, his expression soured. Despite having accepted the reality of his daughter's relationship with Li Zong, Li Shiqi, like many fathers, harbored a skeptical attitude towards his future son-in-law. After all, the daughter he had raised for nearly 20 years was now in the hands of another, which any father would find disconcerting. Li Zong, fully aware of the tension, asked innocently, Uncle, is Jiaro home? Chapter 71. Buying a car for father not here. Li Shiqi exclaimed with annoyance. This pig, which had previously trampled over his precious vegetables, brazenly entered his garden in broad daylight, utterly outrageous. The thought alone made Li Shiqi want to puff out his cheeks in indignation. Li Zong, on the other hand, felt quite uneasy in the presence of his future father-in-law. After Li Shiqi and Appo's remark, he found himself at a loss for words. However, this predicament did not hinder him for long. With a smile, he offered the cigarette in his hand to Li Shiqi, saying, Uncle, this cigarette was gifted to me by someone else. You know how my father is strictly managed by my mother, so he rarely smokes. I thought it would be more appropriate for you to have it. Would you care to accept? Li Shiqi glanced at the cigarette, scrutinizing Li Zong for a moment before finally saying, Come in and sit. With that, he turned and walked into the house. Initially, Li Shiqi intended to decline the offer, but then reconsidered, since his daughter had made it abundantly clear that she was determined to be with this young man. Showing him a cold shoulder might provoke her ire in return. Moreover, refusing the cigarette would imply a loss on his part. Thus, he accepted it, tacitly acknowledging the budding romance between Li Zong and Li Jiaro. Seeing Li Shiqi accept the cigarette, Li Zong felt a wave of relief wash over him. His visit was not solely to see Li Jiaro. That was merely a pretext. His true intention was to present a gift to Li Shiqi. The rationale behind this gesture stemmed from a conversation he had with Li Jiaro during their school days, where she had mentioned her father's ambivalence towards their relationship. Understanding that Li Shiqi was neither fully approving nor outright rejecting, Li Zong sought to sway his future father-in-law and Appo's stance towards acceptance. With the performance concluded, Li Zong took his leave, stating, Uncle, I have some matters to attend to at home, and my mother is waiting for my assistance, so I wanted Appo's to linger. He left without allowing Li Shiqi a chance to respond. Watching Li Zong hastily retreat, a warm smile spread across Li Shiqi's face. This lad seemed to know how to navigate situations well. Upon returning home, Li Zong awaited his father, Li Wenyong, to return from the fields. Once Li Wenyong arrived, they set off together with Li Zong and Appo's mother, Huang Yuzhen, to a 4S dealership in the county. Influenced by Huang Yuzhen, Li Wenyong lowered his expectations for the car, settling on a certain model of Wuling van. Having driven vehicles alongside villagers in his youth, Li Wenyong possessed a driver's license, though it had rarely seen use, only coming into play during annual inspections. Thus, his license had become akin to a deaf man's ear, merely decorative. Now, the long-neglected license finally had a purpose, filling Li Wenyong with joy. During the test drive, he sat in the driver and Appo's seat, exhilarated for quite some time before gradually starting the vehicle. As he drove at an exceedingly slow pace around the lot, he found himself thoroughly satisfied with the Wuling van and decided to purchase it on the spot. Cars with an engine displacement under 1.3 liters qualified for government incentives, providing buyers with a one-time financial subsidy. To his delight, the vehicle was readily available. Ultimately, Li Zong secured the car for 40,000 yuan. As he processed the payment, a wave of sentiment washed over Li Zong. Before his rebirth, he often encountered criticism online regarding the state of the country, yet many failed to recognize the significant efforts made to build roads and railways across all regions, facilitating easier travel for the populace. The government had also begun offering financial subsidies for car purchases, ultimately channeling substantial funds back into the hands of the common people. Some individuals, who could easily enjoy these benefits, chose to feign ignorance, merely lamenting the shortcomings of the nation. Perhaps some were indeed enjoying these advantages while harboring ulterior motives to malign their homeland. He recalled that these individuals were often labeled as cynical Westerners online, treated as remote electronic pets by certain foreign forces. The thought of such individuals saddened Li Zong. It was hard to fathom that there existed people willing to lower themselves to fawn over others. It was difficult to imagine the workings of their minds. Li Zong mused that such individuals must have either been born with their heads caught in a door or raised without their true essence, merely a product of a placental existence. Otherwise, how could they be so devoid of rational thought? Son, what are you thinking about? Li Wenyong asked, poking him lightly as he noticed Li Zong lost in thought. Snapping back to reality, Li Zong replied, Huh? Oh, nothing, Dad. Now that you have your car. Where's the first place you want to go? Where? To the seaside, of course. Li Wenyong answered without hesitation. The seaside? Li Zong inquired, puzzled. What for? Yes, the seaside. Li Wenyong said, smiling at Huang Yuzhen. The first place your mother and I went after we got married was to the seaside. Later, life became too cluttered with trivialities. And we stopped seeking out those picturesque moments, no longer reminiscing about the past, and we never returned to the seaside to unwind. Now that you and Appos, re-grown up, your mother and I can finally relax our hearts, so going to the seaside seems the best choice, as it holds memories of our youth together. Huang Yuzhen's face flushed at this sentiment, and she playfully nudged Li Wenyong, saying, You old man, even at your age, why are you still acting like a child? Li Zong rolled his eyes in disdain. Exactly, you two are an old married couple now. What is the point of discussing such things in front of me? Do you expect me to eat the dog food you two are feeding each other? Simultaneously, Li Wenyong and Huang Yuzhen admonished him, Get lost. All right, Li Zong retorted, hastily making his exit, but not before adding, I want to end Appos. Disturb your romantic moments any longer. At this, Huang Yuzhen and Li Wenyong exchanged amused glances, chuckling. This kid must be in dire need of discipline. Chapter 72, Completion of the Electronic Piano. Playing two tigers, Li Wenyong drove his newly purchased car back to the village. As he stepped out, his gait transformed into one of flamboyance, embodying a persona detached from familial ties. Upon encountering a villager, a warm smile spread across Li Wenyong and Appos' face as he greeted. Where are you headed? The villager replied, It seems there are many more eels in my field lately. I'm planning to set some traps to catch them. Feigning surprise, Li Wenyong responded, What? How did you know I just bought a car? Seeing Li Wenyong and Appos' smug demeanor, the villager cheekily gestured, but out of curiosity, inquired, Brother Yuzi, did you really buy a car? How much was it? What kind? Li Wenyong chuckled, It wasn't an Appos, my own purchase. My son bought it for me. It wasn't an Appos, too expensive. Just over 40,000, a van. Over 40,000 is still quite a sum, exclaimed the villager. Brother Yuzi, take me to see it. Thus, Li Wenyong led the villager to his new vehicle, proudly showcasing it. Huang Yuzhen, observing her husband's behavior, merely smiled without intervening. Recognizing that Li Wenyong's boastful display would linger for a while, she returned home to prepare dinner for the evening. Meanwhile, Li Zong returned home much later, unloading several large boxes from the car. After placing the boxes in his room, he shut himself inside. Whenever he had free time, he immersed himself in learning. Having already covered most of the necessary knowledge for university, he now sought to integrate theory with practice. It is often said that practical experience is the sole criterion for verifying truth, a statement that holds true in scientific research as well, albeit replacing practical experience with experimentation. The reason for Li Zong's late return was his expedition to the county's electrical center and hardware store, where he procured numerous electronic products and tools. The electronic components mainly consisted of resistors and capacitors, while the tools included screwdrivers, pliers, and soldering irons. Li Zong and Appos' major was electrical engineering and automation, with a crucial focus on microcontrollers. What is a microcontroller? It can be understood as a miniature computer, also known as a single-chip microcontroller. It is not merely a chip that performs a specific logical function. Rather, it integrates an entire computer system onto a single chip, akin to a compact computer. Compared to a full-fledged computer, a microcontroller lacks only the I/O devices. In summary, a single chip functions as a complete computer. Its compact size, lightweight, and affordability provide favorable conditions for learning, application, and development. Furthermore, mastering the use of microcontrollers is the best way to understand computer principles and architecture. Of course, Li Zong no longer needed to learn the foundational aspects of microcontrollers, as he was already capable of independently developing software. However, he chose to first validate his knowledge through circuit design rather than diving straight into microcontroller programming. The initial circuit he aimed to construct was an electronic piano, utilizing a signal amplification circuit, commonly referred to as a power amplifier, which is ubiquitous in daily life, such as in the speakers we use for music. The simplified electronic piano circuit required components like IC chips, transistors, diodes, power supplies, capacitors, and resistors. With all the necessary materials gathered, Li Zong commenced the soldering process according to the circuit diagram. The entire circuit was not overly complex. allowing Li Zong to swiftly complete the assembly with a soldering iron and solder. He tested the outcome. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. 7 musical notes resonated through the air. A smile graced Li Zong's face as he opened a video call to Li Jiaro. At that moment, Li Jiaro was seated in her room, engrossed in a book. Upon receiving Li Zong and Appo's call, she promptly answered. Li, my talented scholar, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? Li, my stunning beauty, do you truly think I cannot reach out if there is nothing wrong? I simply miss you. Is that so terrible? Li Zong and Appo's words elicited a smile from Li Jiaro. All right, we just spoke on the phone. You're not that clingy. You must have something to discuss. Are you inquiring about whether my father's attitude towards you has improved? Li Zong presented the electronic piano. Not exactly. If your father has changed his stance, that will take time. Today, I want to show you something entertaining. This? Li Jiaro tilted her head. Isn't that just a circuit board? What is so fascinating about a circuit board? Just wait and watch my performance. Li Zong replied, connecting the power supply to the electronic piano. He quickly searched online for sheet music and began to play for Li Jiaro. His fingers pressed on the tiny momentary switches, playing in rhythm. He even accompanied his performance with the original lyrics. 2 tigers, running fast, one with no tail, one with no ears. How strange, how strange. After finishing, Li Zong boasted, So, what do you think? Isn't your boyfriend impressive? Impressive indeed. Li Jiaro responded, though her expression suggested she was holding back laughter. Seeing her reaction, Li Zong felt a smirk form at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, a moment later, Li Jiaro burst into laughter. Ha! Li Zong, you childish fool. At your age, singing that silly song about 2 tigers? If you're going to perform, at least choose something less juvenile. Li Zong and Appo's face flushed. And with a defiant posture, he retorted, Just tell me how my electronic piano turned out. Isn't your boyfriend brilliant? Li Jiaro laughed so hard her stomach hurt, rolling on the bed in amusement. After a while, she calmed down, genuinely complimenting, Li, my talented scholar, you are indeed remarkable. But can this electronic piano be fashioned into one of those black and white key types we see? I would love to hear you play Mouse Loves Rice for me. Clearing his throat, Li Zong felt a flush of embarrassment. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Not to mention whether I can create that type of electronic piano. Just the thought of singing Mouse Loves Rice makes me feel quite awkward. Such a cheesy song is truly beyond my capabilities. Chapter 73, The Wine Between Two Parents. Hey. When you kissed me before, why didn't it feel cheesy? Li Jiaro rolled her eyes at Li Zong. Li Zong defended himself. That's different. When I kiss you, I don't find it cheesy at all. I think our stunning beauty, Li Jiaro, is not only beautiful but also possesses an adorable personality. However, to sing a song like The Mouse Loves Rice, I simply cannot bear it. After all, my persona is that of a cool, aloof tech genius. Singing such a song contradicts my character and essence. Li Jiaro chuckled. Come on, a little flattery and you're already puffing up like a peacock. Then, in a sweet tone, she added, Li Dotsai, even if you want to maintain that persona, can't you make an exception for a little lady like me? I really wish to hear you sing that song just once. What a little enchantress. Seeing Li Jiaro's coy demeanor, Li Zong couldn't help but sigh. How can you be so unscrupulous? Suddenly using your enchanting tactics to test the resolve of a gentleman, what man can resist such temptation? Well, will the esteemed Li Dotsai sing The Mouse Loves Rice for this little enchantress? Li Jiaro puffed out her chest and blew him a kiss. All right, I concede. With that, Li Zong began searching online for the sheet music for The Mouse Loves Rice. Eventually, he found a beginner's version, marked with the numbers 1 through 7, and began to play. He followed the sheet music and sang, I hear your voice. Li Zong's singing was not unpleasant, but it remained at a level of mere adequacy, not like some who sing so poorly that it seems as though a funeral is being held in the village, with the officiant weeping and wailing. For someone like him, who had a slightly off-key voice, this was quite acceptable. Moreover, many people today consider The Mouse Loves Rice to be quite outdated. Yet for Li Jiaro, there was no sound in the world more enchanting than the one Li Zong was singing at that moment. In that instant, the most beautiful melody enveloped her ears. The song was infused with the beauty of youth and the sweetness of love. I think of you, thinking of you, no matter how bitter it may be. As long as it brings you joy, I am willing to do anything to love you like this. As the song concluded, the two lovebirds gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Suddenly, Li Jiaro burst into laughter, exclaiming, although our esteemed Li Dotsai sings other songs poorly, sounding like a mournful wail, I truly enjoy this song. Is that so? Li Zong, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched the back of his head, aware of his lack of singing talent. Perhaps Li Jiaro's words were merely a consolation. Really, if there is a chance in the future, you must sing this song for me often. Unless one day you no longer want me, I will always cling to you, insisting you sing this song for me. Li Jiaro declared resolutely. Is that a promise? Li Zong asked. Yes, it's settled, she replied. All right, then it's settled, he said with a smile. The two continued to chat affectionately until Li Zong finally set down his phone. He resumed his studies of circuits, striving to enhance the functionality of the electronic piano. However, due to limited materials, he could only eliminate the background noise for now. The principle behind this was to use a rectification and filtering circuit to reorganize the current within the circuit, ensuring a clean output without interference. Yet every small advancement in science is significant, and Li Zong did not underestimate this progress. At the very least, he felt that his grasp of the rectification and filtering circuit had become more proficient after applying it to his design. In the future, if he needed to use such a circuit, he would be able to do so with ease. Soon, evening arrived, signaling dinner time. Today, Huang Yuzhen prepared a grand feast and invited Li Jiaro's family to join. Li Shiqi initially hesitated to come, but motivated by the prospect of free food, he ultimately decided to attend. However, he did not arrive empty-handed. He brought a beautifully packaged box of mooncakes as a gift. Li Wenyu, still brimming with excitement, greeted Li Shiqi with a smile. Brother Shiqi, you came, but why bring gifts? That is too much. Li Shiqi remained cordial. This gift is to celebrate your new car. They say joy is best shared, and this gift represents my heartfelt wishes to share in your happiness. Li Wenyu immediately responded. Let us all enjoy together in the future. From now on, you're my brother, and I'll call you brother, while you can call me little brother. Little brother. Li Wenyu quickly turned to Li Zong. You silly boy, come here and put down your Uncle Shiqi's gift first. Li Zong, who had been gazing at Li Jiaro, promptly took the gift without hesitation and placed it in the storage room. Meanwhile, Li Wenyu pulled Li Shiqi's hand, inviting him to sit down. He poured a glass of wine for Li Shiqi and himself, raising his glass. Brother, without further ado, let us toast to the bond between our families. May our relationship be as rich and smooth as this wine. Li Shiqi smiled as he raised his glass. Indeed. May our family's relationship be as rich and smooth as this wine. With that, they both drank from their glasses. In truth, both were aware that Li Zong and Li Jiaro were destined to be together, so it was wise to cultivate their relationship in advance. Huang Yuzhen and Li Shiqi's wife exchanged amused glances, watching the two men bond like brothers. Seated beside Li Jiaro, Li Zong whispered. Has your father come to terms with it? Yes, Li Jiaro replied. Otherwise, do you think he would come over tonight? That is good. It will make visiting your home easier in the future. Li Jiaro's younger brother interjected. What do you mean he has come to terms? Brother Zong, sister. Are you two hiding something from me? Upon hearing this, Li Jiaro and Li Zong simultaneously replied. Adults are talking. Children should not interrupt. This is the nature of familial hierarchy. Chapter 74, The Mathematics Teacher's Outburst. The banquet was a splendid affair, filled with laughter and joy among the hosts and guests alike. The only one who seemed somewhat displeased was Li Jiaro and Amp, Appo's younger brother. He was forcibly held back by Li Jiaro, who, with a disdainful expression, muttered a few words before sinking into a sullen mood. Naturally, his melancholy soon transformed into ravenous appetite, leading him to eat more than anyone else until he was utterly stuffed. After the feast, the guests dispersed. Li Zong returned to his room, continuing his conversation with Li Jiaro about the day's events. Once Li Jiaro fell asleep, Li Zong, fueled by the effects of his potion, lit a lamp and resumed his studies. Soon, Sunday afternoon arrived, signaling Li Zong and Appo's return to school. Before he left, Huang Yuzhen loaded his car with a bounty of local delicacies. The seasonal fruit of September was primarily guava, and these were the size of a fist. Most importantly, Li Zong had a fondness for this fruit, so he graciously accepted his mother's kindness with a heartfelt thank you. Standing before him, his mother smiled. You silly child. Why thank your own parents? If you truly appreciate all that we do, make sure to visit home more often. Sure, Li Zong replied. I will. As he got into the car, he rolled down the window and called out to his mother. Mom, I'm off now. He added a gentle reminder. You and Dad Don and Appo's need to work too hard anymore. I can earn money now. If you want to go anywhere, just let me know in advance, and I'll make the arrangements. Understood, Huang Yuzhen replied. a hint of playful reproach in her tone as she watched Li Zong drive away. At that moment, Li Jiaro also bid farewell to her parents through the car window. Li Shiqi made a point to say, "Daughter, take good care of yourself at school. If anyone bullies you, tell Dad. No matter how formidable they may be, I will find a way to help you seek justice." As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on Li Zong, the implication clear. "Young man, dare to bully my precious daughter, and you will regret it." Li Zong found the situation amusing yet exasperating. Li Jiaro chuckled and said to him, "Did you hear that? My dad wants you to take good care of me." Li Zong retorted playfully, "How should I take care of you? Should I ensure we share the same room and lie on the same bed?" "Bah!" Li Jiaro exclaimed, spitting in mock disgust. "You rogue." Laughter erupted from Li Zong, who found Li Jiaro's spirited demeanor utterly charming. As they drove, they chatted about various amusing subjects, such as the academic performances of children in the village and tales of missing eggs from chicken coops. Li Zong even confessed his desire to sneak a few loquats from a neighbor and amp, Appo's, tree when they ripened, a topic that seemed inexhaustible for those who had experienced rural life. Before they knew it, they had returned to the vicinity of Li Zong's rented shop. They decided to spend the night in the rental. After washing the guavas and placing them in the refrigerator, Li Zong hurried to his study and powered on his computer to resume his studies. Li Jiaro moved a chair beside him, sitting quietly and stealing glances at his profile, a dreamy smile gracing her lips. Despite being in the same room, they had no intention of sharing a bed that night. When bedtime arrived, Li Jiaro retreated to her room while Li Zong remained in the study, engrossed in his computer and occasionally flipping through books. The following day, during class, Li Zong dropped Li Jiaro off at school before heading to his own classroom. The day schedule was entirely filled with mathematics lessons, 4 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. When Li Zong approached the mathematics teacher to request a leave of absence, he stated, "Teacher, I have matters to attend to and will not be attending class today." The mathematics teacher readily granted his request, saying, "Very well. If you need to miss class in the future, just give me a call or send me a message. You have my contact information, right?" For a student as gifted as Li Zong, the mathematics teacher was exceptionally lenient, even extending a privilege to him. At that moment, a classmate of Li Zong's passed by and overheard their conversation. Immediately feeling envious, the classmate interjected, "Teacher, I also want the privilege to take leave at will." "Not a chance." The mathematics teacher's expression turned icy as he addressed the student sternly. "You wish to take leave? Let me ask you this. Have you thoroughly grasped the contents of advanced mathematics too?" The classmate shook his head in response. It was absurd to expect anyone to fully comprehend an entire book in less than a month, especially considering that they had just endured 2 weeks of military training, leaving only about 15 days of actual study time. One might fabricate claims of understanding the material, but the guiding principle of Y Province University of Science and Technology was pragmatism. Those who lied or cheated would face severe consequences. Since you have not mastered the concepts in this book, how can you dare to make such a request of me? How can someone your age think it's acceptable to neglect their studies and only wish to take leave? The mathematics teacher stood at the door, reprimanding the student. Feeling aggrieved, the classmate muttered, "The teacher is biased." Upon hearing this, the mathematics teacher nodded in agreement. "You and Appo's, absolutely right. I am biased. My bias lies with the diligent students." He then addressed the assembled classmates. "If you commit yourselves to your studies, I believe you too can grasp the material in a short time. After all, every student here has proven themselves worthy of admission to Y Province University of Science and Technology. Once you master the contents of the material, I can grant you the privilege of not attending class, provided you participate in the final examination. However, if you have not comprehended the material, then return and study diligently. Only when you have truly understood the content should you come to negotiate terms with me, instead of whining like a child about perceived unfairness. You are no longer children. Understand? Chapter 75. The teacher, the one who imparts knowledge and resolves doubts. The words of the mathematics teacher filled the complaining student with a sense of shame, prompting him to lower his head. As the teacher rightly stated, individuals who are capable of attending university are generally over the age of 18. This age signifies adulthood. Although modern society does not require a coming-of-age ceremony akin to those of ancient times, the date of birth on one's identification card serves as the most compelling evidence of one's maturity. As adults, one must take responsibility for their actions and grasp the fundamental notions of right and wrong in the world. The student, seeking special privileges without fully comprehending the material, was in the wrong. He bowed his head and confessed, "I'm sorry, teacher. I was mistaken. Upon hearing this sincere admission, the mathematics teacher in Apo's expression softened, and he addressed the class. It is good that you recognize your error. What I wish to convey today is a simple truth. If you desire privileges in my class, the sole path to attain them is to demonstrate your capability to earn such privileges. Exceptional students have always been afforded special consideration by their teachers. He continued. As you venture into society, you will encounter various individuals who may offer you preferential treatment based on their perceptions of your wealth, family background, or capabilities. In reality, few place value on mere ability unless it surpasses that of the majority, reaching levels akin to those of academic elites like Li Zong. Should you fail to meet these criteria, you must endure any injustices that come your way or strive to enhance your skills, or work diligently to earn your own respect and assert your worth to those who once overlooked you. At this juncture, the mathematics teacher glanced at Li Zong and remarked with a smile, "By the way, Li Zong, if you have no further matters to attend to, you may leave." Li Zong nodded. "Thank you, teacher." He then turned to depart, reflecting, "This mathematics teacher is truly remarkable. Today, he imparted a lesson that transcends mathematical knowledge, one that will undoubtedly leave a profound impact on all of us in the future." In school, a student may indulge in carefree behavior, pouring their efforts into youthful pursuits. Yet, upon entering society, one must confront the harsh realities that await. As the teacher articulated, if you lack wealth, connections, or skills, why should others regard you with favor or grant you privileges? If you find this unacceptable, you must simply endure. Society imparts a fundamental lesson. It is governed by those with wealth and power, many of whom establish the very rules to which we must adhere. Should a student enter a company with the expectation of special treatment, the architects of such rules would be the owner or shareholders. They need not engage in unlawful practices to teach a lesson. They can simply impose their regulations to ensure the student learns the realities of the world. For instance, they could limit the student's performance or assign them excessive tasks. If the student cannot withstand this pressure, they are free to leave, for there exists an abundance of individuals ready to take their place. Having navigated the complexities of society in his previous life, Li Zong possessed a clear understanding of these dynamics. He now regarded the mathematics teacher as a true role model, not only imparting professional knowledge, but also instilling vital life lessons. A teacher is indeed one who disseminates knowledge and resolves doubts. This mathematics teacher epitomizes the essence of a genuine educator. Contemplating this, Li Zong could not resist glancing back at the classroom, sighing. I hope the classmates in this class can comprehend the teacher's earnest intentions. After all, teachers who candidly highlight issues are a rarity in university. Many adopt a learn if you wish, just don't fail my course attitude. While one cannot claim such teachers are inadequate, as they have fulfilled their instructional duties, many students simply struggle to absorb the knowledge. Nonetheless, Li Zong felt fortunate to have encountered such a teacher. Now let us commence the lesson. Once Li Zong had exited, the mathematics teacher resumed his serious demeanor. Many students in the audience were deep in thought regarding the teacher's words. Observing this, the teacher refrained from rushing them, allowing 10 minutes for contemplation while he organized his lecture materials. After 10 minutes, the mathematics teacher rapped his desk, regardless of what you were pondering. I ask you to focus now. Pay attention during class, and save any unrelated thoughts for after the lesson. With that, he began to delve into the lesson content, and the students listened attentively. After leaving school, Li Zong drove to the electronic market in the provincial capital. This area, known as the Gangding Shipaigyo Electronic Business District, holds a status comparable to Huiqiangbei in Shenzhen, housing the most comprehensive wholesale market for electronic and digital products in the city. Li Zong's purpose for visiting was to procure electronic components for his design of microcontroller robots. He opted not to bring Li Jiaro along this time, choosing instead to explore the market alone. However, it was not entirely solitary. A soldier, one of the two assigned by Wen Lao for Li Zong's protection, accompanied him, ensuring his safety. In reality, each time Li Zong ventured out, a soldier shadowed him like a guardian angel. Li Zong was aware of this arrangement, but chose not to comment further, recognizing the significance of the controllable nuclear fusion project to their nation. During a phone conversation with Wen Lao the previous night, Li Zong had discussed the project's progress. Wen Lao had informed him that the project had successfully passed all evaluations, yet there remained considerable disagreement regarding the allocation of experimental funding. Li Zong had anticipated this scenario and was not surprised. Chapter 76, Challenges Encountered in the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Project and Your Current Experiments on Controlled Nuclear Fusion. The primary limitation on the duration of the process lies in the materials employed. However, as you are aware, the field of materials science on Blue Planet has reached a bottleneck. We, the researchers in materials chemistry, have not achieved any significant breakthroughs in quite some time. Even if a novel material were discovered, it would likely not be suitable for use in controlled nuclear fusion experiments. After all, the substance with the highest melting point known to exist is tantalum hafnium carbide, and we have yet to identify any material with a melting point surpassing that. Upon hearing this from Elder One, Li Zong was not surprised. I understand, Elder One, he replied, but perhaps we could consider an alternative approach. The purpose of seeking materials with higher melting points is to ensure that the controlled nuclear fusion power plant does not succumb to high temperatures during operation. Must we persist in our quest for materials with even higher melting points? Could we not explore the possibility of dissipating the excess heat through other means? Or perhaps we could devise a method to reduce the radiation. Elder One immediately became animated at this suggestion. Have you formulated an idea? Li Zong shook his head. Not at the moment. My current focus is on researching conductors intended for the controlled nuclear fusion power plant, specifically to determine if there is a way to decrease their electrical resistance. Upon hearing this, Elder One expressed disappointment, stating, some individuals within the National Academy of Sciences believe that it would be best to establish the controlled nuclear fusion power plant project now and gradually research alternative materials in the future. After all, we in Huagua have already taken the initiative in this endeavor. However, dissenters argue that we should first produce a viable experimental result, while it is not necessary for our materials to ensure the sustained and stable operation of the power plant. They must be materials that other countries are currently unable to replicate through experimentation, thus allowing us to maintain our advantage. Li Zong inquired, which perspective do you favor, Elder? Elder One replied, I tend to lean against the notion of constructing the controlled nuclear fusion power plant at this juncture. The primary challenge of the project lies within the realm of materials. While the underlying principles are relatively straightforward, a tokamak device suffices. Although I do not understand why you chose to name this device tokamak, since you have introduced the term, we shall refer to it as such henceforth. After a brief pause, Elder One inquired, by the way, are the materials you are currently studying superconductors? If they are conductors that can achieve superconductivity under normal temperature and pressure, they could indeed conserve a significant amount of energy for the controlled nuclear fusion power plant and potentially reduce our expenses substantially. Li Zong first shared his thoughts on Elder One and Appos as perspective. Indeed, your viewpoint is valid. Strictly speaking, once one analyzes the principles of controlled nuclear fusion, it becomes evident that they are quite simple. The complexity arises from the materials involved, so until we develop new materials, maintaining confidentiality regarding this project is prudent. He then addressed Elder One and Appos. As question, regarding the materials I am currently investigating, have you heard of graphene? Elder One responded, I have heard of it and conducted research on it. This material possesses exceptional optical, electrical, and mechanical properties, holding significant promise in fields such as materials science, micro-nanoprocessing, energy, biomedicine, and drug delivery. It is regarded as a potentially revolutionary material for the future. However, no one on Blue Planet has yet devised a method for large-scale production of this substance, which, while naturally occurring, is exceedingly difficult to isolate in a monolayer form. At this point, a look of astonishment spread across Elder One's face. He had initially recounted his knowledge of graphene reflexively, but now he grasped the implications of what he had just articulated. His voice trembled with realization. Li, have you discovered a method for the large-scale production of graphene? Following this, Elder One felt a sense of disbelief. After all, Li Zong was still a young man under 20. What an extraordinary future awaited him, having achieved results that could astonish the world in such a short span of time. However, Li Zong quickly doused Elder One's excitement, stating, Elder, you misunderstand. I have not found a way to produce graphene on a large scale. Elder One's astonishment froze on his face. Li Zong continued, I have merely identified a method to peel graphene from graphite artificially. This method has not yet been disclosed, so I believe I am the first to discover it. Elder One and Appos' expression shifted from astonishment to a look of longing. The elderly man lamented, Li, please do me a favor and communicate your thoughts in full next time we converse. At my age, I cannot endure such suspense. Li Zong chuckled apologetically. I tend to speak slowly to ensure clarity, so that others do not need to ask for clarification. Given your eagerness for results, it is only natural for your emotions to fluctuate. Upon hearing this, Elder One laughed. It is my fault, indeed. I was too impatient and failed to let you finish. Nonetheless, your discovery of a method to extract graphene from graphite is remarkable. As of now, no one on Blue Planet has found a way to artificially produce graphene. Even samples collected in laboratories are sourced from nature. Therefore, I eagerly anticipate seeing the method you have described. Li Zong replied, I can demonstrate it for you now. He began to gather some tape and a pencil. However, Elder Wen interrupted, Hold on, Li. Do not rush. Your method for the artificial production of graphene is worthy of international publication. Therefore, if you wish to demonstrate it, it must be done only after your paper has been submitted. Chapter 77. Prelude to the Artificial Preparation Methods of Graphene. Li Zong understood why Old Wen would make such a statement. It was Old Wen's way of avoiding suspicion. After all, if a method for the artificial synthesis of graphene were to be proposed, it would represent a significant scientific achievement. If it were anyone else, how could they remain untempted? Not to mention, there are individuals like He Ruishing in the world, who would seize every opportunity to claim others and Appo's accomplishments as their own. But who is Old Wen? And who is his father? Old Wen and Appo's father, originally a member of the landlord class, chose to become a revolutionary pioneer in order to save the nation and liberate the suffering masses. He held grand ideals, starting by dismantling his own household. At that time, Old Wen and Appo's grandmother nearly died from anger, vowing to disown her prodigal son. It was under the influence of Old Wen and Appo's grandmother that his father developed revolutionary sentiments. When faced with his mother's lamentations, he knelt on the ground and uttered, Mother, I am sorry. The child is unfilial. But our nation has reached a critical moment of survival. If I do not ignite this spark that can set ablaze the prairie, our people will forever remain oppressed. Historically, loyalty and filial piety are often in conflict. Mother, please forgive my unfilial behavior. If our ideals can be realized, if we can awaken the backbone of our nation, on the day of victory, I shall come before you and take my own life. With that, Old Wen's father burned all the land deeds and tenancy agreements of their household. With the destruction of these documents, the spark of revolution officially began to blaze across the land of Huagua. Ultimately, Old Wen and Appo's father did not fulfill his promise to his mother. He courageously sacrificed his life at the age of 33. Old Wen himself endured years of hardship following his father's early demise. Yet the spirit of his father continued to influence him profoundly. Recognizing the nation's need for talent, this venerable elder readily stepped forward to undertake the development of nuclear submarines. Through tireless nights of study and perseverance, Old Wen ultimately led his team to success, bestowing upon Huagua a formidable sword of national pride in the realm of the oceans. Such a selfless elder, hailing from a lineage of loyalty and valor, inspired Li Zong to place unwavering trust in him. Li Zong understood that his existence in this stable environment was indebted to Old Wen, his father, and countless others who shared similar lofty ideals. Any doubt cast upon them would be an affront. Thus, Li Zong directly addressed Old Wen. Old Wen, you need not be so formal with me. The reason I discuss graphene with you is that I trust you. If we cannot trust you, whom can we trust? Should we embrace the misguided beliefs of the West? Old Wen, filled with gratitude, replied, Shao Li, your faith in this old man is deeply appreciated. However, this is a matter of principle, which cannot be overlooked. No one should attempt to forcibly alter principles. If you truly wish to demonstrate the method of artificially producing graphene, let us await your publication of the relevant paper. I will personally attend your demonstration, as I am quite curious about the methods required to synthesize this material, hailed as the beacon of future science. Seeing Old Wen's resolute stance, Li Zong did not press further. Very well, since you insist so strongly, I shall adhere to your wishes. I will expedite the preparation of the paper, and you may await the results of my research. Excellent, excellent. Old Wen exclaimed thrice, his smile radiant. The dialogue with Old Wen concluded there. It was precisely because Li Zong had broached the topic of graphene that he felt an urgent desire to create a robotic arm capable of synthesizing graphene. There were two approaches to constructing such a robotic arm. One involved utilizing PLC automation technology, but this method relied on components that were either pneumatic or motor-driven servo systems, both of which had evident shortcomings in precision. Pneumatic cylinders faced travel constraints, while motor servo systems depended on guide rails. For greater precision, one might consider attaching a microcontroller-based control system to the PLC. However, this would be less efficient than directly creating a robotic arm controlled by a microcontroller, thus saving the step of programming the PLC and eliminating intermediary costs. With a decision made, Li Zong promptly requested leave and ventured outside to procure the necessary components and electronic products for constructing the robotic arm. The electronic products were swiftly acquired. but other materials proved elusive. Li Zong could not find the desired shape of robotic arm he envisioned. The vendors indicated that if Li Zong provided a blueprint, they could contact the manufacturer for customization. However, the manufacturer responded that there would be a waiting period, as they could not prioritize one order over others. Impatient, Li Zong suggested increasing the payment, but the manufacturer flatly refused, stating, "Our factory values credibility above all. If we were to prioritize your order, how would we explain the delay to our other customers? Hence, we must decline your request, Mr. Li, to ensure timely delivery to our clients." Li Zong understood this, recognizing the necessity of integrity in business, whether in a company or factory. He had experience running a company in his previous life and was acutely aware of the impact of reputation. After assuring them it was of no consequence, he contacted Principal Liu Yuanhai's secretary. "Xiaoli, what can I do for you?" The secretary's voice greeted him on the line. Li Zong hurriedly inquired, "Ming Xian, do you happen to have the contact number for the instructor of our school's Fundamentals of Mechanical Design course?" Ming Xian, the secretary, responded, "I do. Please hold on a moment while I retrieve it." After about a minute, he relayed, "I've found the number, 137XXXXXXX." Li Zong repeated the number and was about to express his gratitude when Ming Xian preemptively asked, "Xiaoli, is there a pressing matter that requires you to contact this instructor?" Chapter 78, Professor Han, the authority of the chemistry department indeed. "I have a matter of some urgency that requires me to utilize the machining center to fabricate a set of robotic arm components. If my memory serves me correctly, our university should possess a large 3D printing apparatus, correct? This is why I was eager to contact my professor to inquire which department currently manages that printing equipment." Upon hearing Li Zong's words, Ming Xian interjected, "Actually, consulting your instructor for the Fundamentals of Mechanical Design course may not be effective. Allow me to directly reach out to the head of the chemistry department. If I am not mistaken, the latest 3D printing technology was procured at the request of the department head, and I was the one who delivered the approval note to him." Li Zong and Appo's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Ming Xian." Ming Xian replied with a smile, "No need for thanks. It's a minor matter. Besides, the equipment purchased by the chemistry department was intended for student use. I am merely facilitating your access." He then added in a half-joking tone, "Our principal has high hopes for you, believing that you will achieve notable success in research. Thus, I too hold considerable expectations for your journey in academia, convinced that you will surpass the majority in this field. So, you must strive to excel. One day, when I dine with others, I can boast, 'Li Zong was quite close to me back then, and perhaps I shall bask in your glory.'" "Absolutely," Li Zong thought to himself, then expressed to Ming Xian, "I appreciate your kind words." Ming Xian said, "Please wait a moment. I will call the head of the chemistry department." After hanging up, Li Zong hurriedly made his way to the university with the electronic components he had purchased. Coincidentally, upon his arrival, he received a call from the chemistry department head. "Hello. I am waiting for you at Lab 8. The call ended abruptly, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. Li Zong quickly deduced the situation. The principal and Appo's secretary must have personally informed the department head that he was merely a student, which likely led the head to perceive him as someone who had leveraged connections to gain access, an unfortunate label for a student deemed unqualified. With this thought, Li Zong resignedly parked his car in the chemistry department's lot and walked towards Lab 8. The campus of Y Province University of Science and Technology is vast, with various academic buildings and laboratories neatly aligned along either side of the roads. Had he not attended classes here in a previous life, he might have struggled to locate Lab 8 promptly. Upon reaching the entrance of Lab 8, he spotted an unkempt old man crouched outside, smoking, a figure reminiscent of Einstein, albeit with less white hair. This man was the head of the chemistry department. Li Zong approached and greeted him, "Professor Han, good day. I am the student referred by the principal's secretary." Generally, among the titles director and professor, most individuals tend to favor director, as it denotes authority. However, Professor Han abhors such superficialities. He prioritizes chemistry over position. When unoccupied, he often immerses himself in the laboratory, collaborating with students on various research projects. His expertise is unmatched, earning him the rightful title of the department head. Consequently, the title of professor holds greater significance for him. He is known for his stubbornness. When someone addresses him as Appo's, Director Han, Appo's, he will promptly correct them. Understanding Professor Han Appo's character, Li Zong tactfully chose words that would resonate with him. As anticipated, upon hearing Li Zong and Appo's address, Han and Appo's initially stern expression softened considerably. After scrutinizing Li Zong and Appo's face, which bore signs of fatigue, he inquired, "Do you wish to utilize our newly acquired 3D printing equipment?" It appeared that Professor Han had once again been burning the midnight oil in the lab. Though it remained a mystery what he was researching, Li Zong nodded in affirmation. After his inquiry, Professor Han refrained from further elaboration. Extinguishing his cigarette in the nearby trash bin, he instructed, "Follow me." With that, he turned and walked away. Li Zong, accustomed to Han and Appo's eccentric temperament, shrugged and trailed behind him. The two walked in silence until they arrived at the lab housing the 3D printing equipment. Han gestured towards the large machine, stating, "The 3D printer is right here, but I must first ask, are you proficient in its operation?" Before Li Zong could respond, Han continued, "If you are not, it matters not. I can assign a student to assist you. You need only provide the design. By the way, do you know how to create the designs?" His tone revealed a distinct skepticism regarding Li Zong and Appo's capabilities. This apprehension was understandable. After all, Li Zong had made his way into the department through the principal and Appo's secretary, leading Han to presume he was merely a privileged student. Furthermore, although Li Zong was not unattractive, his youth was apparent. While comprehension is one thing, Li Zong felt a twinge of resentment. After all, he had not wronged Professor Han. He had approached with courtesy, so why should he endure such suspicion? At that moment, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. Create a complete 3D design and successfully operate the 3D printer to produce the components outlined in the design. Temporary permissions activated. Acquire knowledge of the 3D printer and engineering design software. Task reward. Convert temporary permissions into permanent ones. Seeing the technologically advanced screen materialize before him, Li Zong's expression brightened. He thought, "I truly adore this system. It understands my needs and promptly provides assistance." Subsequently, Li Zong addressed Professor Han. "Thank you for your arrangement, but it is unnecessary. I am fully capable of both designing and operating the 3D printer. And I am quite proficient at it." "Really?" Professor Han looked at Li Zong with surprise, questioning him. Li Zong nodded. "If you have any doubts, feel free to assign a student to observe my work." Professor Han, not wishing to prolong the matter, pondered briefly before conceding, "Very well. I will assign someone to monitor you." Chapter 79. The Master's Brother's Amazement. Li Zong utilized the engineering drawing software UG, which was installed on the control computer of the 3D printing equipment. In truth, he was more acquainted with AutoCAD, as it was the software he predominantly studied and employed in his previous life. However, CD is primarily designed for two-dimensional drawings, particularly suited for mechanical processing blueprints, whereas UG is tailored for the creation of three-dimensional models. Given that large-scale 3D printing devices necessitate 3D schematics, UG proves to be the more appropriate choice. Naturally, both software applications originate from abroad. Around the year 2010, domestic Chinese engineering drawing software did exist, yet its functionality and compatibility lagged behind that of foreign counterparts. This observation underscores the considerable distance China must traverse to attain complete industrial autonomy. There is no shame in acknowledging this reality. For China is but a singular entity on Blue Star, while foreign nations represent the multitude of other countries inhabiting that same sphere. Among these nations, their populations far exceed that of China. Furthermore, it is worth noting that China's scientific research only commenced in earnest several decades ago. To surpass others, a gradual approach is imperative. With the advent of the technology tree system, Li Zong felt confident in his ability to propel China's technological advancement to new heights. Returning to the matter at hand, once Li Zong launched the drawing software, he commenced executing various commands, his mouse darting across the screen as he conjured components in his mind with precise dimensions. His speed was astonishing. While entering the dimensions of a part with his left hand, the senior brother assigned by Professor Han merely blinked, and a component and Appo's outline had already materialized. Before the senior brother had time to express his astonishment, Li Zong proceeded to hollow out the outlined part, creating an aperture, followed by the construction of threads. With the command readily available, Li Zong seamlessly integrated the threads into the whole. Subsequently, the component was essentially complete, ready to be set aside. Li Zong labeled the blueprint with the number 1 for the sake of convenience during assembly, ensuring he would not mistakenly select the wrong part later on. Just as he finished naming the file and prepared to draft the next blueprint, the senior brother found himself consumed by 3 thoughts. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Noticing that Li Zong had opened a new file, the senior brother hastily interrupted him, inquiring, may I ask if you have indeed completed the drawing? Of course. Li Zong turned his head to glance at the senior brother seated beside him, asking, did you not see that clearly? With your speed of operation. It would be miraculous if I could comprehend it, the senior brother silently mused. Naturally, he refrained from voicing such sentiments. Instead, using the pretext of checking the drawing to ascertain what Li Zong had just created. Li Zong, having no objections, made way for the senior brother. After reviewing the drawing, the senior brother questioned, why haven't you marked the dimensions? Li Zong replied, this is not a standard part. Nor do I intend to mass-produce it, so what purpose do the dimensions serve? The senior brother was taken aback. Rn and amp. Oppos. You here to learn? Professor Han had only instructed the senior brother to observe Li Zong and assist him if he encountered difficulties. Therefore, the senior brother assumed Li Zong was a novice. For newcomers, marking dimensions is a fundamental step, facilitating review and calculation. Li Zong's approach left the senior brother perplexed, prompting him to wish to ask Professor Han, is this truly what you refer to as a novice? Seeing the senior brother and Oppos' bewildered expression, Li Zong found it amusing and explained, senior brother, it seems there was a miscommunication between you and Professor Han. I am not here to learn. I came here because I couldn't find suitable parts outside. So I wanted to use the school's 3D printing equipment to fabricate them. Is that so? The senior brother suddenly understood. Yet, he was still somewhat puzzled. Junior brother, judging by your demeanor, you must have just entered your freshman year, right? Have you previously studied this software? Indeed. Li Zong nodded. But why did you spend money to learn this software before the semester even began? The senior brother inquired curiously. After all, software like UG requires a fee. And it had been less than a month since the start of classes. How could Li Zong have acquired and studied it in advance? Did this junior brother already possess a comprehensive understanding of what university studies entail? Wait. The senior brother realized the crux of the matter. Junior brother, what is your major? Li Zong replied, I am in the Department of Electrical Information, majoring in electrical engineering and automation. The senior brother was taken aback. It seems that individuals in this field do not typically study such knowledge. He found himself momentarily confounded. But confusion aside, Li Zong had no time to engage in idle chit-chat with the senior brother. Thus, he urged, senior brother, how is your review coming along? If there are no issues, I must continue drawing. There are no issues at all. Your drawing is impeccable, the senior brother responded, automatically vacating the chair for Li Zong to take his place. Inwardly, the senior brother mused, not just no issues. Your drawing is simply magnificent. Not only is it flawless, but your speed is astonishing. How can you be this exceptional? While others were busy with exercises in high school, where did you find the time to acquire such knowledge? Li Zong remained oblivious to the senior brother and Oppos' in her thoughts. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. His singular focus was on swiftly producing the necessary components and constructing the automated mechanical arm to facilitate the production of graphene. Simultaneously, he aimed to organize his thesis and present it to Professor Wen to showcase his progress. Consequently, his pace quickened. Within half an hour, he completed an irregular component. Upon seeing this irregular part for the first time, the senior brother silently exclaimed, wow, junior brother, you can draft even irregular components this quickly? Don't you need to calculate the dimensions of each section first? Of course, the senior brother feared interrupting Li Zong, so he dared only to contemplate these thoughts internally. After all, Li Zong was fully engrossed, his attention entirely devoted to the computer screen. Disrupting his concentration during such a critical moment would be far from ideal. Chapter 80. The senior brother's assessment, absolutely correct. As time progressed, one intricate three-dimensional design after another flowed from Li Zong's hand. However, upon reaching the sixth design, an epiphany struck him, prompting him to halt his drawing and address his senior brother. Senior, I am about to transmit the designs to the 3D printer and commence its operation. Please accompany me to ensure I make no errors. What? The senior brother was momentarily lost in admiration for Li Zong, unable to respond right away. Once he regained his composure, he replied, no problem. You can proceed confidently. I will attentively observe your steps. His tone now carried a hint of respect for Li Zong. This admiration stemmed from the realization, while recalling the 5 completed designs, that Li Zong had mastered the dimensions of the components exceptionally well. Should the assembly of parts require clearance fits, Li Zong would meticulously allow for ample space. Clearance fit refers to a condition where the hole and Oppos' tolerance zone is above that of the shaft, ensuring there is a gap in the fit. Including scenarios where SMIN equals 0, meaning the difference between the hole and amp, oppos, S dimension and the corresponding shaft and amp, oppos, S dimension is positive. For a set of components, all hole dimensions must be greater than or equal to the shaft dimensions. Conversely, if the assembly necessitated interference fits, Li Zong would design the parts within a reasonable tolerance range, ensuring they were slightly oversized, delicately balanced at the midpoint of the tolerances. Interference fit is characterized by the hole's tolerance zone being beneath that of the shaft, where the algebraic difference between the hole's dimension and the shaft's dimension is negative. Standards dictate that the maximum and minimum clearance in various fits is termed the limit clearance, while the maximum and minimum interference is known as the limit interference. These limits reflect the permissible variations in the gap or interference between the hole and shaft. There also exists a transition fit, which encompasses both tolerance fits and interference fits. The senior brother and amp, oppos, S mind flooded with knowledge acquired over time, marveling at Li Zong and amp, oppos, S extraordinary talent. After all, Li Zong and amp, oppos, S speed in drafting was astonishing. With little contemplation before finalizing the dimensions, resulting in a flawless execution of all three types of fits. This was even swifter than the senior brother's own approach of modeling in 3D from two-dimensional drawings. Thus, he pondered whether Li Zong was a genius or had been immersed in mechanical design for many years. Yet, considering Li Zong's youthful visage, the senior brother found this implausible. He was undoubtedly a prodigy, not a seasoned veteran of the field. Amidst the senior brother's tangled thoughts, Li Zong had completed the installation and melting of the materials. Although the senior brother harbored small musings, he remained focused on Li Zong's operations. Ultimately, he concluded that Li Zong's actions were flawless. Even when the 3D printing device was activated and the components began to emerge, the senior brother detected no errors in Li Zong and amp, oppos, as procedures. A prodigy indeed, he marveled once more, reflecting on the fact that this cutting-edge 3D printing equipment had only recently been launched by XX company, and to his knowledge, only the Y Province Institute of Technology possessed such a machine in their country. Why was it that Li Zong could operate it with such ease? No other term sufficed to describe him than prodigy. As the first component materialized, neither the senior brother nor Li Zong paid it much heed. However, when the second component emerged from the 3D printer, Li Zong remained engrossed in his drawings. The senior brother, filled with curiosity, seized the printed part and proceeded to assemble the two components according to the specifications. The assembly required an interference fit, and as he fitted the parts together, he discovered they aligned perfectly. Li Zong's drawings appeared to be entirely correct. This singular thought consumed the senior brother's mind, further solidifying his belief in Li Zong's prodigious talent. Time elapsed gradually. Under the increasingly astonished gaze of the senior brother, Li Zong completed a total of 10 designs. It was now midday, around 1:00 and amp, oppos, clock in the afternoon. Glancing at the clock, Li Zong remarked to his senior brother, "The class has long since ended. Let us have a meal before returning to continue our work." Very well. The senior brother, having immediately regained his focus upon Li Zong's suggestion, readily agreed. In the cafeteria, as nearly an hour had passed since class concluded, the dining hall was relatively empty. Li Jiaro had already received notice in the morning and did not wait for Li Zong to dine together. Thus, only the senior brother accompanied Li Zong for lunch. Li Zong remained silent, engrossed in his meal, while the senior brother, unable to contain his curiosity, incessantly scrutinized Li Zong's face, bombarding him with questions. "Junior, what inspired you to pursue engineering drawing? How long have you been studying it? How did you develop such rapid hand speed? Why are you so swift when drawing?" After a relentless barrage of inquiries, Li Zong eventually grew impatient with the senior brother's incessant chatter. He set aside his half-finished meal and focused on addressing his senior's questions. "Senior, it's not that I particularly wish to learn engineering drawing. Rather, I believe that mastering a skill is of utmost importance. With a vital skill in hand, one need not fear future hardships regarding sustenance. As for the other inquiries," through much back and forth, Li Zong finally appeased his senior brother's inquisitive nature, allowing him to momentarily forget his curiosity about Li Zong. With a sigh of relief, Li Zong hastened to finish his meal. Upon returning to Lab 8, Li Zong resumed drafting new designs, while the senior brother meticulously assembled the completed parts according to the specifications outlined in the drawings. Once assembled, the senior brother was once again astounded. He had lost count of how many times he had been astonished today, feeling as though Li Zong continually reshaped his understanding of genius. Before long, an entire afternoon slipped by. Li Zong successfully printed over 20 components. However, This was not the conclusion, for Li Zong aimed to create a device for the manual extraction of graphene. To achieve this, the robot must execute its tasks with utmost precision. Unbeknownst to them, several more hours had passed. Chapter 81. Why be entangled in the past? During the afternoon, Li Zong utilized the 3D printer to produce over 40 relatively simple components. These parts were intended for the grip or structure of a robotic hand, thus their complexity was minimal. The truly intricate components lay within the assembly of the robotic hand itself, as they required accommodating space for the internal motors and addressing concerns regarding circuit boards and wiring. After completing the printing of these components, Li Zong exchanged pleasantries with his senior brother before departing in his vehicle. Throughout the afternoon, Professor Han was absent, engaged in teaching, and was thus unaware of Li Zong's activities. His senior brother, somewhat dazed, picked up his phone and dialed Professor Han's number. "Hello, Professor. That junior of ours is not here to learn." The senior brother's opening remark took Professor Han by surprise. "What? You're saying he is not here to learn? Then what is his purpose?" The senior brother forced a smile and replied, "Professor, the new 3D printer in our lab, my junior is more familiar with its operation than you are. He shows no signs of being a novice. In fact, his speed and some of his techniques are beyond my understanding. For instance, did you know that the 3D printer can also handle drilling materials? Are you aware of the principles behind this operation?" Professor Han fell silent. Isn't a 3D printer supposed to create structures by layering materials? Why would drilling be necessary? If one needs to drill, they could simply use a CNC machining center. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, Professor Han considered that this might be a path he had never envisioned. Soon, he ceased to focus on Li Zong's unauthorized use of the 3D printer and became fixated on one question. How effective was the drilling operation performed using the 3D printer? The senior brother responded, "Initially, we were limited by materials, and when printing structures with holes, larger diameters tended to cause expansion issues. However, the holes processed by my junior did not require compensation. I measured them with calipers, and their diameters were nearly identical to his specifications, with tolerances within 0.1 millimeters. Therefore, his operation is quite remarkable." Upon hearing this, Professor Han fell into a contemplative silence. Ultimately, a 3D printer is, at its core, a hot glue gun equipped with servo motors and software for reading 3D schematics. One major challenge faced by hot glue guns is thermal expansion and contraction. Apart from using materials like PVC, PE, high-density polyethylene, PVDF, polyvinylidene fluoride, PTFE, polytetrafluoroethylene, fluororubber, EPDM, ethylene propylene diene monomer, and FEP, perfluorinated ethylene propylene, for creating heat-shrink tubes. The materials applicable for 3D printing must be resins that expand upon heating. As these materials cool, they inevitably cause the overall dimensions of the structure to shrink. This issue is typically mitigated through compensatory adjustments, which can inadvertently increase error margins. However, now the senior brother claimed that Li Zong had managed to avoid the need for compensation altogether. Thus, Li Zong and Appo's operation warranted significant attention, even merit for a scholarly paper. After a moment of deliberation, Professor Han resolved to witness this effective operation himself. "Very well, I will personally observe tomorrow," he decided. "Okay, Professor. I will lock the door now," the senior brother affirmed. "Not so fast." Professor Han interrupted. "Do you have any other matters to attend to this evening?" The senior brother, having anticipated Professor Han and Appo's intentions, replied, "No, but Professor, you have already pulled 2 all-nighters. Your wife has specifically instructed me to ensure your well-being and to prevent you from overexerting yourself in research. Therefore, I must lock this door." At this moment, Professor Han grew irate. "You little rascal, are you a disciple of your wife or of mine? Do you dare to meddle in your master and Appo's affairs? Do you want me to reclaim the laboratory keys?" The senior brother felt immense pressure but bravely retorted, "If you take back the keys, I will inform your wife about this." Professor Han seemed to fear his wife and sighed after a moment, "Alas, what misfortune has befallen my mentorship? How did I end up with you as my disciple?" Nevertheless, his tone conveyed a sense of fondness. Despite his obsession with research, he was not devoid of human sensibilities. He understood that both his wife and his disciple were concerned for his health, wanting to prevent late-night work that could lead to dire consequences. "I am at the 5th teaching building organizing materials. Please drive over to pick me up. We and Appo's LL have dinner together tonight." Upon hearing Professor Han and Appo's words, the senior brother breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the stubborn old man was finally willing to rest. "All right, "Professor, wait for me there." "I will arrive in 5 minutes," he replied promptly. After hanging up, the senior brother secured all the components printed by Li Zong, locked the laboratory door, and departed. Meanwhile, Li Zong drove to pick up Li Jiao, who was waiting at the girls' dormitory entrance. "Beautifully, we shall dine out tonight. Have you thought of what you would like to eat?" After pondering for a moment, the stunning Li replied, "Let us go to that grilled fish restaurant we often visit." Li Zong was taken aback for an instant before realizing that the familiar restaurant she mentioned was indeed the same one they often frequented in her dreams. In his previous life, he often accompanied Li Jiao there, yet after his rebirth, he instinctively felt averse to the place, as it was the site of their breakup. He feared it might evoke unpleasant memories for her. However, upon hearing her suggestion, he felt a wave of relief. "All right, let us go for grilled fish." Upon arriving at the restaurant, they ordered their favorite grilled fish dishes and fell into silence, leaving the restaurant owner perplexed as to why they were merely sitting there without eating. Eventually, it was Li Jiao who broke the silence. Raising a glass of juice and smiling, "Li Zong, it's truly wonderful to have you by my side." Li Zong raised his glass in return, echoing, "Indeed. It's wonderful to have you with me." They clinked their glasses together and simultaneously proclaimed, "Cheers," as they drank their juice. Both let go of all that had transpired in the past. Life is so vibrant. Why dwell on the past? Chapter 82. Professor Han's astonishment the following day. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Li Zong was greeted by the eager gazes of his senior and Professor Han. After exchanging pleasantries with the two, he smiled and inquired, "Professor Han, what brings you here today?" Professor Han, unabashed in his intentions, candidly revealed, "I heard from On yesterday that you possess a technique to effectively mitigate the issues related to thermal expansion and contraction in materials. So I came today with a desire to learn." Taken aback by Professor Han and Appo's straightforwardness, Li Zong chuckled and replied, "I wouldn't and Appo's dare to claim it and Appo's learning. Let us consider it a mutual exchange. It would also be beneficial for me to seek your guidance on some areas I find perplexing." His regard for Professor Han had grown significantly, recognizing that though individuals like him were not scarce in society, few attained such esteemed positions. Many who reached similar heights often communicated in convoluted phrases, adding layers of ambiguity to their words. In his past life, Li Zong dealt with such individuals frequently and harbored a deep aversion towards them. Yet, despite his disdain, he had to endure interactions with them, as certain matters necessitated their approval. Over time, he found himself becoming the very type he despised. Thus, encountering Professor Han's genuine demeanor rekindled his hope for the proliferation of such individuals. Upon hearing Li Zong's words, Professor Han nodded and declared, "Let us not squander time. Let us commence." In truth, his assessment of Li Zong had improved considerably. At the very least, he recognized Li Zong as a humble individual. Humility fosters progress. And without such an attitude, one is unlikely to go far in the realm of research. The drawing work began today. Since a senior had not mentioned the drawing aspect over the phone, Professor Han was unaware of Li Zong's high proficiency in this skill. Professor Han's mental journey transitioned from a state of neutrality to astonishment, ultimately culminating in dissatisfaction. He cast a reproachful glance at his senior, wondering why he had not clarified this matter. Then, with a soft demeanor, Professor Han inquired, "Xiao Li, your drawing skills are remarkably advanced. Have you practiced for many years?" In truth, no one would believe him, and fearing to discourage others with falsehoods, Li Zong could only respond vaguely, "It's not much. I just practice whenever I have free time, which makes it seem like I'm skilled." Upon hearing this, Professor Han ceased his inquiries. As Li Zong proceeded to draft the next design, Professor Han's attention momentarily drifted away. To his astonishment, Li Zong completed the previous design in such a short span. Fearing he could not keep pace with Li Zong's speed, Professor Han focused intently. Of course, even Professor Han had to concede that Li Zong's drawing speed not only surpassed his own but also exhibited a level of perfection beyond comparison. This was not to say that Li Zong was more adept at using the UG software. After all, the software had its limitations. What Professor Han perceived as perfection stemmed from Li Zong's innate talent for design. It is worth noting that Professor Han held degrees not only in chemistry but also in mechanical design. However, his achievements in chemistry were more prominent, leading him to become a prominent figure in the chemistry department. His reservoir of knowledge far exceeded that of a sophomore student. Thus, he quickly discerned that Li Zong harbored a comprehensive sketch of the entire design within his mind, with each component fitting together flawlessly, devoid of any superfluous elements. Consequently, Regardless of what Li Zong intended to design, the precision was bound to reach unprecedented heights, far exceeding mere 3 or 4 stories. Professor Han promptly recognized Li Zong as a rare talent in mechanical design, sparking his desire to take him under his wing. However, he decided to refrain from interrupting Li Zong and would wait until he completed the day's tasks before making his proposal. Coincidentally, the class schedule for Li Zong and Apos' class today included the fundamentals of mechanical design. The instructor, having approved Li Zong and Apos' leave, knew of his talent through discussions with the mathematics teacher. As a result, the instructor pondered whether to take Li Zong as a protégé, recognizing the potential of such a remarkable student. However, he found himself conflicted, uncertain if Li Zong possessed the aptitude for mechanical design. Returning to Li Zong, he followed his usual routine and, after completing 5 drawings, transferred them into the 3D printer, initiating the part printing process. In unison, Professor Han and his senior thought, "The main event is upon us." As Li Zong proceeded with his operations, Professor Han began to analyze the significance of each action. When Li Zong pressed the start button, Professor Han began to connect the dots. By the time Li Zong completed another drawing, Professor Han finally grasped the efficacy of Li Zong's methods. His expression transformed from one of frustration to sheer astonishment. "A genius. Simply a genius," Professor Han exclaimed. His senior, bewildered, asked, "Professor, do you understand now?" "Yes," Professor Han replied softly to avoid disrupting Li Zong's drawing. He began to elucidate to his senior, explaining how, from the outset, Li Zong had eschewed compensatory dimensions in favor of this approach to circumvent the issues of thermal expansion and contraction. "Look here, at this segment of the path." His senior listened intently, continuously posing questions. Though their voices were hushed, Li Zong still caught snippets of their conversation. A smile crept upon his lips as he thought, "It seems I have successfully accomplished the task assigned by the system." I was even contemplating whether I should unveil a grand revelation if Professor Han and my senior were not sufficiently astonished. However, after some consideration, Li Zong decided against it. After all, the grand revelation would necessitate disassembling the 3D printer and removing a crucial file within. The device housed a lock set by the manufacturer, and if anyone besides the manufacturer were to tamper with it, the control system would fail, rendering the device utterly inoperable. This was a precaution employed by foreign entities to prevent imitation by individuals from Huagua. Given that Li Zong currently could not mitigate the risk of the device becoming irreparable due to disassembly, he resolved to forego that option. Chapter 83, Professor Han Seeks Guidance. By midday, Li Zong had completed a portion of his work and decided to take a break for lunch. Professor Han followed closely behind, incessantly posing questions to Li Zong. In response, Li Zong provided thorough explanations, noting that his previous operations were inspired by CNC machining centers. Meanwhile, his senior brother listened attentively, resembling an eager student. As the trio continued their dialogue, they unknowingly arrived at the cafeteria. Upon entering, Professor Han, aware that some matters required discretion, ceased his inquiries and quietly began to eat. Li Zong was quite pleased with Professor Han and Apos' demeanor. In his past life, many had labeled Professor Han as a bookworm, oblivious to social nuances. However, it became clear upon interaction that he was not merely a reclusive scholar absorbed in research. If he truly lacked social awareness, would Principal Liu have entrusted him with the position of department head? Despite not asking further questions, it was evident to any observer that Li Zong held the central position in their trio. Witnessing Professor Han trailing behind Li Zong like a devoted follower left several students and faculty members astonished. They whispered among themselves, "Isn't that Professor Han? But why is he so warmly engaging with a student?" Some speculated whether Li Zong might be the offspring of a prominent figure, but that seemed implausible. Professor Han hardly acknowledged even the principal and Apos' grandson. After finishing their meal and finding the surroundings devoid of onlookers, Professor Han resumed his inquiries. Once they reached the laboratory, he continued to seek clarification. Li Zong patiently elaborated on his thought process until he sat down at the computer to draft diagrams, prompting Professor Han to refrain from further interruptions. Before long, it was time for the students to finish their classes. Li Zong had successfully fabricated over 80 components and prepared to take his leave, bidding farewell to Professor Han. "What? Are you leaving so soon?" Professor Han exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, Professor," Li Zong affirmed. "I have a research project that requires these components for validation, and time is of the essence." Understanding this, Professor Han did not insist on retaining him. Nevertheless, he harbored another ambition, to take on a disciple. With a warm yet somewhat awkward smile, Professor Han proposed, "Shao Li, would you consider becoming my apprentice?" Li Zong politely declined. "Thank you, Professor, but I already have a mentor." "Oh, may I ask who it is? Are they from our university? Do I know them?" Professor Han inquired, curiosity piqued. "No, my mentor is from a higher institution and specializes in nuclear power research." Li Zong replied, gesturing upwards. He had no desire to be anyone in Appo's apprentice and cleverly used his mentor, Mr. Wan, as a shield. Mr. Wan had agreed to allow Li Zong to claim him as a mentor should anyone inquire, understanding that Li Zong's exceptional abilities would attract the attention of many scholars. From a higher institution? In nuclear power research? Professor Han pondered, connecting the dots. A moment later, realization dawned upon him. Wait, is it Mr. Wan? Sure. Li Zong cautioned, signaling for silence while glancing at his senior brother, who was preoccupied with the 3D printer. Professor Han. My mentor has advised me not to use his name publicly, so this remains between us, along with Principal Liu and his secretary. Additionally, my mentor has reviewed my project proposal and deemed it feasible, yet he insists I must independently complete the entire design and experimentation, which places considerable pressure on me, leaving me little time. Recovering from his astonishment, Professor Han conceded, "Very well, I won't keep you." Clearly, being mentored by someone as esteemed as Mr. Wan indicates your exceptional talent. Li Zong then added, "However, I feel a strong rapport with you, Professor Han, and I would like to continue exchanging knowledge." Professor Han and Appo's SI sparkled with enthusiasm. "Do you have enough time?" Li Zong nodded. "I have ordered a batch of materials that Wan and Appo's arrive for another 2 hours, so I can spare that time to converse with you. How about this? To express my gratitude for your and my senior brother's guidance, I would like to treat you both to a meal. We can find a private room, dine, and discuss knowledge while we eat. What do you think?" "Certainly." Professor Han readily agreed, eager to engage in a deeper exchange of ideas. He beckoned his somewhat dazed senior brother to lead them to a nearby restaurant. Li Zong's invitation stemmed from genuine appreciation. Professor Han had offered him significant convenience and shared invaluable knowledge. Understanding that knowledge is not merely memorized but deeply comprehended, Li Zong had gained precious insights from Professor Han. Moreover, Li Zong's mission remained incomplete until Professor Han was thoroughly astonished. He could not afford to overlook such a rich source of experience. After all, the rewards could significantly enhance his life, providing lasting benefits. While Li Zong had acquired much knowledge, he still sought information on how to unlock certain devices. Thus, when both parties were inclined towards collaboration, a natural accord was reached. Chapter 84. LK-99. The three individuals sought a private dining establishment, engaging in academic discourse before the dishes were served. Despite the commendable soundproofing of the room, Li Zong took the precaution of reminding the waiter to knock before entering with the food, aware that discussions of a sensitive nature should be protected from unintended eavesdropping. The more Professor Han conversed with Li Zong, the more he realized the remarkable intellect of this student. Some concepts Li Zong introduced were not yet realized in this era, having emerged only between 2020 and 2030 in his previous life. Such foresight, a decade or two ahead, undoubtedly astonished Professor Han. Of course, Li Zong was cautious not to divulge critical information, not out of a desire to withhold, but because certain ideas, when first proposed, may appear viable, only to be later discredited. For instance, in 2023, researchers from South Korea claimed to have discovered a room temperature superconductor, which sent shockwaves through the scientific community. Many laboratories worldwide began preparations to replicate experiments based on the published methodologies and data regarding a substance named LK-99. These researchers asserted that LK-99 exhibited superconducting properties below 127 C, along with notable magnetic levitation effects. Initial experimental results seemed to corroborate this claim. During that time, Li Zong was preoccupied and could not closely monitor the veracity of this purported superconductor. By the time he resumed his inquiry, he encountered a deluge of articles debunking the findings. Ultimately, this was merely a publicity stunt orchestrated by those scientists seeking fame and fortune. The broader scientific community was unable to replicate the alleged room temperature superconductor, and the process described by the researchers felt almost serendipitous, replete with terms like coincidental and unexpected. What began as a scientific celebration devolved into a farce. However, hidden beneath this spectacle may lie undisclosed secrets. Even Li Zong, who typically paid little heed to the stock market, noted that in the days following the announcement, stocks related to superconducting materials surged globally, reaching unprecedented heights within mere days. In retrospect, this may have been a classic pump-and-dump scheme to reap profits from unsuspecting investors. Li Zong had witnessed numerous similar instances in his previous life, but he discussed these matters with Professor Han nonetheless. He advised the professor, first, procure some lead oxide and lead sulfate powder, mixing them in equal proportions within a crucible. Heat the mixture in air to 725 degrees for 24 hours to obtain lead sulfide crystals. Second, introduce elemental copper and phosphorus powder into a vacuum tube. Then heat in the crucible at 480 degrees for 48 hours to yield cuprous phosphide crystals. Third, grind the two crystals from the previous steps into powder and place them in a vacuum tube, heating in the crucible at 925 degrees for 5 to 20 hours. This process will yield a copper-doped lead phosphate, or LK99 crystal, exhibiting room temperature superconductivity under normal pressure. All that is required is a crucible, and the materials, lead oxide, lead sulfate, and elemental copper, are remarkably commonplace and inexpensive. Surprisingly, the crucible itself is the most costly component of the entire preparation process. This setup is feasible even in high school laboratories. Professor Han, do you consider this experiment credible? Li Zong inquired, his eyes twinkling with mirth. His intention was not to incite Professor Han to conduct these experiments, but rather to caution him against such misguided approaches. It was prudent to be thoroughly prepared before making any claims, lest one be ridiculed. Yet, Professor Han perceived Li Zong's discourse as evidence of prior experimentation and data acquisition. Believing that Li Zong could not speak so convincingly without having conducted the experiments himself, after a moment's contemplation, Professor Han replied, "If it is indeed possible to replicate room temperature superconducting materials following your outlined procedures, it would signify your status as a pioneer of a new era, heralding monumental advancements in human energy technology." At this juncture, Professor Han's gaze toward Li Zong was imbued with fervor. The prospect of a revolutionary material emerging from Huagua would surely provoke a vexed reaction from the Western nations. Imagining such a scenario, Professor Han felt an overwhelming urge to celebrate. However, Li Zong punctured this illusion, shaking his head. Regrettably, the materials produced through this experimental process do not exhibit true room temperature superconductivity, they merely possess enhanced demagnetism. In fact, there are numerous materials on the market in Huagua that demonstrate greater diamagnetic properties. Thus, this experiment is rather lackluster. Is that so? Professor Han's voice was tinged with disappointment. Yet, he quickly reassured Li Zong, saying, "Even if this material does not exhibit room temperature superconductivity, take heart. You have successfully synthesized a material with commendable diamagnetic qualities using relatively simple tools. This accomplishment is already quite remarkable, especially considering the affordability of a crucible. Therefore, continue your endeavors. I hold great faith in your potential." Li Zong was taken aback. His intention had merely been to issue a cautionary note to Professor Han. Yet the professor turned the tables, offering him encouragement. Amused, Li Zong raised his glass, exclaiming, "Thank you, Professor Han. I shall drink to that." Professor Han reciprocated, downing his drink in unison with Li Zong. Indeed, both Li Zong and Professor Han preferred to avoid strong spirits, which were not only unpalatable but also posed complications if researchers were to indulge excessively. Thus, they opted for a few bottles of beer, a gesture of goodwill. Meanwhile, their senior colleague, unable to partake in beer, settled for fruit juice, as he had to drive. Soon, the dishes arrived, and as they dined, Professor Han and Li Zong continued their discussion, envisioning the future of technology. Their senior finally found an opportunity to interject, occasionally chiming in, though aware that such aspirations were merely speculative and might never come to fruition. Chapter 85. 3D Printing Technology of Magnetic Materials. After bidding farewell to Professor Han, Li Zong let out a sigh of relief. He had summoned the skills he had acquired in his previous life while negotiating business, successfully leaving the erudite professor momentarily stunned. As the initial shock faded, Professor Han's expression shifted to one of profound astonishment as he remarked, "Young Li, I was initially curious about what capabilities attracted Old One and Oppos' attention to you. Now, I understand that, when it comes to the trajectory of future technological advancements, you possess a foresight that far surpasses us seasoned individuals, projecting a decade or two into the future. I firmly believe that within the next 10 to 20 years, what you envision is indeed attainable. However, the realization of this potential rests upon the shoulders of the younger generation. After our exchange, I realized how much I have aged. My thought processes and methodologies can no longer keep pace with the likes of you young people. Li Zong, in a humble manner, replied, Professor Han, you mustn't say that. Our nation's research and development still require the guidance of esteemed elders like you. After all, we youthful folk can be easily led astray by pride when we achieve success. And we may succumb to despair when faced with uncertainty. With the guidance of our elders, we need not fear straying from the right path. Professor Han was delighted by Li Zong's words, even indulging in a few more drinks. Fortunately, it was beer. Had it been stronger liquor, he surely would have been intoxicated. With Professor Han now departed, Li Zong received a reward from the system. Ding. Task and amp. Oppos. Create a complete 3D blueprint and operate the 3D printing equipment to fully print the components from the blueprint and amp. Oppos. Completed. Host rewarded. Comprehensive knowledge of 3D printing equipment and engineering drawing software. As the information flashed on the screen, Li Zong felt an enlightening sensation wash over him. He had acquired a thorough understanding of 3D drawing software and all knowledge pertaining to the production and maintenance of 3D printing equipment. Moreover, the segment of the technology tree related to 3D drawing software and equipment was illuminated, revealing the next technological advancement, 3D printing technology of magnetic materials. Upon glancing at it, Li Zong found the application of this technology intriguing, as it could utilize certain permanent or temporary magnets as fuel for 3D printing. For instance, neodymium magnets and magnetite are two examples of permanent magnets. Additionally, through electromagnetism, temporary magnets can be transformed into magnetic entities, as long as magnetic properties can be generated. These materials can be harnessed by this 3D printing technology, allowing them to form the desired shapes under the influence of the magnetic field within the printing apparatus. However, a limitation of this printing technology is its inability to process high-temperature materials. After all, both temporary and permanent magnets lose their magnetic properties upon reaching certain temperatures. After pondering for a moment, Li Zong felt that this technology might be somewhat superfluous. The current 3D printing technology is already sufficient for human use. Even if the precision is not high, post-processing can enhance the printed components, or alternatively, one could bypass high-precision printing altogether and delegate that task to traditional CNC lathes or milling machines. Unless but soon, Li Zong contemplated potential applications for this technology. If graphene could be mass-produced, he could envision how to imbue graphene with magnetic properties and subsequently apply it to 3D printing technology. This would enable the production of graphene materials in any desired shape through 3D printing. Yet, Li Zong was aware that the fundamental component of graphite is carbon, an element that inherently lacks magnetic properties and cannot achieve ordered molecular alignment through electromagnetic induction to acquire magnetism. The threshold for this technology was evidently apparent. Never mind. I shall first focus on devising a method for mass-producing graphene. Once I can truly address the magnetic properties of graphite, then 3D printing technology can utilize graphene as a raw material. With these thoughts in mind, Li Zong returned to the school gates. The soldier tasked with his protection had been dining in the outer hall while Li Zong and his companions were eating. However, even while dining, the soldier's gaze never strayed from the entrance to their private room, vigilant against any suspicious individuals approaching Li Zong to ensure his safety. This demonstrated the soldier's dedication. After all, both Old One and the council members had expressed that even if they could not provide constant protection for Li Zong, they must ensure his safety as he exited the school premises, until the controlled fusion power station was fully integrated into military applications. Neither Old One nor the council members would easily allow others to notice Li Zong and Appo's existence. Of course, once controlled fusion power is applied to military purposes, its application for civilian use would not be far behind. At that time, the nation could completely replace the west-to-east power transmission project, eliminating concerns over energy losses during transmission and the considerable costs associated with maintaining transformers and wires for that project, thus saving the national treasury a substantial sum. Upon returning to his dormitory, Li Zong resumed his programming tasks. This time, he aimed to embed control software within the microcontroller system. This software would operate according to the program, achieving the objectives Li Zong desired. Naturally, before diving into programming, he informed Li Jiao that he might not be available for their usual late-night chats, as he needed to focus on his work. Li Jiao, ever understanding, encouraged him to concentrate on his tasks. Subsequently, she had a thought and requested Li Zong to initiate a video call, enabling her to see his face as she fell asleep. "What I enjoy most is seeing you so serious, Li Zong," she said, her cheeks slightly flushed. She came the chorus of teasing from nearby roommates. With a resigned smile, Li Zong acquiesced to her request, activating the video call while muting his audio. Time slipped away unnoticed. Li Zong returned home around 9 in the evening, and when he finally stood up, it was already 2 in the morning. Glancing at his phone, he noticed that Li Jiao had fallen asleep, having sent him a message before dozing off. Rest early, don't stay up too late. Li Zong smiled faintly. Chapter 86. The Chosen One. Li Zong did not respond to the message. He tucked his phone under the blanket, creating an illusion that he was already asleep. He continued working until after 6 o'clock, still brimming with vitality. After all, he had consumed a potion produced by the system, granting him an abundance of energy and an immunity to fatigue. Today, however, the effects of both potions were set to expire. With this thought in mind, Li Zong prepared to take out the potion and drink it. Just then, an electronic screen appeared before him. It is advised that the host refrain from using the potion for a period of time and wait until a week has passed before consuming it again. Upon reading this message, Li Zong was momentarily taken aback. Why? The effects of any potion are not limitless. The potion produced by the system merely temporarily endows the host with the ability to resist fatigue. While it is harmless to use for a few months, continuous use without interruption may harm the host's body. If you do not believe this, you may wait until the potion's effects wear off to experience it for yourself, at which point you will understand that the system speaks the truth. Well, let us see how it goes. Li Zong took the system's suggestion seriously. By 7 o'clock, he indeed felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. This sensation was even more overwhelming than the tiredness he experienced while keeping vigil during the New Year celebrations. Additionally, he felt an immense fatigue coursing through him. Most importantly, he was extremely hungry, a hunger that could only be alleviated by consuming meat. Li Zong weakly remarked, "It seems the system is correct. It has been nearly 3 months since I started using the potion. Just 3 months, and my body already feels overdrawn. Though the feeling is slight, it will accumulate over time, and eventually, it will wear me down." The host understands. So the system recommends that the host rest for a week before using the potion again. All right, I will heed your advice. After concluding the conversation with the system, Li Zong wearily laid down on his bed. As for the issue of hunger, he need not worry. He had already stored some roasted meat in the system and Oppo's space to prevent himself from going hungry in the middle of the night. He retrieved the roasted meat, which was still warm and aromatic. This indicated that time within the system and Oppo's space was at a standstill, alleviating any concerns about food. Chapter 87. Illness. The following day, at 7 in the morning, Li Zong opened his eyes. Upon returning to his dormitory the previous night, he had collapsed onto his bed and fallen into a deep slumber. He had slept soundly from 9 in the evening until 7 in the morning, a full 10 hours. It felt as though every cell in his body had been rejuvenated, radiating a sense of bliss, leaving him indescribably refreshed. Ah, what a delightful slumber it had been. Li Zong flexed his fingers a few times and prepared to start his day. Had she risen yet? He first sent a message to Li Jiao, then proceeded to freshen up. This morning, he recalled that Li Jiao had no classes. Typically, on days without classes, she indulged in lingering in bed. Thus, Li Zong had promised her a breakfast treat the night before. After finishing his morning routine, he noticed that Li Jiao had yet to reply, confirming his suspicion that she was still asleep. He sent another message. "Lazy pig, it's time to wake up. I've brought you breakfast, so please reply when you get this." This time, he received a prompt response, but the message was far from reassuring. "Hello, Li Zong. I am Li Jiao's roommate. She seems to be unwell. Her forehead is alarmingly hot." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Zong replied, "Please wait for me downstairs. Guide me to your dormitory. I need to take Li Jiao to the doctor." After sending the message, he disregarded his own breakfast and hurriedly drove to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Upon seeing Li Jiao and Oppo's roommate, he urgently stated, "Quickly, lead me there." It was imperative that he be escorted by a female student, for the formidable dormitory supervisor was casting a fierce glare in his direction. Any male attempting to enter the girls' dormitory unaccompanied would surely face the wrath of her broom. "Make it quick and get out." The supervisor allowed them entry only because Li Zong was accompanied. He had no time to engage in conversation. His mind was solely focused on his concern for Li Jiao. Upon reaching Li Jiao and Oppo's dormitory, he did not pause to observe the layout, but rushed to her bedside. The air conditioning had been turned off, yet remnants of cool air lingered. He could distinctly feel the contrast between the environment and the burning heat radiating from Li Jiao and Oppo's forehead. His immediate reaction was alarm. She was clearly running a high fever. Jiao, can you hear me? He inquired, attempting to ascertain her consciousness. Li Jiao, groggily opening her eyes at the sound of his voice, managed to weakly utter, Li. Li.Sai. I feel terrible. Seeing her in such a feeble state tugged at Li Zong and Appo's heartstrings. No more talking. I'm taking you to the doctor, he insisted. Turning to Li Jiao's roommate, he realized he had forgotten her name. Could you please help me find Jiao's student ID and other essentials? I need to take her to the hospital. Her name was Tang Huanhuan. Without hesitation. Upon hearing Li Zong and Appo's request, she began rummaging through Li Jiao and Appo's cupboard, well aware of where her friend typically stored her identification. In no time, she retrieved Li Jiao and Appo's documents. Meanwhile, Li Zong gently lifted her onto his back. Fortunately, he had consumed a strength-enhancing potion prior to this incident. Otherwise, it would have been quite taxing to carry her alone. After receiving the documents, Li Zong nodded to Tang Huanhuan and swiftly exited the girls' and Appo's dormitory, carrying his girlfriend. As they descended the stairs, Li Jiao, resting on his back, seemed to regain some clarity. She stammered, Li.Sai, don't leave me, okay? Tears began to stream down her cheeks. Though uncertain of the cause of her distress, Li Zong's heart ached at her words. Rest assured, I will never leave you. We promised each other that in this lifetime, we would never part. Li Jiao murmured, then closed her eyes. Yet, her grip around his neck tightened. Tang Huanhuan, trailing behind them, felt a pang of envy at the sight. She thought to herself, goodness, here I am, unwittingly feasting on a buffet of dog food. How utterly full I feel. Once in the car, Li Zong took the wheel while Tang Huanhuan tended to Li Jiao in the back seat. He drove with remarkable speed towards the nearest hospital. Fortunately, the school was not far, and within 5 minutes, they arrived at the hospital entrance. After parking, Li Zong wasted no words. He carried Li Jiao directly to the emergency department. The morning crowd was sparse, though about 10 individuals were ahead of them in line, estimating a wait of around 10 minutes. He felt urgency, but was powerless to hasten the process. However, as he placed Li Jiao in a chair, a thought struck him. He turned to Tang Huanhuan and said, Please watch over Jiao for a moment. I'll fetch some water. Sure, Tang Huanhuan replied without objection. Shortly after Li Zong left, a nurse approached to check Li Jiao's temperature and vital signs. As the nurse began her work, Li Zong returned with several bottles of water. Once the nurse departed, Li Zong opened a bottle and brought it to Li Jiao's lips. Here, open your mouth and drink some water. His voice seemed to possess a magical allure. Li Jiao obediently complied, sipping a few mouthfuls of mineral water. Seeing this, Li Zong felt a wave of relief wash over him. This water had been infused with the strength-enhancing potion. It was designed to bestow extraordinary physical resilience and strength upon the drinker. Typically, patients are advised against consuming anything indiscriminately. But after consulting the system, he felt assured in giving it to Li Jiao. He could only hope this elixir would bolster her immunity. Yet, unexpectedly, the effects were even more potent than he had anticipated. Chapter 88. Li Zong and Appo's indulgence after consuming the physical enhancement potion. Nearly 2 minutes elapsed before Li Jiao groggily opened her eyes. After adapting for over 10 seconds, she finally became somewhat alert. Li, talented scholar. Hello. Upon witnessing this scene beside her, Li Zong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He noticed Li Jiao's pale lips and, with a pang of concern, gently urged, All right, refrain from speaking for now. It is best to rest a little more. Recalling the events from earlier, Li Jiao smiled sweetly. Tang Huanhuan interjected playfully. Hey. I say you two are quite excessive. Even if you're intent on flaunting your affection. Have a thought for my existence as a single dog, will you? Aren't and Appo's. Do you afraid I and Appo's LL become the third wheel in your little romance? With a relaxed demeanor, Li Zong joined in the jest. Since you consider yourself a third wheel, I certainly do not mind, for as a science student, my role is to illuminate the bulb. So, would you like me to fetch you a few batteries? Ugh. Tang Huanhuan grimaced in disdain. Haraha. After sharing a few laughs, Li Zong inquired. By the way, have you had breakfast yet? I could grab you something while I'm at it. I want a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee. Tang Huanhuan exclaimed. All right. Li Zong replied as he stood up, adding, I will go to the place where Jiao likes to eat congee. Please keep an eye on her for me. Tang Huanhuan patted her chest in assurance. Of course. I am her good friend. If I don and Appo's tea look after her, who will? Upon returning with a bowl of millet congee for Li Jiao, and a bowl of lean meat congee with grilled meat for himself. He discovered that Li Jiao was no longer in the waiting area. Checking his phone, he found a message from Tang Huanhuan on Li Jiao's device, indicating their current location. With the congee in hand, Li Zong began inquiring about the location of the emergency ward. It was not long before he arrived outside the room. Inside, Li Jiao was already awake, propped up in bed, laughing and chatting with Tang Huanhuan. Nevertheless, Li Zong could immediately tell that she was still quite weak. Clearing his throat, he entered the room and cheerfully announced, "Breakfast is here." Tang Huanhuan promptly approached to distribute their meals. Li Jiao's gaze fell upon the grilled meat in Li Zong's bowl, and she said, "I want to eat meat." Li Zong firmly replied, "No, you are still unwell. You must eat something light. No meat for you." But Li Jiao began, only to be interrupted by Li Zong. "Enough. No meat. You must listen." Reluctantly, Li Jiao began to sip her millet congee in silence. Observing this, Tang Huanhuan felt that her own bowl of century egg and lean meat congee had lost its appeal. In fact, she was already feeling somewhat full, having been inundated with their sweet exchanges. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset, transforming her frustration into appetite, and devoured her congee with gusto. After finishing breakfast, Li Zong finally broached the subject of Li Jiao's illness. "You were perfectly fine when we parted ways last night. How did you suddenly fall ill?" Upon hearing this, Li Jiao glanced at Tang Huanhuan, her eyes unmistakably signaling, "Sister, could you possibly take a step back?" With a sigh, Tang Huanhuan remarked, "Alas, it seems my presence as a third wheel is indeed an inconvenience. I suppose I shall take my leave and return to class." Seeing this, Li Zong smiled. "Do not worry about a thing. Just go back to class. I will be here to take care of things. Once Jiao is well, I shall treat you to a grand feast." Tang Huanhuan's expression brightened instantly. "Now that sounds more like it. But do tell me, where are we going?" Li Zong responded with a grin, "To the XX 5-star hotel for a seafood buffet." Tang Huanhuan and Appo's SI sparkled. "Oh wow, a seafood buffet." But she quickly added, however, "I've heard that dining at the XX 5-star hotel can be quite costly. Won't it be too much of a burden for you?" With a grand gesture, Li Zong assured her, "Fear not, I can afford it." "Well then, that settles it," Tang Huanhuan conceded, departing the room. Before she left, Li Zong reminded her, "Make sure to inform Jiao and Appo's teachers about her absence." Tang Huanhuan waved her hand dismissively, "Rest assured. I've already informed the teacher about Jiao's illness and even sent a photo. The teacher will surely approve." Li Zong felt reassured and turned his attention back to Li Jiao. Clearing his throat, Li Jiao weakly coughed a few times and explained, "My relatives have come to visit recently." At this, her face flushed and her cheeks felt warm. Li Zong raised an eyebrow, and then Li Jiao replied, "Then yesterday, I was exposed to the cold wind and felt unwell. Also, I had a nightmare last night about you leaving me." Upon hearing this, Li Zong pieced the situation together. With her relatives visiting, it was natural for her resistance to be lower than usual. Moreover, after consuming spicy snail noodles the previous night, she had sweated profusely. And being exposed to the cold wind had further compromised her immunity. The nightmare likely caused her to sweat as well. With the air conditioning running in the dormitory, her body's defenses had plummeted, leading to her illness. After considering all this, Li Zong sighed, "From now on, when your relatives visit, I shall refrain from taking you out for snail noodles. Or better yet, you should avoid them altogether. I cannot bear for you to fall ill again." "No." Li Jiao immediately rejected his suggestion. "Snail noodles are delicious. I want to eat them." "Very well," Li Zong indulged her, gently ruffling her hair. "But if your relatives visit again, let us avoid overly spicy foods. Is that agreeable?" Li Jiao obediently nodded. "Now, please wait for me here while I retrieve my laptop from the car. I will spend the entire day by your side," Li Zong proposed. "You may go." "You don't have to stay by my side all day," Li Jiao replied. Li Zong affectionately tousled her hair once more, chuckling, "I cannot agree to that. You are as dear to me as my own parents. How could I possibly leave you here alone?" Li Jiao's heart swelled with sweetness. She could feel Li Zong and Appo's tender indulgence towards her. "All right," Li Zong declared as he rose, "I shall step outside to fetch my laptop. Please wait for me here. I will return swiftly." Chapter 89. Physical recovery. After obtaining his computer, Kadaibyo settled beside Li Jiao and began his work. As he was engrossed in coding and seated with his back to the window, he felt secure that his work would remain undiscovered. Even if someone were to glimpse his code and its accompanying comments, without access to the complete source code, it would be impossible for them to unravel the entire program. Meanwhile, Li Jiaro gazed at Li Zong with an enamored expression. This atmosphere persisted for over 3 hours until noon struck. Are you hungry? Li Zong inquired, closing his laptop with a smile. Yes, I am, Li Jiaro replied, gently caressing her abdomen and beaming sweetly. I'll go fetch you some lunch. What would you like to eat? Li Zong offered, walking to her bedside to check her forehead's temperature. You seem to be recovering well. Your fever has subsided. Perhaps you will be discharged soon. Li Jiaro responded, It would be wonderful to be discharged soon. Lying here all day makes me feel as though I am growing moldy. As for lunch, I want roast goose. Absolutely not. Li Zong firmly dismissed her request. Isn't there an old saying in our village? It goes, do not eat goose when ill. Eating goose leads to misfortune. The elders have shared their experiences, warning us that consuming such rich food while sick is unwise. So you cannot have goose. Li Jiaro pouted. Fine. No goose it is, humph. Of course, she agreed with Li Zong's words. For that saying was well known among the elderly, although few children today remember it. Ruffling her hair, Li Zong reassured her. If you still wish to eat goose once you are well, you can feast to your heart's content. I won't stop you. But for now, you must stick to something light, understood? Li Jiaro nodded. Have you decided what you want to eat? He asked. Salt-baked chicken, she replied. Li Zong stood up. All right. No problem, I can manage that. He placed the computer in front of her. Keep an eye on the computer. I'll be right back. Outside the hospital, there were numerous eateries. Li Zong spotted at least a dozen establishments selling salt-baked chicken, but he was uncertain which had the best flavor. As Li Jiaro shared his palate, he devised a plan to sample each one. After visiting several shops and indulging in numerous chicken wings himself, he finally selected a place with a satisfactory taste and ordered a rice dish with 2 chicken legs for Li Jiaro. Upon returning to the ward, he noticed Li Jiaro appeared anxious, lying in bed and glancing around. Setting down the salt-baked chicken, he asked, What's the matter? You seem a bit unwell. After some hesitation, Li Jiaro admitted, I need to use the restroom, but the nurse hasn't arrived yet. Can you walk on your own? Li Zong inquired. She shook her head. No, I still feel weak. Without overthinking, he said, Then I will help you. Li Jiaro and Appo's face flushed instantly. No, you. Seeing her shyness, Li Zong couldn't resist teasing her. He leaned closer and whispered, I dreamed of you, and I saw every part of you. We even experienced that together, so there's no need to be afraid. Li Jiaro lowered her head, her cheeks turning an even deeper shade of crimson. Does that mean? Her voice trailed off to a near whisper. Li Zong chuckled. All right, I'll stand guard outside, covering my ears. Li Jiaro's blush remained as she fixed her gaze on him, saying, Then, you must keep your promise and cover your ears. Yes, a promise is a promise. He helped her to the restroom door. In some hospitals, the emergency restroom facilities are unisex, which was convenient for both Li Zong and Li Jiaro. Otherwise, assisting a girl into the restroom would have been quite troublesome. Once she was inside, Li Zong leaned against the door, covering his ears and contemplating programming matters until he heard a knock. Are you done? He asked. Yes, Li Jiaro replied, still feeling a bit embarrassed. Then let us wash our hands and eat, he said. After washing up, Li Zong helped her back to her bed. During this time, a nurse passed by, inquiring about the surrounding patients. Upon learning that Li Jiaro had been assisted to the restroom, she said nothing further and left. Each of their chicken rice dishes contained 3 large chicken legs, accompanied by stir-fried cabbage and lard. The meal was delightful, especially for Li Zong, who felt his body replenished. Ultimately, Li Jiaro only consumed 1 chicken leg, while Li Zong devoured the rest. Why have you suddenly developed such a large appetite? Li Jiaro asked, leaning in curiously. Perhaps I have been too fatigued lately, and my body urgently requires protein, he explained. Li Jiaro looked skeptical. Shouldn't too much fatigue mean more sleep? Why is it that you need more meat? Li Zong shrugged. Maybe I'm different from others. After pondering, Li Jiaro conceded. That does seem plausible. All right. Your priority now is to rest well and aim for an early discharge, he advised. This time, she complied without protest, lying back down. When she awoke again, she discovered the sun outside had transformed into a crimson glow. The weakness that had plagued her was gone, her energy and spirit revitalized. Feeling this change, Li Jiaro couldn't help but smile, turning to Li Zong beside her. Li Zong, I feel much better now, she declared. Li Zong, who had been deep in thought, was taken aback by her words. Really? Are you certain you feel better? I'll call the doctor. Yes, I truly feel much better, Li Jiaro affirmed with a nod. Chapter 90. Doubts about artificial intelligence. After the nurse measured Li Jiaro and Appo's vital signs once more, she was taken aback. It and Oppos. As strange, your physical condition seems remarkably good. How can you be recovering so swiftly? Puzzled, the nurse continued to ponder. But if your health is indeed exceptional, then you shouldn't fall ill in the first place. Where lies the problem? Li Zong had no inclination to address the nurse's queries. After completing the discharge formalities for Li Jiaro, he escorted her into the car. Inside the vehicle, Li Zong handed her a bottle of water infused with a health-enhancing potion. Here, drink this. Curiously, Li Jiaro inquired, what kind of water is this? Is there something special about it? With a mischievous grin, Li Zong replied, this water contains a certain potion. Once consumed, you will develop an intense yearning for something. Li Jiaro gasped and promptly executed a playful chokehold on him from the back seat. Li Datsai, I've noticed you seem a bit too carefree lately. Are you going to surrender? Struggling to breathe, Li Zong yielded, cough, cough. Our magnificently daybody truly is formidable. I concede. That and amp, Oppos, s more like it. Li Jiaro released her grip and began to drink the water eagerly. She had no belief that Li Zong would actually tamper with it. If she desired something, would she not simply procure it herself? Unbeknownst to her, Li Zong indeed had added a potion to the water, designed to accelerate her recovery post-illness. After finishing the drink, nearly 5 minutes elapsed before she exclaimed, how strange. What was in that water? I feel invigorated. Li Zong chuckled. That is because the water is infused with my affection for you, the power of love, which makes you feel so robust. Upon hearing this, Li Jiaro and Oppos' eyes glazed over. With a quivering voice, she retorted, how annoying. Why suddenly speak such cheesy, cliché lines? It and Oppos' a bit hard for me to accept. In truth, she was quite touched. After all, she had been keenly aware of Li Zong's actions since morning, discerning the sincerity of a man's feelings through his gestures. It is not merely about grand romantic gestures or frequent sweet nothings. The essence lies in the minutiae of everyday life, small greetings, tender gestures of care. Most lives are rather mundane, yet it is within these unremarkable moments that love flourishes, intertwining lives in a delicate dance. Of course, if wealth permits, love may indeed flourish more flamboyantly. Observing his girlfriend's tearful expression, Li Zong shook his head in amusement. You used to have no interest in Korean dramas. What has made you so sentimental now? Don and Oppos, laugh. Li Jiaro wiped her tears away, feigning ferocity. After treating her to a light pot of congee, Li Zong drove her back to school. As they parted, he admonished, be sure to rest well. If you feel unfit for class tomorrow, do not attend. Our health is paramount. We must nurture it. Understood? I understand, Li Datsai. You are so verbose. You've reminded me countless times. Li Zong playfully tapped her on the head. Is it not because your illness worried me to death? Upon hearing Tang Wanwan's words, I disregarded everything and rushed to find you. Fine, since you disregarded everything for me, make sure to rest well. After exchanging a few more words, they finally parted ways. Back in his dormitory, Li Zong took a shower and worked until 11 o'clock in the evening. Adhering to a proper sleep schedule as the potion required a week's interval before consumption, with a few days remaining in the cool-down period. He naturally aimed to maintain a regular biological rhythm. He slept soundly and, upon awakening, found it was already 6:30 in the morning. After sending a text to Li Jiaro and receiving confirmation of her good health and intent to attend class, he felt relieved. With her well-being assured, he could now focus on completing his tasks. Moreover, he had received a message from Professor Han the previous day, stating that the programming for his components was finalized and ready for collection. He planned to continue programming in the morning and retrieve the components in the afternoon, storing them in his rented shop. With a clear agenda, Li Zong retrieved the freshly made congee he purchased yesterday, still warm and inviting. After enjoying his meal, he immersed himself in work, contemplating a pressing question that had arisen during his programming yesterday. What exactly is artificial intelligence? After a night's rest, he realized that the monitoring capability of the controllable fusion software seemed even more robust than he had anticipated. Could it be that this software was crafted using artificial intelligence code? Determining the answer was straightforward by examining the code. Yet, the software designed for monitoring controllable fusion experiments contained millions of lines of code, and being a system product, many sections lacked annotations. This posed various challenges when trying to decipher the code. For instance, understanding the function of a specific line without annotations necessitated considering the program or certain structures in their entirety. In summary, this method of code examination was exceedingly time-consuming. Time was not a luxury for Li Zong, as he needed to produce the requisite equipment for graphene. Given the time constraints, he would have to defer the code analysis for later, with a plan in mind. Li Zong chose not to dwell on his queries but instead focused on crafting his program. It was only when Li Jiaro called him for lunch that he paused his coding endeavor. Time to eat. Stretching lazily, Li Zong reviewed the code on his computer. After days and nights of relentless effort, the code required for the robotic hand was nearly complete. The remaining steps naturally involved debugging and connection. Chapter 91 As the National Day approached, time slipped away once more, and the weekend loomed on the horizon. On this Friday, Li Zong arrived at the rented shop, carrying with him all the components printed by his 3D printer. In addition to the 3D printed parts, he also brought several 500-hole universal circuit boards and a plethora of electronic components such as capacitors and resistors. The universal circuit board, unlike the conventional printed circuit boards filled with pre-printed lines, merely features a series of small holes. However, both types of circuit boards are constructed from the same material, PCB. It is noteworthy that after soldering the circuit boards, the standard operating voltage is typically 12 V or below. Hence, he had meticulously purchased an adjustable voltage transformer. Once everything was prepared, Li Zong commenced his work. He retrieved the circuit diagram he had previously drafted at school and, using it as a reference, meticulously soldered various electronic components onto the universal board with a soldering iron and solder. Through the technique of solder piling, he painstakingly crafted intricate lines on the universal board. Unless absolutely necessary, Li Zong would never resort to flying leads. Of course, the use of rosin, an essential flux, was imperative. Rosin is a superb soldering aid, renowned for its non-corrosive properties and excellent insulation, causing minimal damage to the soldering iron, and is widely used in the electronic industry and oppos soldering processes. The common solder wire features a hollow structure filled with rosin, yet solid rosin is inconvenient to use alone, thus it is often made into a paste. There exists another soldering aid known as solder paste, which is highly corrosive and typically avoided in household appliance repairs as it can damage the soldering iron's copper tip, often leading to soldering issues. After an entire day of labor, he had only managed to solder the electronic components onto a single universal board. Gazing at the neatly arranged solder lines on the board, Li Zong felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his creation. After all, solder piling serves as a true test of an electronics enthusiast and oppos skill. The entire soldering process demands a steady hand while also considering whether the soldering iron is adequately feeding solder. Fortunately, Li Zong's soldering iron was a brand new, high-quality model, devoid of the issues commonly associated with older tools. This brings us to a rather serious matter. Proper safety precautions must be taken when soldering circuit boards for several reasons. 1. The soldering process can release toxic gases, including nitrogen oxides, carbon dioxide, and ozone, all of which can significantly impact human health, potentially irritating the respiratory system and leading to chronic bronchitis over time. 2. Additionally, the process generates suspended microscopic particles, which can cause pneumoconiosis. 3. The intense light produced during soldering can irritate the conjunctiva, potentially leading to conjunctivitis and corneal damage, which may result in diminished vision. 4. Furthermore, the skin on the face can suffer considerable harm, leading to recurring peeling and, in severe cases, other skin conditions or even localized tumors. Regardless of the scientific experiment being conducted, ensuring the safety of the personnel involved is paramount. Li Zong even equipped his workshop with a high-powered exhaust fan to eliminate all harmful factors from the environment. Once the first universal board was successfully soldered, Li Zong proceeded to write data to the 64-bit microprocessor chip on the board via the Type-C interface. The data being uploaded was the program he had painstakingly written over several days. As the screen displayed the message, "Data writing in progress. Please be patient." He rose from his seat and stepped outside the workshop. At that moment, a red vehicle pulled up outside. Recognizing the license plate, Li Zong knew it was Li Jiao. He approached her with a smile, greeting. Our beautiful Li has arrived. Have you eaten yet?" Li Jiao stepped out of the car, carrying several plastic bags. After handing the bags to Li Zong, she replied, "I haven't eaten, so I brought you some takeout." "Thank you, our lovely Li," he said as he accepted the bags, which contained 3 portions of pork trotter rice. He invited her into the workshop. Li Zong took one portion of the pork trotter rice to a discreet corner that appeared relatively unoccupied. However, he was well aware that one of the soldiers dispatched by Wen Lao to protect him was concealed nearby. "Big brother, are you there? I brought you a meal," he called out. As soon as his voice faded, the soldier leaped down from the rooftop, accepted the pork trotter rice with a word of thanks, and vanished from Li Zong's sight. The exchange was brief, and Li Zong paid it no mind. Upon returning to the workshop, Li Jiao, ever the considerate one, refrained from inquiring further. Although she was unaware of whom Li Zong had given the pork trotter rice, she understood that if he wished to share certain matters, he would do so of his own accord, rather than waiting for her to ask. The absence of his disclosure indicated that some things were simply beyond her purview. Having experienced the life of a criminal investigator in her dreams, Li Jiao was quite adept at understanding the nature of confidentiality. After finishing their meal, Li Jiao took the keys and went to her nearby rental to rest. Left alone, Li Zong toiled in the workshop until 11 that night. Unable to utilize the system's enhancement serum that day, he hastily showered before collapsing into bed. The following morning, after taking Li Jiao out for breakfast, he retreated into the workshop once again, while she quietly read nearby. When Li Zong began the data writing operation for the second circuit board, he finally found a moment of respite. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jiao asked, "Next Wednesday is National Day. Should we take a trip to celebrate?" "National Day, you say?" Li Zong paused, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, it is a time worthy of celebration. But where do you wish to go? We are not the only ones on holiday. I fear we may find ourselves amidst a sea of tourists." Upon considering this, Li Jiao realized the truth of his words. Each year, National Day marks a peak travel season, with various attractions teeming with visitors. Chapter 92, the grand finale, as it is the peak season for travel. It seems our plans for a getaway might be dashed. How about we return to our hometown and take our respective parents out for a stroll? After pondering for a moment, Li Jiao proposed this idea. Li Zong responded, "Taking our parents out sounds reasonable, but we must carefully consider where to take them. We should definitely avoid crowded places. Otherwise, I fear we will spend most of the National Day holiday stuck in traffic." "You must have experienced the severe congestion during this holiday." His words were indeed quite sensible, leaving Li Jiao in a bit of a quandary. After all, it was a rare long holiday, and not going out would feel like a wasted opportunity. Such a pity. Eventually, Li Zong suggested, "Why don't we take our parents for a picnic? After our meal, we can spend the entire day fishing at the reservoir?" This arrangement would occupy only 2 days of the National Day holiday. Li Jiao replied, "On the third day, shall we go for some local delicacies? This includes dishes such as baked chicken, sweet potatoes, eggs, potatoes, and bamboo rice." "Sounds good," said Li Zong as he finished soldering a capacitor, blowing gently on the still warm solder. "How did I not think of that? This plan is simply splendid. What about activities for the fourth day? Have you thought of anything yet?" Hearing this, Li Jiao bit her finger, deep in thought, while Li Zong refocused on the universal circuit board. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she suggested, "How about we go hiking?" "Hiking?" Li Zong inquired. "Which mountain do you have in mind?" "If it and Oppos, Lianhua Mountain. It's likely to be overcrowded on the weekend. Even if we just visit Yunlian Temple, it will be just as packed." Li Jiao smiled slightly, "Of course. Idan and Oppos, Timin Lianhua Mountain, it will be swarming with people after the National Day. I would and Oppos, be foolish enough to join the throngs there. I and Oppos, am referring to the back mountain of our village. While it may not be tall, it is sufficient for us to pass the time." "The back mountain of our village?" Li Zong asked again. "Are you referring to Nada Mountain?" Li Jiao retorted, "Could you please refrain from naming those 2 small hills? We are not going to those. Instead, we are heading to the smaller Lian Mountain on the other side." Li Zong chuckled. "All right then, I will follow your lead. Let's go to the smaller Lian Mountain." As he spoke, he completed the installation of all electronic components on the third circuit board. The mechanical hand required a total of 6 circuit boards, and he had now completed half of the soldering work. Once Li Jiao saw that Li Zong had settled back down, she remarked, "With 4 days of leisure, I believe that should be ample time. After all, those who travel may not even have 4 days to enjoy themselves, as much of their time is spent on the road. Li Zong, what do you think about us returning to school for the remaining 3 days?" In truth, she had observed that Li Zong had been preoccupied with his work lately, and she wished for him to unwind a little. However, the relaxation time was limited to just 4 days. For the remaining 3 days, she did not want to impose, but rather encouraged Li Zong to return to school to continue his work. Li Zong understood and appreciated her intentions, replying, "All right then. We shall enjoy our 4 days, and afterward, we will return to school." In reality, both of them had overthought the situation. During the National Day holiday, the busiest places were neither tourist attractions nor hotels, but rather the highways. Whenever a long holiday like National Day arrived, traffic jams were a common occurrence. Not only were there traffic jams, but accidents also frequently took place. Li Zong, engrossed in soldering electronic components, had not given it much thought until he completed his task. He then said to Li Jiayo, "I estimate that we will spend about 2 days on the road. After all, having experienced the National Day traffic in my past life, I am quite familiar with those long queues. Shall we consider leaving a day early?" he suggested. "This way, we could avoid the peak traffic and minimize our waiting time on the road." Li Jiayo agreed. "That sounds feasible. I have 4 classes in the morning and 2 in the afternoon that day. I could simply take leave or skip the afternoon classes." Li Zong chuckled. "So our beautiful Li has learned to skip classes, huh? That hardly reflects a good student." Li Jiayo retorted, "Humph. Since being with you, I have long ceased to be the model student in others' eyes. However, as long as my grades remain acceptable, who dares to bring up my skipping class? Not even the teachers." In that moment, Li Jiayo exuded an air of confidence. Li Zong flattered her. "Indeed, our magnificent Li is formidable, wherever she stands. Classmates and teachers alike, even the head of the academic affairs or the principal, can only tremble in her presence." Li Jiayo exclaimed, "You're incorrigible for teasing me." Seeing that Li Zong was still busy, she momentarily suppressed her impulse to tease him, instead glaring at him from her chair. Li Zong hastily pleaded for mercy. "Oh, please. Fairly, spare me. I promise I won't do it again." Li Jiayo burst into laughter, reveling in her triumph. After her mirth subsided, she revealed a significant piece of news. "I have registered a company at our school's youth incubation base, and I still need to go through some procedures." "Where do you think we should establish the company?" Registering a company at the youth incubation base has no stringent requirements for startup capital, but there are stipulations regarding the venue. One of the requirements is that the registered location must exceed 200 square meters. Once this criterion is met, the government will provide corresponding subsidies, distributing them to students through the school. This 200 square meter requirement has been revised down from the original 3,000 square meters, gradually reduced to 2,000 square meters, and ultimately to the current 200 square meters. This adjustment aims to assist students facing financial pressure. Li Zong was well acquainted with this policy, having relied on it to kickstart his endeavors in his previous life. Li Zong dedicated an entire day to assembling the components he had printed. Subsequently, he purchased a piece of graphite and commenced experiments on tearing graphene with the mechanical hand. The microscope required for this experiment was provided by the system. Throughout the experimental process, Li Zong meticulously recorded data while drafting his paper. Once he adjusted the mechanical hand's tape-tearing frequency, he obtained stable data. This data was crucial, indicating the conditions necessary for consistently acquiring graphene. Li Zong incorporated the experimental results into his paper. However, having obtained the results did not imply that the experiment was free from issues. To validate the reliability of his previous experimental data, a controlled experimental approach was necessitated. Upon obtaining trustworthy data, he was poised to substantiate his earlier findings. He dedicated an entire day to organizing the experimental data, ultimately culminating in a comprehensive thesis. At this juncture, merely 2 days remained before the National Day celebrations. Li Zong forwarded the meticulously arranged thesis to Professor Wen, while he himself indulged in a day of relaxation. On the eve of National Day, Li Zong met with Li Jiayu, and together they embarked on a family trip as per their earlier arrangements. Meanwhile, Professor Wen intended to assist Li Zong in publishing the thesis in a scientific journal following the review of the experiments, as he deemed Li Zong's work exceedingly viable. After 6 days of the National Day holiday, Li Zong returned to school, where an eager Professor Wen awaited him. Upon witnessing the experiment, Professor Wen felt utterly astonished. The simplicity of the process to artificially synthesize graphene was genuinely remarkable. In accordance with their agreement, Professor Wen submitted Li Zong and Appo's paper to national and international scientific journals, concealing certain critical data. During this interval, Li Jiayu diligently prepared the necessary materials for the Youth Incubation Center, with only the company's inauguration left to anticipate. The opening, however, lacked any grand ceremony, merely consisting of a simple meal with a few acquaintances. Time swiftly passed, and before long, Li Zong graduated from school, carrying with him numerous significant research achievements. Most importantly, he had realized the large-scale production of graphene, integrating this technology into the company established by Li Jiayu. Consequently, within a mere year, Li Zong Company, founded by Li Jiayu, swiftly penetrated the international market due to the innovative material of graphene. At that time, the combined assets of Li Zong and Li Jiayu exceeded 500 billion. Simultaneously, the nation commenced its project on controllable nuclear fusion power stations. Thanks to Li Zong's large-scale production of graphene, this project, after over 3 years of revisions, was finally ready to launch. As the years flew by, both Li Zong and Li Jieyu surpassed their youthful days. On this particular day, they formally registered their marriage, celebrating with a grand ceremony featuring drones and holographic projections. The guest list included not only renowned figures from around the world, but also numerous prominent politicians from within China. Professor Wan, as a special guest, presided over the wedding. A year later, their child was born, whom Li Zong named Li Baohua, signifying his aspiration to serve his country. In the ensuing days, Li Zong continued to harness the system, advancing ever further along the path of scientific research. The end.